Feng An unexpectedly finds himself in the world of Naruto, born with striking red hair and possessing the Sharingan. How reasonable is that? Being in the same era as the protagonist, what is there left to strive for? Although I wield the Sharingan and possess all 7 chakra and nature transformations, and can master ninjutsu at a glance, there loom adversaries like the blonde vortex, and at worst, the Uchiha with their dark hair. What need is there for Lord Feng An to intervene? I shall recline. All I desire is to marry a kind-hearted and adorable wife. Yet, everything changes when he encounters a little girl with black hair and white eyes. Hinata Hyuga, I like you. Years later, Feng An and Hinata Hyuga find themselves seated beside Otsutsuki Kaguya. Chapter 1. I will do whatever you ask. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, a red-haired boy slumbers at the back of the classroom. Irika, standing at the podium, glances at the boy and shakes his head, choosing to ignore him. Now we shall begin the class assignments. When your name is called, please stand beside your respective teacher. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Team 7. After the class assignments conclude, the red-haired boy stretches, surveying the now empty classroom, just as he had anticipated no mentor to guide him. His name is Feng, and 13 years ago, he inexplicably found himself reborn as an infant in this world known as Naruto. Upon his birth, he discovered he had no knowledge of his father, and his mother had perished during childbirth. From that moment onward, his growth was marred by endless malice. Those who knew his mother despised him. Consequently, at the tender age of 6, he gathered his meager savings and departed from his so-called family, adopting the name Feng An. The only fortune he could claim was his 7 chakra attributes and the unique Sharingan that came with his red hair. Time to go home, Feng An declared, grasping his small satchel in preparation to leave. Feng An, is there still someone here? Turning around, Feng An beheld a girl with black hair and white eyes, diligently sweeping the floor with a broom and dustpan. Hinata, what is it? Hinata cast her gaze downward, murmuring, today, it's our turn to clean. Feng An remembered that he and Hinata were assigned as a pair for cleaning duty every Friday, and today, the last day of class assignments, happened to be a Friday. He had nearly forgotten. He placed his satchel down and seized a broom and dustpan from Hinata's hands. You can head back. I'll handle the rest. Hinata lowered her head, murmuring softly, but we should clean together. You've already taken care of the windows, balcony, and corners. Do you really need to compete with me over the floor? Suddenly, Feng An raised an eyebrow and grasped Hinata's small hand. All done. After inspecting her hand and finding it free of debris, he released it. That Hinata's cheeks still bore a faint blush. Thank you. But how did you know I had splinters? I didn't even notice. Naturally, I got pricked by the broom as well. As he spoke, Feng An held up the broom, revealing numerous tiny wood splinters. Inadvertently, they were not easily seen. After gripping the broom for a while, he felt a slight sting, while Hinata, having wiped the glass and gotten her hands wet, was far more susceptible to getting pricked. Her diligence in cleaning had led her to overlook her own injury. Hinata felt a bit embarrassed, realizing it was her carelessness that had caused Feng An to be hurt. You should head back now, where your father will scold you again. The mere thought of her father, Hinata Hyuga, sent her into a flurry, and she nodded hurriedly before dashing out of the classroom. However, Hinata still felt a twinge of guilt and called back as she left. Feng An, I'm sorry for the trouble. Watching her flustered demeanor, Feng An couldn't help but chuckle softly. After ensuring the classroom was completely empty, Feng An swiftly formed hand seals, shadow, clone, jutsu. With a series of pops, 5 identical clones of Feng An appeared. Years prior, Feng An had discovered that the hand seals and ninjutsu principles he had encountered in his past life were astonishingly similar in this world. Armed with his memories, he had mastered the ninjutsu principles he could recall over the years. You go to the first row, you to the second row. Feng An assigned tasks clearly, and in mere minutes, the 6 of them had cleaned the classroom thoroughly. Task accomplished. After dispelling the clones, Feng An lifted his satchel and prepared to leave. I could see that moment. The door swung open. Sakura, with her pink hair, rushed in, flustered. Feng An cast a glance her way, but chose to ignore her and continued toward the door. Wait, have you seen anything from my drawer? Noticing Feng An was about to leave without a backward glance, Sakura yanked at his satchel. With a frosty gaze, she demanded, Did you take my things? Feng An had never cared for the infatuated Sakura, and since his arrival here, he had not sought her out. Now, she was accusing him of theft. Calmly, he replied, "What exactly did you lose?" Sakura momentarily faltered, stammering, It's just something for us girls. I can't tell you today," as she attempted to rummage through his satchel. Feng An couldn't help but smirk. Truly lacking in manners. Feng An, what do you mean by that? Seeing her reaction, Feng An ceased his laughter and snatched back his satchel. Am I supposed to take your things? The item you're referring to is likely a gift for Sasuke, right? It makes perfect sense to use the opportunity of being in the same class to present him with a gift. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise. How could he possibly know that I prepared 2 matching pendants for Sasuke? No way. Sakura's expression hardened. You must have stolen my pendant otherwise. How would you know it was intended for Sasuke? Hand it over. She charged at him, ready to reclaim what she believed was hers. Feng An was not one to indulge her whims with a simple substitution jutsu. He left Sakura grappling with a wooden post for quite some time. When she realized what had happened, Sakura was taken aback. She had not anticipated Feng An's proficiency with substitution techniques. Normally, Feng An had coasted through his time in class, sleeping during lectures and only waking to leave for the restroom. And yet he had managed to graduate from the ninja academy, leaving many to speculate whether he had cheated. Sakura, furious, punched the wooden post away, glaring at him. Let me see if there's a pendant in your satchel, and he'll spare you. Feng An narrowed his eyes, surprised by her latent strength at such a young age. He did not believe that Sakura could pose any real threat to him. Yet he also did not wish to be unjustly accused. Fine, you may look, but what if you don't find it? His actions had instilled confidence in Sakura. She believed he wouldn't dare let her inspect his satchel if he were innocent. With newfound assurance, Sakura puffed out her chest. Impossible. If it's not in your bag, they'll do whatever you ask. Oh. Feng An found himself intrigued. You said it yourself, if I do something outrageous later, Haruno Sakura. Do not regret, his words. Sakura shivered you. You're not suggesting that you want to kiss me, are you? Kiss? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Or perhaps too little, my dear girl. Feng An shook his head, chuckling softly, an infatuated romantic. Who would have thought she was so innocent? Chapter 2. Self-Strategy. Since you were so eager to see, then go ahead. Feng An tossed the shoulder bag to Sakura. The thought of the carefully prepared pendant for Sasuke, still residing within the bag, made Sakura glare at him fiercely. If it gets damaged, just wait and see. But as she took the bag, a sense of foreboding washed over her. The bag felt light, devoid of substance, as if it were nothing but an empty shell. Her heart sank. Feng An chuckled. If you're too scared to look, just give it back. He had merely intended to frighten her perhaps in the future. There might be some interest, but for now, regardless of the aspect, it was too trivial. Surely no one would dare to do anything to Sakura? She is merely an elementary school student. As he reached out for the bag, Sakura quickly stepped back. Wait, why so anxious? There must be something hidden. With that thought, a smug smile crept across Sakura's face. Haha, you're afraid. Sakura abruptly yanked the zipper open, her small hands rummaging inside. Nothing, still nothing. How could there be nothing? Skeptical, she leaned in to search for her so-called hidden compartment. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed slowly. Feng An sat at the table, watching Sakura futilely rummage through the empty bag, stifling a yawn. It's been several minutes. If you were performing magic, shouldn't you have produced something by now? Sakura shot him a resentful glance and flung the bag back at him. Do as you please. With that, she tightly closed her eyes, pouting her lips, her youthful face slightly flushed. The golden light of dusk streamed through the window, casting a charming glow upon her. Feng An paused, then smiled faintly as he walked toward the door. He hadn't expected Sakura to take him seriously. After a while, Sakura, feeling the tension in her body easing, noticed the surrounding silence. Hey, she called out tentatively, but no one responded. Then, she cautiously opened a crack in her tightly shut eyes. Where'd he go? Not seeing Feng An's figure, she fully opened her eyes. Through the window, she spotted Feng in silhouette as he appeared at the school gate. Sakura flung the window open and called out, Feng An. Hearing her voice, Feng An turned back to wave at her before departing. You jerk. Just like that, you leave? Sakura pressed her slightly sore lips, her heart racing. Feng An seems rather handsome. She quickly shook her head, chiding herself softly. Haruno Sakura, what are you thinking? Sasuke is your goal. Feng An, with a small shoulder bag slung over his back, entered a barbecue restaurant. His mother had left him little inheritance, but as he was alone, financial concerns were minimal. He could spend freely and even take on commissions to hunt wild boars when money ran low, thus passing the time while earning that it would be best if I could pry Hinata away from that blonde hair in his childhood. He had altered the narrative of the blonde saving Hinata to one where the red-haired hero saved her now. It was a matter of whether he would have the opportunity. To connect further to AS, he savored the grilled meat. He mapped out his future in his mind. At that moment, a gentle, melodious voice reached his ears. Feng An? Feng An turned at the sound, and upon glancing sideways, he saw Hinata enter, accompanied by 3 others. Just as he thought of Hinata, she appeared. Hinata? Shouldn't you be resting at home at this hour? Hinata shook her head, looking down. Teacher Kurenai brought our 8th class to eat barbecue, said she wanted to get to know us better. Oh, I see. Seeing Hinata, Feng An thought his external aid had turned into reality. While other children had systems bestowed upon them by their distant mothers, he felt like an unloved child, journeying so far across dimensions without receiving any grand gift. Feng An, Teacher Kurenai is calling me over. Noticing Hinata tugging at his shirt with a troubled expression, Feng An couldn't help but smile. Go ahead. Hinata nodded gently and moved to sit beside Kurenai. As Feng An continued to enjoy his grilled meat, he eyed the sake at the adults' table with envy. This world lacked Sprite, and minors were forbidden from drinking sake thus. He could only pair his meat with juice. Seated next to Kurenai, Hinata often stole glances at Feng An, her head lowered. Feng An is so kind and thoughtful. He seems like a good person, but why does no teacher want to take him under their wing? Why is he always alone? He doesn't seem to have many friends at school. I wonder if I count as one. Kurenai chuckled lightly. You seem quite concerned about that, Feng An, don't you? Hinata's face turned crimson in an instant. Teacher Kurenai, I don't. Kurenai smiled knowingly, observing Hinata's subtle gestures. Wang as their barbecue was served, Akamaru, Inazuka Kiba's dog, poked its head out, eager to lick. Akamaru. Kiba grabbed Akamaru and shoved it back into his arms, giving its head a light pat. I'll give you some later. Akamaru whined softly, its ears drooping in a pitiful manner. What a cute little dog. Here you go. Kurenai pulled out a new pair of chopsticks and fed a piece of meat to Akamaru. Kiba looked at Akamaru and said, Quick, say thank you to Teacher Kurenai. Woof, woof, woof. Such a good boy. Kiba ruffled Akamaru's head. Whether others understood or not, Kiba clearly did. All right, everyone, serve yourselves. As Kurenai picked up a piece of grilled meat, the others began to help themselves as well. Old girl Shino sighed. Phew. Feng An patted his full belly. Delicious. Though lacking Sprite, this barbecue was genuinely delightful. He stood up and waved to Hinata with a smile. I'm leaving, Hinata. Ah, okay. Hinata sprang to her feet. Feng An smiled at her and departed. In class, he and Hinata were desk mates, so their relationship was slightly better. However, his rapport with other classmates remained rather average. He slept daily and didn't pull stunts like Naruto to attract attention, thus drawing little interest from others. The sudden movement of Hinata startled those around her, their gazes shifting towards her. Feeling the weight of their stares, Hinata flushed and quickly sat down, stuffing a piece of grilled meat into her mouth, attempting to act as if nothing had happened. Yet, the lingering blush on her face was far from calm. She lowered her head, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Kiba asked, Hey, Hinata, weren't you a bit too reactive? Did you hear me speaking? Hinata kept her head down, mechanically shoving grilled meat into her mouth, her mind occupied solely with Feng An's greeting, oblivious to the outside world. Have we developed a friendship now? He must have just casually greeted me, right? No, wait. Why did he only greet me? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and her speed of grabbing grilled meat increased. Before long, she had devoured most of the grilled meat. Kiba exclaimed, Hey, save some for me. Kurenai watched Hinata in her flustered state, feeling a flicker of interest in the departing Feng, and it merely that he has better luck than Naruto in passing the ninja qualification exam. Chapter 3. Perhaps I should only use 50% of my strength. The following day, as dawn broke, Kidian awoke with an air of resignation. He raked a hand through his hair and muttered, Damn it, I graduated and now my biological clock is set in, hasn't it? After a brief wash and a hearty breakfast, he strolled through the alleys of Konoha, as he often did during holidays, basking in the sunlight and indulging in the early stages of his retirement. Look at that good for nothing kid wandering about again. That if my child behaved like him, I'd break his legs. Enough of that. This boy is actually quite pitiable, orphaned and not bad sort. Unlike Naruto, he's not a troublemaker. Tianhui has a point. My child is quite the rascal. If only he were as well behaved as Ki Dian, it would save me some trouble. Strangely enough, whenever I see him strolling with his hands behind his back, he hardly seems like a child. A group of women in the alley gathered together, gossiping about Ki Dian as he passed by. Compared to ordinary folks, his senses were far sharper. He could hear their words clearly, yet he paid them little mind, greeting them with a cheerful smile. After all, in his previous life, he often encountered such local gossip during his own holidays, so he had grown accustomed to it. "Good day, ladies," Ki Dian greeted. "Hello." As Ki Dian approached, the women quieted, welcoming him with smiles. One woman dressed in purple curiously inquired, "Ki Dian, why aren't you taking on missions? I see other graduates clamoring to accept tasks in preparation for becoming a Chunin. And what of becoming a Chunin?" The woman was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard a ninja express disinterest in such an aspiration. "I've heard Chunins can undertake higher-level missions, which are quite lucrative." Ki Dian shook his head. "No, Annie, higher-level missions are perilous. Just think, dying for a handful of coins would be a tragedy. I'm merely in my teens. I cannot squander my youth so easily." "Your youth is spent chatting and soaking up the sun with us, is it?" The women exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their bewilderment. Why does this boy seem so mature? Shouldn't he be filled with passion and ambition at his age? "Excuse me, ladies, I shall wander elsewhere." Ki Dian moved from one alley to another. "Ki Dian," a feminine voice called out. Soon, a woman with a bandaged thigh and flowing hair approached. Lifting his gaze, Ki Dian asked, "Is that you, Yugao? What brings you here?" Due to his memories from his previous life, he instinctively called her by her name. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head. "What a cheeky boy, calling me by my first name." Yugao raised an eyebrow, but did not dwell on it. "Why aren't you taking on missions?" Ki Dian sighed in exasperation. Why did everyone keep asking him this question? With a single breath, he replied, "I don't wish to take on missions. I don't need the money at the moment. And what if I encounter some overpowered creature, like Zabuza Momochi? I would be done for." Yugao found herself intrigued by his unique perspective, contrasting sharply with his peers' relentless ambition. Many of his age were overly eager, often landing themselves in peril, hence the necessity for Chunin to lead them. A calm disposition, quite commendable. No wonder Hinata is concerned about you. "Would you be interested in training with our teammate?" Ki Dian, puzzled, asked, "Why me? Haven't you already selected 3 members? I believe you have potential worth nurturing." Ki Dian gave her a sidelong glance. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "Intuition. Besides, Naruto has a teacher, and you don't. Does that not weigh on your mind?" Without hesitation, Ki Dian nodded. "It does. After all, Naruto is the protagonist, while he is merely a side character with the main storyline not focusing on him." So, using little Hinata to sway me. In an open area, several targets were affixed to a tree, skewered with shuriken. Just then, Hinata, training with her Byakugan activated, noticed 2 figures approaching from behind. "Yu-Gi-Oh! Sensei is back." And the one behind her is Ki Dian. Startled, Hinata swiftly deactivated her Byakugan and turned, shyly greeting, Ki Dian, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Ki Dian looked at Yugao. "Are you deceiving the child?" From Hinata's reaction, it was evident she was unaware. Yugao ruffled his hair, stifling a laugh. "But Hinata truly cares about you." Turning to the others, she declared, "Everyone, pause for a moment. From now on, Ki Dian will train and undertake missions with our teammate." The remaining 2 ceased their training and gradually approached Yugao. Akamaru barked twice at Ki Dian. "Woof, woof." Kiba patted the dog and grinned at Ki Dian. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Inuzuka Kiba, destined to become Hokage." Ki Dian nodded, replying, "I am Ki Dian. Your aspiration shall surely come to fruition. Too bad it's just a dream." He refrained from adding aloud that Kiba's words reminded Ki Dian of the infinite Tsukuyomi, where he envisioned himself as Hokage, mandating that every ninja must own a dog. Thankfully, in reality, the Hokage did not allow Kiba to ascend, or else the village might have been renamed Dog Village. "Welcome, Ki Dian." I look forward to working with you, Hinata murmured, her voice growing softer as she spoke. Indeed, I look forward to it, Kidian replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he deliberately took Hinata's small hand his own. Hinata's face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand, bashfully saying, "This time, I was very careful I didn't get pricked." Seeing Hinata's adorably naive expression nearly melted his heart. As he reveled in the moment, Yugao playfully struck him on the head. "Oh, not bully Hinata." "I would never," Kidian protested, rubbing his head while winking at Hinata. "Hinata, I haven't bullied you, have I?" Hinata nodded shyly. "Humph, I have matters to attend to." "You all train hard," Yugao stated before departing. The others had no chance to inquire about her whereabouts before she vanished. "Kidian, come and train with me," Kiba shouted, closing the distance. "But I only know some very basic ninjutsu," Kidian replied, intending to decline. He was present primarily due to Hinata. If he could win her over, it would be worth enduring the chase from that blonde kid. Moreover, Naruto was still blissfully unaware of Hinata's charm training was secondary. Even if he were to engage in practical training, he would certainly do so alongside Hinata. After all, one must start early in securing a future with a partner, lest someone else whisk her away. Yet Kiba seemed oblivious to his subtle refusal, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, it's just training. I swear to only use some simple ninjutsu." Seeing Kiba's fervent and somewhat foolish enthusiasm akin to Naruto's, Kidian realized that declining would be challenging. With a sigh of resignation, he replied, "Very well, but allow me a moment to prepare." He could also assess his own capabilities in the process. Kiba placed his hands behind his head. "Great, just call me when you're ready." Kiba assumed he was merely nervous, silently muttering to himself, "For now, I will use only 70% of my strength." He then glanced at Kidian. Seeing his serious expression, Inuzuka Kiba shook his head and said, "Never mind, let's use only 50% of our strength. It would be unfortunate if we inadvertently inflicted too great a blow on him." Standing beside them, Kid frowned slightly, her expression grave as she contemplated, "I must carefully regulate my chakra. If I were to accidentally cause his demise, it would be disastrous." Chapter 4. Did we agree that only basic ninjutsu would be used? The technique of the Great Waterfall is far too advanced to be employed, so let us instead utilize a technique of lower difficulty. Ninjutsu is categorized into various levels. However, the level does not correlate with its power. The higher the level, the more challenging it is to learn and master, while a lower level indicates ease of acquisition. The body replacement technique taught in the Ninja Academy is an example of a basic level jutsu. Feng An pondered over the fact that he, a mere genin freshly graduated from the academy, had managed to master a technique of medium difficulty, and that he had done so without a teacher. Such talent would either elevate him to genius status or lead him to dire consequences. In the meantime, Inuzuka Kiba observed Feng An's anxious demeanor and could not help but inquire, "Are you not ready yet?" Feng An glanced at Kiba and replied, "I am ready. Let us proceed." Hinata paused her shuriken training and stepped aside, silently encouraging, "Feng An, you can do it. Will you not make the first move?" "Then I shall take the initiative," Kiba declared, positioning himself on the ground. Four-legged technique. Suddenly, the chakra surged into his limbs, transforming his once slender appendages into formidable limbs. It appeared to be a technique that enhanced physical strength. Feng An remained still, as this was his first real combat experience. His understanding of Kiba's capabilities was solely based on the character's portrayal in Naruto. He was now curious to personally experience the sensation of battle. "Why are you not moving?" Kiba questioned, perplexed. Feng An, feeling bewildered, retorted, "But you have yet to launch your attack. How can I move? I did not expect you to be so arrogant." Kiba remarked coldly. With his enhanced speed and strength, Kiba believed he could strike before Feng An had the chance to respond. However, Feng An's nonchalant attitude incensed him. In an instant, Kiba lunged forward, employing all four limbs, and the evidence of his enhanced speed was clear from the four shallow impressions left in the ground. Thud! Feng An remained motionless, while Kiba thought his speed was so overwhelming that Feng An could not even react. "It's over." Hinata, unable to watch, quickly covered her eyes. At such a close distance, Feng An had no chance of evading the attack. Bang! Bang! "What?" Kiba gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw the wooden dummy he had struck fly away. Substitution technique. His nose suddenly twitched, and he instinctively swiped at what was behind him. Feng An barely dodged, reflecting on how challenging it was to ambush a sensory-type ninja. Even under the guise of the substitution technique, Kiba and Feng An locked gazes, and Kiba realized he could have been defeated had it not been for his keen sense of smell. It seems I was overconfident. Tooth. Kiba abruptly spun midair, resembling a miniature tornado as he charged at Feng An immediately leaped back. While suspended in the air, he swiftly formed the hand seals for the snake, rat, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. Over the years, he had become quite adept at the great fireball technique, capable of casting it with just the tiger seal. However, during a spar, he felt no need to reveal his true strength. Fire style, great fireball technique. A 5-meter-wide sphere of flames erupted from his mouth, hurling towards the pursuing Kiba. Oh no, I only used a small amount of chakra. Despite his intention to control the chakra, he was surprised by the expansive coverage. This was the drawback of possessing a significant amount of chakra. It was challenging to gauge just how much was too much. Kiba, still spinning rapidly, nearly had his eyes pop out when he saw the enormous fireball. Did you not say you could only perform basic ninjutsu? He certainly did not wish to become a roasted pig. Kiba abruptly halted his spin and leaped aside. Even so, the fireball struck the ground, sending small bursts of flames scattering onto him. He quickly rolled on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Feng An and Hinata rushed over to assist. After a few swift kicks, the flames on Kiba were completely doused. He exhaled in relief. It was fortunate Kiba was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have shattered the ninja code of not killing. As Kiba stumbled to his feet, he clutched his singed pants, which bore a pink design with a dog motif, and exclaimed in frustration, "Did you not claim you could only perform the most basic of ninjutsu?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Feng An rubbed his nose. He had struggled to recall any usable techniques of that level, and while the Great Fireball was indeed categorized as a basic technique, it still held power. However, I have never seen you use this technique during our sparring sessions. You did not just learn this, did you? Kiba stared at him incredulously. In the academy, Feng An often appeared lethargic, and his peers regarded him as merely marginally better than Naruto, who had failed the ninja qualification exam, while Feng An had passed. The sudden display of such a powerful technique from someone perceived as a slacker was jarring. If Kiba knew that Feng An had mastered the Great Fireball technique since he learned to walk, he would likely question his own existence. No, I have also studied it for a long time, barely mastering it just before graduation. Feng An calmly reassured the disheartened boy. Oh, I almost thought you were a detestable genius. It seems that hard work truly pays off. I must strive harder. My dream is to become Hokage. I cannot afford to fall short in my efforts. Kiba clenched his fists, determination igniting within him after witnessing Feng An's prowess. Feng An, you shall be my second opponent. Feng An, puzzled, asked why the second. My first opponent is him. Kiba gestured towards a boy in the corner, quietly feeding insects. Feng An followed Kiba's gaze to see a figure incongruous in appearance, wearing a high-collared garment that obscured his mouth and sunglasses that concealed any emotional expression. Yamanaka Shino. So it's Shino. Feng An realized he had not noticed Shino's presence until now, assuming he had skipped training. His name is Yamanaka Shino. Do not be fooled by his lack of presence. He is quite formidable. If you don't use fire techniques against him, he will certainly give you a headache, Kiba explained. Feng An nodded in agreement, recalling from his past life that Shino was an undefeated warrior. Moreover, Shino's affinity for insects was something Feng An found particularly unsettling. While it may not have seemed significant in the realm of anime, the reality of imagining insects hidden within Shino's clothing and even his body was enough to send shivers down his spine. The group then resumed their training, each pursuing their respective tasks, some feeding insects, others tending to their canines. The only one truly focused on training was Hinata. Feng An intentionally chose a good vantage point to sit and watch Hinata. Whenever she activated her Byakugan, she sensed Feng An's gaze upon her and became so nervous that she could not even open her eyes. As long as I cannot see him, he is not watching me. With this self-induced mantra, Hinata managed to enter a training state. As the four trained until noon, a familiar figure slowly approached. Feng An and the others greeted in unison. Teacher Kurenai. Kurenai Yuhi nodded and replied, I have returned and brought a mission for you. Wonderful. Kiba and the others exclaimed excitedly, eager to shine in their upcoming task. Chapter 5. Inferences of Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai led her companions to the designated task location, a quaint little village, where a herd of wild boars was rampaging about. Are we really tasked with hunting wild boars, sensei? one of them questioned. Indeed, she confirmed. However, during the battle, strive to minimize the damage to the village. In disbelief, Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, "This is rather dull. I was hoping for a chance to battle against ninjas from other nations and had prepared for an epic showdown." Kurenai shook her head gently. "If you persist in such thoughts, Kiba, you will only jeopardize yourself during the mission." In contrast to Kiba, Hinata and Shino displayed a more mature understanding. Although they felt a significant disparity in expectations, they quickly set about hurting the wild boars, not wanting their first mission to end in failure. "I understand, Sensei." Kiba soon regained his fighting spirit and joined Hinata and Shino. "Akamaru, let us go?" Woof. In a flash, Kiba and Akamaru transformed into a powerful mini-tornado, swiftly taking down several wild boars. However, this also incited the remaining boars, causing them to charge wildly. In the midst of this chaos, the group found themselves torn between protecting the village and driving away the boars, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. While Kurenai and Kiba observed from a higher vantage point, Kurenai suddenly shoved him forward. The momentum sent Kiba careening down the slope into the midst of the boar herd. As he steadied himself, he sensed several furious glares from the rampaging creatures. The boars charged at him with grunts, but their sluggish speed and lack of strength made it easy for Kiba to fend them off. With mere punches and kicks, without the need for ninjutsu, he dispatched the oncoming boars effortlessly. The ones he sent flying quickly sought out other targets, allowing Kiba to return to a more leisurely state. Kurenai, arms crossed and observing him, sighed. "This boy shows no fighting spirit whatsoever." She then turned her attention to the other three. Aside from Kiba's lackluster performance, Shino excelled, utilizing his insect techniques to effectively protect the houses while easily driving away and dispatching the boars. "Impressive work, Shino," Kurenai remarked. "You've managed to protect the houses while dealing with the boars quite well." She then noted Kiba's progress. Despite his and Akamaru's efforts reducing the boar population, he had also caused considerable damage to the village in the process. "Kiba is too reckless," she thought, shaking her head, recalling her earlier reminder to minimize destruction. Hinata, on the other hand, activated her Byakugan to adopt a defensive strategy, prioritizing the protection of the houses. Every time a boar attempted to damage a structure, she swiftly intervened. While this approach safeguarded the homes, it also drained her stamina significantly. Kurenai recognized this was typical of Hinata's character, but her indecision in attempting to protect everything was unrealistic. As Kurenai assessed their performances, she resolved to address their weaknesses in future training sessions. Noticing Hinata struggling, Kiba rushed to her side. "Let me help you, Hinata." Spotting a boar charging at her, he swiftly delivered a punch that sent the creature flying several meters away, silencing it instantly. Kurenai observed the chakra fluctuating on his fist and murmured, "Is he utilizing chakra to enhance his punches?" While his control may not be refined, it's impressive for someone his age to think of using chakra this way. Why does his school profile appear so unremarkable? As Kiba approached, Hinata relaxed slightly. "Thank you," she said. "You don't need to thank me anymore," he replied, ruffling her hair playfully. "Let us tackle these boars together." Hinata nodded in agreement. Kiba noted her fatigue from maintaining the Byakugan, understanding that fighting alongside her would help her feel acknowledged rather than suggesting she rest. Hinata had always worked hard, but her talent was not exceptional. It took her until the age of 16 to barely master the 8 trigrams 64 palms, a technique that Neji of the main family had grasped by 13. Kiba observed her rising and falling chest, noting the signs of fatigue in her Byakugan. It was clear they needed to expedite the elimination of the remaining boars. With renewed speed, Kiba swiftly maneuvered through the boars, his fists enveloped in chakra, dispatching one after another with fluid grace. Kurenai's crimson eyes widened slightly. Such speed. He has surpassed the majority of Chunin, truly a remarkable find. As she pondered Kiba's potential, rumors surrounding the fall of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the destruction of the land of whirlpools briefly crossed her mind. She glanced at his vivid red hair, wondering if he truly was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, perhaps a target for certain individuals. Shaking her head, Kurenai knew it was not her place to speculate on the motives of those in power. Before long, the wild boars lay still, some dead, others fleeing. The hands-on experience proved far more effective than training at home. Kiba observed the chakra he had gathered in his hand, noting its increased stability. Should he release the great fireball technique in this state, he would have much better control over its size. Hinata placed her small hand on her heaving chest and stood behind Kiba. "Thank you, Kiba, I'm glad you're here. Kiba turned to her, placing his hand on her head, teasingly saying, if you keep thanking me, we might become strangers, Lady Hinata. Hinata's gaze met his, her face flushing crimson as she hesitated. Could you not call me Lady Hinata? I prefer it when you call me by my name. Her eyes glistened, and she quickly lowered her gaze. This is the first time we've looked each other in the eye, Kiba said, gently brushing aside the stray strands of hair from her cheeks. If you promise not to thank me so often, I won't call you Lady Hinata anymore. Okay, she replied quickly, her eyes still averted. Kiba smiled warmly. Hinata suits you well. Chapter 6. The Jealousy of Inuzuka. Kiba, hey. We're still here, you know? Kiba exclaimed, his face contorted with jealousy. Akamaru poked his head from Kiba's arms, barking indignantly. Kurenai watched the two with an amused smile. Realizing what was happening, Hinata hurriedly hid behind Kurenai. Kiba shot a glance at Kurenai, silently forming hand seals. Upon recognizing the familiar hand signs, Kiba immediately recalled the terrifying Great Fireball technique. He quickly ducked behind a house, shouting to Kurenai, Sensei, he is going to kill me. Kurenai's brow arched, intrigued by Kiba. Is he skilled in fire release? She wondered. Recognizing the slow speed of his hand seals, she discerned it was indeed the sign for fire release, Great Fireball technique. However, Kiba lacked chakra flow, so there was no need for Kurenai to intervene. Kiba noticed Kurenai's amused expression as he ducked for cover, a smirk forming on his lips. His intention was merely to frighten Kiba. After all, a simple tiger sign would have dealt with him in an instant. The task completed, let us return, said Feng An. Wait a moment, Teacher Hong, please assist me as well. Inuzuka cast a few furtive glances, realizing that Feng An was merely teasing him, and with a reluctant smile, he hurried over. What is the matter? Of course, we need to bring back these spoils, Feng An replied, lifting a wild boar nearly his own height and tossing it to Inuzuka. Catch it. Immediately, the two of them each grasped a boar's hoof, managing to carry 4 in total, leaving them unable to take more, though several still lay on the ground. Noticing their predicament, Hinata volunteered, I will help as well. Feng An quickly shook his head, no need, we can't finish 4. Moreover, even if we wanted to take more, Teacher Hong is here. She wouldn't let you carry any. Hinata nodded in understanding. As for Yugao, she crossed her arms and shot him a glance. Thinking the little brat was quite adept at sarcasm, not knowing from whom he learned it. We should hurry, the sun is nearly setting, Yugao urged. Thus, Feng An and Inuzuka each carried 2 wild boars and made their way back to the village. Upon nightfall, after completing their mission, Feng An and the others arrived at the training ground. After placing the wild boars down, Feng An noticed a discrepancy in their count. Yeah, did you bring back 3? No, I intended to carry back 1 more, but I had no free hands, Inuzuka muttered, busy picking up wood in the nearby forest. Hey, that is strange. It was me who brought it back. A voice devoid of emotion drifted into Feng An's ear. Startled, he turned to see it was Shino. Ah, that explains it. Your invisibility technique is truly remarkable, so silent and stealthy. Shino merely nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Inuzuka and Hinata returned with a large bundle of branches. Everything is set. Feng An quickly formed hand seals. Whoosh. Instantly, a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter shot forth from his mouth. Fortunately, Yugao was there. She swiftly scooped up Hinata and stepped back. Feng An quickly realized he had inadvertently expended too much chakra and retreated in time. Only Inuzuka failed to evade quickly enough, getting singed on the backside, prompting Akamaru to urgently douse the flames with a stream of urine. Yugao questioned, what was your intention with such a powerful technique? Feng An sheepishly replied, I didn't mean to. I was trying to control it. Yet it still turned out to be so strong. Meanwhile, having extinguished the flames, climbed to his feet with a mournful expression. You did that on purpose. Earlier, I interrupted your romantic moment with Hinata, so you took the opportunity to retaliate. Teacher Hong, please intervene. With that, you dashed over to Yugao. Hinata, standing behind, shyly twirled her small hands, retorting, we were not being romantic. What is that strange smell? Yugao frowned and sniffed, realizing it was emanating from Inuzuka. Don't come any closer. Go take revenge on Feng An instead. I permit it. She pinched her nose with one hand and pushed Ya's face away with the other. How can I retaliate? My physical attacks are no match for someone who can effortlessly spit out fireballs 5 meters wide. Inuzuka lamented. It wasn't that he didn't want to confront Feng An. It was simply impossible given the circumstances. Coughing lightly, Feng An scratched his head and cleared his throat. Though a minor incident occurred, look, the branches have caught fire. Moments later, they had consumed several wild boars, leaving only half a roasted pig, and everyone was quite satisfied. However, Hinata gazed longingly at the remaining half, her eyes widening, but seeing that everyone else seemed full, she swallowed hard and refrained from suggesting they roast the rest. Yet, Feng An was well aware of her little thoughts. After all, she was capable of setting records for consuming ramen. No wonder she hasn't grown much. She must not be eating properly, stunting her growth. But with so many around, it would be inappropriate to imply that a girl had eaten 4 pigs and still felt hungry. Dangerous. Feng An nearly blurted out to Hinata about her hunger. Teacher Hong, shall we roast this half as well? Yugao wiped the grease from her mouth and waved her hand. I can't eat anymore. Feng An then turned to Inazukiya. What about you? Inazukiya did not respond immediately, but first asked Akamaru, do you want more to eat? No, Akamaru shook his head. Inazukiya then reclined back in a starfish position, stating, I can't eat anymore. How about you? I'm still not full, Feng An replied nonchalantly. Inazukiya eyed Feng An's protruding belly. Are you certain you're not joking? Feng An turned to Hinata. What about you? After hesitating, Hinata said, I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat. Feng An nodded at the others. Then I'll roast it for myself. You all should head back. It's getting late. Don't overeat. Inazukiya cautioned, glaring at Feng An's bulging belly. It was indeed late, and everyone had been eager to leave. Though no one had taken the initiative to say so, Yugao patted the dirt off her clothes. Well then, we'll take our leave. Do you really not want us to stay a while longer? Feng An blinked and assessed Yugao. If you wish to stay with me, that is fine. Feeling his intense gaze, Yugao shot him a glare. You can stay here and feed the wolves. With that, she leapt away gracefully. Seeing Feng An actually begin to roast again, Inazukiya decided it was time to leave. Feng An, I'm heading off. Hinata, you shouldn't linger with him. He'll take a long time to finish eating. Hinata nodded but showed no intention of leaving, merely standing and pacing in place. Once everyone had departed, Feng An smiled to himself. It'll be ready soon. Hinata, come over here. He then added several more sticks to the fire, making the flames blaze brighter. He had just claimed to be hungry, and if she joined him, he'd certainly end up unsatisfied. Hinata reluctantly tore her gaze away from the roasting pig. I'm not hungry. I'll stay here with you for a bit before heading back. But Hinata, look at the drool at the corner of your mouth. Chapter 7. My sister can only be mine. Hinata gasped and quickly wiped her mouth. Noticing Hinata's adorable demeanor, Feng An chuckled. I was just teasing you. He then patted his own full belly. I am genuinely quite full. This half pig is specially roasted for you. Hinata, half convinced, sat beside Feng An, slowly extending her small hand to rub his belly, only to discover he had not deceived her. Thank you. No need to thank me. Wait, that's not right. Hinata's cheeks flushed deeper. She instinctively wanted to express her gratitude, but suddenly recalled that Feng An disliked her constant thanks, leaving her flustered and at a loss for words. Observing Hinata's flustered state, Feng An couldn't help but chuckle. I understand what you mean, Hinata. He cupped her face with both hands and gently lifted her downward gaze. Her beautiful eyes fluttered slightly, the white irises glimmering like the stars against the moonlight. Captivating and impossible to look away from. She too gazed at Feng An's face. Apart from his distinctive red hair, his handsome features shone under the moonlight, showcasing his extraordinary beauty even at the tender age of 13. Is this permissible? We are friends now. Surely this is acceptable. Being cradled by Feng An made Hinata's heart race like a startled deer, and she felt the warmth on her cheeks intensifying. Just then, a voice broke the moment. It seems I haven't left yet, came Shino's voice from the side. Upon hearing those words, Hinata gasped and quickly turned away, burying her crimson face deep into her bosom, feeling her body temperature soar rapidly. Shino, witnessing this, thought to herself, what am I doing? Yamanaka Shino adjusted her sunglasses with one hand and said nonchalantly, it's fine. You don't need to mind me. Mind you? How could I not? You did this on purpose, didn't you? Feng An harbored grave suspicions that both Shino and Kiba had been bribed by that blonde boy to cause trouble. I'm leaving. Hinata, be cautious. There are ill-intentioned individuals in our team. After saying this, Yamanaka Shino took a roasted pig trotter to feed the insects within her body and departed. Hinata nodded. Okay, all right. Seeing her nod, Feng An cast a disapproving glance at her and said, are you foolish? She's implying that I am the bad one. Hinata murmured softly, I'm not foolish. I know you are the bad one, though she kept the latter part to herself. Not foolish. I feel that even if I sold you off, you'd be the type to still negotiate with the kidnappers on my behalf, he thought. Hinata, looking down, raised her gaze to him, insisting, I truly am not foolish. Upon seeing her clear yet naive eyes, Feng An chose not to pursue the matter further. The roasted pig is ready. You should eat. With Feng An's approval, Hinata no longer hesitated, her stomach having been urgent for quite some time. In an instant, like wind sweeping away clouds, within minutes, half of the roasted pig had vanished into Hinata's belly. Observing that her stomach remained unchanged, Feng An even suspected she possessed a fourth-dimensional pocket like Doraemon. Let me see what it's made of. As he spoke, his restless hand reached for Hinata's small belly. She quickly darted away, muttering, Shino is right. There are bad people in our team. Just moments ago, she had touched her own belly but wouldn't allow him to do the same. Only the officials are allowed to set fire while the commoners cannot even light a lamp, he thought. Noticing that the sky had darkened considerably, he adjusted his demeanor. Hinata, let me walk you home. All right. Feng An brushed off the dust from his clothes, extinguished the rising fire, and accompanied Hinata through the woods, heading toward her home. Passing by the night market, Hinata pulled Feng An into a shop that was still open. She bought a cup of juice for herself and Feng An. Initially, he intended to pay, but at Hinata's insistence, he relented. Whenever Hinata unleashed her secret weapon, her watery, pleading eyes, he felt utterly guilty. The very plan to dominate her had backfired, and unbeknownst to him, she had taken the upper hand. The two walked side by side through the narrow paths of Konoha, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of their figures. Shortly, they arrived at an ancient-looking courtyard. Hinata pushed the door, but found it locked from the inside. Did your uncle not leave the door open for you? Perhaps it's too late. He thought I wouldn't return. She recalled having informed her father about a class gathering that evening. Wondering if he was angry seeing her return so late, an opportunity arose in Feng An's mind, and he felt a surge of delight. This could not be blamed on him. As Hinata turned her gaze, she caught sight of a sinister smile on his face. What are you thinking about? Feng An quickly composed himself and replied earnestly, Nothing. I was just thinking, since it's like this, you might as well sleep at my place. My bed is quite large. That is not permissible. We are merely friends. Hinata shyly covered her eyes with her small hands. Upon hearing this, Feng An was taken aback. No, while I may indeed think what you might be imagining, such thoughts should not cross your mind. Seeing Feng An fall silent, Hinata feared he was upset and softly explained, We are still too young. We should at least wait until we are 16. The pace of their conversation quickened, and Feng An felt a bit overwhelmed. Was this the story of a naive young lady falling for him during her adolescence? He instinctively glanced at Hinata and remarked, You're not that young anymore. Compared to Sakura, Hinata had already reached an extraordinary level, one that many could only aspire to. At that moment, with a creak, the main door suddenly swung open from within. Oh no, if her father sees his precious daughter lingering outside with a boy this late, I am finished. Feng An quickly hid behind a stone pillar. However, it was not Hinata's father, Hinata Hyuga, who emerged, but rather her sister, Hanabi Hyuga. Hanabi, with her round face, scolded, You big bad guy, teasing my sister at the door. Hinata shyly protested, He didn't tease me. Seeing her sister defend the bad guy, Hanabi stomped her feet in frustration. If you won't come in, then I'll close the door. Hinata clasped her hands together at her chest, hesitatingly glancing towards Feng An's hiding spot. Stepping forward, Feng An smiled and said, Hurry back. I was just joking with you. My bed is actually not that big. It's a firm board bed, and you wouldn't be comfortable sleeping on it. Seeing Hinata's guilty expression, he thought that if it weren't for being at the Hyuga doorstep, he would have wanted to embrace her tightly. So foolish and adorable. Go back. I need to head home as well. See you tomorrow, Feng An waved. His hands casually tucked into his pockets as he sauntered away. He knew that if he did not bid farewell first, she would continue to linger, and that foolishness would only prolong their stalemate. See you tomorrow. Hinata gazed longingly at his retreating figure until he disappeared from sight. This is infuriating. Hanabi's cheeks puffed with rage, expressing her frustration with gestures. Sister, that red-haired bad guy has gone far away. With that, Hanabi dashed into the house, ignoring Hinata. She felt that her gentle sister was being taken away by that red-haired rogue, and anger consumed her. Sister can only be mine, she thought, that detestable red-haired rogue. Chapter 8. The magical technique of the nether realm. Once Feng An had completely departed, Hinata entered her home, carefully securing the door latch. She tiptoed toward the inner room. Hinata. A deep voice emerged from a man. Hinata quickly lowered her head and walked over. Father. There, a man with his arms crossed sat in the corridor, seemingly having been there for quite some time. The man was none other than Hinata Hyuga, Hinata's father. That boy just now was Feng An, wasn't it? Hinata nodded, yes. It turned out that Hinata had activated his Byakugan and witnessed everything that had just transpired. Fortunately, Feng An had not overstepped his bounds. Otherwise, Hinata would have been compelled to emerge and deal with him. Hinata embraced Hinata, saying, I understand that because he saved you when you were young, you harbor feelings for him. However, you are my daughter, and you bear the responsibility of upholding the future of the Hyuga clan. He is not the most suitable choice for you. In Hinata's childhood, when she was mocked as the Byakugan monster, it was the red-haired Feng An who had effortlessly scared away those obnoxious boys, a scene deeply etched in her memory. Hinata extricated herself from his embrace, raised her fair face, and met Hayashi's gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her eyes. Father, Neji is so exceptional. Why can't we place our hopes on him? You belong to the main family, while Neji belongs to the branch. The existence of the branch family is to protect the main family. Hayashi seemed somewhat angered, rising to shake off his sleeves behind him. As he turned to leave, he sighed. This is the way our Hyuga clan survives. In any case, you should minimize your interactions with Feng An. I'm sorry, but I cannot adhere to your wishes this time, father. Hinata's eyes reddened, but her gaze remained resolute as she walked toward her room. She did not comprehend the significance of her father's so-called family honor and the future of the clan. She was keenly aware that her cousin Neji had been exceptionally gifted since childhood, while she herself was of average talent and would never be able to surpass him, no matter how hard she tried. Yet fate had decreed that she was born into the Hyuga clan, bearing the weighty mantle of the Hyuga heir from a tender age. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists, his visage betraying a flicker of severity and compassion. Prior to this moment, Hayashi had already entertained the notion of nurturing the more gifted Hyuga Hanabi as the successor. Now, witnessing Hinata's actions, he felt an unwavering resolve to designate Hanabi as the heir of the Hyuga family. Had Hinata possessed a modicum more of resilience, even if her talent was not particularly remarkable, Hayashi would not have chosen to elevate the younger over the elder. However, was she not the last scion of the Uzumaki clan? As it stood, the Uzumaki lineage was still deemed insufficient. Meanwhile, Kaien had returned to his modest abode. Rather than succumbing to slumber immediately, he engaged in refining the fire and earth attributes of Chakra within his bodily cells, merging them within his dantian. As these two azure strands of Chakra began to gracefully intertwine, a diminutive vortex materialized. The fusion of these energies hinted at a nascent transformation of Chakra attributes. Yet it remained but a whisper, and any attempt to harness this blended Chakra resulted in its dissolution. Indeed, had he failed once more? Kaien had diligently pursued this research for 2.5 years, yet tangible results eluded him. His experiments sought theoretical possibilities, but actual success had only been witnessed in bloodline limits, attainable solely through hereditary endowment. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that by possessing the requisite Chakra attributes, mastery over bloodline limits, and even their evolution, could be achieved through acquired knowledge. He had attempted countless simulations of release and fusion, yet all had ended in failure. On a whim, he pondered the potential of utilizing his body's Chakra points for the amalgamation of these two attributes. After extensive experimentation, he discovered that this approach could indeed yield a new Chakra attribute transformation, though he regrettably had yet to successfully retain any resultant properties. Years of experimentation had ingrained in him a habit of performing this ritual nightly before sleep. Today felt like the most exhausting day in recent memory, yet it had been fulfilling. In contrast to his previous self, who would spend his days idly wandering and admiring the scenery, Kaien took a shower, lay down, and soon succumbed to sleep. The following day, the members of Team 8, along with Kaien, gathered in the training grounds. Yuhi Kurenai addressed their inquiries and instructed them to focus on their weaknesses during training. After assigning tasks, Kurenai scrutinized Kaien. You, she remarked, are the only one among us who exhibits no apparent area for improvement. Kaien voiced his discontent. I've addressed you as Teacher Kurenai for an entire day, and this is all the attention you can muster? Kurenai knelt, playfully pinching his cheek. I'm not well versed in powerful ninjutsu suited to you. How about Jinjutsu? Are you willing to learn? Absolutely. Then follow me. Kurenai led the way, with Kaien trailing behind, entirely oblivious to the subtle gestures she made. Let us see how long it takes for you to awaken your senses. Mastery in Jinjutsu cannot be achieved solely through practice. As Kaien walked, he suddenly realized that Kurenai had vanished from his sight. Where is teacher Kurenai? He scratched his head and turned back to find both Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba were also missing. What on earth is happening? As he advanced further, a blinding light flashed before him, unveiling a tantalizing scene in his mind's eye. It was a gathering of sensually clad women, each a striking beauty, many of whom he recognized. Hinata, Kurenai, Tenten, Tsunade, Konan, Chiyo, Meitarumi, Temari, and Mikoto, all dazzling his senses. He swallowed hard. Unlike any previous encounter, they had shed their shinobi attire for an array of swimsuits. The sight was a stunning tableau of alabaster skin, unlike anything he had ever witnessed. As the perceptive ninja among them sensed his presence, they converged upon him, some, like Hinata, running with abandon, nearly causing his eyes to bulge from their sockets. Lord Kaien. They chimed in dulcet tones. Where am I? Am I in paradise? Just as he opened his arms to embrace them, the first among them, Chiyo, suddenly intercepted him. Blood splattered across his face. Before he could comprehend what transpired, the heaven he had glimpsed morphed into a hellish scene. All the kunoichi began to battle fiercely, not merely fighting, but engaging in a brutal skirmish. Kurenai, Tenten, and others soon lay sprawled in pools of crimson, calling out Kaien's name. This is the true battlefield. Kaien is mine alone. You shall not share him. At last, only Hinata remained, her form drenched in blood. Standing amidst the carnage, she cradled her hands before her chest, shyly blinking. Kaien, you belong only to me. In the next instant, an ice crystal materialized in the air, from which emerged a masked ninja, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Hinata's throat. Kaien beheld the most terrifying scene of his life, his eyes wide with horror as he shouted, "No!" Hinata, bewildered, questioned, Kaien, why are you spinning? The ninja removed his mask, revealing an immaculate face that Kaien recognized all too well. It was white. Tilting his head with a smile, he uttered, Kaien, I love you. In that moment, Kaien's mind shattered, plunging him into darkness. The vision abruptly ceased, and he lay rigid upon the ground. Kaien. Upon hearing his name, the others immediately halted their training and rushed towards him. Hinata was the first to reach him, activating her Byakugan to assess his condition, worry etched on her face. Teacher Kurenai, what happened to Kaien? Kurenai gently rubbed her cheek. Do not fret, he shall awaken shortly. Indeed, it was not long before Kaien regained consciousness. His complexion was pale as he opened his eyes, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings, quickly realizing he had fallen victim to a jinjutsu, a truly terrifying experience. Kaien, you're awake? Hinata peered down at him, her expression a mixture of shyness and excitement as he lay upon her lap. Yes. He looked up to find only Hinata's head in his line of sight, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The imagery from the jinjutsu lingered vividly in his mind. He inhaled sharply, hastily sitting up from Hinata's lap. Upon his rebirth, he had fantasized about conquering all the beautiful women in this world, reveling in anonymity. Yet, he later realized the impracticality of such dreams and buried them deep within his heart, only to have them reignited by Kurenai's jinjutsu, transforming into a harem battlefield. But even if he were to indulge in such fantasies, would the gentle and kind Hinata truly treat him that way? After a moment's reflection, the words of the somewhat deranged Hinata sent a shiver down his spine. This solidified his determination. Hinata was indeed his sanctuary. He slowly extended his hand to grasp Hinata's delicate one. She shyly lowered her gaze, yet this time, she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Kaien to hold it. That was merely the most rudimentary form of mental assault jinjutsu. Why were you ensnared for so long? What horrifying vision did you behold? Kurenai inquired, intrigued by the prolonged duration of Kaien's immersion, as most would succumb in mere moments. Do you truly wish to know? It was quite terrifying, teacher Kurenai. Kurenai nodded. After all, he was just a child. There was no way his fears could intimidate her. Kaien gestured for her to lean in closer. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, I saw teacher Hong in her swimsuit. After saying this, he quickly grasped Hinata's small hand and ran away. Hinata, suddenly holding hands with Feng An, felt a rush of shyness and could only lower her head to follow. Yui Kurenai was momentarily taken aback, then her expression softened. She never expected this little rascal to utter such words. You little brat, stop right there. What nonsense fills your young mind? Kurenai leaped onto a tree and chased after Feng An. As she pursued him, she was increasingly surprised. Every time she accelerated, Feng An matched her speed. This was astonishing. Nin could not keep up with him, especially since he was holding Hinata's hand as they ran together. Just yesterday, she had assessed his speed to be merely that of a Chunin, yet today he had surpassed her Nin level. Truly terrifying. If only she had been a Kugin. She could discern the flow of chakra within Feng An's body. He was utilizing lightning-style chakra to activate his cells, significantly enhancing his speed of movement, a technique he had self-taught. Inspired by the third Reikage body technique, his grasp of chakra was somewhat lacking. He could only activate his legs when speed was required, unlike the third Reikage, who could activate his entire body to elevate his physical limits comprehensively. Kurenai knocked on her head. Wait a moment, why am I, a Jinjutsu user, competing with him in speed? Feng An glanced back and noticed Kurenai had vanished from sight. Had she given up? Illusory, tree-binding death. Just as he murmured to himself, a thick tree suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him. Realizing he had fallen victim to Kurenai's Jinjutsu, he was astonished. The tree that emerged from the ground lifted him up, and before he could regain his balance, several sturdy branches ensnared him tightly against the trunk. Still running, are we? You little rascal could run off on your own, but dragging Hinata along too. Kurenai emerged from the tree trunk and landed in front of him, casting a disapproving glance. Hinata, panting beside them, kept her head down, stealing glances at Feng An. Oh right, why did Feng An pull me along? Was it instinctive? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed deeper, and she covered her face with her small hands, scurrying behind a tree. But what I said was the truth. Feng An shrugged helplessly and stepped forward. The illusory tree behind him dissipated instantly. Kurenai raised her eyebrows in surprise. How did you break free? Just like that. Feng An replied with a smile. The first time he had encountered the Naraka technique, he had been unaware of the Jinjutsu and had been immersed in it. However, Kurenai's illusory tree-binding death was a binding type of Jinjutsu, which was easier to dispel than mental attack types. One simply needed to disrupt the chakra flow within the body or provoke pain to dispel the illusion. The Naraka technique had indeed been difficult for him to shake off. Not because he was subconsciously immersed, but because of its nature. You're quite the enigma, you little brat. Kurenai couldn't understand whether he had an innate talent for Jinjutsu. The most fundamental Naraka technique had taken her a full month to master, yet he had easily dispelled her signature move. However, she had shown him mercy. Had an enemy fallen prey to her illusory, tree-binding death, she would have acted decisively to end their life upon emerging from the tree trunk. Teacher Hong can teach me Jinjutsu now, right? Feng An had only 2 of his 7 chakra attributes yet to master relevant ninjutsu, Yin and Yang. The most direct application of Yin chakra was Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu was highly practical in combat, and he had contemplated exploring it himself, but without the Sharingan. Attempting to learn Jinjutsu felt like a blind man trying to grasp an elephant. Now, with Kurenai, who was renowned as a master of Jinjutsu, it could only be beneficial to learn more. The Chunin exams would soon commence, and having more techniques would enhance his ability to protect himself and Hinata. Kurenai smiled. A diligent student warrants a teacher's guidance. However, she noted that Jinjutsu was a uniquely complex art, differing greatly from other more straightforward ninjutsu. She produced a small scroll and handed it to Feng An. He accepted the scroll, which was about the size of his arm. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained the Kage Shuriken technique and the Naraka Jinjutsu technique. Puzzled, he asked, why are there only 2 techniques, and of such varying difficulty levels? Kurenai walked ahead, calmly replying, don't be deceived by their numbers. Mastering even one in a week will be quite challenging. What if I manage to master both in a week? Kurenai chuckled, I'll give you 2 weeks, if you can grasp even one. I won't just teach you more challenging Jinjutsu, but I'll also recommend you to Lord Hokage for the Umbu. As a Jinjutsu prodigy, it had taken her a full month to master even the simplest Jinjutsu. The idea of a genin who had never encountered Jinjutsu before, mastering it in a week seemed utterly implausible to her. Chapter 10. The power of Yin and Yang. Even the thought of being recommended to the Umbu was unappealing to Feng An. He had no desire to become a tool of the Hokage, especially since he was acutely aware of the events surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's clandestine experiments with the first Hokage's cells. Sarutobi might have publicly called for a halt, but behind the scenes, Danzo was orchestrating those schemes. As Hokage, how could he possibly be unaware? Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Many aspire to join, yet few possess the qualifications. Feng An shrugged, indicating his disinterest. Can we negotiate a reward, Teacher Hong? Kurenai chuckled. Of course, if you truly accomplish it, feel free to suggest something. In her view, Feng An was unlikely to succeed. No matter how high the stakes, it was meaningless, so she hadn't even considered a punishment for his failure. Can I propose anything? Anything at all? Feng An's eyes brightened, and he suddenly envisioned Kurenai in that alluring swimsuit from his earlier thought. Kurenai shot him a disdainful glance. I know what you're thinking, don't even think about it. He pouted, muttering, I didn't say anything. Ignoring him, Kurenai moved on to others. Feng An ceased wasting time, sitting down to open the scroll and thoroughly study the ninjutsu within. The Kaguya Shuriken technique produced black, shadowy figures that would split upon being attacked, categorizing it as a basic-level jinjutsu. The Naraka Jinjutsu utilized the innate fears residing within every person, manifesting them and allowing the opponent to perceive their most feared visions, categorizing it as a basic-level jinjutsu as well. That was the technique Kurenai used earlier. Even after all this time, the vivid memory still stirred his heart. As he read and comprehended, his eyes lit up. So that's how it works. Jinjutsu required the manipulation of In chakra to flow into the wind pool point, enhancing the user's mental strength to actualize the illusion. In contrast, ninjutsu merely required the corresponding chakra to be directed. For example, the Great Fireball technique required channeling fire chakra to the throat and combining it with hand seals to release. Precisely channeling chakra to the wind pool was the significant barrier that prevented most from mastering jinjutsu. Yet, Feng An felt elated, for it mirrored the methods he had been studying regarding bloodline limits. Channeling to the wind pool, Feng An placed his hand on the nape of his neck, feeling for the wind pool's location while gathering chakra there. Z, Hi, Cho Yu Wu Yu. Simultaneously, he performed the hand signs described in the scroll, his hands moving rapidly. As In chakra surged in, he suddenly felt his mind becoming clear and ethereal. What a marvelous sensation. At that moment, he inadvertently channeled Yang chakra into the wind pool. The fusion of Yin and Yang attributes has astonishingly given rise to a novel chakra nature. Feng An, taken aback, felt his heart race. How could this be achieved? After years of endeavoring to merge chakra, it seemed that an inexplicable completion had occurred, residing within the wind pool point. The sun dipped in the west, casting its warm glow. Immersed in this experience, Feng An appeared to have entered a wondrous realm, utterly oblivious to the passage of 2 hours. Wai Kurenai and others watched him from a distance, concern etched on their faces, hesitant to intrude. Teacher Kurenai, he's been like this for 4 hours. Shouldn't we wake him? Hinata, activating her Byakugan, expressed her worry. Inazuka Kiba furrowed his brow, asking, Teacher Kurenai, is he really okay? Kurenai, her expression grave, replied, let's wait a little longer. All her attention was fixated on Feng An, who remained motionless, as if in a meditative state for 4 hours. This was the first time she had witnessed someone become so engrossed in learning jinjutsu. In the annals of the ninja world, there have been instances where a ninja was ensnared by their own illusion, ultimately meeting their demise. Yet Feng An's breathing was steady, displaying no signs of being trapped in a jinjutsu. Clearly, his condition was not dire. Kurenai's intuition informed her that Feng An's current state was not a negative one. At that moment, Feng An was exhilarated. It seemed that his years of attempts had finally found direction today. He discovered that the prerequisite for the fusion of Yin and Yang chakra lies in natural energy. By harnessing natural energy to achieve a state of equilibrium, he could meld the 2 chakra attributes into one, resulting in a new chakra transformation. Have I reached my limit? Feng An murmured as he slowly opened his eyes. Over the course of 4 hours, he realized he possessed a mental acuity seemingly double that of an average person. While continually drawing an Yin chakra into the wind pool, he could vaguely sense the natural energy within the ninja world. However, the sustained influx of chakra began to wear him down, causing a significant drain on his mental energy. Rising to his feet, he placed his hand against a nearby tree, channeling the yin-yang power of the wind pool. With a soft hiss, a 3-centimeter hole penetrated the trunk, its walls appearing withered. The destructive potential of yin-yang release was indeed formidable. Feng An's brow furrowed. Merely manipulating the yin-yang power at his fingertips without employing any ninjutsu had yielded such astonishing results. Were this power infused into a ninjutsu, even the legendary Third Reikage, known for his formidable physical prowess, would likely find himself evading its onslaught. Alas, the scarcity of natural energy in the ninja world rendered its conversion inefficient, making it temporarily impractical. As Feng An sensed the scant amount of yin-yang energy within him, he sighed. At that moment, Wai-Hai Kurenai and the others approached. Kurenai inquired, "What transpired earlier?" Feng An scratched his head and chuckled. "I accidentally became engrossed in learning ninjutsu." Kiba, skeptical, retorted, "Come on, that excuse is too far-fetched." Not just Kiba, but the others also doubted his words. Usually one to doze off in class, how could he claim to be so captivated by studying? Feng An offered an awkward smile. Remaining silent, "Would you like something to eat? I made bento for you." Hinata stepped forward shyly, presenting a purple rectangular lunchbox to him. Feng An was momentarily stunned, as if his heartstrings were plucked by the bashful maiden before him. This was the first time someone had prepared a meal for him, and the sensation of being cared for filled him with an indescribable joy. He watched as Hinata's hands trembled slightly as she extended the bento. He hurriedly accepted it. Stepping closer, ignoring the gazes of others, he pressed his forehead against Hinata's. "Thank you, Hinata." Feeling the warmth on his forehead, Hinata shyly lowered her gaze to the ground, her small hands tightly clutching her clothing. "They're watching us," Feng An said softly. "No worries, just imagine them as cabbages." Chapter 11. I'm criticizing the Hokage teacher Kurenai. "Look at those two. It's getting out of hand," Kiba exclaimed, jumping up in frustration. For a single man like him, this was a tremendous blow. "Did you not hear, Feng An? We are cabbages. Let us go, cabbage number 2. Kurenai smiled knowingly, making space for the two. "That detestable Feng An. I also want to find a partner." Kiba glared at the affectionate duo, storming off in resentment. Suddenly, Kurenai recalled something and called out, "Cabbage number 3. Why are you still here? Have I been noticed?" Wai-Hai Shino emerged calmly from behind a tree, his expression unchanged. Once the others departed, the two maintained their foreheads pressed together, clearly feeling each other's breath. Hinata quietly murmured, "The food will get cold." "Yes, I know." Feng An reluctantly separated from Hinata, feeling a sense of belonging with her for the first time since arriving in the ninja world. For 13 years, he felt like a wandering orphan, devoid of a sense of belonging, despite being well-versed in the plot, yet never attempting to alter it or benefit from it. They leaned against a large tree, sitting side by side. Hinata, her face flushed, adjusted her bangs and inched closer to Feng An. Her movements were slow, shy, and she feared disturbing his meal. Feng An had already noticed her subtle gestures. "Silly girl," he thought, leaning closer to her, feeling his movement. Hinata curled her legs and shyly buried her face in her chest. In the quiet ambience, the sound of her racing heartbeat was distinctly audible. Feng An devoured the bento Hinata had prepared for him with great enthusiasm. He was not as composed as he appeared. He feigned calmness, swallowing even the vegetables he disliked without a second thought. Seeing him eat so ravenously, Hinata bashfully asked, "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it's extremely tasty. I'm glad it suits your palate. I was worried you might not like it. By the way, what do you enjoy eating? I'll make it for you next time." Hinata's face grew redder as she buried it deeper. Cooking for friends is perfectly normal, right? Will my actions make Feng An uncomfortable? In her mind, she believed that one must be at least 16 to engage in romantic relationships, and for now, she could only be a good friend to Feng An. While eating, replied, "I don't have any particular preferences, but if I had to choose, it would be tomato scrambled eggs." Among the food in the ninja world, he had no strong favorites, but that dish held a nostalgic charm from his past life. "Okay, next time I'll make tomato scrambled eggs." Upon hearing Hinata's earnest tone, Feng An felt a pang of affection. "Silly girl, be sure to rest more." "I'm fine. I'm quite skilled at it. Making bento doesn't take long at all." "In that case, call me next time, and I'll help you out." "All right," Hinata replied, but then recalled her father's words. Her gaze dimmed. "Maybe it's better not to. My father is very strict." Feng An finished the last bite and closed the lunchbox. "I won't be deterred by a smile. Next time I'll bring a gift, and your father won't dare scold me." "But..." Hinata struggled to voice her concerns about her father opposing her closeness to Feng An. She didn't want to put Feng An in a position against her father. "Don't worry," Feng An smiled, ruffling her hair. He found himself increasingly fond of stroking her hair. Unlike his own coarse locks, Hinata's hair felt remarkably soft. Hinata carefully stored the lunchbox, and the two sat in comfortable silence, leaning against each other, exhausted from mental strain. Feng An soon found himself resting his head on Hinata's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Hinata, noticing this, dared not move, fearing she might disturb his sleep. Thus, she remained utterly still. Time passed, and Feng An's head slipped from Hinata's shoulder, the heaviness of his head awakening him. Had he fallen asleep? He glanced around, realizing that the sky had darkened without his notice. He then observed that Hinata appeared to be asleep as well, albeit in a rather uncomfortable position. Her arms were tightly clasped around her legs, which typically indicated someone asleep would naturally relax their grip. Yet, she did not, even in sleep. Her hands seemed to exert force. A thought crossed Feng An's mind as he noticed the red imprint on Hinata's shoulder. He had been resting there, which explained the depth of his slumber. Surely, her tightly held hands were an effort to keep him from waking. How foolish of me. He slapped his forehead in annoyance. Ah, you're awake? Hinata rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to Feng An, seeing that he had disturbed her. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Come here. He stepped closer and squatted before her. Still groggy from sleep, Hinata was unsure of his intentions. At that moment, Feng An took her small hand and placed it on his shoulder before rising abruptly. Hinata clung to his back like a koala. Feng An then reached back to grasp her ankles, securing them on either side before holding her calves. At this, Hinata instantly became alert, her face flushing crimson. Feng An, what are you doing? Taking you home. Please put me down. I can walk myself. Not a chance. Feng An began to walk away, disregarding Hinata's wriggling and struggles. He cherished Hinata's gentleness and kindness, yet he disapproved of her tendency to prioritize others at her own expense. He did not want to witness her sacrifices go unrewarded. Even if she did not require it, he felt compelled to act. Hinata. Yes? What is it? Blushing, Hinata ceased her struggles, shifting her weight slightly to ease Feng An's burden. Could you refrain from worrying too much about others and focus on being yourself? All right. Feng An's gaze was resolute as they walked. He understood that changing Hinata's nature would not be easy, but he had resolved to help her alter it. Even if just a little. At the very least, he wanted to instill confidence in her. Given that it was still relatively early, the alley was bustling with pedestrians. As they made their way through, Feng An's presence drew numerous curious glances. Hinata buried her face against his neck and whispered, "Please put me down. So many people are watching us. Don't worry, I'll find a less crowded route." With that, Feng An leaped gracefully onto the rooftops, heading straight for the Hyuga residence. Isn't this going to attract even more attention? Feng An chuckled, but they do not know who we are. That makes some sense. Hinata replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she held onto him tighter. As they continued, a man's voice erupted from below, cursing, "Which idiot is hopping around on the rooftops? Dust is falling into my soup." Forget it. It's probably just the Hokage's orders being carried out. A young woman remarked, restraining the irate man. The disgruntled man grumbled, "What's wrong with the Hokage? I'm cursing him, and you're defending him." It was evident that the ninja's antics on the rooftops had long since worn his patience thin. "Oh dear, you truly are a nuisance," the woman admonished, covering his mouth and pulling him inside to prevent others from overhearing. Half an hour later, Feng An arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga residence, carrying Hinata. Creak. Hyuga Hanabi opened the door just in time, startling Feng An, who quickly set Hinata down. "What are you two up to?" Hanabi questioned, her lips pouting in suspicion. She had noticed their flustered demeanor the moment she had opened the door, leading her to suspect they were engaged in something clandestine. Feng An shot her a glare. "You startled me, little one." "It's nothing. Hanabi, you should head inside." Hinata nudged Hanabi toward the entrance. However, Hanabi's small stature made her resistant to entering, and Hinata easily lifted her. Suddenly, Hanabi's eyes lit up, and she mischievously grinned. "Sister, you wouldn't want the red-haired bad guy to be discovered by Dad, would you?" At this, Hinata quickly covered Hanabi's mouth, signaling her to keep quiet about her father, Hiashi Hyuga. If her father learned of their interactions, given his stern nature, Feng An would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. "Fine, I want to tell Dad, but you must answer one question first," Hanabi insisted. "All right, ask away." Hinata readily agreed. However, Hanabi posed a question that left Hinata momentarily speechless. Leaning in close, she whispered, "Are you and the red-haired bad guy in love?" Hinata's face flushed a deep shade of red as she shook her head vigorously. "No." Hanabi puffed her cheeks. "You're lying. I'm going to tell Dad about the red-haired bad guy." As she turned to leave, Feng An swiftly stepped forward and seized her by the back of her neck, pulling her back from the door. "Who are you calling a red-haired bad guy?" "Humph, you're the only red-haired one here. Who else could it be? Show some manners and call me brother." Feng An tugged gently at her chubby cheek. Hanabi grimaced and cried, "Sister, save me." Feng An laughed. "So now you want to call for your sister's help? Just a moment ago, you were ready to inform her of my presence." Hinata leaned in. "Feng An, she wouldn't really tell on you." Their sisterly bond was strong. Despite their father's insistence on dueling among themselves, it did not affect their relationship. Feng An ceased his teasing and set Hanabi down. "Your sister saved you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have let you go unless you called me brother." Once on the ground, Hanabi kicked at his leg in protest. Feng An effortlessly dodged and playfully flicked her forehead. "Ouch!" Hanabi covered her forehead, teary-eyed, and scurried behind Hinata. "Are you not leaving yet?" Feng An teased, extending his left hand in a playful gesture as if to flick her again. Startled, Hanabi quickly shrank back. "Who is out there?" Hayashi Hyuga's voice called out. The three of them jumped in surprise at the sound. In the next moment, Hayashi stepped through the threshold. Before he could speak, the unprepared Feng An hastily greeted, "Good evening, uncle. You're still awake at this late hour? With you around, how could I possibly sleep? My precious daughter is being led astray. How am I supposed to rest?" While he thought this, his expression remained unchanged. "You must be Feng An, right? I heard no teacher is willing to take you on." Such a pointed inquiry right off the bat indicated that Feng An had left a poor impression on his future father-in-law. He needed to find a way to rectify this image. Feng An straightened his demeanor. "That was the case, but now I'm training with Irika-sensei alongside teammate." Hayashi nodded. "I see. No wonder Hinata has been spending so much time with that boy. They are in the same class. This won't he do. I must speak with Yuhi Kurenai tomorrow and have her dismiss this boy. If they continue to develop feelings for one another, it would be too late. As the head of the Hyuga clan, I can easily apply some pressure, and she would undoubtedly agree to it, ensuring that this boy is assigned to another jounin. Sparing Hinata any concerns about him, Hinata silently observed the conversation between the two, refraining from interjecting. The previous time, Hayashi Hyuga had explicitly expressed his disapproval of her association with Kid. Although she had made her stance clear then, the prospect of her father discovering it so soon left her in a state of disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Nearby, Hanabi Hyuga noticed Hinata's anxious demeanor. She tiptoed closer and whispered into Hinata's ear, "It's all right, sister. Father would never make things difficult for that red-haired scoundrel." Hinata bit her lip, hoping that was indeed the case. Kid scratched his head. "Well then, I shall take my leave, uncle. Hurry along. Every minute you linger puts my daughter in greater peril." Hayashi nodded, managing a forced smile. "All right, farewell." Kid waved towards Hinata. "Hinata, I'm off. See you tomorrow." "Ah, yes, see you tomorrow, Kid." Lost in her thoughts, Hinata absent-mindedly raised her hand, but quickly lowered it upon noticing Hayashi's sidelong glance. The three then entered the house and sat on the floor. The room was so quiet that the soft sounds of their breathing could be heard. This situation was dire, and it had little to do with me. Perhaps I should slip away, Hanabi thought, shifting her position in an attempt to sneak out. Just as she moved a fraction, Hayashi's voice rang out. "Hanabi, what was your sister doing outside just now?" Hanabi pouted, feeling caught in a dilemma between her affectionate sister and her stern father. Even without turning around, she could feel Hinata's intense gaze upon her. In her heart, Hanabi cursed Kid, blaming the red-haired rogue entirely for her predicament. Meanwhile, Kid returned home, eager to continue his discoveries from earlier in the day. As he channeled his Yin chakra into the wind pool point, he once again entered a state of clarity. He began to absorb natural energy to balance the fusion of Yin and Yang. This state, however, did not last long. He voluntarily exited it after merely 1 hour. Why was natural energy in the ninja world so scarce? Was it truly necessary to seek out the sage's realm to harvest it abundantly? Kid had no desire to venture to the 3 great sage locations, not because he was averse to learning sage techniques, but the thought of encountering a toad as large as a person, covered in slime, made him feel uneasy. The other 2 locations, the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave, were scarcely described in the context of the Hokage world, leaving him utterly ignorant of their whereabouts. Should he seek out Orochimaru? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Orochimaru and Danzo were notoriously reclusive in the early stages, and he feared he would simply end up trapped in a test tube or, at best, be cursed with a seal, having made a breakthrough in his bloodline limit. He was unwilling to abandon it so easily, but for now, he had no choice but to pause his endeavors. He spent another half-hour studying the illusion techniques in the scroll before finally choosing to sleep. Chapter 13. Is he worth 2 million Ryo? Early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, The door of the Hyuga residence swung open. Hayashi Hyuga, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly departed. Thanks to Keed. He had not slept well all night. Whenever he fell asleep, he was plagued by dreams of his daughter Hinata and Keed playfully flirting, particularly the moment they almost kissed. Fortunately, he would awaken just in time each time. He could no longer wait. He needed to persuade Yuhi Kurenai to dismiss Keed immediately. Moving swiftly, he leaped across rooftops, opting for the most direct route. Many were still asleep, disturbed by the commotion above. It was clear it was those ninjas again, and the townsfolk cursed and questioned his family. However, Hayashi's speed rendered their words inaudible to him. Whoosh! Hayashi leaped down from the rooftop, arriving at Kurenai's residence. While she was watering her plants, she sensed someone approaching the door. Peering out the window, she spotted Hayashi standing there, his face etched with urgency. Kurenai was slightly taken aback. She knew Hayashi was the head of the Hyuga clan, but they had little interaction. What brings you here? She asked. Upon seeing her head poking out, Hayashi took a step closer. Kurenai, I need to discuss something with you. As he approached, Kurenai noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Please, come in. She set down her watering can and opened the door. Once inside, Hayashi wasted no time and immediately spoke. Kurenai, is there any way we can transfer that student, Keed, to another class? Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Initially puzzled, she quickly understood the reason behind Hayashi's early visit. He was attempting to break up a budding romance. Senior, Keed's situation is quite unique, Kurenai replied. I understand he lacks a teacher willing to take him. Rest assured, I can assign a talented member of our clan to guide him. Hayashi assumed Kurenai was merely expressing loyalty to her student and suggested that he could provide clan members to assist. However, he deliberately remained vague about the qualifications of these talented individuals, leaving it unclear whether they were J-Nin or CH-Nin. He believed he was being generous. Having already learned that Keed was at the bottom of his class, with mediocre talent and no notable abilities. Yet, Kurenai simply shook her head. Senior, you misunderstand. What I mean is that Keed is a special case, and I believe he is worth nurturing. Hayashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated being refused. It seemed like a no-brainer to strike a deal with the head of Konoha's strongest clan by relinquishing a failing student. He pondered that Kurenai must have sensed the connection between Hinata and Keed and predicted he would come seeking her, thus using this as a means to extract some benefit. Surely Keed couldn't truly possess exceptional talent? After some reflection, Hayashi regained his composure, smirking slightly. If it was merely a matter of receiving benefits, the resources of the Hyuga clan could easily accommodate her requests. Afterward, I will personally offer you 1 million ryo. Kurenai furrowed her brow. What do you take me for? Not enough. Hayashi replied solemnly, 2 million ryo. To him, this price seemed far beyond what should be spent on a failing student, but for the sake of his daughter, he was willing to incur some loss. Kurenai's once gentle gaze turned icy. I am unsure where you got the impression that I would sell my students, so please leave. Hayashi's expression darkened. He hadn't expected such audacity. 2 million ryo was insufficient. High-level missions could yield over 1 million ryo, but such tasks were typically reserved for elite ninjas. Kurenai had only just recently advanced to J-Nin. Even if she had the strength to undertake such missions, she would need to complete multiple tasks to accumulate 2 million ryo. This consideration excluded the inherent dangers and time costs. Even if she opted for lower-risk tasks that yielded less, she would still need to work for about 3 months straight to earn that amount. Suddenly, he stood up sharply, his voice cold. Is a worthless student truly worth 2 million ryo? Kurenai understood that Hayashi was the clan head of the Hyuga, so she had always been polite, not wishing to create enmity. However, his actions felt like an insult to her. Kurenai rose as well, standing her ground. Keed is a student I personally believe in. In my eyes, he is not inferior to Hyuga Neji. Since his enrollment, Neji had been hailed as the most talented youth of the Hyuga clan. But only those from the clan knew how much of a farce that title was, as it had been overshadowed by the talents of those from the branch family. Hinata Hizashi's countenance was grim. Neji Hyuga had always been a thorn in his heart. Although Neji belonged to the branch family, he could not deny the latter's prodigious talent. How could a mere graduate from the ninja academy surpass Neji? To him, it seemed like nothing more than a ridiculous excuse concocted by Kurenai Yuhi to satisfy her own greed. Kurenai observed him coldly and remarked, the so-called waste you speak of has already mastered the fireball technique. It's merely a jutsu of a lower rank. It only indicates that he has put in considerable effort, he scoffed. Have you ever seen a freshly graduated genin casually unleash a 5-meter-wide fireball? Hinata Hizashi chuckled lightly. So what if it's 5 meters? Wait a moment. 5 meters? His eyes widened in astonishment. The ability to produce a 5-meter-wide fireball was sufficient evidence of mastery over the fireball technique. Even Sasuke Uchiha, widely recognized as a genius comparable to Neji, would find it challenging to achieve such a feat in reality. Feng An could effortlessly conjure a fireball 10 meters in diameter. With chakra consumption that was trivial. Could it be that he is not a waste after all? A sense of strangeness washed over Hizashi. Why then? Did he choose to cultivate an image of mediocrity? Kurenai shook her head slightly. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is simply his nature. Hizashi's expression softened. I apologize. I misunderstood earlier and my tone was somewhat harsh. As a junior, I understand your concern for her well-being. Rest assured, I will not allow her to act recklessly. Acknowledging his apology, Kurenai extended a friendly hand, assuring him that she would keep a closer watch over Hinata. Whether she would continue to oversee Hinata later would depend on Kurenai's own inclinations. Hizashi could not intervene in that matter. Thank you for your patience, Hizashi said as he turned to leave, his mind racing to verify the truth of Kurenai's words. He quickened his pace homeward, pondering whether her statements held merit. Chapter 14. Waiting by the spring water upon returning home, Hizashi called out urgently, Hinata, are you awake? Clad in a black undershirt, Hinata peeked out from her room, towel in hand, drying her damp hair. Father, did you call for me? Hizashi swiftly approached her. Hinata, what do you think of Feng An? Huh? Hinata was momentarily bewildered. Why was her father suddenly inquiring about Feng An? He is quite good. He is handsome and takes care of people well. Stop right there. Hizashi's expression darkened. That is not what I asked. I meant, how does he perform in teammate? Realization dawned on Hinata, and she nodded. He is very diligent. Oh, and he has already mastered the fireball technique. It seemed Kurenai's words were indeed true. Hizashi nodded. Does he possess any other exceptional qualities? His speed is remarkable. But beyond that, I am not sure. All right, I understand. Hizashi turned to leave, contemplating the upcoming Nin exams. He did not expect Feng An to surpass Neji. As long as he performed well, he would not hinder their relationship. After all, he could see that Hinata genuinely liked him. And Feng An did not seem like a frivolous person. Otherwise, Hinata wouldn't have held affection for him for so long. He was acutely aware that Hinata's talent alone could not bear the burden of the Hyuga clan's resurgence. Hence, he must invest time in nurturing her younger sister. Hanabi. However, would the clan elders allow Hinata to associate with an outsider? The Hyuga clan had always intermarried to preserve the Byakugan bloodline. Hizashi shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such distant matters. Should Feng An prove his worth and the elders still fear the dilution of the Byakugan, he, as clan head, would step back and allow his daughter to choose her own path. Time flew by, and a week swiftly passed. Feng An spent his days laboriously tackling the tasks assigned by Kurenai, such as catching thieves and finding lost pets. Meanwhile, he remained diligent in practicing ninjutsu and chakra control. Today marked the final day of the wager he had made with Kurenai. Have you truly mastered it? Hinata inquired, following closely behind Feng An as they made their way to Kurenai's residence. Of course, if I hadn't, would I be seeking her out, only to humiliate myself? Hinata stifled a giggle, her little fist covering her mouth. Over the course of the week, their bond had deepened significantly during their missions. Since that day her father had questioned her about Feng An, he had ceased to obstruct their interactions. The two arrived at Kurenai's home, walking side by side. Feng An knocked on the door. Kurenai-sensei, I have come for our meeting. Yet, no response came. Hinata, activate your Byakugan, Feng An suggested. Hinata complied, peering inside to find no trace of chakra activity. Kurenai-sensei is not home, she announced, shaking her head. Where could she have gone? Feng An leaned against the wall, growing increasingly uneasy. He had mastered 2 ninjutsu within the week, while Kurenai had chosen to grant them a day off on the final day of their wager. Could it be that she intended to evade him? I refuse to believe she wanted to return home this afternoon. He resolved to wait, determined not to leave until she arrived. Meanwhile, Kurenai found herself reluctantly accepting the clumsy advances of Asuma Sarutobi. She had never believed Feng An could master ninjutsu in such a short span, so she had forgotten that today was the concluding day of their bet. Kurenai and Asuma sat in a CAF, where Asuma nervously balanced several trays laden with fruit salad and snacks. Kurenai leaned on her hands, exasperated at Asuma's awkwardness. Can you not carry just one tray at a time? Ah, right. After placing the trays on the table, Asuma awkwardly rested his hands on the back of his neck. He then cautiously speared an apple chunk with a toothpick and offered it to Kurenai. After she swallowed it, she shot him an exasperated look. Aren't you usually quite clever? I just lose my wits when I see you, Asuma sheepishly replied. Hearing his words, Kurenai's lips curled in a slight smile, though she quickly suppressed it. If anyone else had said such a thing, she would have dismissed it as mere flattery. But knowing Asuma for so long, she understood that someone like him could only express such sentiments in earnest. I truly cannot decide whether to call you foolish or simple-minded, Kurenai thought to herself, letting out a silent sigh. Yet, those rare moments of insight from the otherwise dense Asuma never failed to bring a smile to her face. On the other hand, Feng An and Hinata remained steadfastly waiting at Kurenai's doorstep. Feng An refused to leave, and naturally, Hinata stayed by his side. They even took the opportunity to share a meal on the doorstep. Feng An devoured his eel rice with a fierce intensity, as if he were not consuming food, but venting his frustration at Kurenai. Slow down, or you'll choke. Just then, Feng An abruptly halted, sitting up straight. He truly had choked. This was not Hinata's fault. Eating while squatting was far more likely to cause such an incident than sitting. Quickly, Hinata handed him water and gently patted his back. After a few gulps, Feng An turned to face Hinata, his expression sincere. I'm grateful you were here. Otherwise, I might have met my end in an unjust manner. Hinata shyly focused on her rice, avoiding his gaze. After this near-death experience with the eel rice, Feng An attributed all his dissatisfaction and resentment to Kurenai. I refuse to believe you won T return home tonight, he resolved, determined that if she failed to show up, he would set her house ablaze. Chapter 15. Cat ears. But what a beautiful person. After Feng An and Hinata had finished their lunch, they did not wait for Hong, but instead were greeted by Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji from Team 10. Shikamaru extended his hand and smiled. Hey, Hinata, Feng An. What brings you here? Feng An glanced at them, feeling somewhat disappointed. What are you doing here? We're waiting for Teacher Hong. Although Feng An often dozed off at the Ninja Academy, this very habit had fostered a profound camaraderie between him and Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji, who frequently found themselves in trouble. We happened to pass by and recognized you too, Shikamaru replied. Choji, munching on chips, casually remarked, Teacher Hong? Isn't she out on a date with Asuma today? Upon hearing this, Feng An sprang to his feet. What did you say? She's on a date? Yeah, Asuma-sensei mentioned he had an important date today, so we got the day off. You didn't know? Hinata shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Feng An's expression darkened, his fists clenching and then relaxing. So she went on a date. No wonder she suddenly wanted us to take a break. It turns out she's the one who needed some rest. Shikamaru looked at him and asked, by the way, Feng An, how did you end up in Teacher Hong's squad? That's a long story, Feng An began, animatedly recounting how Hong had begged him to join Team 8. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand, feigning seriousness while nodding occasionally. However, as Feng An's tale grew increasingly absurd, claiming that he had used a 10-meter-wide jutsu to astonish Hong, who had threatened to go on a hunger strike if he didn't join, Choji leaned closer to Shikamaru and whispered, Do you really believe what he's saying? He's just boasting, right? Shikamaru covered his mouth and replied quietly, Be confident, drop the butt, he's definitely bragging. They exchanged glances at Hinata, who remained silent and downcast, realizing that Feng An was spinning a tall tale. Moreover, they couldn't possibly believe that Hong would beg him to join Team 8. Noticing their skepticism, Feng An cleared his throat and declared, So, I generously decided to join Team 8. Is that so? Shikamaru forced a professional smile. The four then parted ways, with Shikamaru and Choji heading to the convenience store to stock up on snacks, while Feng An and Hinata set off for another street bustling with couples. Upon arriving at the commercial street, Feng An was struck by the sheer number of people, a stark contrast to the quiet alleys near his home. Hinata, have you seen Hong? He asked, prompting Hinata to activate her Byakugan to scan the area for Hong's figure. The Hyuga clan's unique Byakugan allowed her to see everything within a kilometer and discern the flow of chakra and vital points. Suddenly, Hinata's eyes lit up. Over there. All right. Feng An grasped Hinata's small hand and hurried in the direction she pointed. Teacher Hong, your nightmare is here. You stood me up for a date? Dream on. However, just as he felt his determination rising, it was quickly extinguished in the crowd. 5 minutes later, they had uttered the phrase, Excuse me, dozens of times. With so many people around, it was impossible for them to leap across rooftops as they navigated the throng. Hinata blinked and asked, Should we keep going? Yes. Today I must ruin her date. With Hong's location now known, Feng An instructed Hinata to deactivate her Byakugan, promising they could reactivate it later. Cat ears for sale. Get your cat ears here. A shop displayed an array of headbands, with a shifty-eyed vendor enthusiastically hawking his wares. He appeared unembarrassed, cheerfully promoting his products to every passing young person. Handsome boy, with such a beautiful girl beside you, these pink cat ears would surely turn heads. A couple stopped in front of the shop, and the man asked, "Do you want them?" "Forget it. I wouldn't tea were something for kids." The woman tugged at the man's arm and walked away. "Don't go. We have items for mature women too." But the couple left without a glance back. As Feng An and Hinata approached the stall, they couldn't help but scoff at the vendor's shifty demeanor. Why do all the unscrupulous merchants look like this? It's obvious he's up to no good. The vendor had expected to sell his cat ears to a wide audience, but discovered that most of his customers were young girls, an outcome of not researching the market. Upon spotting Feng An and Hinata, the vendor's eyes lit up. "Hey, beautiful young couple. Come check out these adorable cat ear headbands." Feng An shot him a disinterested glance, thinking, what era is it? Who still likes wearing cat ear headbands? Ridiculous. Just as he was about to move on, he noticed Hinata standing still, gazing at the cat ears in the vendor's hands. "Huh, do you like them?" Feng An asked hesitantly. Hinata shyly nodded, fidgeting as she did. Feng An was taken aback. He hadn't expected Hinata to have an interest in cat ears. "How much for one?" The vendor quickly brightened. "Our prices are fair, only 98 Ryo. 98 Ryo? Why don't you go rob a bank? A bowl of Ichiraku ramen is only 60 Ryo. Feng An thought to himself, realizing he wouldn't be shopping at the vendor's stall again. Despite his complaints, he still decided to make the purchase. For someone with a little savings, 98 Ryo was a mere trifle. He handed the money to the vendor and let Hinata choose her headband based on her preference. After a lengthy selection process, Hinata finally pointed to the pink cat ear headband. Feng An took it and scrutinized it from every angle, finding it unappealing. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that it was normal for a 12-year-old girl to like such things. He then held the headband on either side and placed it atop Hinata's head. Before he could say anything, the vendor suddenly exclaimed, "Wow. With those cat ears, this little beauty looks like a celestial fairy, radiant as the moon, captivating as a flower." Feng An shot him a fierce glare. "If you keep going, you'll have used up all the adjectives, and I won't have anything left to say." The vendor chuckled and wisely fell silent. Hinata looked up at Feng An, her cheeks flushed. "Do I look nice?" Seeing Hinata adorned with the cat ears in such an adorable way left Feng An utterly speechless, captivated by her charm. She truly looked like a celestial being, radiating beauty beyond compare. The shifty-eyed vendor cast a knowing glance at Feng An. That's an unabashed act of theft. Chapter 16. I'm here to cause trouble, not to be your savior. Thanks to the vendor's loud proclamations, passers-by turned their gazes toward Hinata. Feeling the attention, she shyly hid behind Feng An. The crowd watched as Hinata peeked out from behind him, her cat ears adorning her head. A man instinctively exclaimed, "So cute." "What did you say?" The man was swiftly reprimanded by the woman accompanying him, who tugged at his ear. The man's expression twisted in pain as he quickly begged for forgiveness, clearly terrified of her strength. "I want cat ears too." Another woman pouted to her companion. The male companion, unable to resist her charm, blushed and shouted, "Buy. Boss. Give me 10. As Hinata donned the cat ears, her stunningly cute appearance drew in many women who had initially looked on with disdain. And soon the shop was surrounded by a throng of eager customers. Most of them have merely surpassed the age at which wearing such headbands is deemed appropriate, feeling embarrassed to don them. Yet now, they gather together, their shyness seemingly dissipated. "Boss, I wish to purchase 15. One exclaims, "I want 20. Another chimes in, "I demand 50. A peculiar competitive spirit grips the crowd, leaving even Fei Yang shaking his head in disbelief. As the scene unfolds, the shifty-eyed proprietor suddenly springs into action, moving with the speed of a lowly ninja to retrieve a greater variety of headbands from the storeroom. And here is this enchanting azure butterfly headband, a genuine bargain at merely 198 taels. I'll take it." "Me too." Feng An is left astounded. Is this what they call the Dolly Garden effect? As they block the passageway, the other routes become remarkably spacious. Feng An takes Hinata's hand and heads toward the direction of Tsunade. Before long, they spot Tsunade and Asuma, hand in hand in an intimate display. A surge of frustration wells up within Feng An, all the pent-up resentment of the morning now unleashed. He begins to form a hand sign while swiftly approaching the pair. Illusionary abyss technique. In that instant, Tsunade's unique perceptive ability alerts her to the presence of an illusion cast upon her. She swiftly forms the tiger seal, disrupting her chakra flow. Release. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade awakens, quickly turning to locate the source of the threat. A glance back reveals Asuma frozen in place, looking as if he has fallen victim to the very illusion. What a fool. An elite jonin ensnared by such a basic genjutsu. With a sigh of resignation, Tsunade places her hand on Asuma. Release. As she disrupts his chakra flow, Asuma regains his senses, immediately pulling Tsunade into a tight embrace. Tsunade feels a slight flush creep onto her face. Although Asuma has pursued her for quite some time, it is the first instance she experiences him being so bold. This dense-headed fellow has finally come to his senses. Meanwhile, Feng An, lurking in the shadows, grinds his teeth in exasperation. Am I here to cause chaos? Or to offer assistance? Hinata, witnessing the embrace between Tsunade and Asuma, glances at Feng An, her head lowered shyly, lost in thought. Asuma, with a quivering tone, says, Tsunade, just now I thought you had suddenly died. Tsunade, taken aback, breaks free from his embrace in anger. You're the one who might suddenly die. I thought you had finally figured things out, only to realize you were ensnared by a genjutsu instead. Asuma immediately grabs her hand, ignoring the onlookers, and gazes deeply into her eyes. Tsunade, has this thick-headed fool truly awakened? Tsunade muses inwardly. The sincerity reflected in Asuma's small eyes quickens her heartbeat. Gradually, their faces draw closer. What on earth are they doing in broad daylight? Feng An realizes that if he does not intervene now, it may be too late. As they flirt back and forth, it seems unlikely they will return home tonight. Tsunade, Asuma, what are you doing? Feng An exclaims as he pulls Hinata forward, angrily interrupting their moment. Hinata, too timid to look at Tsunade, murmurs, Feng An, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Feng An grits his teeth, declaring, she stood me up for a date, inflicting a double mental blow upon me. My anguish surpasses hers. Upon hearing his name called, Asuma immediately straightens up. As if at attention, Tsunade frowns, turning to shout angrily, Feng An, what do you want? With a light chuckle, Feng An brandishes a kunai and leaps towards Tsunade. Before she can react, Asuma steps in front of her, quickly drawing his unique chakra blade. He leaps up, slicing Feng An in two. Yet, rather than blood, a dark, inky liquid spills forth, resulting in 2 copies of Feng and shadow clone technique. Tsunade's eyelashes flutter slightly. Release. The shadowy figures of Feng and emerging from the ground, and buildings gradually dissipate. Feng An and Hinata, standing a short distance away, become increasingly distinct. Feng An, have you truly mastered it? Tsunade asks, still in disbelief. It has only been a short time. Feng An's expression darkens. Have you forgotten today marks the final day of our wager? What wager? Asuma inquires, puzzled. Tsunade explains, he is Feng An, my student. Last week, we made a bet. If he could master 2 genjutsu within a week, I would grant him a request. It appears that the previous illusionary abyss technique was indeed his work. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade concedes, you've won. I keep my word, you may ask. Feng An glances at the tall Asuma, pondering the inappropriateness of what he wishes to say. He swallows his words for now. I will address it later. I do not wish to interrupt your moment. He takes Hinata's hand and turns to leave. Hinata obediently nods to Tsunade, signaling goodbye. As Tsunade observes Feng An and Hinata depart, she rolls her eyes. You two appear to be the ones truly enamored. Asuma glances at her, asking, Tsunade, didn't you say it took you a month to master genjutsu? That boy achieved mastery of 2 in just a week. Indeed, he's quite the prodigy. After spending so much time with him, I still feel I have only scratched the surface of his abilities. Tsunade's eyes reflect a mixture of pride and a hint of melancholy. Once, she too had been hailed as a genius, the strongest genjutsu user. Yet now, what she once took pride in has been surpassed in every aspect, leaving her with a bittersweet feeling. Asuma notices the flicker of discontent in her gaze, but is uncertain how to comfort her. He instinctively reaches for a cigarette, but stops, recalling that Tsunade is nearby. Carefully, he tucks it behind his ear, suppressing his restless spirit. Chapter 17. If it's Hinata, it wouldn't be out of the question. Days pass. Feng An has yet to determine what he desires from the wager, so he sets it aside for the moment. During this time, he has also grasped some practical ninjutsu, drawing from his memories of his past life. For instance, he has mastered the advanced genjutsu developed by Senju Tobarama, the dark walking technique, which specifically obstructs visual perception. It is evident who Tobarama targeted with this technique. Simultaneously, he has made some progress in revitalizing the cells akin to the third Reikage. When enveloping his entire body in lightning chakra without reservation, though he may not match the third Reikage's physical strength, ordinary shuriken can scarcely harm him. However, he remains concerned about his bloodline limits, seeing little substantial progress. In nearly 2 weeks, he has only coalesced a half ping-pong ball's worth of yin-yang energy. In his view, without venturing to the 3 legendary sages' sanctuaries, significant change is unlikely in the near future. At this moment, while training, Feng An ponders the situation with Naruto. They should be encountering Zabuza soon, shouldn't they? For Feng An in his previous life, this was a particularly memorable battle. If Haku were a girl, he might have already set off for the land of waves. Alas, that wretched Kishimoto insisted on declaring her male, despite Haku being undeniably adorable. Such a notion lingered with the youthful Feng An for quite some time. Sighing, Feng An turns to see Hinata, glistening with perspiration, immersed in her training. Hinata, perceptive as ever, senses Feng An's gaze and smiles shyly in his direction. Observing her, Feng An reciprocates with a smile, choosing to set aside thoughts of Naruto's situation. Having already possessed a treasure like Hinata, why then venture to covet the possessions of others? At that moment, Kurenai approached from a distance, calling out, "Everyone, gather here." Upon hearing her voice, Kaido and the others paused their activities and surrounded Kurenai. Inazuka Kiba inquired, "What's up, Kurenai-sensei?" After scanning the group, Kurenai spoke seriously. "The Chunin exams are set to commence in about half a month. Are any of you interested in participating?" "Absolutely. Who would undertake mundane tasks of chasing cats and apprehending thieves if it weren't for the Chunin exams?" Kiba exclaimed excitedly, with Hinata and Shino casting approving glances in his direction. If it weren't for the pressures of life, who would willingly bow to a meager income? Their tedious tasks were merely a means to accumulate the 8 points required to register for the Chunin exams, necessitating the completion of at least 8 C-rank missions. Kaido, however, felt indifferent. His desire to participate in the Chunin exams was not fervent. At his psychological age, he had long surpassed the exuberance of youth, lacking passion for the accolades and battles they sought. Moreover, he was acutely aware that due to Orochimaru's sabotage of Konoha, only Shikamaru would likely emerge as a Chunin from this year's exams. Even if they aspired to become Chunin, they would essentially have to wait until the following year. Kurenai nodded, assuring them she would assist with their registration. She then beckoned Kaido to step aside with her. They moved to a corner away from Hinata and the others. Kurenai hesitated before speaking. "Kaido, there's something I must discuss with you." "Go ahead," he replied. "I informed Lord Hokage about your situation. He agrees that a 4-member team can earn points, but the Chunin exams require teams of 3. Upon hearing Kurenai's hesitant words, Kaido smiled, realizing why her expression seemed troubled. "It's all right, Kurenai-sensei. I don't plan to participate in the Chunin exams." Seeing his demeanor, Kurenai assumed he was merely putting on a brave face to console himself. "Really, if you decide to join, I can help you find a team that needs another member." In Konoha, not every genin had a teacher to guide them. Some average genin without a mentor sought to pass the Chunin exams by forming temporary teams. However, the odds of success for such hastily assembled groups were nearly non-existent. Although the Chunin exams were fraught with danger, many older genin still participated each year. Perhaps the high cost of living in Konoha compelled them to take risks. Kaido waved off Kurenai's suggestion. "No, I'm not particularly interested in joining. With the likes of Naruto and Sasuke, being a genin doesn't seem so bad. Even if finances become tight in the future, I have Hinata to rely on. The Hyuga clan is one of the most esteemed families in Konoha. There's nothing wrong with enjoying the benefits of that." Kurenai sighed. "All right. But if you change your mind before the Chunin exams, you can always come to me, and I'll do my best to help you find good teammates. Rest assured, Kurenai-sensei, I truly will not participate." After Kaido's repeated assurances, Kurenai finally departed. He was bemused, pondering if he had inadvertently conveyed a desire to join the Chunin exams. Not a chance. However, shortly thereafter, he found himself regretting his dismissal. While Kaido relaxed under a large tree, Hinata joined him. "Kaido, I heard from Kurenai-sensei that you don't plan to participate in the Chunin exams." He removed the leaf covering his eyes. "Yes. I'm not very interested in becoming a Chunin. Besides, it requires teams of 3. But Hinata's tone suggested a deeper concern. Kaido sat up, gazing at her. "Do you want me to participate in the Chunin exams?" "Yes." Hinata nodded shyly. Kaido smiled gently. "If it's for you, I might reconsider." But why do you want me to join? Hinata, feeling bashful, nodded and then shook her head, leaving Kaido perplexed. What did that mean? Her hands fidgeted nervously, her gaze wavering between uncertainty and determination. After a long pause, she finally blushed and spoke with resolve. It's just that my father said if you perform well in the Chunin exams, he won't oppose us anymore. Her voice dwindled, the last 3 words barely escaping her lips. Yet, the essence of her message remained clear, and Kaido's eyes widened in surprise. What Chunin selection? This was clearly a test imposed by her father. He had no choice but to participate. Kaido grasped Hinata's small hand firmly, looking intently into her eyes. Don't worry, Hinata, I will participate. Just watch as I take down those contenders and show them what I'm made of. Chapter 18. Their abilities and my compatibility. Kaido found Kurenai outside the Hokage's office. Upon seeing his breathless state, she asked, "What brings you here?" "Kurenai-sensei, I wish to register for the Chunin selection exams." Kurenai's expression turned quizzical. "Just a few hours ago, you were uncertain. My earlier self is a thing of the past. The present me is determined." Kurenai stifled a laugh. "Very well, follow me. I'll help you find suitable teammates." Soon, Kaido accompanied Kurenai to the registration site for the Chunin selection. The venue was spacious, yet the turnout was sparse. Kurenai remarked, "With the exams still some time away, many ninjas from other nations are still en route, hence the low attendance." Kaido nodded in agreement. As she mentioned, many ninjas from foreign villages would also participate. The Chunin exams, ostensibly a pathway for genin to ascend to Chunin status, held a deeper significance. It was a demonstration of the strength of ninjas from various nations and villages. Peace is but a fleeting moment, and only by showcasing formidable power and potential would other nations learn to fear. Naturally, many villages refrained from revealing their strength by abstaining from the Chunin selection in Konoha. "Kaido, what do you think of that individual?" Kurenai pointed towards a muscular young man in his 20s. Kaido followed her gaze, observing the robust figure. Kurenai continued, "His name is Tanaka. He possesses exceptional taijutsu skills and some ninjutsu, but unfortunately, he has encountered more skilled opponents in each of his 5 attempts at the Chunin exams, leading to his failure to pass." Noticing Kaido's lack of reaction, Kurenai introduced others. "This is Tai, 17 years old, with abilities roughly at the Chunin level. However, he struggles with teamwork, resulting in his elimination from group assessments. And that girl, she has an exceptionally high chakra capacity. Yet her timid nature prevents her from engaging in combat, causing her to fail 5 times. Among the 4 I mentioned, choose teammates who are capable and compatible with you. They possess commendable abilities." Before long, Kurenai had introduced every individual present, young and old, except for those participating for the first time, which she merely mentioned briefly. In her view, pairing Kaido with one of the more capable candidates would likely lead to success in the Chunin exams. However, Kaido had already formed his own preferences. While Kurenai's suggestions were sound, he understood the rules. Only the team that placed first would automatically pass, while the others would be evaluated based on determination, individual skills, and team coordination. Otherwise, participating among hundreds, with only 3 individuals passing, is indeed rather harsh. Moreover, my intention in joining was never to become a nin. I merely wished for Hinata Hyuga to witness my performance. Seeing Kid lost in thought, Kurenai Yuhi grew somewhat anxious. "Have you made your decision?" She noticed that the 4 individuals she had mentioned had already begun conversing with others. If they formed a team before Kid could join, the opportunity would be lost. Kid nodded. "I choose those 2. Kurenai blinked in surprise at his selection. "No, I meant for you to choose from the top 4, not the last 4. Kid looked at Kurenai and calmly replied, "I will select them." "What are you thinking?" Kurenai nearly lost her composure. After all the effort she had put into analyzing the situation for him, he ended up choosing the 2 he deemed least likely to succeed. Furthermore, they were sisters participating together, which meant there was no opportunity for those less fortunate to join their team. Kurenai, somewhat irritated, inquired, "Do you even want to participate?" "Yes." "Then why choose those 2 sisters?" He couldn't very well admit that he deliberately chose those he considered weak, merely to highlight his own capabilities. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he stated, "Their skills complement mine well." "You actually believe that?" Kurenai's nostrils flared in frustration. "You flirtatious fool, are you interested in those sisters?" He paused at her words, then glanced at the 2 girls again. They were indeed quite attractive. Had Kurenai not mentioned it, he might not have considered it. Thus, he felt compelled to select them. "Kurenai-sensei, you may head back now. I need to bond with my new teammates." Keed flashed a smile at Kurenai and swiftly approached the sisters. Kurenai furrowed her brows, shaking her head in exasperation. Today's youth are far too fickle. Thankfully, Mayasuma has never been one to chase after flowers. With that, Kurenai vanished from sight. She only wished to return and train Hinata, ensuring that when she encountered Keed during the Chunin exams, she would decisively defeat him. Keed composed himself and approached the sisters with a warm smile. "Hello, I'm Keed. May I join your team?" The girl with short twin tails shot him a fierce glare. "No." Keed's smile faltered momentarily. At that moment, the other girl, with short black hair, tugged at her sister's hand and offered Keed a polite smile. "Hello, I'm Yukazuki, and this is my sister Kazahana. We would like to be on the same team. So please find someone else to team up with." "Sorry." Kazahana huffed and pulled her sister away to a more secluded area. They had likely received numerous invitations to join teams, but since they were bound together, most had backed out. After all, passing the Chunin assessment was paramount. At that moment, a robust young man placed a hand on Keed's shoulder, sporting a sunny smile. "Hey, join us. We could use one more." Keed turned to see that these two were precisely the ones Kurenai had emphasized. The muscular young man was named Tanaka, while the other, leaning against the wall striking a cool pose, was Tai, who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Keed shook his head. "Thank you for the invitation, but I am aware of my own limitations and wouldn't want to hinder your progress." After saying this, he turned back to the sisters. Tanaka intended to persuade him further, but Tai stopped him. "That pretty boy is as skinny as a monkey. What strength could he possibly possess? It's clear he is only captivated by those two sisters' beauty. A complete waste." Tanaka nodded. "All right, let us wait a few days to see if there are other options." With that, he excused himself. Tai deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear. Having encountered many like him in his past life, he chose to ignore him. Nearby, others whispered among themselves. Wasn't he Tai just trying to recruit them? Yes, they initially agreed, but he insisted they split up, claiming he could only take one useless person. While he had a point, openly calling someone useless reflected poorly on his character. What a shame. They clearly stated they wanted to stay together. Yet he pretended not to know and tried to poach the sister. What a sleazy guy. Honestly, I think the younger sister is quite cute. As the crowd's murmurs grew louder, they reached Tai's ears. His face darkened as he shouted, "What nonsense are you all spouting?" Chapter 19. Fortunately, I am not one of them. The chastised crowd murmured their discontent, but no one dared to stand up. Tai's scowl swept over the group. Seeing no one meeting his gaze, he scoffed. "I see all of you are just as worthless as that pretty boy." In the distance, Keed's brow furrowed slightly. His indifference did not imply a lack of resolve. He had silently committed Tai's name to memory, vowing to deal with him during the Chunin exams. Keed approached Yukazuki and Kazahana. Kazahana, irritated, remarked, "What do you want now?" Keed shot her a sidelong glance. "You two look so similar. Why is your personality so different?" "You." Kazahana seemed ready to retaliate, but her sister Yukazuki intervened. Yukazuki nodded in apology. "This is our first time participating. We know nothing. Teaming up with us would only hinder you." Keed desired precisely the opposite. Teammates who understood the intricacies of the challenge. Those who were overly knowledgeable were often the most troublesome, prone to betrayal. Keed, hearing Yukazuki's polite words, glanced at Kazahana and gently shook his head. Why were the two sisters so different? "Actually, this is my first time in the Chunin assessment as well. I share your goal of gaining experience." Yukazuki hesitated, recalling Tai's earlier behavior. How could she be certain he wasn't merely toying with them for amusement? She cautiously asked, "Really? You genuinely believe we want to be eliminated together?" Keed affirmed, "Indeed." "All right then, Kazahana, are you willing to team up with him?" Kazahana, still sulking, replied, "I have no objections, as long as you agree, sister." They had been searching for a teammate for several days, but most had suggested they split up. Kazahana refused, fearing her kind-hearted sister would be taken advantage of. Thus she took on the role of the villain. Hence, 3 days had passed without forming a team. Yukazuki smiled at Keed, extending her hand into the air. Kazahana followed suit. Keed, initially confused by their sudden gesture, quickly understood their intent and reached out his hand. As their hands met, they pressed down together. "We are now a small team." As Yukazuki spoke, a gentle smile adorned her features, effortlessly tugging at one's heartstrings. Fortunately, Keed remained steadfast, largely unaffected by the potential distractions. "Let us choose a name for our team," he suggested. "Sounds good." While the trio pondered names, none noticed Tai's glowering expression in the distance. Why should she team up with Yukazuki? Since she refused to join him, he vowed to make her regret it. With a sinister smile, Tai directed his gaze towards the crowd still lingering nearby. Behold, the delicate youth has indeed struck up a connection with them. A trio of inept individuals has assembled, as if to partake in the Chunin exams. Alas, one cannot help but wonder what these three might engage in as night falls. They are well aware of Taeyong's extensive participation in numerous Chunin assessments and are cognizant of his formidable prowess. Thus, none dare to speak ill of him. Though he faces the crowd, even the most oblivious among them can discern the veiled insults aimed at him. Feng Hua clenched her fists, her face flushed with indignation, poised to retaliate when she was silenced by Xu Yue's hand over her mouth. Xu Yue shook her head, understanding that they stood no chance against Taeyong. Averting confrontation with a fierce dog was their wisest course of action. Calmly, Xu Yue suggested, "Let us discuss matters elsewhere." Yet, Feng An held a different perspective. A kind-hearted individual is often taken advantage of, he remarked without turning back. "Xu Yue, Feng Hua, did you hear that incessant barking?" The two girls widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that this seemingly frail boy dared to mock Taeyong. "Where's the dog?" Taeyong, overhearing Feng An's taunt, furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings. At that moment, Xu Yue grasped Feng An's left arm while firmly holding Feng Hua's right, hastily leading them away. She intended to escape before Taeyong could react. Just then, a man among the crowd lifted his head, a look of realization dawning upon him. "He is calling you a dog." "What?" Taeyong's expression shifted from anger to a ghastly shade. In a flash, he charged forward, delivering a punch to the abdomen of the man who had spoken. A dull thud echoed, and the man doubled over, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground. The individual at a distance, responsible for organizing the registration, sensed impending danger and swiftly concealed himself, employing a special means to communicate with the Konoha security forces. Most of the staff at the registration desk were merely ordinary villagers performing menial tasks. Those with connections and strength had their teachers escort them directly to the Hokage's office to register. The man on the ground, in pain, explained, "I did not call you a dog. He was insulting you." In a fit of rage, Taeyong delivered another kick to the downed man, sending him sprawling several meters away. With a face twisted in resentment, the man glared at Taeyong before losing consciousness. Witnessing the scene, the crowd quickly dispersed, distancing themselves from Taeyong, fearing his madness for assaulting someone within the village. In truth, Taeyong had comprehended the man's intent and had merely sought a pretext to strike him. He detested those who fancied themselves clever in his presence. His gaze then fell upon Feng An, who was being led away by Xu Yue, and he sneered derisively, "Pathetic, only capable of hiding behind a woman." Feng An merely shook his head with a sigh, feeling helpless about certain individuals' self-destructive tendencies. Did he think a mere skirmish could intimidate me? Breaking free from Xu Yue's grasp, he signaled her to remain calm. He swiftly performed hand signs, invoking the shadow clone technique. Instantly, two identical Feng Ans appeared alongside him, charging towards Taeyong. Seeing this, Taeyong scoffed, "How laughable. Do you believe this is a graduation exam from the Ninja Academy? You dare to employ such rudimentary ninjutsu in a fight? With minimal discernment, I can easily identify your true self." However, the next moment, his disdain was replaced with sheer panic. No matter how he scrutinized, he could not ascertain which was the original. How is this possible? They are all the original? Is it not the clone technique? In the blink of an eye, the three Feng Ans had reached him. By the time Taeyong attempted to evade, it was far too late. The two clones restrained him, while the original Feng An prepared a powerful kick aimed directly at his groin. Taeyong's expression shifted to one of horror as he shouted, "You dare!" The sound of his pain echoed, akin to a shattering egg. The excruciating agony contorted his face into a ghastly mask, rendering him voiceless and weak. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured groin. All the men present gasped in sympathy for Taeyong. Even those who had never experienced such pain could fathom its sheer intensity. At that moment, Feng Hua felt a sense of relief for having refrained from uttering anything too vicious, for had she done so, the consequences might have been dire. Remembering her own anatomy, she sighed in relief, grateful that she possessed no such vulnerability. In a puff of smoke, the three Feng Ans amalgamated into one, who then stepped forward, squatting before Taeyong while patting his head. "Brother Yong, you squandered the opportunity given to you." Chapter 20. Konoha security team faced with Feng An's derision, Taeyong's body convulsed, rendering him speechless. It was not that he lacked the desire to respond. Rather, the pain left him utterly incapacitated, his mind a blank slate, and his nerves screaming in alarm. Observing his utter lack of resistance, Feng An felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He stood, turning towards Shiyue and her sister. What do you think of naming our team the Courageous Squad? Before Shiyue could interject, Feng Hua nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm akin to a chick pecking at grain. I believe Brother Feng An's suggestion is splendid. After witnessing Feng An's prowess, she had mentally upgraded him from a mere acquaintance to a brother. A subtle smile graced Feng An's lips. The girl's contrasting demeanor was akin to the artistry of Sichuan opera's face-changing performances. Just then, several figures clad in Konoha ninja attire appeared, 5 in total. One obstructed the departing crowd while the remaining 4 divided into pairs, approaching the fallen man and Taiyong. The man stationed at the entrance addressed the crowd with authority. Please remain where you are. Though he employed the word please, his tone conveyed a sense of firmness. Through the whispers of the onlookers, Feng An discerned that these individuals belonged to the Konoha security forces. Since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the security department had been populated by a diverse array of capable individuals. In essence, anyone with the necessary skills could potentially join the security team. This was also a means by which Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to curtail the power of the security forces, preventing the recurrence of a singular family's dominance akin to that of the Uchiha clan. Shiyue and Feng Hua cast worried glances at Feng An, realizing that these security personnel likely arrived in response to the recent altercation. Shiyue leaned closer to Feng An, whispering her apologies. I'm sorry for involving you in this. Feng An waved his hand dismissively, his expression serene. No harm done. This was mere self-defense. Shiyue glanced back at the still prostrate Taiyong, then returned her gaze to Feng An. Doesn't this seem a bit excessive for self-defense? To Feng An, this was indeed legitimate self-defense. One could not wait to retaliate against a dog-s bite only to strike back afterward. That would cease to be self-defense and transform into an act of vengeance. After the medical ninjutsu administered by the security team, the unconscious man was the first to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, it appeared Taiyong was encountering difficulties. One of the security personnel grasped the shoulder of another attending to Taiyong, urgently inquiring, what is to be done? Is there still hope for him? The medic shook his head with a sigh. He's beyond saving. He'll likely have to live with his head hung low from now on. Baka! The agitated man shouted, seemingly venting his frustration. The crowd turned to the security officer, curious about his distress. Taimeng, what troubles you? The man blocking the exit asked, furrowing his brow. As the man approached, Feng An felt an uncanny familiarity in his features. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Taiyong, as though they were cast from the same mold. Could he be his father? The realization dawned upon him, providing clarity to Taiyong's earlier outburst of you dare. When he had wondered why a normal person pleading for mercy would utter don't you dare, it now made sense. This was either sheer foolishness or a reflection of a strong family background, akin to that of his own father, Zhang. At this moment, Taiyong's father, Taimeng, was in tears, beseeching, Captain Shimizu Junta, you must advocate for me. What has happened? He is my son, and his actions have left me utterly dejected, unable to hold my head high. Upon hearing this, the crowd suppressed their laughter, believing he deserved it, particularly the man who had fainted. Upon hearing that Taiyong could no longer lift his head, felt rejuvenated, his pain forgotten. He stood up and burst into laughter. Ha ha! The crowd remained silent. Yet he was the only one laughing. Taimao cried out, it must be him who harmed my son. The captain, Shimizu Junta, scolded, what are you crying about? If you continue, go home and resume your old profession. Upon hearing this, Taimao immediately silenced himself, afraid to make another sound. He himself was merely of a lower ninja level and had sold nearly half of his family's possessions to mingle in the security team. He understood that as long as he held an official position, no one would dare bully him or his son, regardless of his own weakness. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that this would lead his son to become arrogant and reckless, resulting in the current predicament. Shimizu Junta then commanded the other two. Bring that man over. The man being restrained by the security team was utterly bewildered. I am clearly the victim. Why am I being held down? Shimizu Junta coldly regarded him. Did you strike him? The man shook his head in confusion. He hit me. I did not hit him. Then who struck him? I don't know. I've been lying on the ground. Shimizu Junta's expression darkened, and he impatiently declared, take him back and detain him for a week. Why? I am the victim. Detain him for a month. Just say he interfered with the execution of security duties. The man turned pale at these words, allowing himself to be dragged away by two others. Meanwhile, the man who had been treating Taeyong shouted, "Captain, he seems to be in critical condition." Seeing his son in danger, Taimao rushed over to carry him to the hospital. Shimizu Junta looked on with disdain. The current security department had become more detestable than even the Uchiha clan. When the Uchiha were in charge, at least they were uniformly strict with everyone in the village, aside from their own kin. However, now, with individuals from various clans and common folk infiltrating the security department, crime management had become increasingly difficult, often resulting in favoritism and vendettas. Shimizu Junta let out a deep sigh, surveying the crowd. "Do you all know what just happened?" The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, aware that offending anyone could be detrimental. The fate of Taeyong was fresh in their minds, as was the ruthless approach of the security team. Noticing the silence, he darkly threatened, "If no one speaks within 3 counts, everyone will be taken back for a week's detention for collusion." 3. It was him. A man among the crowd, trembling and with his head bowed, pointed at Feng An. Because Taeyong had insulted the two girls, he had retaliated against him. Seeing someone finally step forward, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yes, it was him. Indeed, that is correct. Feng An cast a cold gaze over the crowd, and as he did, the noise gradually quieted. Shimizu Junta turned to Feng An, asking in a low tone, "Do you have anything to say?" Feng An merely glanced at him casually and replied nonchalantly, "No." Chapter 21. Do you know him? Feng An casually looked at him again and said no. The Snow Moon sisters behind him wore worried expressions. Shuya even regretted participating in the Chunin selection exam. If it weren't for her, Feng An wouldn't have injured Taeyong or attracted the attention of the Konoha security team. "Take him away." Shimizu Junta ordered one of the remaining team members to restrain Feng An. Just as the man nodded to approach Feng An, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing several meters away, leaving the man grasping at air. The Snow Moon sisters' eyes sparkled. They had just realized Feng An possessed strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be this formidable. The man was a Chunin and had failed to discern his movement. The body flicker technique utilizes chakra to achieve high-speed movement, creating the illusion of instantaneous appearance. Shimizu Junta narrowed his eyes. Although the body flicker technique could be mastered by anyone, its mastery by a mere child seemed rather astonishing. It was hard to believe that someone of such a young age could acquire it without a family background or a mentor's guidance. "Child, what is your name? Where did you learn the body flicker technique?" Feng An flashed a bright smile, innocence radiating from him. "If I tell you, will you shield me?" Shimizu Junta furrowed his brow. While he entertained such thoughts, the crowd had yet to disperse, which would severely undermine the authority of the security department. The audacity to say such a thing suggested a potentially remarkable background. Only a select few could afford to dismiss the security department with such ease. It could either be the current Hyuga clan or the orphan of the Senju clan. He dared not ponder further. Above them lay the Sarutobi clan, the direct lineage of the third Hokage. He cleared his throat, suddenly coughing lightly. The Chunin who had been present immediately understood the captain's intent. He needed to clear the area. The man smiled at the gathered crowd. "Everyone disperse. The scene will be handled by us and the security team. If you wish to register, please come back tomorrow." Although the crowd harbored dissatisfaction, no one dared to voice it. The man who had initially pointed out Feng An was the first to escape, drenched in cold sweat. Since the crowd consisted mainly of ordinary folk, they quickly dispersed. Only Feng An and the two sisters remained with Shimizu Junta. The man had navigated the security team for so long, demonstrating keen insight. He had noted the Snow Moon sisters standing behind Feng An and had not deemed it necessary to ask the captain whether to disperse them as well. At this moment, Feng Hua's expression fluctuated as she observed Feng An's back. She felt deeply moved by his willingness to step in for her. Yet she now sensed that he might possess a significant background. This was precisely what she detested most, the protection of officials. The sisters had come to participate in the Chunin selection exam to alter their destinies. Ordinary genin and villagers belonged to the same class. Once they became Chunin and donned that uniform, their lives would improve. Indeed, how could someone without a background intervene for burdens like them? Perhaps, in their eyes, assisting was merely a matter of convenience. Feng Hua's strong facade crumbled, revealing a face of despair. Noticing the change in her expression, Shuya could not help but whisper, despite knowing it was not the right time to speak. "Why do you look so distressed?" Feng Hua sighed, as if aged by several years in an instant. "Sister, I am tired." "What have you done to make you so tired?" Shuya asked, her expression peculiar. Feng An also noticed Feng Hua's woeful demeanor. He placed a hand on her head. You don't have a fever, do you? Feng Hua quickly recoiled, covering her forehead. Humph, don't touch me. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Feng An was taken aback. Just a moment ago, she had called him Brother Feng An, yet now she had regressed to a mere humph? He leaned closer to Shuya, whispering. Did she hit her head when she was young? Shuya furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. As her expression relaxed, she nodded. Indeed, Feng Hua had bumped her head when she was little. Ah, no wonder. That makes sense now. Feng Hua stomped her foot in frustration. Sister, why are you turning your elbow outwards? The man beside them could not contain himself and asked Shimizu Honta, Captain, are we just going to watch them chat? Shimizu Honta shot him a fierce glare, slowly leaned towards his ear, and whispered, Shut up. What do you think has brought me to this position? It is my perceptive gaze, capable of discerning the essence of matters, and my keen sense of smell. Witnessing their casual chatter, as if at home, despite their status as members of the security team, only reinforces Shintai Shimura's conviction that his suspicions are indeed accurate. The individual in question is likely of the Sarutobi clan. And what does Sarutobi signify? It is a name known to all in Konoha. Initially, he had contemplated reprimanding the individual if they belonged to another prominent family, to placate time on with a thorough scolding. However, he has since abandoned this notion. As long as he himself is not criticized, he would be content. A nearby man observed his captain's posture becoming increasingly upright, prompting him to straighten up in alarm. The last time the captain stood so tall was during an authorization event with the Hokage. Could it be that the captain has sensed the Hokage's discreet observation of our demeanor? No wonder the captain instructed me to remain silent. How foolish of me not to recognize his concern for me. In the upcoming election for the captain of the security team, I shall undoubtedly cast my vote for you. Captain. Kazuya and the others transitioned their quarrel into a discussion about their team name, eventually deciding where to dine. Let us go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. It has been ages since I last visited. Fine, I will heed my sister's suggestion. Ukitsuki nodded in agreement. All right, it has indeed been a while since I indulged in ramen. Upon receiving their agreement, Kazuya turned around, only to notice Shintai Shimura and the man still present, standing remarkably straight, even more so than during his school days when he was punished for poor posture. Kazuya found this perplexing. He glanced at the two and inquired, Are you still here? Why are you standing like that? Has Sarutobi Hizashi arrived? But, no, I haven't sensed anyone else. At this, Shintai Shimura's mind raced. What does he mean by that? Is he implying something to me? After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes. This suggests that our presence is hindering his interaction with the two sisters, signaling us to depart. We shall take our leave. Shintai nodded towards Kazuya, seized the man beside him, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene, hastily retreating. Ukitsuki rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She turned to Kazuya and weakly asked, Do you know him? Chapter 22. With a kunai at my throat, can I still lose? Today marks my first encounter with him. Kazuya wore a puzzled expression. Not only had he avoided punishment from the security team, but he also hadn't even inquired about his name before departing. No, it cannot be termed as leaving. That was more akin to fleeing. Fuko wore a complex expression. Regardless, he ultimately aided them. Shall we still go for ramen? Yes, since all is well. We shall proceed as planned. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Upon spotting Kazuya, the proprietor, Uncle Ichiraku, beamed with joy. Aside from Naruto, Kazuya had become his second most frequent patron. Curious about the taste of Ichiraku Ramen since his arrival, he had, at the tender age of 3, ventured there for ramen while others were still nursing. Since then, he had regularly frequented the establishment, much like Naruto. Kazuya, it's been a while. Have you been busy? Yes. Recently preoccupied with ninja affairs. Kazuya extended 3 fingers. Uncle, 3 bowls of ramen, all with eggs, please. Haha, certainly. Uncle Ichiraku responded cheerfully. Before long, steaming bowls of ramen were served by his daughter, Ayam, before them. The trio dined while sharing their circumstances. Ukitsuki inquired, Kazuya, who exactly are you? I am merely the underperformer at the Ninja Academy. Let us not dwell on me. How about you? She found it hard to believe that someone whom even the security team captain dared not provoke lacked any background. She presumed he was simply unwilling to disclose it. Kazuya then asked, Ukitsuki, what type of ninjutsu do you excel in? Ukitsuki shyly replied, I don't have any particular strengths. Upon hearing this, Kazuya nodded. Their status as ordinary genin aligned with his expectations. The lesser their abilities, the greater their reliance upon him would be, making the first written examination a mere formality for them. Once they passed that, their belief in him would only deepen, and he would not need to worry about betrayal in subsequent team battles. To him, this Chunin selection process resembled an open book exam. As long as his teammates placed their trust in him, that would suffice. "Hey, why aren't you asking me?" Hyuga exclaimed in frustration. She had waited for Kazuya to inquire about her abilities so she could impress him, but he had ignored her. Kazuya glanced at her and continued enjoying his ramen. Hyuga, fuming, felt insulted. "This is infuriating." She suddenly gulped down her ramen, broth and all, then stood up in anger. "I challenge you to a duel." Uchiha quickly grabbed her sister. "I'm sorry, Kazuya, I've mentioned before that she." Uchiha pointed at her head, hinting at Hyuga's childhood mishap. Kazuya, unfazed, finished his bowl of broth with a smile. All right. He was curious as to why she would dare challenge him after witnessing his strength surpassing Tai's. Did she possess some special ability? Uchiha, acknowledging the situation, attempted to mediate between them. Yet, she could persuade neither. Hyuga, fearing Kazuya's sudden attack, hastily proposed. "Let us move to an uninhabited place for our duel." How mysterious. An uninhabited place? I warn you, do not let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. I'm not thinking anything. You are the one imagining things, Kazuya retorted, exasperated. Following Hyuga, they gradually ventured deeper into a secluded area until they arrived beside a small stream. The surroundings were desolate, the trees thick and concealing, casting shadows over much of the sunlight. Kazuya discreetly disrupted the flow of chakra within him. Even if ambushed now, it would be challenging for anyone to subdue him. However, he must remain vigilant against ninjutsu, as danger often lurks in the blink of an eye. One must always be cautious, especially after knowing them for such a short time. All right, this will do, Hyuga declared, surveying her surroundings before halting. She then assumed a combat stance typical of a ninja. "Be careful, I wouldn't want to hurt you." Upon hearing this, Kazuya narrowed his eyes. Was she merely issuing a reminder? Did she only seek a duel? Perhaps he was overthinking it. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such matters. He would discern her intentions once she made her move. Whoosh! 3 or 4 shuriken flew towards Kazuya. He swiftly dodged. Upon the shuriken colliding with a tree and shattering, he realized they appeared to be made of ice. Before he could ponder further, Hyuga darted through the trees, launching ice shuriken from various angles. Yet, despite the intensity of the assault, Kazuya managed to evade with ease. The only challenge lay in navigating the environment. He had to dodge shuriken while tracking Hyuga's movements. Her speed was not remarkable, yet she adeptly utilized the terrain. Intriguing. Kazuya had not anticipated her possessing such skill. He hastily employed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 duplicates of himself before the oncoming ice shuriken. As the shuriken approached, the 3 Kazuyans charged towards them. With a series of thuds, 2 clones were pierced and dissipated into smoke. The remaining Kazuyan pivoted, evading the shuriken while activating the body flicker technique. In an instant, he surged forward, arriving at the very spot where Hyuga had cast the ice shuriken. He quickly spotted Feng Hua hiding behind a tree, her chicken-like feet exposed. Feng An approached and said, "You have lost." However, as he drew near, he realized that the figure before him was merely a shadow clone. How could this be? Feng An's pupils constricted as he stared intently at the dissipating illusion of Feng Hua. At that moment, a voice echoed from above him. "It is you who has lost." In an instant, Feng Hua leapt down from the tree, kunai in hand, charging towards Feng An. As she descended, she propelled herself off a branch. Feng Hua swiftly wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing the kunai against his neck. I have one." After a brief pause, Feng An chuckled lightly. "Indeed, you have one." Feng Hua's delicate brows knitted together, a hint of anger in her expression. What is there to laugh about? Just then, Shiyue, who had been observing for some time, interjected, "Feng Hua, it is you who has lost. I currently have the kunai at his throat, and you still claim I have lost?" Feng Hua's voice trembled slightly, feeling as though her sister's defense of an outsider was a betrayal. Upon hearing the tone in Feng Hua's voice, Shiyue's expression softened. "Feng An, please do not tease her." At that moment, the Feng An, held at knife point by Feng Hua, flashed a cheeky smile. With a loud bang, he transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Feng Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. She then saw Feng An emerge from behind the tree. Rubbing her reddened eyes, she pouted. Didn't I shatter all your shadow clones with my shuriken? Feng An, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, replied. Did I ever say I could only create 2 clones? Feng Hua was momentarily taken aback. She had been outsmarted by him during their fight with Tai Yong. He had only produced 2 clones, leading her to subconsciously believe that was his limit. With a defeated sigh, she let her shoulders droop. I have lost. Feng An stepped closer and asked, May I pose a question? Feng Hua lifted her gaze to meet his. What is your chakra affinity? Chapter 23, Bloodline Limit. Ice Release. Feng Hua smiled gently. Have you noticed? I possess a unique ice release technique. Feng An shot her a sidelong glance. It's so evident. Who wouldn't he notice? When she threw her ice shuriken, he only suspected at first, but upon witnessing her shadow clone technique, he was convinced that she likely possessed a bloodline limit. Ordinary shadow clones are mere illusions. With keen observation, one can discern the real from the fake. What had truly astonished Feng An was that her shadow clones had substance. The existence of tangible shadow clones suggested a transformation of chakra nature, likely indicating an ice clone technique. Once chakra of the corresponding attribute is infused into the basic shadow clone technique, it generates a physical effect, making it difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. One of your parents must also have had ice release, right? Feng Hua shook her head. I have never met my parents. My grandmother raised us. Feng An nodded. In his recollection, only Haku had ever utilized ice release, which is a formidable bloodline limit, though Feng Hua had not exhibited it in her usage. It seemed she had resorted to ice shuriken out of necessity for weapons. Feng Hua then inquired, What about you? What are your specialties? Feng An pondered briefly before responding. I excel in fire release and some basic ninjutsu. He had resolved to showcase fire release, with other affinities serving as mere supplements. Although individuals with all 7 chakra affinities were not unheard of, he preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to himself before his abilities were sufficiently developed. After a leisurely chat, they noticed the time and departed separately. Meanwhile, Hinata, under the intense training regimen imposed by Kurenai Yuhi, was drenched in sweat. After finishing their training, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino sat nearby to rest. Kiba remarked, What's up with Kurenai-sensei today? Why is she so strict with Hinata all of a sudden? Shino raised a finger, and a small insect landed on it. The two seemed to communicate. After a moment, Shino said, The insect informed me that it detected a mix of anger and resentment from Kurenai-sensei. What? Kiba shot up. Are you saying Kurenai-sensei is taking her frustrations out on Hinata? Shino replied, I didn't say that. Lost in his own thoughts, Kiba had not heard Shino's response. Damn it, I should have noticed sooner. The gentle and kind Kurenai-sensei would never treat Hinata this way. He clenched his fists together. I must put an end to this inhumane training. Akamaru, let us go? Woof. Transforming ninjutsu, beast clone. Akamaru leapt from Kiba's arms, transforming into his likeness. Dog to dog. Kiba and Akamaru rushed towards Kurenai like a whirlwind. Seeing this, Kurenai leaped back to evade the attack, her brow furrowing. Kiba, what do you think you're doing? Kiba shouted, Bring back my gentle Kurenai-sensei. Dog to dog. And with that, the 2 black whirlwinds surged forward once more. What a mess. Kurenai quickly retreated, forming hand seals. Illusion technique. Fox's heart technique. Those caught in this technique would feel as though they were trapped in an endless maze, primarily used to exhaust the enemy's stamina. Soon, Kiba and Akamaru, having attacked an empty space, wandered back and forth in confusion. Kurenai shot a glance at Kiba. I wonder what nonsense he is rambling about. At that moment, she noticed that under her rigorous training, Hinata seemed to be struggling to keep up. Quickly, she instructed her to take a break. Upon hearing Kurenai's directive, Hinata ceased her movements, dissipating the chakra sustaining her Byakugan. She collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. I'm sorry. I was so focused on your training that I forgot how taxing the Byakugan can be. Kurenai looked at Hinata with a guilty expression. In her desire to strengthen Hinata and protect her from Feng An's bullying, she had neglected the fundamental principle of gradual progress. Hinata wiped the sweat from her forehead, shaking her head with a smile. It's not your fault, Kurenai-sensei. The Chunin exams are approaching, and I want to perform well. The external pressure from Kurenai surpassed the pressure she placed on herself. Though Kurenai's sudden sternness was somewhat jarring, Hinata was eager to grow stronger. She didn't want to hold her teammates back from advancing to Chunin. Hinata asked, I haven't seen Feng An all day. Is he still looking for teammates? Kurenai felt a flicker of irritation at the mention of Feng An. However, she couldn't disclose the fact that he had found 2 female teammates. She could only sulk in silence. You don't need to worry about him. That brat has already found his teammates. Really? That's great. Hinata's face lit up with a mix of excitement and shyness. The next day, Feng An met up with Fenghua and Shuiyue at their appointed location. Fenghua was the first to speak. What are we doing today? Feng An replied, what else? We're here to train and improve our coordination. I don't want to. I want to go shopping with my sister. Fenghua flung her arms around Shuiyue, resting her head on her shoulder. Feng An rolled his eyes. Just as well. He was too apathetic for coordination anyway. He had already taken his written exam. Practicing was merely a fade, since the others were not interested. He would seek out his little Hinata instead. Very well, you two enjoy your shopping. Feng An turned to leave. Wait. Shuiyue called out. What is it? He turned back, puzzled. Shuiyue rubbed her cheek and tilted her head. Shall we go shopping together? It would be a great way to understand each other better. It's a form of coordination as well. Feng An scoffed inwardly. Do women really enjoy shopping this much? Is shopping the way to bond with the team? Hinata was likely practicing team coordination with Kiba and Shino as well. Never mind. I shall refrain from disturbing them and treat myself to a day of respite. He displayed no visible change in expression, merely nodding slightly. Following him were two young maidens in the lead, while a young lad trailed behind like a bodyguard, initiating the camaraderie of their valiant team. Waihai Kurenai noticed that everyone had been diligently training lately, and, feeling a twinge of guilt for her harshness towards Hinata the previous day, decided to grant them a day of rest. Let us take a break today and indulge in some food and relaxation, shall we? In an instant, Inuzuka Kiba beamed with delight, exclaiming, Teacher Kurenai, you are truly wise. During their last respite, he had barely returned home before being commandeered by his sister to tackle household chores, leaving him utterly unrefreshed. This time, under Kurenai's leadership, he would not have to lift a finger, nor would he bear the cost himself. How could he not be pleased? Once Hinata nodded in agreement, Kurenai led the trio towards the bustling commercial street they had visited previously. Of course, in Konoha, this was essentially the only vibrant shopping area available to them, so it was their sole option. As they meandered through the streets, Hinata suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. Kazuya? Just as she intended to greet him, she noticed he was accompanied by two charming girls, laughing and chatting together. A pang of sorrow gripped Hinata's heart at the sight of their camaraderie. Chapter 24. Who is the fool now? Hinata? Kurenai noticed Hinata standing frozen in place. Just as her curiosity piqued, she sensed that Hinata's emotions were amiss. She hurried over, asking, What is it, Hinata? Are you feeling unwell? Was it possible that her impatience yesterday had caused Hinata discomfort? What a coincidence, isn't that Kazuya? Kiba also caught sight of Kazuya and pointed it out to the group. He then observed Kazuya sharing laughter with the two lovely girls. That lad certainly has his charms, Kiba remarked, only to realize he might have misspoken, quickly turning to Hinata. Seeing her expression of dejection, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. He nervously twirled his hands atop his head. With Kiba's reminder, Kurenai also noticed Kazuya and instantly understood. Hinata must have seen Kazuya with those girls. I must inform her before any misunderstandings arise. Kurenai squatted down to meet Hinata's gaze. They are Kazuya's teammates. Hinata nodded, having already surmised that, although she felt inexplicably troubled. Should we go say hello? Just as Kurenai posed the question, Kiba and Akamaru dashed forward. Kiba, like a whirlwind, the duo took off, stirring a commotion. Kazuya turned at the noise. Kiba, reacting swiftly, Kazuya leapt onto a rooftop, evading Kiba's onslaught. A large crater formed where he had just stood. Kiba shouted up at Kazuya, Get down here. Akamaru barked in agreement. With Kazuya taking refuge on the rooftop, Kiba hesitated to pursue, as the exorbitant cost of housing compelled him to exercise restraint. With Kiba here, could Hinata also be present? Upon catching a glimpse of Hinata, Kazuya smacked his forehead in exasperation. This was a disaster. Kiba's fierce attack was likely born from a misunderstanding. Ignoring Kiba, Kazuya jumped down and rushed towards Hinata. Ukitsuki and Kazuhana had just heard Kiba call Kazuya's name. Do you know Kazuya? Kiba revealed his sharp canines as he glanced sideways. Upon seeing Kazuhana, he softened instantly. Although Kazuya's actions left him feeling disdainful, he acknowledged Kazuya's worth. Akamaru barked again, snapping Kiba back to the task at hand, avenging Hinata. He shook his head and stepped back a few meters. That was close. I almost fell prey to that girl's illusion. Meanwhile, Hinata, seeing Kazuya approach, quickly masked her melancholic feelings. Before she could utter a word, Kazuya enveloped her in his arms. Hinata, You know my. Hinata, blushing, buried her face in his chest, softly responding, yes, I know. The weight in her heart dissipated in an instant. Kurenai watched the pair with envy, silently wishing, if only Asuma, that thick-headed fool, could be so perceptive. After a moment of embrace, they broke apart at Kurenai's gentle cough. I believe I mentioned that they are my teammates, right, Hinata? Hinata nodded. Let me call them over so you can all meet. Kazuyan, standing beside Hinata, held her delicate hand and called out to Ukitsuki and Kazuhana. Ukitsuki, Kazuhana, come here. Upon hearing his call, Kazuhana leaned in to whisper to her somewhat dazed sister. Sister, should we go? Ukitsuki's gaze gradually cleared. Let us go? Having discerned Kazuyan's affection for Hinata from his demeanor towards the other girls, she felt a bittersweet pang. Just moments ago, she had been speculating with Kazuhana about the type of girl Kazuyan might fancy. Now, the answer was clear. Shortly thereafter, the group gathered, exchanging introductions and familiarizing themselves. Kazuyan held Hinata's hand, refusing to let go, casually affirming his camaraderie with Ukitsuki and Kazuhana. They conversed as they strolled. Ukitsuki frequently cast glances at Hinata, silently comparing herself to her. After surveying Hinata thoroughly, she recognized that she had been outmatched. Looking down at her own feet, a wave of bitterness washed over her. Surely, Hinata, as the elder sister, would not be able to see her own feet when she looked down. As her sister, Kazuhana had already sensed Ukitsuki's discomfort and sought an excuse to whisk her away. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Kiba discreetly concocted a feeble excuse to leave, granting the two space. Though it appeared that Kazuyan and Hinata had been apart for ages, in reality, it had not exceeded 24 hours. They leisurely explored the entire commercial district. As they wandered into a secluded alley, Kazuyan suddenly sensed a disturbance nearby, approaching rapidly. In an instant, a group of masked individuals surrounded them against the wall. The leader of the group smirked sinisterly. At last, we found you. Sensing their ill intentions, Kazuyan shielded Hinata behind him and coolly inquired, what do you want? The leader chuckled darkly, naturally, to take your life. As he stepped back, several masked accomplices hurled shurikens at Kazuyan. Kazuyan. Just as Hinata activated her Byakugan and prepared to defend, she caught Kazuyan flashing a reassuring smile. Instantly, she sensed an immense surge of chakra emanating from him. Kazuyan paid no heed to the incoming shurikens, swiftly turning to protect Hinata. As their conversation unfolded, he had already begun to activate his lightning chakra to enhance his cellular vitality. The leader scoffed, is this foolish child truly willing to die for that girl? Had I known he was this dim-witted, I would have come alone to eliminate him. The reward was meager to begin with. Now I must share it with so many. He had dispatched a group of people after learning that Kazuyan's prowess was comparable to that of a Nin. But he never anticipated the situation could be resolved so easily. A plan to extort them had to be devised. However, as the shurikens struck Kazuyan, they merely tore his clothing, leaving only faint white marks on his skin. What is happening? The leader gasped in shock. His expression darkened as he bellowed at his subordinates. Have you lot not eaten today? They exchanged bewildered glances, having exerted all their strength. Those among them with experience in such undertakings had never encountered a scenario like this before. How could one withstand shurikens? If not for the sight of the fair skin beneath the garments, they would have doubted whether the lad beneath them was clad in steel. Feng glanced down at Hinata and smiled. Are you hurt? Hinata shook her head. No? That's good. He tousled Hinata's hair and picked up a shuriken from the ground, hurling it forcefully at one of the men. Then he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. As the shuriken soared through the air, the man disdainfully raised his kunai. Fool, do you think I'm a stationary target? From Feng An's single shuriken, he concluded that the boy lacked real combat experience. However, in that fleeting moment as the shuriken flew, he was ensnared by an illusion, dark arts technique. Upon completion of the seals, Feng An deprived everyone within a 5-meter radius of their sight. The man, poised to deflect the shuriken with his kunai, suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. Losing his target and displaying confusion in his eyes, with a swift thrust, the shuriken pierced his skull. Thud! He collapsed, confusion etched on his face until his last breath. Now who is the fool? Chapter 25, Water Release. Great water technique. The remaining dozen men trembled with their kunai in hand. Enveloped in darkness, their hearts swelled with fear. The leader, however, remained outside the reach of the dark arts technique. To his sight, the others resembled blind men, unable to evade the shuriken Feng An cast. He furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. Retreat. This must be an area of effect ninjutsu. Upon hearing his command, the crowd fled backward. Feng An chuckled, nonchalantly throwing shuriken at the retreating figures. Several masked men still ran towards him. Idiot, why are you running towards that kid? Deprived of sight. They had lost all sense of direction. Within mere seconds, 2 or 3 masked men met their demise. The ones heading towards Feng An suffered even worse, colliding directly with his kunai, dying on the spot. Of course, a few fortunate souls stumbled their way out, akin to a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Feng An's icy gaze fell upon them. You are indeed lucky. As the others regained their sight, dread filled their hearts as they beheld the bodies of their former companions sprawled in pools of blood. The few survivors felt their legs weaken. They were mercenaries who thrived on taking lives, yet they feared death more than the average person. One visibly new masked man trembled and dropped his kunai, crying out loudly. I'd rather go home to farm than do this. Before coming here, his cousin had assured him that he would merely need to bolster numbers for a payout of 10,000 taels, never expecting to be thrust into murder. He couldn't even bear to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Seeing someone attempt to flee, the others quickly followed suit. They had come to realize that staying was a sure path to death. Big brother, I'm out of this deal. I need to go home and care for my 80-year-old mother. I just had a son who is still breastfeeding. I need to go feed him. I have a stomach ache. Furious, the leader shouted, do you dare to run? I will send people to hunt you down for life. The masked men, hearing his threats, cursed internally. If we don't run, we'll die right here. Do you take us for fools? They turned and fled, ignoring his menacing words. Suddenly, a cold, piercing voice echoed behind them. Did I permit your departure? The masked men scattered without a backward glance, each silently agreeing that as long as he wasn't pursuing them, the others could face their fate. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, for identical Feng An leapt into the air. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A gigantic fireball engulfed all the fleeing masked men. The one who had remained on the sidelines stared wide-eyed. Holy moly, that is massive. He quickly formed seals and used body flicker technique to appear several meters away. You ran too. My wife just gave birth. The leader shouted, turning to flee, having made a resolute decision never to look back. Body flicker technique. Feng An narrowed his eyes. It was too late to pursue. The others, lacking his reflexes, were consumed by the raging flames. The air filled with cries of agony. One man, who happened to know water release, hastily expelled water from his mouth to douse the flames. However, the small stream he produced was hardly sufficient. The flames, adhering to the principle of not burning to death, only singed most of their clothing. Feng An raised an eyebrow. Hinata was still here. He could not allow them to tarnish her innocent spirit. The 4 Feng An approached the writhing masked men, or rather, the pitiful souls. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Moments later, the alley was devoid of any standing figures except for Feng An and Hinata. The pitiful wretches were drawn underground, their heads exposed on the surface, pleading for mercy. Don't kill me. My 80-year-old mother is waiting for me to care for her. I really have a stomach ache. I'm a close friend of the 3rd Hokage. As he spoke, the others cast incredulous glances at him. Why don't you say you're the Hokage's son? Feng An approached Hinata, and the remaining 4 clones began to interrogate the others. He took her hand, smiling gently. It's all right. Hinata nodded, pointing at the 8 individuals resembling moles. What shall we do with them? Feng An pondered briefly before responding. Let us kill them. Hinata's brow furrowed slightly, as if grappling with a difficult decision. She looked up at Feng An, timidly asking, can we spare them? Upon hearing her words, Feng An's expression showed no sign of change, as if it had been anticipated. He ruffled her hair, as you wish. In an instant, his 4 clones vanished. Hand in hand, Feng An and Hinata exited the alley. The few heads remaining on the ground stared longingly at the vanishing figures. After several minutes, once assured that their pursuers would not return, they finally relaxed. Brothers, we are truly fortunate. That lad is merciful. Phew, it's a miracle you can still smile. That kid is formidable. He almost wiped us all out. Even if he is gone, we're still trapped here. As one of them spoke, the man who had used the water release, great water technique crawled out from the ground, covered in dirt, and howled at the sky. Ha! Who dares claim my water release is useless? It turned out he had been using the water technique to moisten the surrounding soil, making it soft enough to escape with a little effort. The others still trapped in the earth looked on in surprise. We're saved. Brother, help me out. Please. I'm really in pain. They turned to see his face contorted in agony. I never thought you were telling the truth. I thought your excuse was too flimsy. Let us rescue him first. We have no objections. The others nodded in agreement. The dirt-covered man smirked. You have no objections, but I do. Why should I help you? The man with the stomach ache was nearing his limit, nearly crying out in desperation. Please, save me. I'll give you 100,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the man approached, slowly crouching down. The man with the stomach ache's face lit up. Thank you. Just as he finished his sentence, a sharp sound echoed. The man slashed his neck with a kunai, and instantly blood gushed forth as he struggled in disbelief. Before long, the ground was awash with crimson. The man breathed his last. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Seated atop another man, he toyed with the kunai and coldly remarked, 100,000 ryo is far too meager. My chakra is insufficient. I can only save one. The highest bidder shall live. A brief silence ensued before several voices clamored to outbid one another. I offer 200,000 ryo. I'll bid 500,000. 1 million ryo. With a resounding shout from a middle-aged man, the seated figure rejoiced and plunged the knife into the man beneath him. You're the one. The mud-caked man sprang to his feet in wild elation. Suddenly, a kunai pierced his skull. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of confusion and resentment. A mocking voice echoed from behind. Your performance was truly splendid. Chapter 26. Striking the young to confront the old? The others turned in terror. And upon seeing the figure's face, their breaths quickened, nostrils flaring. What are you doing here? The one who had slain the mud-covered man was none other than Feng An. He chuckled lightly in response to their bewilderment. I've always been here. 3 more versions of Feng An materialized around him, their expressions laden with mockery. It was merely a transformation technique, devoid of any sophistication. The 4 Feng Ans had merely morphed into gravel. Once Hinata departed, they would eliminate the others. Sparing them conferred no advantage upon himself. Without further ado, the 4 struck simultaneously. In no time, the ground was a veritable river of blood. Finally, only one man remained. This man, thoroughly terrified by the gruesome fate of his companions, stammered, I have over 1 million ryo hidden in a secret place. Please spare me. I swear I won't utter a word. Perspiration dripped from his brow as he saw Feng An's expression remain impassive. He quickly added, You can cut out my tongue. Just don't kill me. Of the 15 who had come, now none remained alive. And genuine fear had taken root in his heart for Feng An glanced at him and inquired, Do you know who the person who escaped was? I do. His name is Jing Bianhuizhou. He earns his keep through assassination and other nefarious deeds across the villages. Oh right. He seems to have connections with those in Konoha. When we entered the village, not only did we encounter no resistance, but even the people in this alley had been cleared in advance. How can we find him? That. I don't know. It's always Huizhong who contacts us, and we don't know each other personally. I see. Thank you. Feng An stood and began to walk away. The man's face turned pale as he desperately asked, Are you still going to kill me? Feng An did not respond. The 4 of them formed hand seals simultaneously. Earth style, earth flow river. The ground before them transformed into a mud pit several meters wide, swallowing both the corpses and the despairing man into its depths. Then, they altered their seals to utilize water style. Water style, water chaos waves. A torrent of water erupted from their mouths. Soon, the mud pit became even more malleable, and the corpses sunk deeper, never to be unearthed again. With a few loud thuds, the 4 Feng Ans dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The secluded alley fell into silence once more. Meanwhile, another Feng An walked along a path, suddenly feeling a weight in his head. As the shadow clone dissipated, all the sensations experienced by the 4 clones flooded back, overwhelming him momentarily. Hinata quickly steadied him. Are you hurt? She asked with concern. Feng An tapped his head lightly. Perhaps I overexerted my chakra. I'm fine. Hinata placed her hand near his temple and gently massaged it. Is it painful here? Feng An grasped her hands and smiled. It no longer hurts. Hinata lowered her head. Blushing. That's good. As the information from the shadow clones settled within him, Feng An began to piece together the details. Was someone in Konoha deliberately allowing them entry? He instinctively thought of timing, considering the possibility that he might have used his position in the security team to facilitate their passage. Were they merely striking the young to confront the old? That night, on a remote mountain peak, 2 men cloaked in black stood. If Feng An were present, he would recognize them. One was Tai Ming, the father of Tai Yong, while the other was Jing Bien Huizhong. Timing bellowed at him. What are you doing? I paid so much, and you couldn't even deal with a mere child. Huizhong, unwilling to back down, coldly replied, how dare you speak? I even suspect you intentionally set us up for slaughter. You claimed he was merely a Chunin. Yet look at the outcome. My brothers, who fought alongside me, are all dead. Your 20,000 Rio wouldn't even cover their burial expenses. Timing's expression darkened further. What nonsense about brothers? In the eyes of a rogue ninja, could there be such camaraderie? They were clearly here to extort money. I'll grant you another 100,000 Rio for their burial expenses. Huizhong shook his head and glared at Timing. Those were my 15 brothers in arms. Their funerals must be conducted with dignity. 10,000 Rio per person is hardly excessive. For the sake of my brothers, you owe me 130,000 Rio. Enough of this farce. Timing clenched his fists, his face grim. Your greed may lead you to your demise. Huizhong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. After playing the lackey for the security team for so long, you actually think yourself a person? 150,000 Rio. If you fall short by even a single coin, you shall die. I'll make sure to burn it for you. A mere genin dares to speak to me like that? Seeking death. Huizhong revealed his murderous intent and swiftly launched 5 or 6 shurikens at Timing. Clang. A figure appeared before Timing in an instant, deflecting the shurikens with a kunai. Indeed, rogue ninjas are untrustworthy. They would even dare to kill their employers. Huizhong immediately brandished his kunai defensively, carefully taking a step back. Who are you? The one who will kill you. The man swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water chaos waves. A torrent of water surged from his mouth, attacking his foe. Huizhong quickly formed seals in response. Earth style, earth wall. The ground before him raised into an earthen wall. The water crashed against it, scattering and pooling on the ground, its impact laughably weak. Huizhong chuckled. Is that all you've got? Let me show you what true water style is. He rapidly shifted his hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. He manipulated the water projected by the man into a serpentine dragon, swirling and lunging towards him with its gaping maw. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The man countered with the same technique. The two water dragons collided violently, resulting in an explosive clash. Meanwhile, Timing had completed his hand seals, suddenly launching an attack at Huizhong. Water style, water prison technique. The water from the explosion coalesced into a sphere, encasing Huizhong and rendering him immobile. Huizhong's expression shifted dramatically. He had been ambushed by a mere genin. His body trembled as he attempted to break free with brute strength. The water prison showed signs of fracturing. Captain. He.S. about to break free. Timing shouted. Captain, you are the captain of the security team, Shimizu Junta. Huizhong's eyes widened in realization. Then he ceased his struggles. He knew he stood no chance of escaping from Shimizu Junta, who was of superior Jounin rank. He understood everything. How they effortlessly bypassed the security forces of Konoha was beyond what someone of Taimon's caliber could achieve. Only Shintai Shimura possessed such capability. Shintai turned to Taimon. His tone somber. Today's events are entirely of your own making. Do you comprehend? Taimon bowed deeply. I understand, sir. In an instant, a kunai pierced through the water prison technique, embedding itself in the chest of Mizukage. Before long, the azure water transformed into crimson. Mizukage died without grasping why a Jounin would attempt to assassinate a mere genin. Chapter 27. Shall we submit blank papers? Today marks the eve of the Chunin selection exam. He'd called together the Yuki and Suki sisters along with all members of Team 8, excluding Kurenai Yui. They formed a circle, seated together. Inazuka Kiba, agitated, questioned Keed. Why did you insist on gathering us all? I was hoping to practice intensively with Akamaru today. Fuka nodded in agreement. My sister and I had similar plans. If you don't have anything vital to discuss, I might just scold you. She initially intended to say she would beat him up, but altered her words, realizing she was no match for him. Keed raised an eyebrow. Scold me? How amusing. I am a man of many words. Kiba patted Fuka's shoulder, chuckling. Don't worry. I'll help you take him down. Fuka scoffed. Forget it. You're not even as good as Akamaru. The little dog barked, leaping from Kiba's arms to nuzzle against Fuka, causing her to giggle. Kiba glared at Akamaru, fully aware of the dog's mischievous delight. During this time, Yuki and Fuka had frequently trained alongside Kiba and his team. However, due to Keed's warning about the rarity of ice release and the potential envy of others, Fuka had limited her participation, coming mainly to play with Akamaru. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, He'd wasted no time and candidly addressed the group. I know what the first written exam of the Chunin exam will entail. Upon hearing his words, the group immediately ceased their activities. Kiba whispered, is that true? He'd nodded affirmatively. The first written exam will assess your abilities in intelligence gathering and willpower. Cheating is permissible, provided the proctor does not catch you. If you cannot cheat, submitting a blank paper is also an option. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a singular thought. He'd must have lost his mind. For who in their right mind would advise teammates to submit blank papers? Beside him, Yuki furrowed her brow and asked, you're joking to alleviate our nerves for the exam, right? No, I am quite serious, He'd replied, his calm demeanor unwavering. If you cannot perform, attempting to do so will lead to elimination. Not attempting ensures you cannot fail. Submitting incorrect information is far more perilous. The group fell into contemplative silence. His words held a semblance of truth. Yet the premise rested on whether the exam genuinely assessed intelligence gathering. If not, all reasoning would be rendered moot. The previously silent Shino Aburame broke the silence. How do you know the contents of the exam? His query echoed the collective curiosity. He'd shook his head. I cannot disclose that. Having previously read the script, he knew his words would be met with skepticism. Yet, he had a plan to instill belief. Although they might remain doubtful now, the truth would soon reveal itself. You will understand on the day of the exam. The proctor for the first round will be Marino Ibiki, who will outline the rules. Each individual starts with 10 points, with a deduction for each incorrect answer and 2 points lost for being caught cheating. After a while, he will announce a bonus question, which you may choose to answer. If you opt not to answer, your score resets to 0, and your teammates will be eliminated alongside you. Should you choose to answer and get it wrong, you will lose your qualification for the exam permanently, remaining a genin for life. For a moment, the group was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Kiba asked, who is Marino Ibiki? The others shook their heads. Only Shino adjusted his dark glasses, stating, he is the head of the interrogation unit in Konoha's intelligence division. Known for his brutal methods of extracting information from enemies, rumor has it he has a rather fearsome appearance. He'd chuckled. He does indeed look intimidating, with several scars adorning his face. Rising to his feet, he added, whether you believe me or not, I hope this remains between us. Kiba inquired about Kurenai's knowledge of the exam content. He'd shook his head. If news of the exam's contents were to leak, everything I have just said would be in vain. He did not directly answer Kiba's question, yet it was clear to everyone that this information was to remain confidential. Now, let us all attend to our own matters. With that, He'd took Hinata's hand and departed. Kiba, feeling a surge of jealousy, turned to Fuka. Scratching his head with a grin, Fuka, let's train together. Fuka clung to Yuki's arm, declaring, He'd said submitting a blank paper is fine. I want to go buy some delicious food with my sister. She then affectionately scratched Akamaru and set him down. Go on, buddy. Next time I'll bring you some bones. Akamaru watched as Fuka and Yuki walked away, his ears drooping. Kiba squatted down, tapping Akamaru's head. Oh, you're the only one who keeps me company. Akamaru shot him a disdainful glance before relieving himself nearby and scampering off. Woof woof, Kiba exclaimed, understanding Akamaru's message. His eyes widening in indignation. You truly are a lecherous little mutt. Meanwhile, He'd led Hinata to a secluded area. Hinata, how many palms can you execute now with your family's 8 trigrams 64 palms? Hinata, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, I can only manage 16 palms at present. He'd nodded at her response. For the remainder of the day, I'll train with you, shall we? All right, Hinata agreed, suddenly recalling something. But please don't use fire release. I'm not adept at long-range techniques. Observing Hinata's anxious demeanor, He'd reassured her, fear not, I 1T employ fire release. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 4 copies of He'd surrounded Hinata. She blinked, murmuring, I'm not skilled with shadow clones either. You'll have to adapt sooner or later. If not now, gradually you will become proficient. Noticing Hinata's lack of motivation and her inclination to give up, He'd calmly stated, didn't someone mention wanting to grow stronger, not to be a burden to their teammates? Neji wins against you every time. Have you never wished to defeat him? Don't you want to see the expression on the so-called genius's face when he loses? Hinata found herself lost in thought at He'd's words. These sentiments were often expressed during their time together, words she could not share with others, but felt at ease voicing in He'd's presence. Gradually, her resolve solidified as she assumed the standard gentle fist stance of the Hyuga clan. Byakugan. The moment Hinata activated her Byakugan, she charged towards the surrounding clones of Kid. She yearned to grow stronger and earn her father's recognition, no longer wanting to be the one constantly shielded by her comrades. The two trained tirelessly until nightfall. By this time, Hinata was drenched in perspiration, her arms trembling. She surged forward once more. With each step she took, her body felt increasingly heavy, and her vision began to blur. If only I could encounter him just once. Just once. As she stumbled, there was a moment when she seemed about to fall, and Feng An hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her frail form. Just as he anxiously grasped Hinata's delicate hand, she gently patted his chest with her right palm, raising her beautiful eyes. She blinked and smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, saying, "I've touched you." After that, she lost all her strength, her body growing limp as she rested her head on Feng An's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. Hinata's appearance reminded him of the times he had also fallen asleep resting on her shoulder. Feng An chuckled softly. "Is it my turn to be a pillow now?" He carefully leaned against a tree, adjusting his posture to make Hinata more comfortable. Chapter 28. The struggle has begun the next day, at the Chunin exam venue. Hinata's cheeks still bore a hint of warmth. Upon waking, she realized she had been sleeping on Feng An's body, meaning they had both fallen asleep in each other's embrace throughout the night. This revelation caused her heart to race more fiercely than the anxiety brought on by the upcoming exam, especially when she recalled dreaming of eating glutinous rice dumplings that night, which now seemed like she was nibbling on Feng An's face. "Is it about to start?" Feng An took Hinata's small hand and led her into the corridor. Blushing, Hinata asked, "Feng An, what's wrong?" Leaning closer to her ear, Feng An whispered, "There will be a confession scene here shortly." "Confession?" Hinata's breath quickened, her eyes widening. She murmured, No, we can't do that here, there are too many people." Just then, the surroundings grew lively. A youthful lad clad in a green jumpsuit stood before the pink-haired Sakura, flashing a bright, confident smile. "I am Rock Lee. Please go out with me." Sakura's expression darkened. "Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick." "No," Rock Lee exclaimed in despair, leaning against the wall as if about to collapse. It turned out it wasn't Feng An who intended to confess. Hinata realized she had misunderstood, her face turning even redder. She covered her face, too shy to meet Feng An's gaze. At that moment, a boy and a girl approached from a distance, Neji Hyuga and Tintin from Might Guy's third team. Seeing Lee in such a pitiful state, Tintin curiously asked, "Lee, what are you doing?" Before Lee could lament, Neji's question caught both his and Tintin's attention. "Hey, what is your name?" Sasuke Uchiha, hands in his pockets, slowly approached, coldly stating, before asking for someone else's name, "You should first introduce yourself." The two exchanged glances before parting ways. Feng An ruffled Hinata's hair. "It's over, the confession has ended." Hinata nodded, following Feng An closely. As she walked with her head down, Neji noticed her. "Lady Hinata?" Yet he did not greet her. Tintin, following his gaze, remarked, "Is she the sister you mentioned, Hinata?" Neji simply replied, "Let us go," without addressing Tintin's question. Before long, Feng An spotted his acquaintance, the seemingly harmless Kabuto, in the classroom. He shook his head at Kabuto's deceptive demeanor. If he hadn't read the script, he would have never suspected him to be one of Orochimaru's subordinates. As Feng An stared at him, Kabuto noticed and approached. "Hello, are you in need of some information?" Kabuto asked with a smile. Feng An returned a friendly smile. "Not at the moment, I'm out of money." "Ah, what a pity," Kabuto feigned regret before departing. Feng An and Hinata were soon joined by Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Shino, Yukazake, and Kazahana in classroom 301. Upon seeing Feng An and Hinata holding hands, Kazahana shot them an amused glance. "Be careful not to spread your sweaty hands." Feng An chuckled. "Someone's feeling envious, though I won't disclose who." Envious? Me?" Kazahana smirked, mischievously grabbing Tintin's soft curves. Though Tintin's figure was modest, it drew the attention of everyone present. "Who's envious now?" Tintin squeaked in surprise at Kazahana's sudden action. Her cheeks flushed as she tugged on Kazahana's ear. "Are you making fun of your elder sister?" Kazahana quickly begged for mercy. "Ouch. I'm sorry, sister." Hinata noticed Feng An's wide-eyed expression. She glanced at Tintin and then down at herself, her gaze dimming as she murmured, "Does Feng An prefer someone smaller?" Though her voice was soft, Feng An was close enough to catch every word. A sense of unease washed over him. If he didn't clarify this misunderstanding, Hinata might wander down the wrong path. He hurriedly leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I prefer someone larger. You mustn't follow Sakura down that misguided road. Hinata quickly covered her flushed face, nodding rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Oh no, he heard me. She felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. Seeing her nod, Feng An felt relieved. He then shot a fierce glare at Kazahana, blaming her for almost jeopardizing his blissful future. At that moment, a ninja who had been watching approached Tintin with a wicked grin. Sister, how about we team up? I'll take you to new heights. Fly on your own. Kazahana kicked him in the rear. Surprisingly, the ninja didn't seem offended. He laughed. I almost forgot about my sister. How about you both join me? The older brothers will help you soar in the team competition. Kazahana, infuriated, kicked him again, only to have him catch her leg. Tintin swiftly drew a kunai, aiming it at him. The weapon was directed at his vital point, forcing him to release Kazahana and step back to evade the attack. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his rear. He grimaced, reaching behind him to find he had been bitten by a white dog, Akamaru. Furious, he lifted Akamaru by the scruff of his neck, demanding, "Whose dog is this?" Akamaru, Kiba shouted, tossing a soldier pill to him. Akamaru swallowed it, instantly growing several times larger, his fur turning a fierce red. With a savage glare, Akamaru turned his head and lunged at the ninja. The once calm ninja, now panicked, shouted, "Big brother, second brother, save me." Instantly, two men wielding kunai leaped in from behind. "Don't worry, little brother. We'll protect you." The sudden appearance of the two caught Akamaru off guard, and they managed to inflict injuries on him. "Akamaru," Kiba roared, utilizing the beast mimicry technique to charge at the two, vowing to tear them apart. Seeing Kiba rush forward, the trio seemed prepared. "You must be the third teammate teaming up with them. If we take you out, they will have no choice but to cooperate with us." With that, they simultaneously hurled kunai at Kiba, each attached to an explosive tag. In midair, Kiba had no chance to evade. Kazahana and the others cried out, "Kiba!" Meanwhile, the onlookers merely shook their heads. The young lad is so inexperienced that he does not realize that the struggle has already begun. He is destined to be the first to perish. Chapter 29. Is it certain that this question does not exceed the syllabus? Just as the kunai approached Inuzuka Kiba, Shino and Kankuro simultaneously launched their attacks. Insect Jutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Countless insects enveloped Kiba, forming a protective layer akin to a bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, Kankuro directed a powerful gust of wind towards the incoming kunai, which was astonishingly forceful, even sending the kunai soaring away. The explosive-tagged kunai hurtled back towards the three who had just launched their attack. Impossible. The three were taken aback, realizing they too had been swept away by the fierce wind, crashing hard against the classroom wall, unable to detach themselves. In the following instant, the explosive tags detonated before them. Boom. As a cloud of thick black smoke dissipated, several massive cracks appeared in the wall, while the three lay motionless on the ground. Their barely perceptible rising chests indicated that they were still alive. The surrounding students hurriedly changed their seats, fearing the wall might collapse at any moment. Witnessing Shino and Kankuro stepping forward, Kiba was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Kankuro!" he exclaimed, rushing towards him, only to be met with Kankuro's swift evasion as he returned to sit beside Hinata, unwilling to be sullied by Kiba's tears. "Shino!" Kiba lunged at Shino, only to find himself with a mouthful of insects as Shino had already discreetly repositioned to the other side. The previously indifferent onlookers were now astonished, mentally noting that they would certainly avoid this individual in team matches. The once noisy classroom fell into an unexpected silence. But it did not last long as whispers began to rise in volume. They speculated about the identity of this recently famed genius from Konoha. Was he the Byakugan prodigy Neji from the Hyuga clan, or the handsome Uchiha Sasuke? Impossible, it must be Neji, just look at his eyes. It must be Sasuke then. They say he is incredibly handsome, and indeed, he is. Fool, Uchiha Sasuke has black hair. Then who is he? How come I've never heard of such a talented youth from Konoha? Listening to the various conjectures, Kankuro felt speechless, especially at the assumption that he was the arrogant Uchiha Sasuke. Am I really that ostentatious? The guesses were absurdly far-fetched, yet one could hardly blame them. The only Konoha geniuses known to outsiders were those two, and most had never even seen them, leading to Kankuro being mistaken for Sasuke. Hinata watched Kankuro's awkward demeanor and chuckled softly. "Are you laughing at me?" Kankuro teased, pinching her small nose. Hinata pouted, rubbing her nose. "Honestly, I think you're even more formidable than Neji and the others." Kankuro jested. Ah, has Hinata finally awakened? Have you learned the art of flattery? Hinata, looking down, spoke somewhat shyly. I mean it. Thank you, Kankuro. At that moment, Yukazuki approached Kankuro to express her gratitude, just as Kankuro was about to respond. A loud bang from the podium drew everyone's attention. As the smoke cleared, a group of ninjas appeared on the platform. Greetings, everyone. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first round of the Chunin exams. Upon seeing the fearsome countenance of the man in a black trench coat standing at the forefront, the room collectively gasped, and the previously noisy environment fell into an eerie silence. However, Hinata and her peers, having been forewarned by Kankuro, adjusted to the situation relatively easily, which piqued Ibiki's interest. It seems this year may hold some intrigue. Ibiki proceeded to explain the examination rules, followed by the division of candidates into their respective testing rooms, guided by the silent ninjas behind him. Each time he articulated a rule, Hinata and her companions exchanged astonished glances, as Kankuro's descriptions had been remarkably accurate. If he chose to, Kankuro could even mimic Ibiki's gestures and demeanor, but he deemed such an endeavor unnecessary. Before long, after elucidating the rules, they were led into their assigned examination rooms. Kankuro felt fortunate. He remained in classroom 301, seated in a corner, with Hinata directly in front of him. His gaze fixated on the blonde-haired Naruto beside Hinata. However, given their prior interactions, Hinata would likely not lend her exam paper to Naruto, as their story had already been interrupted by Kankuro. The distribution of exam papers commenced, and Kankuro's curiosity piqued regarding the test content. As he perused the pages, he found himself questioning reality. The first question, calculus? What does calculus have to do with a ninja exam? He was not alone in his bewilderment. Many others in the examination room shared his disbelief. This is beyond the syllabus. Students rubbed their eyes in disbelief, some even pressing their faces closer to the papers. Why do I recognize these words separately, yet they seem so foreign when combined? I prepared extensively on various ninjutsu principles and basic ninja qualities. And you mean to tell me none of that will be tested? Gradually, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Ibiki's fierce glare swept across the candidates. Silence. Anyone who speaks again will be treated as cheating and lose 2 points. Those dissatisfied were about to voice their grievances, but quickly lowered their heads upon seeing his fearsome, scarred visage. As a diligent and well-mannered ninja school graduate, refraining from contradicting a teacher was a fundamental principle. As time passed, more and more candidates began to grasp the true nature of the examination rules, transforming into adept cheaters. Notably, a Sounin wrapped in bandages managed to cheat by discerning characters through sound alone, showing no sign of fear even when the proctor's camera was pointed at him. Kankuro comfortably lay his head on his desk, observing the various antics of his peers, shaking his head at times. If he were the proctor, at least 90% of the ninjas would be eliminated at this stage. The audacity of some, like the one using puppets to impersonate the examiners, left him speechless. Could they not even count the number of candidates? Clearly, the examiners were turning a blind eye, allowing any show of ability to pass, unless one blatantly copied, in which case they would be caught. When his gaze fell upon Naruto, he found him in a state of shock, mirroring the expression of his exam paper. Kankuro facepalmed. This fool still had not figured out the exam rules. At that moment, Naruto clutched his hair in despair, time ticking away. If I get eliminated alone, that's one thing, but I might drag Sasuke and Sakura down with me. Sigh. I guess I have no choice but to cheat. Despite his reluctance, the thought of Sasuke and Sakura facing elimination because of him compelled Naruto to resolve to cheat. Fortunately, I'm seated next to the genius Hinata. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief, grateful for the presence of a scholarly companion. Chapter 30. Before the participants arrived, the ball was already in motion. Naruto cautiously lifted his head, observing the proctor's gaze. He angled his eyes to the limit, almost rolling them back, before feeling secure in his position. Even if the proctor is present, there's no way he can prove I'm peeking. With his face directed forward, he managed to catch a glimpse of Hinata's exam paper. Nanny. Naruto nearly lost his composure, quickly rubbing his aching eyes. To his astonishment, Hinata's paper was completely blank. Not a single question had been answered. It must be a mistake. Naruto stole another glance, then a third. A blank sheet. Isn't Hinata able to do it either? Naruto felt a wave of despair as he slammed his head onto the table. The noise startled those engaged in dishonest practices, who shot him a fierce glare. When Hinata received her exam paper and glanced at it, she found the questions quite challenging. However, having encountered similar problems at home, she had some inkling of how to approach them. Yet, her confidence stood at a mere 99%. Perfection eluded her, leaving her feeling unstable. She recalled what Keed had said the previous day. If one lacks confidence, it is better not to attempt it. A correct answer would not incur penalties. She nodded in agreement and opted not to answer, pondering the consequences of a wrong response. Submitting a blank paper seemed the safest choice. As the exam time progressed into its latter half, Mori no Ibiki stood up. Now, for the 10th question, you must decide whether to respond. If you choose not to answer, you will receive a score of 0, and your teammates will be eliminated as well. Should you decide to answer but fail, you will forfeit your eligibility for the Chunin exams forever. The implication of his words cast a pall over the room. Under immense pressure, some began to abandon the exam, exiting in disappointment. Hinata's heart raced. Had Keed not explained the rules beforehand, she would likely have chosen to forfeit at this moment. Before knowing the questions, no one could assure themselves of their correctness, and the anxiety of the unknown was the heaviest burden. Watching more and more candidates leave, Naruto could not stop his legs from trembling. Keed observed Naruto's inability to contain himself and slowly covered his ears, knowing that Naruto was about to unleash his ultimate technique, his verbal prowess. As Naruto unleashed a torrent of words, those still present were invigorated, rising to their feet only to sit back down again. Mori no Ibiki cast a long look at the blonde Naruto, then glanced at the clock, nodding to the proctors surrounding him. Congratulations to all present. You have successfully passed the first written exam. A warm smile spread across Ibiki's face. Just as everyone felt as though they were dreaming, Keed's eyes widened as he fixated on the window. Something was coming. He did not want to miss the exquisite details of the upcoming spectacle. With a loud crash, the window shattered, and a shuriken flew in, capturing everyone's attention, except Keed's. He knew the grand event was yet to come. Holding his breath, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a woman leaped through the window, and even before her arrival, her presence was felt. Mitarashi Anko, clad in a brown cloak, wore nothing but a black fishnet top beneath. Her ample bosom caught the eye, a stark contrast to the sunset hue of the previous evening. Keed could not help but marvel. Anko was the clearest embodiment of the Northern Hemisphere he had ever encountered. The crowd was equally captivated, though only Keed had witnessed the fleetingly vivid image. Others could only imagine what lay beneath her cloak. As the curtain fell behind the shuriken, it boldly bore the name Mitarashi Anko. Hello everyone. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second round. With her booming voice, many who had been momentarily stunned shot her resentful glances. The atmosphere shifted palpably with her words. Anko, sensing the mood had soured, cleared her throat. Please take the time to rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will gather at the designated location for the second exam. As the candidates dispersed, Keed reunited with Hinata and the others. They discussed the exam's outcome, only to discover that everyone had submitted blank papers. Keed expressed his surprise. Everyone handed in blank papers? Huh, wasn't it you who told us to submit blank papers? Someone replied. Well, it should be fine, right? Keed felt a sense of unease at the thought of 6 or 7 papers being blank when collected. What if their scores were invalidated? Fuka, visibly frustrated, pressed, tell me. Is there a problem? The chief examiner announced a pass, so there's no issue, Keed reassured them. Yet, despite his words, many would find difficulty sleeping that night. Meanwhile, Mori no Ibiki was collecting the papers and came across one that bore only a name. Uzumaki Naruto? That yellow-haired brat from earlier? He had already discerned that this exam was designed to test the ninja's spirit. As he continued, he noticed another blank paper beside it. It seems there are many astute ninjas among us, he mused. However, as he continued to collect, his expression darkened. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th blank papers piled up, and he could no longer maintain his composure, hastily gathering the papers. Eventually, he slumped into his chair, staring at the 7 blank papers in disbelief. Are there truly so many prodigious ninjas this time? Or were my questions simply lacking in merit? The following day, the number of ninjas gathered in the Forest of Death was significantly fewer than on the first day. Anko stood before the crowd and declared, Welcome to the Forest of Death. You will soon understand why it bears this name. Hee. Naruto mockingly mimicked Anko's tone. Suddenly, a shuriken hurled from Anko's hand grazed Naruto's cheek, simultaneously severing a grass ninja's hair. A second later, blood trickled down Naruto's face, and he stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. Anko appeared behind him, wiping the blood from his face. At that moment, The grass ninja approached Anko from behind, using his long tongue to retrieve the shuriken. He'd immediately recognized him as Orochimaru, yet Anko did not seem to acknowledge this, leaving him puzzled. How could such a long tongue not be memorable? Anko then began explaining the content and rules of the second exam. Each team would be assigned a heaven or earth scroll and would need to seize the corresponding scroll they lacked to pass. Afterward, they would head to the tall tower to complete their tasks. Losing a teammate or being unable to act would result in disqualification. Compared to the first written exam, the second was fraught with danger, requiring the signing of life and death waivers. Soon, each team received their respective scrolls. Before entering the forest of death, he'd cautioned everyone. If you encounter that grass ninja or the sand ninja Gaara, who has love etched on his forehead, avoid them. Due to their effortless success in the first exam, the group trusted Keed's advice implicitly, nodding in agreement. All teams entered through various entrances, preventing conflicts before reaching deeper into the forest. Keed, along with Uchiha and Hyuga, entered through entrance 7. Once inside, Keed led them deeper into the forest, seeking a secluded corner to rest. Uchiha and Hyuga exchanged glances, uncertain of his intentions. Keed, aren't we going to seize the scrolls? Keed, reclining in the shade with his eyes closed, replied softly, let's rest first. There's no need to rush. The first day had everyone brimming with energy, making it inefficient to rush for scrolls at this point. Though Uchiha and Hyuga were inclined to grab scrolls, they felt compelled to follow their leader's directive to rest. They could not simply run off to scavenge. Fine, let's rest. After coming to this conclusion, Uchiha lay down nearby. Hyuga, seeing her sister imitate Keed's relaxed posture, wore a bewildered expression. So they're both giving up, huh? Then I will too. Hyuga huffed, sitting a short distance away, resolving to join in the idle relaxation. On the other side, upon entering the forest of death, Inuzuka Kiba excitedly clamored for a spar with other teams. Let us go find a team to fight. Observing the energetic Kiba, both Shino and Hinata noted that the two in their group were not particularly talkative. Thus, Kiba naturally assumed the role of leader, albeit self-appointed, as there was no official leader amongst them. He had long desired to be the team leader, but had previously refrained due to his inability to surpass Kazuma. Since you both agree, let us head in that direction. Not long after setting off, Kiba stumbled upon a red-haired boy with an umbrella amidst the black rain. How peculiar! Why is it only raining there? Suddenly, Kiba caught a whiff of an extremely pungent and metallic scent of blood, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He crouched low, concealing himself in the grass. Just then, Hinata and Shino approached from behind. Kiba, what's wrong? Hinata asked, noticing Kiba's hidden demeanor. Shoo! Kiba quickly urged them to silence. Activating her Byakugan, Hinata crouched down and saw that the area surrounding the umbrella-holding boy was strewn with dismembered limbs, the rain itself comprised of the blood of those unfortunate souls. Looking up, she noticed a character inscribed with the word love on the boy's forehead. He was none other than Gaara, the sand ninja mentioned by Kazuma. She realized that the direction of his gaze was fixated on the very grass they were hiding in. What do we do? Hinata trembled, instinctively covering her mouth to suppress any sounds of fear. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Kiba whispered, Hinata, what did you see? With a shiver in her voice. Hinata responded, it's him, the sand ninja Gaara with the love mark. He just killed 3 members of a team. And now he is staring right at us. Kiba's eyelids twitched. The overwhelming scent of blood he had detected earlier was indeed a harbinger of death. The 3 of them turned pale, frozen behind the grass. Although Kiba had anticipated the possibility of death, this was his first true confrontation with it, and the gruesome scene was overwhelming. Kazuma had advised them to flee, but their bodies felt paralyzed with fear. As Hinata continued to observe Gaara's movements with her Byakugan, 2 other ninjas appeared beside him. 1. A woman with 4 spiky yellow hairdos reminiscent of Naruto, urged Gaara, let us go, Gaara. Gaara paused for a moment, still fixated on the grass, before turning and following the 2 ninjas away. Hinata maintained her Byakugan until they were a kilometer away. Kiba quietly asked, did he leave? Hinata nodded. The tension began to ease, and some color returned to their faces. Kiba's fervor was extinguished by the grim atmosphere conjured by Gaara. How about we find a place to rest? He suggested. All right, both Hinata and Shino agreed, as the earlier incident had left a significant shadow over them. Meanwhile, the rest team, Yujin's trio, was also awakened by intermittent screams piercing through the silence. Kazuma sat up angrily. Can't a person get some sleep around here? Hyuga shot him an incredulous glance. Only you would nap in the forest of death. Beside them, Ukitsuki rubbed her eyes awake. What is happening? Hyuga shook her head in exasperation. There is something even more outrageous. At that moment, the source of the screams fell unconscious on the ground. One of them rummaging through the other's belongings for scrolls, startled by a sudden low shout and glancing sideways to see a man glaring at him. With a change of expression, he snatched the scroll from the unconscious bodies and fled, yelling to his comrades, "Run. There are 3 formidable opponents here." Their intention was merely to seize a heaven scroll and then head to the tower for completion. Observing their quick retreat, Kazuma chose not to pursue them, opting to resume his nap. Hyuga, irate, approached Kazuma and kicked him. "You let such a good opportunity slip away. They just fought with another team. With a little effort, we could have secured 2 scrolls." Kazuma frowned, rubbing the spot where she had kicked him. "There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. There are faster ways to clear the exam. We just need to wait at the tower for others to deliver the scrolls." This may have sounded arrogant to others, but Kazuma simply had a precise understanding of his capabilities. In this forest of death, aside from the rampaging Shikaku, no one could threaten him. Kazuma was waiting for an opportunity to showcase his potential to Hinata, which was his true motive for participating in the Chunin exams. For now, he needed to conserve his energy, ready to intercept exhausted teams once they had exhausted themselves. "Hyuga, it's all right. The first exam was completed without risk thanks to him. I trust he has his own plan for this round," Ukitsuki said, adjusting her position for comfort. Hyuga shot her an exasperated look. "I think you're just infatuated with him." The trio that had just fled stared at the 2 earth scrolls in their possession, bewildered. One burly man grumbled, "So we did all that for nothing?" Another, with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, replied, "Why didn't that team pursue us just now?" There's only one possibility. Even in their weakened state, they lacked the strength to seize our scrolls. They might still be nearby. Let us hurry back. Following his deduction, the 3 swiftly secured the 2 earth scrolls and raced back. Chapter 32. 2 identical scrolls, unwilling to share even one, while Kazuma enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The 3 ninjas returned to confront him. One of them shouted, "Hey, hand over the scrolls." Kazuma tightened his fists, irritation flaring within him. "What do you want again?" The man assumed Kazuma hadn't heard and repeated, "Hand over the scrolls, and we'll spare your lives." Kazuma rose, dusting off his pants, his gaze icy as he mirrored the man's words, "Hand over the scrolls, and we'll spare your lives." The man's expression darkened. "Are the youngsters today so brazen? Stop wasting time. Let us just attack," urged the burly man behind him, who suddenly hurled a handful of shuriken at Kazuma while charging at him at breakneck speed. Kazuma effortlessly deflected the shuriken and vanished, reappearing right in front of the burly man. "What? So fast?" The burly man's face paled as he instinctively swung a kunai at Kazuma. But his speed was too sluggish. Before he could even touch Kazuma, he received a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse unconscious. He took him down with one punch. The 2 remaining men stared in shock. One, a wiry figure, trembled and stammered, "What do we do, brother?" The other, despite perspiring profusely, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "Don't worry, he is probably a specialist in taijutsu. I have a powerful secret technique that requires time to activate. You just need to hold him off for 5 seconds, and I can take him out with one hand." "Ah, this." The wiry man was visibly anxious, his legs shaking uncontrollably, a stark contrast to the bravado he had displayed earlier when Kazuma had frightened him. Seeing him still hesitant, another man placed a hand on his shoulder, his face resolute. "Brother, do you trust me?" "It's not that I don't trust you. I doubt my own ability to last 5 seconds. Feng An kicked aside the unconscious burly man, glancing at the 2 with disdain. "Hand over the scroll." The frail man slapped his cheeks with determination and shouted, "I'm all in. Big brother, you must defeat him. Lead us to victory." He charged at Feng An with a kunai. However, just 2 meters into his run, he tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground with a thud. Feng An glanced at Shuiue and remarked, "Even in the ninja world, there are those who feign injury?" Shuiue shook her head, "I don't know." Feng An observed the frail man lying motionless on the ground. "Hey." He cautiously approached and noticed a pool of blood beneath him, turning him over. Feng An was taken aback. The frail man had inadvertently stabbed himself in the chest with the kunai, ending his own life. "Aren't you 2 supposed to have identical scrolls? Why not just share one instead of going to such extremes?" Feng An felt a deep sense of perplexity. The last standing man suddenly opened his eyes wide. It seemed he had invoked a secret technique. His physique visibly expanded, veins bulging beneath his skin. As his muscles swelled, his body grotesquely grew, fissures appearing in his skin. Once the transformation was complete, he stood towering at 2 meters, a muscular behemoth. "Haha, I did it. Finally," he exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. "Brother, I'm here to help you." But upon seeing Feng An's figure, his eyes turned crimson with rage. "You dare to harm my brother." Feng An met his gaze calmly, explaining, "He killed himself. Look. The kunai is still in his own hand." "Nonsense. He could never take his own life." The man's leg muscles surged with power as he leapt into the air. The ground cracked beneath him, creating 2 massive craters. He roared at Feng An, swinging his fist with lethal intent. "Prepare to die." This was a secret technique taught by his master, harnessing chakra to strike vital points, exponentially increasing his power for a brief moment. His punch held enough force to seriously injure a Chunin, while a mere genin would perish under the onslaught of his fists. Boom! The sound echoed as his fist, nearly the size of a human head, collided with Feng An. He was sent flying several meters, crashing into a sturdy tree and creating a deep crater before finally coming to a halt. Feng An, Fenghua, and Shuiyue's faces turned pale. The enormous man, overwhelmed with joy, shouted, "Brother, I've avenged you." "What vengeance? I told you he died by his own hand." Feng An's voice emerged from the depths of the crater. Fenghua rejoiced. "Feng An, you're unharmed." He leapt from the pit, stretching his shoulders and waist. "Unharmed. That was nearly enough to shatter my bones." He had chosen not to evade the man's attack, wanting to gauge the limits of his body under the invigorating effects of cellular activation. His body was indeed resilient. Such a powerful and swift attack had left him unscathed. Yet, the sheer force of the man's punch had still propelled him far away. "How can you be unscathed?" The man bellowed, eyes wide with disbelief. Feng An did not respond to his question, but instead inquired, "Is that technique a variant of the 8 gates? What does it matter? If one punch isn't enough, then I'll throw 2. The man's veins throbbed, and his body erupted with chakra. He gathered all his chakra into his right fist, amplifying its potency several-fold compared to before. Feng An remained unfazed, possessing the power of yin and yang. He sensed the man's rapidly depleting life force. He realized the man was at the end of his tether, regardless of whether he unleashed that punch. He would ultimately meet his demise. "Your brother's fate is not my concern," Feng An sighed, shaking his head. "Forget it. There's no point in discussing it." As he wouldn't listen anyway, he summoned the size of a ping-pong ball of yin and yang energy to his throat. Had he grasped the creative aspect of yin and yang, he might have attempted to save the man's life. But alas, he only wielded destructive powers for now. The man's face instantly paled as he declared, "Prepare to die." He unleashed his full strength, aiming his right fist at Feng An once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. The opponent's speed was such that Feng An had no time to form hand signs, forcing him to abandon pretense and simply form the tiger seal. A small fireball imbued with yin and yang surged toward the man. In a fit of madness, the man saw the egg-sized fireball and, without a thought of evasion, punched it. However, the instant his fist made contact with the flames, a sizzling sound erupted. In an instant, his fist and forearm were pierced by the fireball. Wind release, gale palm. Feng An directed a gust of wind toward the fireball. The fireball surged forward, piercing straight through the man's heart. In an instant, his body rapidly shrank, soon transforming into a withered corpse. Was it truly that simple for him to die? Fenghua and Shuiyue stood in stunned silence. Feng An glanced at the burly man convulsing on the ground. "Hand over the scroll," he said calmly. Chapter 33. "Oh, are you hurt? Coward." The burly man on the ground, trembling, realized Feng and was aware of his awakening. He sat up unsteadily and retrieved 2 earth scrolls from his robe. Upon receiving the scrolls, Feng An paid him no mind and returned to Shuiyue's side. "Shuiyue, your scroll is the heaven scroll, right?" Shuiyue appeared lost in thought, the earlier scene lingering in her mind. She understood Feng and was powerful, but she hadn't anticipated just how formidable he had become. This was not the first time her perception of Feng and had been shattered. It seemed each time he acted, he only grew stronger. She realized the chasm between them would only widen until they existed in entirely different realms. This thought dimmed her eyes. Yes, it is the heaven scroll. She produced the scroll with the character for heaven inscribed upon it, yet felt no joy as she had imagined. Perhaps it was because she felt no sense of participation. "Sister, Feng An, let us head to the designated tower to hand these over," Windflower exclaimed, her face alight with excitement at the prospect of her team passing so swiftly. Shuiyu mechanically nodded. Feng An scratched his head, following Windflower. He felt somewhat troubled. Having gathered the heaven and earth scrolls so quickly left him at a loss for how to prevent the two from making the handover. He had yet to fulfill his objective of showcasing his prowess before the proctor. Meanwhile, the burly man, trembling and kneeling on the ground, waited until Feng An and the others had completely departed before shifting his body and lying back down. Why did he kill my two teammates, but spare me? Am I so weak that he deems me unworthy of his attention? The burly man could only smile bitterly, feeling no resentment, but rather a sense of relief. Grateful for his own weakness. As Feng An, Fenghua, and Shuiyu made their way towards the tower, the sounds of battle and clashing shurikens filled the air. Fenghua, leading the group, quickly noticed the skirmish ahead. She gestured for them to lower their bodies, saying, "It seems another team is engaged in combat. We should carefully navigate around them." Shuiyu, crouching forward, suddenly widened her eyes and glanced back at Feng An. "It's that grass ninja you mentioned, fighting with others." Upon hearing this, Feng An's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Was this not an opportunity knocking at his door? She, noticing the gleam in his eyes, found his demeanor curious. "Weren't you the one who said we should flee upon seeing her? Why do you appear so exhilarated?" Feng An replied nonchalantly. "I told you to run, but that doesn't mean I must do the same." Fenghua shot him a sidelong glance, muttering under her breath, "Just a moment ago, someone was pinned to a tree with a single punch." In deep contemplation, Feng An finally devised a plan to delay their rendezvous at the tower. "Fenghua, wait. Let's postpone our meeting." "Why?" she inquired. "We still have ample time. Let me give you a preview of the final exam's content. The last round is an individual competition, specifically the 11th. Observing their battle here is an excellent opportunity to accumulate practical experience." Fenghua and Shuiyu exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Truthfully, if the final round truly was the 11th, Shuiyu felt that merely spectating would be futile, as she knew her chances of winning were exceedingly slim. "I can do it," she declared, looking to Fenghua for her decision on whether to stay. Fenghua was considerably stronger than Shuiyu, and if it came down to the 11th, she had a decent chance as long as she avoided the renowned opponents. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Then let us hide and observe." Feng An felt a surge of joy at Fenghua's agreement. This brought him a step closer to fulfilling his purpose. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the members of Team 7 were already embroiled in a fierce battle. However, it was more accurate to say that only 2 from Team 7 were engaged, as the pink-haired Sakura merely stood at the back, anxiously calling out to Naruto and Sasuke. Fenghua and Shuiyu couldn't help but draw parallels with themselves, feeling a blush creep onto their cheeks. The battle had reached a stalemate. "Wait," Sasuke said, his expression serious as he retrieved a scroll from his backpack. "If you want the scroll, take it." Naruto and Sakura were taken aback by Sasuke's actions. "What are you doing, giving the scroll to the enemy?" Naruto shouted. Sasuke shot him a glance and casually tossed the scroll towards Orochimaru. In mid-flight, Naruto gritted his teeth and leaped up, intercepting the scroll in the air. Sasuke maintained his composure, saying, "Naruto, don't interfere." With a forceful punch, Naruto sent Sasuke flying. "You're definitely a fraud, aren't you?" he muttered darkly. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Idiot. What are you talking about? I'm the real deal. The true Sasuke is not a coward like you. Do you think handing over the scroll will spare us?" Orochimaru, quietly observing their quarrel, slowly rose, a smirk forming on his lips as he regarded them. "Naruto, congratulations on your correct answer. I can simply take the scroll after I eliminate you." Furious, Naruto charged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru rolled up his sleeves, bit his finger, and drew a bloodline on his arm. Unfazed, he proceeded to form hand seals. Summoning technique. A massive brown serpent appeared beneath him in an instant, swinging its tail and sending Naruto flying. Fenghua's pupils widened in surprise. What a gigantic snake. How can such a grotesque summoning beast exist? Feng An caught a glimpse of her reaction. Is that grotesque? If you encountered a toad summoning beast, you'd probably regurgitate your last meal. After swatting Naruto away, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, directing the giant serpent towards Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was paralyzed by overwhelming fear, trembling and unable to react. Just as the serpent was about to strike him, Naruto, having collected his courage, leaped in front of Sasuke. He braced against the massive serpent and plunged a kunai deep into its mouth. Gradually lifting his head, he flashed a smile at Sasuke. "Hey, you okay? Don't be such a coward." Chapter 34. A gift delivered to your face in the midst of Sasuke's bewilderment. Orochimaru's 5-meter-long tongue coiled around Naruto, dragging him closer. Struggling in midair, Naruto shouted, "Let me go, you vile snake demon. A nine-tailed brat, I see. Even your seal is surfacing. Let me reinforce it for you." Orochimaru ignored Naruto's flailing fists and opened his palm, allowing purple chakra representing the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to materialize on his 5 fingers. 5-element seal. Orochimaru struck Naruto in the abdomen, reinforcing the seal already in place. Naruto's 9-tailed vertical pupils gradually faded, replaced by blue ones. This is infuriating. As the power of the 9 tails was sealed, Naruto fainted from chakra exhaustion. Orochimaru cast a glance at Naruto, a sly grin forming as he flicked his tongue back. The unconscious Naruto fell like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into a tree before plummeting downwards. Naruto. Sakura swiftly threw a kunai, expertly pinning him to a tree. Following this, under Sakura's verbal onslaught, Sasuke was finally roused from his stupor. I am not a coward. Now fully alert, Sasuke activated his 2-tomo Sharingan, fixing a fierce gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru dispelled the summoning beast and licked his lips, chuckling lightly. Let me test your strength. The two engaged in close combat. Feng An felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his head nodding intermittently. Soon, Feng An noticed his unusual behavior and shot him a disdainful look. Hey, didn't you say we should gather experience? Why are you falling asleep? What? Feng An jolted awake. Hyuga quickly covered his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. It dawned on Feng An that they were currently in hiding. Who goes there? Orochimaru's cold gaze shifted towards the bushes where Feng An concealed himself, and he hurled a kunai in that direction. Feng An gasped. This is bad. She quickly gathered chakra, an ice crystal forming in front of her. Clang. Feng An dashed out, swatting the kunai away with a swift movement. He stared ahead, subtly moving his lips. Do not reveal your ice techniques in front of him. Orochimaru's icy gaze locked onto Feng An. Where did this rat come from? Sasuke and Sakura turned their attention to Feng An, and upon recognizing him, Sakura exclaimed, Feng An? What is he doing here? Sasuke replied nonchalantly, You know him? He is Feng An, from our class. Sasuke frowned. Feng An? The one who is on par with Naruto in being the bottom of the class. Upon realizing this, his frown deepened, and he averted his gaze from Feng An. In his view, someone lacking self-awareness dared to spy, pure folly. Sasuke hurled a shuriken at Orochimaru, charging forward. This is not a battle for someone like you to partake in. Quickly hide. Feng An was taken aback. Worried about me? How kind of you. Orochimaru once again advanced towards Sasuke. Indifferent to Feng An as long as he did not interfere. Feng An whispered from behind, Now's our chance. Let us escape. Escape? He cares about me so much. How could I possibly run away? He is my best friend in the Ninja Academy. Feng An feigned anger, raising his voice dramatically. He was reluctant to leave, as this was the moment to showcase his abilities. However, the initial plan to strike Orochimaru during the curse seal had now been forced into action prematurely. Feng An and Hyuga exchanged glances, puzzled. Did he possess such a helpful side? Upon hearing his loud declarations, Sasuke internally cursed yet another hot-blooded fool. Besides, who claimed to be your best friend? I can barely recall us having a conversation. I'm here, Sasuke. Feng An exclaimed, leaping forward to throw shurikens at Orochimaru's back. Feng An looked at Hyuga. What should we do? Thus far, it had been him doing all the work, so let's heed his words. Feng An nodded. She kept a watchful eye on the battle. Should the situation turn unfavorable for Feng An, she would rush out to rescue him. Orochimaru quickly evaded their combined assault. The shadowy rat should cower in the corner. He slithered around the tree trunk like a serpent, swiftly advancing towards Feng An, spitting out the blue Kusanagi sword. Fool, didn't I tell you to escape? Sasuke shouted, hurling shurikens towards Orochimaru. Yet, his speed was astonishing, and the shurikens missed entirely. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide, his tongue coiling around the Kusanagi sword, lunging towards Feng An's throat. This unexpected strike was swift. Had Feng An not anticipated such a maneuver, he would have been caught off guard. With the enhancement of cell activation, while his body could withstand the shuriken, he had no confidence in withstanding the divine Kusanagi sword's assault. Suddenly, he burst forth with speed, swiftly sidestepping and grabbing Orochimaru's extended tongue. In an instant, he delivered a decisive hand chop. The moment the yin-yang energy made contact with the tongue, it severed into two. Orochimaru recoiled in pain. Damn rat. Feng An disdainfully discarded the severed portion of Orochimaru's tongue. He hastily performed a simple sealing technique on the Kusanagi sword to prevent Orochimaru from summoning it back. Since you've labeled me a rat, I suppose taking your Kusanagi sword is permissible? He turned and stowed the sword away. Beside him, Sasuke looked at Sakura, bewildered. Is that really Feng An? It should be. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, contemplating. If he unleashed his full strength, it would surely attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, jeopardizing his ultimate plan. Let the testing conclude here, Uchiha Sasuke. He chuckled sinisterly, quickly forming hand signs. He suddenly extended his long neck towards Sasuke, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant to bite down on Sasuke's neck. What an opportunity! Feng An wielded the Kusanagi sword, aiming for Orochimaru's neck. Sasuke, Sakura, trembling, could only watch as Sasuke was bitten, use a kunai to stab his neck. Feng Hua, hidden in the foliage, was more anxious than her. With a swish, even sealed, the Kusanagi sword sliced through Orochimaru's neck with ease. Feng Hua and Shuiue gasped in unison. It worked. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, except for Feng An. He knew that Orochimaru, this cunning foe, could not be killed. He quickly lunged towards Orochimaru's severed body. Thud! The Kusanagi sword pierced effortlessly through Orochimaru's heart. Was that too easy? No, something's off. His expression shifted as he hastily leaped back towards Sasuke. At that moment, Orochimaru had already planted the cursed seal, licking Sasuke's neck, and another body emerged from his mouth. I'll remember you, red-haired rat, he said coldly. Then, like a serpent, slithered around the tree trunk, vanishing from sight. Sasuke. Sakura rushed to support the pained Sasuke. Feng An observed the deflated head of the grass ninja. The objective was achieved. Chapter 35. The cruel nature of the red-haired boy. Feng An calmly said to the tearful Sakura, Sasuke will be fine. He'll wake up in a day. Sakura wiped her tears. Thank you for saving us, Feng An. It's nothing. We are classmates. By the way, don't you owe me a wager? Feng An grinned mischievously at Sakura. Her face flushed instantly. No, that was. You didn't fulfill your part. Ever since she lost that bet, she had been worried about when Feng An would make her fulfill her end. After being assigned to Team 7 for training and missions, she hadn't seen him again. To her surprise, upon their second meeting, Feng An was already ahead of them. Do you still want to? She asked hesitantly. Feng An glanced at her impoverished surroundings and shook his head. I was just joking. He then leaped down from the tree, holding the grass ninja's head, landing before Feng Hua and Shuiue. Ah, how disgusting. Why are you holding her head? What kind of twisted words are those? Feng An shot her a glare. If you can't speak, then don't, Shuiue. You need to educate her. Her mind is filled with nonsense. What is he talking about? Shuiue nodded awkwardly. Although she didn't understand, Feng An must have his reasons. Feng An waved goodbye to Sakura, and Shuiue and Feng Hua followed him. Sakura, cradling Sasuke, gazed blankly at Feng An's retreating figure, murmuring, just like last time when we parted at school. When will we meet again? Hours passed. Hey, you pervert. How long are you going to carry her head? Feng Hua frowned, pinching her nose. Feng An offered no explanation. He didn't wish to carry a head around, but he needed to find Mitarashi Anko. Shuiue and Feng Hua were equally confused about his intentions, merely following him from behind. Huh. Hand over the scroll. 3 rain ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Feng An halted, casting an annoyed glance at the trio. What now? Ha. Of course, hand over the scroll, and we'll let you go. As one of the men laughed, another tugged at his sleeve from behind. The man scolded impatiently. What are you doing? Soon. Another man patted his back. He seems to be holding a head. Nonsense, let me see. The man shot them both a glare, turning to Feng An. Huh, where is he? In an instant, Feng An appeared before him, holding the grass ninja's head up to the man's face. The withered grass ninja made an intimate encounter. Now do you see clearly? Ah. The man's pupils contracted, trembling all over, as he shouted and attempted to punch the head in front of him. Fortunately, Feng An reacted swiftly, kicking the man far away. She was a beauty when she was alive. Getting close to her is already your fortune. And you still want to be abusive? The remaining 2 men stared at their comrade, who had been kicked several meters away, not daring to move a muscle. Feng An raised an eyebrow. If you don't leave, do you fancy her too? The 2 men looked at the horrifying head Feng An was holding, feeling nauseated, and quickly shook their heads, fleeing at full speed. Feng Hua and Shuiue realized then. It was meant to intimidate other teams without exerting effort, dissuading them from trying to seize the scroll. They had initially thought Feng An was merely a pervert, but it turned out he was on another level. While they were still on the first, Feng Hua approached Feng An with a hint of embarrassment, offering an apology. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. If I had known it was intended to intimidate other teams, I wouldn't have called you a pervert. Feng An scratched his head, genuinely not having thought that deeply about it. Given his prowess, he could easily navigate the death forest with ease. The notion of intimidation or threats was entirely unnecessary. However, since she had crafted a narrative of him being an intellectual, he found no objection to playing along. Yes, indeed, that was my intention. I assumed you would understand even without me saying it. He sighed dramatically. Feng Hua, witnessing his demeanor, became increasingly convinced of his exceptional capabilities and tactical genius. She silently vowed to ponder over any perplexing actions he might take in the future, determined to glean some wisdom from them. Her faith in Feng An's reasoning strengthened. To be honest, my arm is a bit sore. Could you help me lift this? Feng An lifted the head of the grass ninja in front of Feng Hua. The foul odor surged into her nostrils. Get that away from me. Quickly. Feng Hua recoiled, feeling nauseated by the stench. She hastily covered her nose and mouth and hid behind Shuiyue. I shall not learn this tactic after all. Just as Feng An was about to say something further, he noticed a familiar figure from the northern hemisphere pass by. Yusho Washi Hongdo, he exclaimed joyfully, rushing to block her path. Hongdo cast a cold glance at Feng An. Upon recognizing the Konoha headband he wore, her expression softened slightly. However, her tone remained frosty as she inquired, Who are you? What do you need from me? Are you looking for her? Feng An held the grass ninja's head before him, having searched for Hongdo for quite some time. He wished to be direct. I just happened to encounter that Orochimaru you mentioned. After our team defeated him, he expressed a desire to see his beloved apprentice, Yusho Washi, Hongdo, one last time. Upon hearing that, I thought of you and came to fulfill his wish. Feng An maintained a calm facade, shifting the responsibility onto Orochimaru. Knowing that Hongdo would not likely ask him if he missed her, Hongdo furrowed her brows. So you just severed his head? Feng An quickly shook his head. No, it happened during the fight. His head was severed, which is why I brought it with me. Hongdo was taken aback. So it was indeed you who beheaded him. This red-haired brat is quite ruthless. It's fortunate he belongs to Konoha. Had he been from another village, I would have ensured he was eliminated in his formative years. Chapter 36. I was just conducting a health check. Hongdo found it hard to believe that Orochimaru was dead, as the cursed seal on her neck remained, indicating he was still alive. Yet, she harbored no doubts about the truth of Feng An's words. 3 lower ninjas could hardly defeat one of the legendary Sannin. The only explanation was that Orochimaru had held back for some reason. The grass ninja's body was evidence of potential ulterior motives, suggesting he was concealing his identity to infiltrate the death forest. Feng An tossed the grass ninja's head toward Hongdo. Well then, I'm off. Wait, what is your name? Finally, the moment had arrived. Feng An had awaited this inquiry. I am Feng An. Hongdo nodded. All right, I'll remember you. I wish you success in your exam. She turned to follow the direction indicated by the cursed seal, her intent to perish alongside Orochimaru undeterred by Feng An's mention of the beloved apprentice. In her view, this was merely a ploy by Orochimaru to distract Feng An and make a stealthy escape. After Hongdo departed, Feng An rejoined Feng Hua and Shuiyue, who had been waiting nearby. Feng Hua scrutinized Feng An, searching for the missing head. Where is it? Feng An pointed to the area where he had been with Hongdo. There, over there. You want to go retrieve it, don't you? Feng Hua recalled the desiccated head and shuddered, quickly shaking her head. I certainly do not. Then let us proceed to the tower. Feng An led the way, with Feng Hua and Shuiyue following closely behind. The trio made their way steadily toward the central tower of the death forest, occasionally encountering teams that Feng An dispatched with ease. They faced no formidable opponents along the way. Here we are, Feng Hua exclaimed, joyfully embracing Shuiyue. As Feng An pushed open the tower door, he discovered that others had already arrived. This revelation did not surprise him, for he anticipated that Gaara's team would be the first. He had not expected to be the second team to reach the tower after slightly slowing his pace. Upon seeing Feng An and the others enter, Gaara's gaze shifted ominously toward Feng An. Gaara, Kankuro whispered beside him. Gaara's cold stare fixed on Kankuro, and the scattered sand around him began to swirl slightly. Kankuro, feeling the weight of Gaara's gaze, averted his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, fearing further inquiry. The sand beside Gaara settled back to the ground. Feng Hua blinked at Gaara, pondering. He is the boy Feng An warned us to run from, isn't he? She edged closer to Feng An and whispered, Do you think you can defeat him? Just because I managed to hold back Orochimaru, Do you truly consider me invincible? Feng An flicked her forehead playfully. Don't be so combative. Feng Hua protested, rubbing her forehead, her lips pouting. I'm not a girl. I'm a ninja. Gaara cast a disdainful glance at the trio before turning to leave. Kankuro, noticing Gaara's departure, hastily asked, Where are you going? Gaara shot him a cold glance, causing Kankuro to lower his head, drenched in cold sweat, unwilling to press further. However, once Gaara had moved away, he and Temari followed in his wake. Feng Hua found this exchange puzzling and murmured, Aren't they on the same team? His formidable strength and twisted personality instill fear even in his siblings, who dread the possibility of being killed in an instant. Feng An replied nonchalantly to her confusion. Feng Hua pondered aloud, strong and twisted, rather reminiscent of you. Feng An shot her a sidelong glance and turned to Shuiyue. Your sister possesses a sense of humor. Shuiyue awkwardly smiled in response. The trio waited for quite some time, only witnessing one team arrive at the tower, each bearing expressions of varying degrees of disappointment. It seemed they would not be seeing Hinata and her group anytime soon. After a brief discussion, Feng An, Feng Hua, and Shuiyue decided to part ways. On the second day, the third day, the final day arrived, and finally, Hinata and her team reached the designated tower. Feng An, Feng Hua, and Shuiyue had been waiting for them for quite some time. Inuzuka Kiba waved from a distance. You all made it after all. Feng An nodded in acknowledgement, bypassing Kiba to approach Hinata. Kiba, displeased, distanced himself. Prioritizing romance over friendship, are we? At least I have Akamaru with me. Huh, where's Akamaru? Kiba looked down, realizing his dog had vanished. Suddenly, he heard Feng Hua's laughter echoing. It dawned on him that Akamaru had scampered off to Feng Hua's side. How infuriating. You want to be spared from my retribution. Feng An gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Are you unhurt? Seeing that Feng An had also passed the exam, Hinata felt a surge of joy within. No, what about you? Feng An clutched his body, feigning a look of agony. I've been injured. Oh, where? Let me see. Hinata's expression changed, and in a flurry, she lifted his shirt. When she inadvertently caught sight of his 8-pack abs, her fair face flushed crimson in an instant. She quickly turned her head away, yet her peripheral vision still lingered on his abs, and her small hand unconsciously grazed over them. She gasped internally, so firm. Feng An felt Hinata's cool little hand wandering restlessly over his abs, and he shuddered, nearly losing control. Just as Hinata continued to explore Feng An's abs, a head adorned with sunglasses slowly peeked over. What are you two up to? Upon seeing Shino, Hinata hurriedly withdrew her hand from Feng An's embrace and hid it behind her back, attempting to conceal the evidence. The blush on her face rapidly spread to her neck, and her body temperature soared. White wisps of steam seemed to rise from the top of her head. I was just checking Feng An's injury, she stammered, her voice barely audible. Shino adjusted his sunglasses with an expression of calm. Oh, has Feng An been injured? You're ruining my chances. Feng An shot Shino a fierce glare. So you can use the invisibility technique, and that makes you special? Just because you can turn invisible, does that mean you can do as you please? Shino activated his invisibility technique, blending seamlessly with the background. The voice of Wai-Hai Kurenai echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all candidates for passing the second exam. The crowd turned their attention, and upon recognizing the speaker, silence fell. Standing beside Kurenai was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Also present were Yuhi Kurenai and Kakashi, along with various J-nin from other villages. Kurenai, wearing a headset, announced, Next, we invite the Hokage to introduce the third exam. Please listen carefully. Hiruzen stepped forward and cleared his throat. Ahem, the third exam will commence shortly, but first, I must clarify an essential matter. The purpose of this exam. Chapter 37. For limbs? 5 limbs are acceptable. Though the crowd was puzzled, they remained silent, attentively watching Hiruzen. He took a puff from his pipe and said, If you mistakenly believe that this exam is meant to foster friendship among allied nations and elevate the skills of ninjas, then you will find yourself in a precarious situation. He paused, exhaling a cloud of smoke. This exam is essentially a microcosm of the battles between allied nations. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. At that moment, Tenten curiously inquired, Hokage-sama, what does this mean? Hiruzen continued, during the third exam. Many feudal lords and notable figures from various nations who have entrusted us with tasks will be in attendance to witness your battles. If there is a significant disparity in strength, the stronger nations will receive more commissions. This exam serves to showcase the prowess of your nation's ninjas, as it is only through risking one's life that a ninja can truly demonstrate their capabilities. Gaara's expression remained cold as he interjected, "No matter what, just tell us the content of the third exam." Feng An wholeheartedly agreed with Gaara's sentiment. He was unsure of how others felt, but he found himself growing drowsy. A haggard-looking man appeared before the crowd. "I am the judge for the third round, Moonlight Gale. Before we begin, we will hold a preliminary round." The audience murmured in confusion. "Preliminary? What does that mean?" Sakura raised her hand, asking, "Teacher, I don't understand what you mean by participating in a preliminary." As she spoke, the crowd quieted, for her question echoed their own. Moonlight Gale coughed a few times. "Ahem, due to the large number of participants, we will need to reduce the numbers. Those who are feeling unwell may withdraw now, as the preliminary will commence shortly." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discontent. "What does this mean? We just passed, and now we have to fight without any rest?" "Exactly, it's utterly unfair. There's no humanity in this." Among those complaining, many bore visible wounds and appeared disheveled. Fenghua and Xianyue, observing their condition, felt even more grateful for a powerful teammate like Feng An. Otherwise, they too would likely be lamenting the sudden addition of the preliminary round. Moonlight Gale replied coolly, "Ahem, this is a reflection of the struggles between nations. In real combat, no one will consider whether you have had sufficient rest." Hinata gazed at him, noticing he had to cough several times just to speak, and her expression shifted to one of concern. She murmured softly, "The teacher is the one who seems unwell." As Moonlight Gale's words resonated, the noise gradually diminished until tranquility enveloped the surroundings. "Is no one withdrawing? I forfeit." Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand, bowing to Moonlight Gale and Hiruzen Sarutobi before walking towards the exit. He had recognized Orochimaru among Sarutobi's group. With the notorious figure present, he deemed it unnecessary to remain. Minutes passed, yet no one else chose to withdraw. Moonlight Gale decided not to wait any longer. Now, the preliminary begins. As names appeared on the electronic screen in the upper right corner, signaling the commencement of the first battle, the crowd stirred with anticipation. Inuzuka Kiba versus Akatsuchi. Kiba observed Sasuke's unsteady gait and questioned, "Can Sasuke win in this state?" Feng An replied nonchalantly, "He can win. He won't lose to a mere side character." A masked man with glasses, overhearing their conversation, approached coldly. "On what basis do you think he can defeat Akatsuchi?" Feng An glanced at him, recalling who he was after a moment. This individual was named Ken Mizumi, a member of Akatsuchi's team, destined to become a stepping stone for others. Feng An succinctly stated, "Strength." Ken Mizumi snorted derisively, "Humph. Do you newbies think so highly of yourselves?" Feng An shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him. He was merely stating facts. Ken Mizumi, annoyed by Feng An's demeanor, retorted, "I bet Akatsuchi will win. Do you dare to take a bet?" Intrigued, Feng An enjoyed the prospect of easy money. However, he maintained a facade of calmness. "What do you propose to bet on? How about 200,000 Ryo?" Feng An shook his head. "No money. I have plenty." "What? Is there someone who has too much money?" Ken Mizumi paused, scrutinizing Feng An again. Noticing his handsome features and well-tailored attire, he concluded that this young man must indeed be wealthy and indifferent to money. A grin crept onto Ken Mizumi's face as he thought he could make a substantial profit. Clearing his throat, Ken Mizumi said, "Ahem, then what do you suggest we bet on?" Feng An pondered and inquired, "Can you only extend your limbs?" Limbs. You lack knowledge. I can extend all 5 limbs." After his boastful declaration, Ken Mizumi's expression shifted. In a low voice, he asked, "How do you know about my abilities? I don't recall seeing you during the second exam." The information was provided to me by Senior Kabuto. Feng An was aware that both of them were on the same team as Yakushi Kabuto, and since Kabuto had already forfeited, he felt no need to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Ken Mizumi's face turned ashen, his mind seething with anger. Damn Kabuto, selling teammates' true information to others. Feng An continued, "If Sasuke wins, would you tell me how your body can extend?" Jian Meichung hesitated for a moment, stealing a glance at the sound ninja in the opposite stand. Noticing that the sound ninja was oblivious to his situation, he swallowed hard and whispered, "Agreed. But if Chitong Kai wins, you owe me 500,000 Ryo." Feng An smiled and nodded. Even if the other party demanded 1,000,000 Ryo, he would agree, as he had nothing to lose. Jian Meichung's eyes widened at the mention of 500,000 Ryo, feeling a pang of regret. If only he had asked for 1,000,000. How infuriating. He felt he had lost 50,000 Ryo for nothing. To him, Feng An was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. On the arena, after Sasuke and Chiton Kai exchanged shurikens to test each other, Sasuke suddenly seized an opening, stepping on Chiton Kai's shoulders and locking his arms tightly. From the stands, Naruto cheered, "Awesome." Sakura smiled brightly, "Sasuke is going to win." Jin Meiching sneered at them, "Fools, he's not as weak as you think." Just as Chiton Kai, who had been immobilized, suddenly regained his movement, he landed a fierce punch on Sasuke's chest, freeing himself from Sasuke's hold. Sasuke, grimacing in pain, struggled to rise. What was happening? Suddenly, he felt drained of strength. He recalled how Chiton Kai had been engaging him in close combat, his hands frequently brushing against him. Sasuke gasped, "Did you siphon off my chakra?" "Huh, only just realizing." Chiton Kai, wearing dark sunglasses, chuckled as he approached Sasuke and pressed his head down, utilizing his chakra absorption ability. It was over. Chapter 38. Am I even less than a fart? Seeing this scene, Jin Meiching couldn't help but smirk. "Kid, are you ready with the 500,000 Ryo?" Feng An shook his head slightly, calmly stating, "Just watch for a moment." Knowing that Sasuke was about to unleash his full potential, Feng An felt no urgency. Jin Meiching scoffed, "Humph, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. What difference does it make to watch longer? Can he really turn the tide?" Watching Sasuke still being suppressed by Chiton Kai, he saw no sign of resistance. Even the J-nin present had solemn expressions. "Do you really understand what's going on, you little brat?" Feng An frowned slightly. "Your words are too fragmented." Noticing Feng An's rising anger, Jin Meiching coldly retorted, "Once you hand me the 500,000 Ryo, I'll naturally keep quiet." Chiton Kai's hand pressed against Sasuke's forehead. "Kid, if you don't concede now, you will be drained dry." Sasuke coldly replied, "You should concede, or I will beat you to death." Such arrogance. Chiton Kai bellowed angrily, no longer holding back, increasing the speed at which he absorbed chakra. Sasuke's body instantly grew weak. Sakura cried out in concern, "Sasuke." As her voice pierced through his hazy consciousness, he momentarily regained clarity. In an explosive burst of energy, Sasuke kicked Chiton Kai away. Chiton Kai, brushing off the dust from his clothes, glowered, "You will soon die at my hands." He gathered chakra in his palm and charged at Sasuke. With each strike, Sasuke strained to evade. In his current condition, taking another hit would leave him completely incapacitated. "Ha ha ha, starting to dodge now, coward." Sasuke scrutinized every joint of his opponent to predict his attack. In the midst of this tense exchange, a spark of brilliance flashed in Sasuke's eyes. In an instant, he vanished from Chiton Kai's sight. What? He disappeared? Boom. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sasuke delivered a powerful kick to Chiton Kai's chin, sending him soaring into the air. From the stands, Rock Lee exclaimed in astonishment, "That's my technique, Shadow Dance Leaf. Can I sue him for infringement, Teacher Kai?" Sasuke leapt high into the air, keeping pace with the airborne Chiton Kai. Lion's Barrage. With a series of fluid combos, Chiton Kai collapsed onto the arena, unconscious. Moonlight Gale crouched in front of Chiton Kai, discovering he had already ceased to breathe. There was no need for further confirmation. Cough. Uchiha Sasuke wins. Damn it. Jin Meiching stared in disbelief at the fallen Chiton Kai. Feng An approached Jin Meiching, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You haven't forgotten our wager, have you?" Jin Meiching cast a fearful glance at the distant Sound Ninja. Feng An whispered in his ear, "I know you're worried that Orochimaru will kill you. But if you don't tell me, I will reveal that you are Orochimaru's spy in Konoha to the third Hokage." Jin Meiching's face went pale. "How do you know about this?" The fact that he had infiltrated Konoha was known only to the Umbu, yet this child had exposed him. "Come with me." The two moved to a secluded corner on the stairs, unnoticed by the crowd fixated on Sasuke. Feng An said flatly, "Now, tell me your body secret." Jin Meiching ensured there were no other witnesses before pulling out a scroll from his pocket and handing it to Feng An. "This is a scroll given to me by Lord Orochimaru, detailing the method of cultivating the ability to extend one's limbs." After speaking, he left in frustration. Feng An watched his retreating figure. He knew that Jin Meiching would soon face Kanjuro and suffer a beating, but that was of no concern to him. The second match was Shino Aburame against Saku. When Feng An returned, Shino had already secured a nonchalant victory. As the electronic screen rolled, the third match was Kanjuro against Jin Meiching. After Jin Meiching entangled Kanjuro's body, he discovered that Kanjuro was merely a puppet, with the real Kanjuro hidden behind it. Moonlight Gale announced. In the third match, Kenjiro wins. The fourth match featured Sakura Haruno against Ino Yamanaka. The two immediately began bickering about Sasuke. Feng An shook his head at the spectacle. After a lengthy exchange of hair-pulling and friendly punches, both ultimately collapsed. The fifth match was 10-10 against Temari, with 10-10 predictably defeated by Temari. The sixth match saw Shikamaru Nara against Jin, with Shikamaru winning effortlessly. Then came the seventh match, Inuzuka Kiba against Uzumaki Naruto. Before the match began, Feng An approached Kiba and gravely advised, "Be cautious of Naruto's fart." "Are you saying I could be defeated by his fart?" Feng An nodded. Kiba, enraged, bared his claws and then turned to Hinata, complaining, "Look at what your Feng An is saying. He claims I'm not even as good as Naruto's fart." Hinata blushed, covering her face, murmuring, "My Feng An." Seeing Hinata lost in her own world, Kiba ignored her words, puffing up in anger as he jumped down. "Naruto, get down here." From the stands, Asuma chuckled to Kurenai. "The Inuzuka kid is quite spirited. These two hot-headed fools are bound to clash," Kurenai replied, shaking her head. "Ha ha." Naruto laughed heartily as he leaped down from the stands. With Moonlight Gale announcing the start, the two were set to engage in battle. After a fierce exchange, Kiba ultimately fell beneath Naruto's fart. Damn it, I was truly defeated by a fart. Though Kiba was extremely reluctant, his heightened senses had overwhelmed his brain, causing him to faint. He was subsequently carried away on a stretcher. At that moment, Hinata sensed Feng An's gaze upon her. She turned her head and smiled, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Feng An shook his head, replying, "It's nothing." Suddenly, Hinata's eyes widened as she nearly forgot something of great importance. She leaped down from the stands, sprinting towards the stretcher carrying Kiba, and handed him the medical supplies she had prepared earlier. After that, she hurriedly returned, panting, and said, "I almost forgot to give you the medicine. Am I included?" "Yes," Hinata nodded shyly. A warm current surged within Feng An's heart. Next came the eighth match, Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. As the announcer, Moonlight Breeze, declared the start, the crowd turned their attention towards Hinata and Neji, murmuring among themselves. Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, "Is this what fate looks like?" Observing Hinata's nervous demeanor, Feng An gently poked her cheek, smiling. "It's time for you to showcase the fruits of your training to your brother." Chapter 39. 8 trigrams, empty palm on the stage. Neji Hyuga stood with his arms crossed, coldly regarding Hinata. "You are unfit to be a ninja. Your kindness leads you to evade conflicts, always conforming to others' thoughts." Hearing his words, Hinata explained, "I merely wish to change myself." Neji interrupted loudly, "A weakling will always be a weakling. Neither character nor ability will change." At that moment, Feng An had quietly approached Naruto from behind. Neji coldly declared to Hinata, "Just admit defeat. You will never be able to change." Naruto, now seething with rage, felt the words of his jutsu gathering at his throat. Just as he was about to unleash his jutsu, a large hand suddenly covered his mouth, sealing his ability to speak. He quickly pushed the hand away, turning angrily to question, "Who was that?" Upon recognizing the face, Naruto's expression softened slightly. "Oh, it's you, Feng An. Why did you cover my mouth?" Feng An smiled. "It's been a while since I've seen you. Just wanted to say hello." While he appeared friendly, internally, he thought, "I want to grant you the opportunity to enhance your favorability, and Hinata no longer requires encouragement from others." Below, Hinata took a deep breath, activated her Byakugan, and calmly faced Neji. "I will not concede." "Humph." Neji said no more and activated his Byakugan as well. The two charged towards the center of the arena, engaging in rapid combat. As they both belonged to the Hyuga clan, their techniques were strikingly similar. The spectators found it difficult to discern who held the upper hand. Tintin and Rock Lee, astonished, exchanged glances. Is Hinata this powerful? Hasn't Neji always claimed his sister is too weak to be a ninja? Few can trade blows with Neji, but I still believe Neji will win. Only those who spent daily moments with Neji understood the sheer terror of his strength. Watching Hinata's fierce attacks, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Hinata is amazing. Among the crowd, only Kakashi and Feng An, possessing the Sharingan, could discern that Hinata was gradually falling behind in the exchange. Feng An remained silent, intently observing the battle between Hinata and Neji. In their high-intensity exchanges, it was evident that Hinata's stamina was waning. As her movements slowed for an instant, Neji struck out with a powerful palm. Hinata was unable to block the blow and was sent flying several meters away. At this moment, Neji frowned and coldly stated, Just concede. You cannot win against me. Gasping for breath, Hinata wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her determined gaze fixed on Neji. Brother Neji, I know the pain you have endured. I will earn your acknowledgement, as well as father's. Wai Kurenai, witnessing this scene, murmured. I have never seen such a resolute expression on Hinata's face. Beside her, Asuma Sarutobi remarked, Is it all right to let this continue? Wai Kurenai furrowed her brows. Aware that Asuma alluded to the issues within the Hyuga clan, the conflicts between the main and branch families. I cannot intervene now. I wouldn't be able to. And that young 11T agree either. Shaking her head, she cast her gaze towards Feng An. At this moment, Feng An's hands were tightly gripping the railing of the stands, his eyes fixed intently on the battle below. Hearing Hinata's words, Neji's brow furrowed. You have no idea. How could you, as a member of the main family, comprehend my suffering? Hinata shook her head. No, I understand. In the fate of the main and branch families, the most confused and tormented is you. Shut up. Neji, enraged by her words, charged at her. As he approached Hinata, a powerful force struck him, causing him to falter. What is this? Neji, using his Byakugan, realized that the chakra point on his shoulder had been sealed. His expression shifted dramatically as he gasped for breath. When did you master the 8 trigrams empty palm? The day before the official exam, Hinata replied earnestly, addressing Neji's confusion. Upon witnessing her employ the 8 trigrams empty palm, Feng An exhaled deeply, releasing his grip on the railing, which now bore the imprint of 2 palms. Feng An had trained with Hinata since half a month prior to the Chunin exam, and ultimately, the day before the exam, she had comprehended the 8 trigrams empty palm. Moreover, her Byakugan-S ability had evolved from merely observing chakra pathways to clearly identifying chakra points. Damn it! Neji clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping from his palms. He could not accept being surpassed by someone from the main family. Yet, in the current situation, he realized he had already lost. Continuing the fight served no purpose. Struggling to raise his hand, he declared, I concede. Moonlight Breeze, astonished, asked, Do you truly wish to concede? Neji ignored him and turned away from the arena. Observing this, Moonlight Breeze announced, Then I declare Hinata Hyuga the winner of this match. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How did she win? Why did he concede suddenly, just because of some nonsensical words? He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. I don't understand. Wai Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape. She actually did it. Rock Lee pulled on Neji, who had his head lowered, questioning, Why did you concede? Tintin approached in confusion as well. You didn't let her win just because she's your sister, did you? Neji remained silent, not responding, even failing to turn towards them. Just as Rock Lee was about to inquire further, Mike Guy appeared, pulling him back and shaking his head. Let him be for a while. On the other side, Feng An held Hinata's hand. What do you want to eat tonight? In front of Feng An, Hinata reverted to her shy demeanor. With sparkling eyes, she softly replied, I want to eat roasted wild boar, is that all right? Of course. Even if you wanted roasted akamaru, I would secretly catch it for you. Forget the roasted akamaru. Inazuka Kiba would get angry. So if Kiba wouldn't be upset, you really would consider roasting akamaru? Hinata hurriedly shook her head, denying no. I wouldn't. I was just joking, Feng An said, turning to embrace Hinata, leaning close to her ear. My Hinata is truly changing in her own way. Hinata murmured softly, pressing her head against Feng An. She yearned for Neji's recognition, her father's acknowledgement, and also Feng An's approval. At that moment, Feng An suddenly glanced around, relieved to find no eavesdroppers. Exhaling deeply, this time, she actually understood the situation. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, asking, Were you looking for me? Chapter 40. The gaze of Sarutobi, Hiruzenhei. The guy up there holding his girlfriend. Is that you looking at the electronic screen? A man shouted at Feng An from the arena. At that moment, Feng An remembered that the preliminaries had yet to conclude. He looked up and saw his name displayed on the screen. Feng An versus Zhou Boxiongtai. Turning to Hinata, he said, I'll come back to hug you in a bit. Hinata blushed and nodded. Look at that. What kind of statement is this? I'll come back to hug you later. Can you consider the feelings of those present? The spectators in the stands gritted their teeth upon hearing Feng An's words. Feng An leaped down from the arena. Moonlight Gale coughed twice and said, Since everyone is here, let's commence the battle. Zhou Boxiongtai, already impatient, was further agitated by the sight of Feng An just having a moment with his girlfriend before stepping down. Prepare to meet your end. Zhou Xiongtai's face twisted in fury as he charged at Feng An with a kunai in hand. Feng An raised his gaze and thought, wow, you're more eager than I am. As Zhou Xiongtai approached, Feng An suddenly leaped back. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhou Xiongtai's eyes. Let's see how you evade in midair. Evade? Do I even need to? In midair. Feng An swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, several fireballs enveloped the shuriken and hurtled towards Zhou Xiongtai. At that moment, Zhou Xiongtai had just thrown his shuriken. What? My direct attack is slower than his ninjutsu? Zhou Xiongtai's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly dodged while forming seals at an unprecedented speed. Mist concealment technique. A thin white mist enveloped the arena, and Zhou Xiongtai concealed himself within it. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes. He recognized this technique from when Zabuza had used it during their mission in the Land of Waves. If Kakashi hadn't been there, they would have perished in the thick fog. However, before Naruto could use his verbal tactics to bolster Feng An preemptively disrupted Zhou Xiongtai's technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. He exhaled an immense gust of wind, instantly dispersing the fog and revealing Zhou Xiongtai, who was now pressed against the wall, utterly bewildered. Is this the power of a genin's ninjutsu? Just moments ago, he had stealthily approached Feng An, kunai poised to strike for victory. Yet, in an instant, the powerful wind not only cleared the mist, but also sent him crashing into the wall. Were it not for the wind ceasing, he would still be stuck there. Seeing that Zhou Xiongtai appeared unscathed, Feng An sighed. Indeed, my finishing moves are still too few. Participating in this exam made him realize that while he was well versed in various skills, he lacked a decisive ninjutsu capable of delivering a lethal blow aside from his fists and kunai. I suppose I'll just rely on my fists. Feng An dashed toward Zhou Xiongtai with incredible speed, akin to a hummingbird skimming the ground. Zhou Xiongtai's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of Feng An's speed. He quickly clasped his hands together and shouted, I. At that moment, Feng An had already closed the distance. I concede. Feng An delivered a punch. Boom. A massive hole formed in the wall, cracks rapidly spreading upwards until reaching 2 meters in length. The shout had seemingly exhausted Zhou Xiongtai's strength. Now, leaning against the wall, he trembled uncontrollably. Feng An shot him a fierce glare. Could you be any more decisive when conceding next time? I almost lost control and hit you on the head. Zhou Xiongtai, having survived, felt a ringing in his ears. His mind blank as he slumped to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. Moonlight Gale, the first to recover, announced, Cough, I declare Feng An the victor. The sheer destructive power displayed by Feng An left Moonlight Gale momentarily stunned. As he proclaimed Feng An's victory, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow, that punch was incredibly powerful. The speed at which he formed those seals was so fast I could only see afterimages. Sakura gazed at Feng An with a mix of emotions. Murmuring to herself, is Feng An really this strong? How can he excel in both ninjutsu and taijutsu? Watching from the sidelines, Rock Lee clenched his fists in frustration. With such strength and such a beautiful girlfriend, it is truly enviable. Indeed, a perfect match, destined to be. Those who previously harbored jealousy towards Feng An's display of affection now found their envy eclipsed by admiration for his overwhelming prowess. Feng An flashed and appeared beside Hinata. Have you been waiting long? Let me give you a hug. He extended his arms, enveloping Hinata in an embrace. Blushing deeply, she stammered, I wasn't waiting, I was waiting for you. Her words became increasingly tangled, and the heat rising from her head seemed capable of boiling an egg. On the opposite stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Feng An. Red hair? From the Uzumaki clan? He calmly inquired. Adu, do you have any information on that red-haired boy? Let me check, Hokage-sama. Adu retrieved a stack of ninja information and began flipping through it while muttering, Feng An. Feng An. She suddenly recalled the red-haired boy who had slain Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen, intrigued by her sudden revelation, asked, what about him? Adu quickly shook her head, somewhat embarrassed. I encountered him in the Forest of Death. He killed a grass ninja disguised as Orochimaru. I forgot to report this to you because I was pursuing Orochimaru afterwards. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, no matter. As she continued her rapid search, she finally found Feng An's profile among the last few documents. Hokage-sama, his records state that he is an orphan, often failing his exams during ninja school, barely passing. After graduating, he had no teacher to guide him, and from the records of completed D-rank missions. He has been operating with Team 8. Team 8. Is he the child that Kurenai mentioned before? To possess such power. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his eyes narrowing slightly. I see. You may leave now. Adu bowed her head and replied, Understood, Hokage-sama. With the talented Byakugan user conceding and Feng An showcasing strength far beyond that of a mere genin, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Hearing the surrounding discussions grow louder. Moonlight Gale coughed again. Ahem, everyone, the match continues. As the electronic screen scrolled once more, Gaara and Rock Lee's names appeared. A swirl of fine sand rose in the arena, and Gaara's figure emerged, coldly gazing at Lee in the stands. Calm down. Kakashi rested his chin in his hand and murmured, San Shunshin? Moonlight Gale announced, in the 10th match, Gaara will face Rock Lee. Ahem, please have Rock Lee step forward. Chapter 41. I acknowledge your youth. Seeing that the electronic screen did not display Akimichi Choji's name, he exclaimed with excitement. Great. It's not me. The surrounding crowd cast disdainful glances his way, but said nothing. None of them wished to face Gaara. They had all witnessed his strength and brutality, albeit to varying degrees. In the forest of death, as Rock Lee prepared to step down, Might Guy leaned in to whisper, no one may have noticed the suspicious gourd on his back. So be cautious. A look of realization spread across Lee's face. Oh, truly, you are the best, teacher guy. He quickly pulled out a small notebook to take notes. Forget it. During battle there is no time for note-taking, fool. Oh, I see. Lee Locke jotted down this phrase uttered by Might Guy in his little notebook. A fiery determination seemed to blaze in Might Guy's eyes as he exuberantly shouted. All right, go for it, little Lee. Okay, teacher guy? Lee Locke tucked away his notebook and leaped over the railing. Gaara, with arms crossed over his chest, coldly remarked, so slow. The two combatants finally took to the arena. Prepared to engage in battle. Hinata turned to Keed and inquired, can he win against Gaara? Keed shook his head. It's difficult, although Little Lee possesses considerable strength. In the unfolding narrative, Gaara narrowly triumphed over Little Lee, leading to severe repercussions for Little Lee's body. The so-called 6 minutes of invincibility. The source of his title for 600 episodes. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, Lee Locke would lose his left arm and leg here. Moonlight Gale, now, the 10th preliminaries. Cough, begin. With enthusiasm, Lee Locke dashed towards Gaara and launched a fierce attack. Yet Gaara stood cold and motionless, effortlessly halting Little Lee's assault with mere grains of sand. After several exchanges, Gaara had not budged an inch, remaining invulnerable with just his sand. Gaara coldly stated, is this all you can muster? Give me something more exciting. Might Guy stomped the ground, which shattered in a spiderweb pattern. Lee, use that. Lee Locke leaped onto the sculpture's finger and said, but teacher Guy, didn't you say I can only use it when protecting someone important? Might Guy flashed his signature radiant smile. No problem. I give you permission. All right. Lee Locke perched on the sculpture's finger, unbinding the weights strapped to his legs. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief. Weights? How mundane. What a futile training exercise. Temari, standing nearby, proudly declared, humph, removing a few weights won't allow him to keep up with Gaara's sand speed. Keed, hearing the crowd's murmurs, subtly shook his head. You will soon reconsider. Boom. The moment Little Lee discarded the weights, it struck the ground, sending dust soaring several meters high, creating deep pits in the floor. The previously vocal spectators were momentarily stunned. Can this still be called mere weights? Might Guy shouted excitedly. Youth must burn brightly. Charge, Lee. Oh. Flames ignited in Lee Locke's eyes as he raced towards Gaara. Boom. In an instant, Little Lee unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Gaara's sand began to falter. For the first time, a look of panic crossed Gaara's face. Boom. Taking advantage of the sand's momentary lapse, Little Lee delivered a kick to Gaara's face. Crack. Gaara's shattered visage crumbled away, revealing a fresh face beneath. Gaara remained coldly indifferent. Is this all you have? Thus, Little Lee tore off the bandages on his hands and began to sprint around Gaara at an incredible speed. Gaara, arms crossed, observed with disinterest, seemingly unfazed by Little Lee's efforts. As Little Lee dashed, the sand struggled to keep pace with him. A perfect opportunity. He suddenly attacked, kicking Gaara under the chin. Following that, he executed an anti-gravity kick, launching Gaara into the air. Petal Lotus. The bandages ensnared Gaara, and both plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing velocity. A cloud of dust erupted. Did the watermelon head win? As the dust settled, It revealed that Gaara had merely created a sand clone, while his true self appeared behind Lee Locke. The calmness on his face was replaced with a frenzied expression. Kill 8 sisters. In an instant, a torrent of sand surged forth like a tumultuous sea. Having exhausted himself with the petal lotus, little Lee was burdened and lacked the speed to evade Gaara's impending attack. Boom. Little Lee was forcefully slammed against the wall by the relentless onslaught of sand. Gaara, in a frenzied state, exclaimed, "Is this all there is?" In a brief moment, little Lee found himself battered and bruised by Gaara's relentless sand assault. Sakura, with her pink hair, watched in horror and pleaded, "Why won't little Lee give up? If this continues, he might die." Might Guy, however, wore a proud smile, admiring little Lee's tenacity. "He will not concede. Watch, he will rise once more." "Thank you, Teacher Guy." Little Lee rose, his aura transforming instantly. The third gate, the life gate, has opened. As Chakra burst forth, an immense amount of blue chakra emanated from his body, enveloping him. Sakura gasped, "What is this? What kind of jutsu is this?" Kakashi revealed his left eye, now bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan. This is not a jutsu, but a physical technique known as the 8 gates. 8 gates? What is that? Kakashi solemnly explained. The chakra circulatory system contains 8 chakra points. The opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, dying gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. These points have layers that restrict chakra flow, while the lotus technique can shatter these barriers, unleashing an immense surge of power. However, the 8 gates place a tremendous burden on the body. While one gains strength by opening the gates, it also risks life itself. After speaking, Kakashi cast a deep glance at Might Guy. "How could you teach him such a perilous technique, Guy? What are you thinking?" "Not enough," Lee Locke bellowed, as chakra surged within him, crashing against the 4th gate, the injury gate. The 4th gate, the injury gate, has opened. Without a moment's pause, he surged forward. The 5th gate, the dying gate, has opened. Veins bulged on his body. His previously pale skin transformed to a deep crimson, and his eyes took on a white hue. Surrounding Lee Locke, an astonishing aura of green chakra erupted. Zing! Lee Locke moved with a speed comparable to the body flicker technique, surpassing the sand's automatic defenses. In an instant, he appeared before Gaara, shattering Gaara's sand armor. Gaara's face was etched with unease, so fast, grasping the white ribbon on Gaara's body. Lee Locke exerted force, pulling the rapidly descending Gaara back. The match will conclude with this strike. All the tension coiled within Lee Locke surged as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Gaara's vital point. Lotus. Chapter 42. Learn the 8 gates from me. With little Lee's ferocious strike, Gaara's body plummeted like a meteor. Boom. The impact resonated loudly as Gaara created a deep crater in the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust several meters high, damaging half of the arena. As the dust settled, Gaara lay amidst the rubble, gasping for breath. Lee Locke, burdened by the 8 gates toll, was also slumped on the ground. He'd glanced at Might Guy, furrowing his brow. From Might Guy's serious expression, it was evident he was still torn about whether to intervene in the match. If this continues, little Lee will be left severely incapacitated. He'd utilized the body flicker technique, the air trembling slightly before he appeared beside Might Guy. "Teacher Guy, if you don't call off the match, you will regret it." Might Guy, caught in indecision, narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" After speaking, he'd turned to leave. Though he wished to save Lee Locke, he understood little Lee's determination. To intervene recklessly would only breed resentment, and their relationship was not close enough for him to risk such a rift for the sake of saving him. A mere enhancement from a past life's lens was sufficient. Merely reminding the indecisive Might Guy was enough, and the choice of how to proceed would ultimately rest with Might Guy himself. At that moment, the sand on the arena transformed into a colossal hand, reaching out to grasp the struggling Lee. Might Guy gritted his teeth, his body trembling. In an instant, the sand enveloped Lee's left hand and leg. "Die," Gaara declared, clenching his palm. Just as Gaara was about to unleash his lethal technique, Might Guy appeared on the stage in a flash, delivering a powerful strike that dispersed the sand encasing Lee's body. Bruised and battered, Lee struggled to rise from the ground. "Guy, Teacher Guy, why?" Might Guy embraced Lee tightly. "Lee, you are my most treasured subordinate. I will not allow you to falter here." He realized that even if he had intervened, Lee had already lost. Tears welled in Lee's eyes as he was held by Might Guy. "Teacher Guy, I feel so unwilling." Coughing twice, Moonlight Breeze feigned illness, perhaps to lighten the atmosphere. I announce that in the 10th preliminary match, Gaara is the victor. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The audience neither cheered nor sighed. Although the outcome was anticipated, the manner of the battle exceeded their expectations. The once confident Karui and Temari no longer looked down on Rock Lee. As the electronic screen rolled once more, the names of Akimichi Choji and Toss appeared. Moonlight Breeze stepped to the center of the stage. Now for the 11th match. Akimichi Choji versus Toss, begin. After the medical staff assisted Lee away, Might Guy approached Keed. With a serious expression, he said, "Thank you." Only after parrying Gaara's attack did he realize the deadly intent behind that move. Had it not been for Keed's warning, the consequences could have been irrevocable. Rather than wishing for Lee to prove himself in this battle, he longed for him to progress further. Keed smiled at Might Guy. "It's mainly because you care for Lee. Otherwise, you wouldn't have intervened." Might Guy shook his head. "If you hadn't awakened me, I would have allowed Lee to pursue his so-called ninja way. After intervening, I began to regret my earlier hesitance. How could I gamble Lee's future on this battle?" Keed scratched his head, unsure of how to respond to Might Guy's earnest demeanor. Might Guy continued, "I noticed you also seem to have a talent for physical techniques. Would you like to train with me?" Hearing this, Keed pondered. He had just been lamenting the lack of a powerful finishing move, and now this opportunity arose. Physical techniques were a path he had never considered, yet it seemed quite fitting for his current self. He nodded with a smile. "Sure, Teacher Guy, I look forward to your guidance." "Yosh!" Might Guy exclaimed, laughing as he produced a matching green bodysuit, presenting it to Keed. This was a welcoming gift. Keed instinctively stepped back, bewildered by where Might Guy had retrieved the suit. If he didn't know about Might Guy's summon, he might have thought he had a pact with the bodysuit. Keed quickly waved his hand. "It's inappropriate to receive a gift upon our first meeting." Might Guy stepped forward, excitedly declaring, "Only those recognized by me can receive this unique bodysuit." "Unique? What about the one Rock Lee is wearing? What about the one in your hands?" Keed silently scoffed. Ultimately, under Might Guy's persistent persuasion, he accepted the green bodysuit. He learned that even Neji and Tintin had received similar outfits, although they had hidden them away early on. Keed thoroughly agreed with their decision, thinking he would stash the bodysuit in a closet to gather dust after the tournament. In the 11th preliminary match, Toss emerged victorious. As Moonlight Breeze announced the outcome, the electronic screen flickered again, revealing the names of Yukazuki and Hanakiro Kyoko. Upon seeing Yukazuki's name, Keed and the others turned to her. "Go for it. You can do it." Yukazuki smiled and confidently walked toward the arena. Beside her, the oil girl Shino adjusted her glasses, encouraging, "Do your best." The girl named Hanakiro Kyoko leaped from the stands, taking her position on the stage. After waiting for over 10 seconds, Yukazuki had yet to reach the arena. Moonlight Breeze called out, "Competitor Yukazuki, please come to the stage." "Coming," Yukazuki replied, slowly making her way down the stairs. Upon seeing her descend, Hanakiro Kyoko's face displayed blatant derision. So she took the stairs. Moonlight Breeze awkwardly scratched his head. The audience frowned. "Huh? Why is she using the stairs? Isn't she a ninja? How could she participate in the Chunin exams if she can't even jump this high? She's on the same team as that Keed. What a free win. I said she was so weak, yet she doesn't have a single scratch." Keed cast a calm glance at the few ninjas, silencing their murmurs instantly. With both competitors in place, Moonlight Breeze declared, "Now, for the 12th preliminary match, Yukazuki versus Hanakiro Kyoko, officially begin." Yukazuki nonchalantly opened her waist bag and retrieved a shuriken. Observing her slow movements, Hanakiro Kyoko's mockery intensified. "You might easily mar your pretty face in battle, just concede." Her words implied that Yukazuki, relying on her looks to advance, should be self-aware, lest her beauty be compromised. Yukazuki replied calmly, "If you think your face is so important, then I shall mar yours." The two competitors exchanged shuriken, each testing the other's skills. How dull. I don't want to watch this. After witnessing several intense battles, the audience grew weary of such a lackluster confrontation. Keed and others had yet to see Yukazuki utilize any jutsu during their training sessions. They mostly practiced kunai and shuriken techniques. "Fuka, does your sister really lack any strong skills?" Keed inquired of Fuka nearby. Although Yukazuki had claimed as much, Keed remained skeptical. Perhaps her sister was concealing something. Fuka shook her head. "No, if you insist, then her shuriken throwing is quite accurate. Doesn't that count?" Keed felt speechless. Accuracy was meaningless if the opponent stood still for you to hit them. Perhaps she truly had no area of expertise. In the 11th preliminary match, Uchiha emerged victorious. As announced by Moonlight Breeze, Keed was taken aback. What just happened? How did the victory get decided while I turned my head? He quickly turned back to the arena. Witnessing Hanakiro Kyoko being carried away on a stretcher, a shuriken embedded in her head, appearing gravely injured. Following closely was a man, Keed's previous opponent, Shubu Yuta, crying out, "Kyoko, how can I live without you?" Keed glanced at Hinata, who had been watching the match. "Hinata, did you see their fight? How did Uchiha win so suddenly?" Hinata nodded. "While you were talking to Fuka, Hanakiro Kyoko used the mist concealment technique, and then Uchiha threw a shuriken into the dense fog and won." Can I take back my words now? The accuracy of the shuriken thrown is commendable, perhaps even undeniably useful. As the moonlight heralds victory, the electronic screen flickers back to life, revealing the names of Kazahana and another, Kojiro. They are the only two left who have yet to face each other in battle. Feng An chuckles, "Don't lose too badly." Who would lose? Baka. Kazahana shoots him a glance and promptly leaps from the stance. The final preliminary match begins, Kazahana versus Kojiro. From the onset, both engage in a shuriken duel, testing each other's skills. Feng An had previously warned her about the peculiarities of her bloodline limit being coveted by others. Although she deemed it unlikely, she still took his words to heart. Sakura stretches languidly, remarking, "These matches are dreadfully dull. I'm about to fall asleep." Kakashi, standing behind her, replies indifferently, "Isn't your fight with Ino just as tedious?" At Kakashi's remark, Sakura's cheeks flush. Kakashi adds earnestly, "In ninja battles, intelligence is paramount. Thus, probing before engaging is the essence of true ninja combat." Naruto interjects, "Huh? And what about Feng An?" Kakashi, with a resigned expression, responds, "His strength is simply overwhelming." So, it seems intelligence doesn't matter much then. In previous battles, Shino fought against Saku, and Kankuro faced off against Ken Misumi. Did you not observe anything? Those were also one-sided victories, weren't they? I saw them win effortlessly. What if Saku knew Shino's secret techniques? What if Ken Misumi discovered Kankuro's true form as a puppet? Kakashi, exasperated, rubs his forehead. "Oh, you fool. Are you just here for the spectacle?" Naruto laughs. "Hey, Sakura's just enjoying the show too. She's a fool as well." "Shut up, Naruto. This has nothing to do with me." Sakura retaliates, punching Naruto on the head, causing him to grimace in pain. Meanwhile, on the arena, as Kojiro employs the mist technique, the stage becomes enveloped in a dense white fog. Upon witnessing yet another mist technique, someone cannot help but comment, "Not this again." Are those three all trained by the same teacher? Indeed, they are part of the same group. Kazahana, focusing intently on the thick fog, prepares herself. Without Feng An's extraordinary wind release, the mist technique is a challenging ninjutsu to counter. With her vision obscured, she remains unaware of her opponent's approach, making it impossible to respond in time. This is precisely why the mist technique remains etched in Naruto's memory. Suddenly, several shurikens come flying from the side, and Kazahana swiftly deflects them with a kunai, hurling her own shuriken in the same direction. She then retreats against the wall, preventing her opponent from flanking her. Kojiro, concealed within the fog, smirks. It's time. He launches shurikens at Kazahana while rapidly forming hand seals. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. As the shurikens fly, he burrows underground, swiftly emerging at Kazahana's feet. Just as Kazahana dodges the shurikens, Kojiro has already positioned himself beneath her. Sensing something amiss below, Kazahana's expression changes. She quickly forms hand seals. Ice release, ice rock fortress. In an instant, an icy barrier materializes beneath her. Kojiro crashes into the ice wall and hastily resurfaces, taking advantage of the lingering fog. Kazahana acts decisively, forming hand seals once more. Ice release, ice prison technique. The ice barrier morphs, entrapping Kojiro within. The barrier begins to constrict. Gritting his teeth, Kojiro forms seals in desperation. Earth release, rock house collapse. He slams his palm against the barrier, which trembles under the impact. With a second strike, a gap appears. He hastily attempts to escape. However, as he pokes his head out, a kunai presses against his neck. Realizing the futility of resistance, Kojiro concedes. "I surrender." As the mist dissipates, the crowd sees Kazahana holding a kunai at Kojiro's throat. "I declare the final preliminary match a victory for Kazahana," announces the Moonlight Gale. Upon Kazahana's return to the stage, Hinata and the others express their joy for her success. Only Feng An, observing the puddle on the ground. Speculates that she likely employed ice release. Nonetheless, he congratulates her on her victory without dampening her spirits. Soon after, Sarutobi Hiruzen calls for everyone to gather below. The third official exam will be held in a month's time, and he hopes all participants will present their best selves in exhilarating battles for the lords and esteemed guests. You've all worked hard. Return and rest. As Feng An and the others begin to disperse with the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a puff from his pipe. Feng An, please come here. Chapter 44. Apologies. Only you can assist me in this training. Once the crowd has departed, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Feng An remain in the arena. With a benevolent smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarks, I witnessed your match. Your strength is impressive. Feng An replies with a smile, thank you for the compliment, Hokage. Modest and composed, your temperament is commendable. Externally, Feng An nods, while internally, he curses the old fox for his roundabout flattery. After enduring a barrage of compliments, the once smiling Sarutobi Hiruzen adopts a serious demeanor. Feng An, do you understand the will of fire? Will of fire? I still have to prepare wild boar for Hinata. Feng An responds flatly, I know a bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen pats Feng An's shoulder, his aged gaze reflecting a sense of a hero in twilight. The will of fire signifies that where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire of life persists. The flames do not extinguish. Instead, they illuminate the village, nurturing the budding leaves of new life. And you are one of those new leaves. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Feng An clenches his jaw, fists tightening. He fears he might unleash a punch upon that hypocritical old face. He tacitly permits Danzo's actions, unafraid of a fire so large that it consumes him. Yet, he is aware that his own demise is imminent. Noticing Feng An's trembling fists and widened eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a pang of regret. To enter such a state from a mere statement, his will of fire surpasses even my own. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. I see you embodying the will of fire. Perhaps you should take a closer look? Sarutobi Hiruzen waves his hand dismissively. No need for further examination. Your politeness, quality, and formidable strength are all manifestations of the will of fire. Join the Umbu and become my direct subordinate. After such a lengthy exchange, it seems the true intentions have finally surfaced. Feng An awkwardly replies, but I'm just a newly graduated Chunin. This. Precisely, your recent graduation is what I require. How else could I instill the will of fire in you? Sarutobi Hiruzen clears his throat. The Chunin exam assesses overall ability, ultimately determined by the Hokage. I hold your capabilities in high esteem. You are now a Chunin. Feng An's disdain for him deepens. Wasn't Kakashi, at just over a decade old, similarly deceived into joining the Umbu? Thank you for your recognition, Hokage. Now that I am a Chunin, I shall strive for Jonin. Feng An adopts an expression of utmost seriousness. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, beams with pride. Hokage, I can hardly wait to commence my training. Every second without training is an affront to the will of fire. With that, Feng An performs a body flicker technique, vanishing from sight, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of shock. After the figure of Feng An disappeared, an elderly man, Shimura Danzo, emerged slowly from behind a statue, leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages. Hiruzen, have you lost your senses? Allowing such a young child to join the Umbu? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained calm, responding in a composed manner. Haven't you been expanding the Umbu's ranks as well? I seek only those loyal to Konoha. Loyal to Konoha, which has you? Danzo, he retorted without reservation. Hearing Sarutobi's candid words, Danzo's expression darkened as he walked towards the exit. Turning his back to Sarutobi, he ominously stated, You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage, Sarutobi asserted without hesitation. Their gazes met, both eyes widening slightly, conveying their mutual dissatisfaction. You will not live much longer, Hiruzen, Danzo thought grimly, pausing only for a moment before departing with a cold demeanor. As dusk fell, Feng An indeed found Hinata and the others at the training ground. Yui Kyurine and the others had caught a large wild boar. Unlike the previous time, this occasion was accompanied by an array of spices and light snacks. Inuzuka Kiba, with his keen sense of smell, was the first to detect Feng An's presence. You finally made it. We've been waiting for you, he exclaimed. The group turned in unison, their eyes sparkling with unmasked joy. Feng An felt a warmth in his heart. Is this what it feels like to have family? How wonderful it is to have family. Touched, Feng An rushed over, only to realize they were waiting for him to roast the wild boar with fire release. Kazuhana said, "We specifically entrusted the most crucial task to you. Aren't you moved?" "I am truly grateful for all of you," Feng An replied, shaking his head in resignation as he looked into their expectant eyes. He then formed hand seals and exhaled a small fireball, igniting the twigs and firewood they had prepared. In this examination, he had become more adept at controlling chakra, no longer accidentally producing an overly large flame. As they enjoyed their snacks, curiosity bubbled up amongst them, asking why Hiruzen had kept Feng An behind. "What did the Hokage say to you?" "Nothing much, just that I could skip the exam and become a Chunin directly, and that I should join the Umbu, but I declined. I personally despise taking shortcuts," Feng An explained. Kazuhana shot him a disparaging look. "The Hokage personally invited you to join the Umbu, and you turn it down? Nonsense, who would believe that?" She turned to Kiba. "Do you believe him?" Kiba shook his head vigorously. "No way." Feng An shrugged. He knew that even if he told the truth, they would not believe him. The image Hiruzen had crafted in their minds was too imposing for them to accept otherwise. After they had filled their stomachs and chatted for a while, everyone departed. Under the night sky, only Feng An and Hinata remained. "Is this really helpful for training?" Hinata asked, blinking her eyes shyly. Feng An replied earnestly, "Indeed. I would not deceive you." Hinata nodded slightly. "Is it true that it won't hurt?" Feng An nodded patiently. "There might be a little discomfort, but it is part of the training process. Now come on." Hinata bit her lip. Though reluctant, she complied with Feng An's instructions. She extended her delicate hand, touching Feng An's sturdy skin. "Brr, it's so cold," Feng An exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise upon feeling Hinata's icy touch. "Maybe we should stop," he said, looking at her seriously. "I'm sorry, Hinata, but only you can assist me with this training." Seeing Feng An's insistence, Hinata understood he was sincere. "All right, here I go." She squinted her eyes, turned her head away, and grasped Feng An's arm, pulling it forcefully backward. Crack! A dislocation echoed from Feng An's arm. Hinata's expression changed, and she hurriedly released her grip. "Feng An, perhaps we should stop. This training method recorded in the scroll seems rather unconventional." Feng An grinned through the pain, shaking his head. "Continue, Hinata." The multiplication technique, a family secret he could not acquire, and the ability of Kenmeichizu was an opportunity he could not miss. Having already gained the capability to enhance cellular activity, making his body more resilient, obtaining Kenmeichizu's power would elevate him to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Thus, they toiled away in the darkness for an entire night. Chapter 45. Is this really a date? The following day, in the courtyard of the Hyuga household, Hyuga Hizashi paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in concern. He had just learned from Yuhi Kirin that Hinata had faced Neji in the preliminaries. When Kirin discovered that he was unaware of this matter, she refrained from disclosing the match's outcome, claiming it was inappropriate since neither Neji nor Hinata had mentioned it. This left Hizashi feeling exceedingly anxious. While he believed Neji would likely win, he sensed a flicker of anticipation in Kirin's expression, as if she were holding on to a hope akin to buying a lottery ticket despite knowing the odds. After a considerable time, a freshly awakened Hinata emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Hizashi in the courtyard, she asked with confusion, "Father? What are you doing?" Finally awake, Hizashi replied, his features softening at the sound of her voice. He had been waiting for Hinata to rise, knowing the Chunin exams had been exhausting for her. He did not wish to disturb her rest, yet his worry had driven him to pace anxiously. "Hinata, I heard you faced Neji in the preliminaries?" he inquired. "So you already know?" she said, scratching her cheek. Hizashi's heart sank upon hearing her usual tone, the slightest glimmer of hope extinguished. It seemed Neji had indeed triumphed as expected. His thoughts wandered to Neji's animosity towards the main and branch family system, prompting him to ask with concern, "Neji didn't hurt you, did he?" Hinata shook her head. "No," brother Neji conceded. That's good," Hizashi said, turning away momentarily in shock before quickly spinning back around. "What did you say?" Neji conceded. "You mean you won your match?" "Yes," she confirmed. Hizashi's brow furrowed deeply. He had observed their training sessions, where Neji occasionally exhibited killing intent. It was evident that Neji harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the main family and the branch family system. To forfeit against someone who could prove that a branch family member could indeed triumph over the main family was unexpected. Had Neji finally reconciled with the system? Hizashi's gaze fell, burdened by the weight of the family's traditions, which he had begun to question since the death of Hisashi's brother. However, such deeply rooted customs seemed impossible to change, and as the clan leader, he felt inadequate compared to the elders. Why did Neji concede? Was he afraid of hurting you? Hinata's eyes darkened. Even if I won, father would likely think it was brother Neji who allowed me to win. After all, I have always been the one losing in our previous sparring sessions. You've never held any expectations for me, have you? But I wish to earn your recognition. Even if just once. Hinata lifted her gaze to meet Hisashi's, tears shimmering in her eyes. Seeing his daughter's reddened eyes, Hisashi instantly comprehended the depth of her brief words. His heart softened, since he devoted all his focus to nurturing Hanabi. It had been a long time since he had seen Hinata holding back tears. Hyuga Hisashi slowly crouched down, gently wiping away the tears that Hinata could not contain. With a soft tone, he remarked, I wondered why I hadn't seen my little crybaby in a while. It seems she has grown into a big crybaby. His usual frown relaxed into a kind smile. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Hinata clung to her father's neck, sobbing. The father and daughter embraced for a long time until Hinata's emotions finally settled. Can you tell father how you defeated Neji? Hinata nodded, wiping her nose. She recounted the battle and their dialogue to Hyuga Hisashi. Upon hearing that Hinata had used the 8 trigrams air palm, Hisashi's hands trembled slightly as he supported her shoulders. With excitement, he asked, You mean you have mastered the 8 trigrams air palm? When did you learn it? Show me. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. Concentrating chakra in her palm, she struck towards a potted plant in the courtyard. A powerful force surged forth, and the branch struck by the intense chakra broke cleanly in two. It truly was the 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Hisashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered. No wonder Neji conceded. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan excels in close combat, using the Byakugan to target chakra points and incapacitate enemies. However, it loses its advantage in long-range battles. The Byakugan, with its exceptional range, is suited for close combat, akin to wielding a magnifying glass in a knife fight. The 8 trigrams air palm was developed to supplement the Hyuga clan's long-range offensive capabilities, allowing one to channel chakra into the palm and strike from a distance. Hisashi hesitated, asking, Did you teach yourself? He could not recall ever teaching Hinata the 8 trigrams air palm, especially since she had yet to master the 8 trigrams 64 palms. How could she learn something more advanced? No, father. Hinata shook her head. Hisashi furrowed his brow at her response. Not self-taught. Then how do you know this technique? Neji was regarded as a genius of the Byakugan largely because he had self-studied the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the heavenly spin. Under the clan's rules, branch family members were not permitted to learn such techniques. This allowed him to learn those 2 techniques despite being a branch member, leaving the elders powerless to act against him. It was Fu An who taught me a technique during training, Hinata finally revealed to Hisashi. What? Fu An knows the 8 trigrams air palm. Hisashi exclaimed in surprise. He should, but I've never seen him use it. During training, he only explained the principles to me. Hisashi fell into deep thought. Although the gentle fist and 8 trigrams techniques were secret arts of the Hyuga clan, they were not entirely inscrutable, as Neji had demonstrated. The gentle fist requires the Byakugan to reach its full potential. However, Fu An was not of the Hyuga clan, even if he comprehended the 8 trigrams air palm. He could not perform the same distant chakra strikes as the clan members. Nevertheless, Hisashi solemnly advised Hinata, do not let anyone else know about this. If the clan elders inquire, just say I taught you. Seeing her father's serious expression, Hinata nodded in agreement. Hisashi believed that his daughter's mastery of the 8 trigrams air palm came from Fu An, but what about the other clan members? Especially the elders, if they discovered this. They would likely suspect that Hinata had taught an outsider the clan's secret techniques. Are you still training today? Hinata shook her head. Teacher Kurenai told us to take a few days off. Hisashi nodded. That's for the best. Then you should rest. Hinata hesitated before saying, Well, actually, I have an appointment with Fu An today. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Is this the start of dating? He then said lightly, Very well, I approve. Thank you, father. Hinata's smile widened, feeling exceptionally warm towards her father today. Hisashi cleared his throat and said, I happen to want to meet Fu An as well. Let's go together. Huh, what? Chapter 46. Why is father coming on this date? Could you possibly meet Fu An another day? No. Eventually, Hinata, unable to refuse Hisashi and not wanting to break her promise to Fu An, reluctantly agreed to take her father along. She could already envision the awkward atmosphere during their meeting. Inside her room, Hinata tied her short hair into 2 small buns and glanced in the mirror. Suddenly feeling odd, she decided to braid the sides. Looking at her reflection, she pouted and muttered, "Why do I feel even stranger?" She repeated this back and forth until she realized the agreed time was nearly upon her, and reluctantly stepped outside with her frizzy hair. "When will my hair grow long?" Seeing Hinata's frizzy hair, Hisashi couldn't help but understand her little thoughts. He clenched his jaw in frustration. "That wretched boy has bewitched my daughter. Oh, my poor daughter." He mourned silently within, with no one to share his sorrow. Soon, Hinata and Hisashi hurried toward their meeting place. Throughout the journey, Hinata constantly attempted to tame her unruly hair, but a few rebellious strands simply would not cooperate. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance. Hisashi had felt something was off about Hinata's demeanor during the journey, but he held back his questions. Until now, he could no longer restrain himself. "Are you meeting him outside the village?" Hinata glanced at Hisashi's angry expression, her heart racing. She nodded slightly. "We plan to visit the land of hot water in the next few days." Hearing Hinata's words, Hisashi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That little rascal knows how to pick a location. The land of hot water, known for its hot springs. He clenched his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. "Where's Fuan?" Hinata lowered her head and shook it. He should not have arrived yet. However, at that moment, Fuan was merely a wall away from them. He stared blankly at the light blue butterfly hairpin in his hand. Before Hinata and Hisashi reached the village entrance, Fuan had spotted her from afar. Just as he excitedly prepared the gift he had gotten in advance, he suddenly noticed someone following her. "Hyuga Hisashi." Fuan's face turned pale as he instinctively ducked behind the wall. Why is this date accompanied by her father? As Fuan anxiously wondered what to do, a voice reached his ears. "You little rascal, so you're here." Fuan looked up to see Hisashi, his Byakugan activated, wearing a face of barely contained anger, and behind him, an awkward Hinata nervously fidgeting with her fingers. He swallowed hard, forcing a sheepish smile. "Hello, uncle." Hisashi regarded him with a cold stare, saying nothing. Fuan felt the pressure intensify, as if every inch of his skin was being scrutinized. He had never felt such overwhelming pressure from the Byakugan before. This sensation felt akin to being caught in a compromising situation, yet he and Hinata had done nothing wrong. It was so unfair. "You little rascal, if I hadn't come, would you have run off with my precious daughter? And dare to leave the village? My daughter has never left Konoha." Hisashi silently expressed his dissatisfaction with Fuan. Observing the situation, Hinata quickly thought of a way out. Weren't you looking for Fuan to discuss something?" With Hinata's words, Hisashi's intimidating aura seemed to dissipate. Hisashi sighed in exasperation, rolled his eyes, and cleared his throat, adjusting his demeanor. "How did you acquire the 8 trigrams empty palm?" he inquired. "It's innate," Feng An replied timidly. Upon hearing this, he noticed Hisashi's expression darken. Given his memories from a previous life, he had mastered many skills. Yet who would believe such a claim? He sighed. "Perhaps I possess exceptional insight." Despite Hisashi's persistent questioning, he maintained this narrative, leaving Hisashi with no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, the 3 of them set off for the land of hot water. Feng An initially intended to deepen his bond with Hinata along the journey, but now he found himself nurturing a connection with his future father-in-law instead. Meanwhile, in the Konoha security department, Shintai Shimura stated flatly, "Taima has left the village, you understand, right? This is your final opportunity for revenge." His subordinate acknowledged. Taima knelt before Shintai, looking frilier than before, his face devoid of color, appearing quite ill. If Feng An were present, he would scarcely recognize him. "Very well, go. I will do my utmost to assist you in finding medical personnel to treat Tai." "Thank you, Captain." The frail Taima bowed deeply before rising to don a mask akin to that of the Umbu, departing the security department. After his departure, Shintai gazed at the bloodstains left on the floor with a look of disdain. "Keijon, have someone clean this room." A middle-aged man nodded reluctantly. Shortly thereafter, several individuals hurried in to clean the space, while Shintai returned to his office with an expression of impatience. Upon opening the door, he noticed an elderly man, leaning on a cane and bandaged, seated in his office chair. This man was Danzo Shimura. Upon seeing him, Shintai immediately straightened and adopted a serious expression. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Danzo replied darkly. "What do you mean, uncle? How many times must I remind you to address me by my title in the workplace?" Shintai quickly nodded. "Understood, Lord Root. What did you just call me?" "Lord Danzo." Danzo rose and drew the curtains. Shintai, is your subordinate discreet? The corners of Shintai's mouth curved slightly. His son is currently under my control. Even if he dies, he wouldn't dare reveal a word. Find an opportunity to send his son to me. With that, Danzo began to leave, and Shintai hesitated, finally mustering the courage to ask weakly, "But Lord Danzo, I promised Taima I would provide treatment for his son." Danzo replied coldly, "Tell him it's being taken care of. You're adept at crafting excuses, aren't you? Besides, in his current condition, he won't be returning alive." Shintai realized the fate that awaited Tai should he be sent to Danzo. Were it not for Taima's constant pleas for a way to kill Feng An, he would never have allowed Taima to seek transformation at his uncle's hands, turning him into a monster. After Danzo departed, Shintai visited Konoha Hospital, staring at Tai's lower body in silence. "You're already living a fate worse than death, aren't you? Perhaps it would be better to find peace like your father." Chapter 47. Is this too small? It is clearly too large. After 2 days of arduous travel, Feng An and his companions finally arrived in the land of hot water by nightfall. Renowned for its hot springs, this small nation boasts stunning landscapes and rich culture, remaining perpetually bustling with visitors. Feng An had initially planned to dine and then indulge in the hot springs. But with Hisashi around, he hadn't even held Hinata's hand throughout the journey. Feng An cast a forlorn glance at Hinata, who wore a helpless expression. Hisashi turned to them and called out, "What are you two dawdling for? Let us go?" "All right." With determination, Feng An grasped Hinata's hand and followed. Hisashi's eyes widened, focusing intently on their entwined hands, while Hinata felt a rush of shyness. Unfazed, Feng An resolved to let Hisashi feel discomfort instead. "Hinata, let us visit the ninja tool shop." He led her toward the shop, glancing back at Hisashi, who stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. It was over. The little rascal was no longer concealing anything from his father. Hisashi could sense that his daughter had been captivated by Feng An, and if he hadn't been present, it wouldn't be long before he was a grandfather. "That rascal, my daughter is only 12. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Hastily catching up to them, seeing them merely holding hands, he sighed with relief. At the ninja tool shop, Feng An purchased several sealing scrolls. He intended to recognize ownership of the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru had given him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to utilize its full potential and risk being summoned back by Orochimaru. The trio dined together, strolled about, and as night fell, they finally reached the last step, soaking in the hot springs. This was Feng An's ultimate plan. He had secretly packed a swimsuit chosen specifically for Hinata's size. But now he feared being discovered. Sigh. He couldn't help but let out a breath of frustration. Hisashi glanced at him, well aware of Feng An's thoughts. The land of hot water is famous not only for its hot springs, but also for its mixed bathing. However, with Hisashi present, Feng An's schemes could never come to fruition. He preemptively reserved 2 private rooms, each with its own hot spring, allowing Feng An to enjoy the springs without spending a dime. Hisashi and Feng An changed into white bathrobes and emerged from the changing room. Hisashi glanced at Feng An, his pupils narrowing. 8-pack abs. It's outrageous. This brat is not only handsome, but also has an incredible physique. Aware of Hisashi's scrutiny, Feng An smiled slightly. His physique was a fortunate result of enhancing his cells with lightning chakra. Don't leave your stomach exposed, you'll catch a chill. Hisashi hurriedly found a longer robe to cover Feng An's upper body. Feng An shot him an annoyed glance, wondering how he would react if he knew Hinata had touched him. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from Hinata. "This robe seems a bit small." Blushing, she timidly stepped out of the changing room, wearing a white bathrobe. Feng An gulped hard, his eyes widening, especially when he caught sight of her pale skin, nearly taking his breath away. "Is this too small? It's clearly too large." Her softness was barely concealed beneath the robe, which seemed prone to slipping off. Whether the robe was genuinely too small, or she was simply too well endowed, she frequently tugged at it to keep it in place. "Hinata, you should go to that room. I'll go with Feng An to this one." Blushing, Hinata nodded. Hisashi wasted no time, swiftly pulling Feng An toward their room. As they began soaking in the hot springs, the atmosphere became quite awkward between Feng An and Hisashi. Feng An's mind was filled with images of Hinata in the hot springs, yet upon glancing at Hisashi, his enthusiasm deflated. Hisashi eyed Feng An and asked solemnly, "What is the status of your relationship with Hinata?" Feng An shuddered at the sudden sharpness of the question. It was clear that Hisashi had intended to delve into the matter during their separation from Hinata. There hasn't been any substantial development, he replied. Hisashi's brow furrowed. No substantial development? What do you mean? Have you developed everything but the substantial? Hinata's expression darkened. You little rascal, do not speak in riddles. Feng An scratched his head. Well, we just held hands, and then I hugged her. With every word he uttered, Hinata's expression grew increasingly grim. And then I touched her a bit. And what else? Just touched her. Hinata stepped closer to Feng An, his teeth clattering ominously. Feng An could discern from his clenched fists that he was on the verge of violence. He hastily clarified, it wasn't me who touched her. It was she who touched me. Nonsense. My daughter is so reserved. How could she take the initiative to touch you? You should ask Hinata. Upon hearing this, Hinata's fury diminished considerably. If he had the audacity to inquire of Hinata, he wouldn't have waited until she was absent to pose such questions to Feng An. Sighing deeply, Hinata lamented. Ever since Hanabi displayed her talent, I have scarcely expressed my concern for Hinata. If it weren't for the quarrel we had over your matter, I might have almost forgotten the neglect I have shown her over the years. Feng An listened silently, allowing him to express his feelings without interruption. You know, she still remembers how you helped her when she was young. I always thought her feelings for you were misguided, merely gratitude. However, in recent days, I have come to realize my error. She genuinely likes you, you rascal. Hinata placed a hand on Feng An's shoulder. So, Feng An, could you please take better care of Hinata for me? Feng An nodded, his gaze towards Hinata filled with sincerity. I will, esteemed father-in-law. Hinata raised an eyebrow. You little rascal, it is your silver tongue that makes me worry that Hinata will be bullied in your company. In the adjacent room, a blushing Hinata buried half her face in the hot spring. In truth, the two rooms were separated only by a dense layer of bamboo, rendering the soundproofing nearly non-existent. She overheard their entire conversation. Her face flushed deeper as she murmured, Feng An, you fool, saying I touched him. And what father said. It should mean what I think it means, right? At that moment, her face was a vivid hue of red, filled with both anxiety and joy. Her heart racing like a startled deer. She placed her small hand on her chest, feeling the rapid heartbeat, evidence of her nervousness. Chapter 48. Playing in the dark? Soaking in a hot spring should not be prolonged. As soon as the three felt a hint of drowsiness, they changed their clothes and departed. Feng An stepped out to see Hinata's flushed face. With concern, he asked, have you soaked too long? Do you have a headache? Upon seeing him, Hinata recalled their previous conversation with Hinata, and her already rosy cheeks deepened further. She quickly shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit warm. That's good. Feng An nodded, taking her small hand. Shall we go to sleep? Hinata, approaching from behind, furrowed his brow. Are you truly going to sleep? Of course. Feng An replied. Ah, very well. Hinata nodded. Feng An shot a disdainful glance at Hinata. You truly underestimate others' intentions. Subsequently, Hinata followed the pair to a quaint inn. Feng An briefly surveyed the environment and hygiene, finding it satisfactory. The surrounding noise was minimal. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if, in the middle of the night, disruptive sounds interrupted their rest. Approaching the front desk, where a woman was dozing off, he inquired, are there any rooms available? Upon hearing the prospect of business, the front desk clerk instantly awakened, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. Yes, we have a few rooms left. After a moment of contemplation, she assessed the two before her, a handsome young man and a girl with a flushed face, seemingly shy. A man and woman, at a tourist destination, arriving at a small and late at night. Conditions met. There's only one room left. The woman winked at Feng An, as if to say, I see your intentions. How about this assistance? Feng An paused, recognizing her cleverness. The people of the land of hot water were indeed exceptional. Even the small inns could read their guests' intentions, explaining the thriving economy despite the country's size. However, before Feng An could respond, Hinata's voice thundered from behind. 3 rooms. The clerk was instantly flustered. What? Is this a family traveling together? A major miscalculation. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that they didn't resemble a typical family. I apologize, here are your keys. She hurriedly retrieved the keys for 3 rooms, nodding in apology. How much? It was originally 120 Rio for a night. But she apologized for the prior misunderstanding. 3 rooms at 3,000 Rio. Would that be acceptable? Humph. Hinata grunted, handing over the 3,000 Rio before taking the keys and heading upstairs. Once they departed, the clerk furrowed her brow in thought. If they were a family, why would they need 3 rooms? Upon reaching the second floor, they found themselves in the innermost 3 rooms, 204, 205, and 206. Hinata coughed lightly before entering room 204. Feng An naturally understood this was his cue. Good night, Hinata. Good night, Feng An. Once inside room 205, Feng An engaged in his usual training routine. His mastery of ninjutsu had grown increasingly proficient, with a broader array of techniques at his disposal. He had mastered 6 of the 7 chakra nature attributes, leaving only the yang attribute ninjutsu to be acquired. In his previous life, he should have thoroughly studied medical ninjutsu, but alas, it was too late for regrets. Medical ninjutsu may appear unimpressive at first glance, but those who have traversed dimensions understand its significance. In the heat of battle, injuries could occur in an instant. With prompt medical attention, even severed limbs could be reattached due to the astonishing advancements in medical techniques within this ninja world. Eye transplants. Simply pluck them out and insert them into one's own eye sockets. Cell transplants. No matter the complexity, just inject them directly with a syringe. After completing his training regimen, Feng An exhaled deeply. He retrieved the sealing scroll purchased earlier that day to re-establish his bond with the Kusanagi sword. As he examined the sealing technique on the scroll, it became increasingly familiar. Indeed, the methods for sealing ninja tools and summoning spirit beasts were fundamentally alike. Upon re-establishing his bond, Feng An infused his chakra into the Kusanagi sword, severing all ties with Orochimaru. He toyed with the sword, experimenting with its ability to elongate and shorten while imbuing it with chakra before returning it to the scroll. He wondered if Hinata had fallen asleep yet. Cursed old man. I achieved nothing on my first date. He sat up, unzipping his backpack. Inside lay a sensual striped bikini. Sighing, he also retrieved a light blue butterfly hairpin that he initially intended to gift to Hinata, but he had refrained from opening his backpack for fear of Hinata discovering the bikini. Suddenly, a soft knock at the door startled Feng An, prompting him to hastily shove everything back into his backpack. Could it be the old man checking in? Then came Hinata's gentle voice from outside. Are you asleep, Feng An? Feng An let out a relieved sigh. The door's not locked. You may enter. Hinata cautiously closed the door behind her and sat beside Feng An. She gazed at him with her beautiful, soft eyes. Shall we begin? Begin? Upon seeing Hinata's tender gaze, his eyes widened in surprise. Begin what? On that day, you mentioned the practice, and you claimed that only I could assist you. Feng An's gaze dimmed momentarily. Just then, Hinata's eyes were drawn to a corner of Feng An's backpack zipper, where something resembling a handkerchief was caught. Curiously, she pointed at the exposed corner of a striped swimsuit and asked, What is this? Feng An followed her gesture, and to his shock, he realized she was indicating the swimsuit. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Though it was a purchase intended for Hinata, it had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and given the current situation, gifting her such an item was utterly inappropriate. In the darkness, if she misinterpreted my intentions, it would forever label me as a pervert in her mind. I must remain calm. Why are you sweating so much? Is that a handkerchief? Hinata inquired as her small hand reached toward the backpack. Feng An's eyes widened in alarm. Just as he attempted to intervene, Hinata had already unzipped the backpack. Upon seeing the true nature of the handkerchief, her face flushed crimson. She had initially thought it was merely a handkerchief, only to discover it was a string bikini. And the fabric was exceedingly minimal. If she were to wear it, a substantial portion of her pristine northern hemisphere would be exposed to the air. As Hinata pulled it out completely, Feng An felt utterly deflated. This is disastrous. How could I have been so impulsive in choosing this swimsuit? All the goodwill I painstakingly earned is about to vanish. What noise is that? On the other side, Hinata's elder brother, Hinata Hyuga, who had been struggling to stay awake, suddenly heard Hinata's exclamation and straightened up in alarm. Chapter 49, A Good Son-in-Law. Understanding. You little rascal. Thank goodness I didn't fall asleep. Hinata Hyuga hurriedly dressed and prepared to rush out to investigate. The atmosphere in room 205 had turned exceedingly awkward, and it was eerily silent. Even the slightest movement from Hinata Hyuga was swiftly detected by Feng An, who felt his pupils dilate. If Hinata Hyuga caught a glimpse of that swimsuit, he would likely endure scorn for the rest of his life. As Feng An pondered how to handle the situation, Hinata shyly asked, Is this for me? Yes. In his panic, Feng An instinctively confirmed. Immediately, regret washed over him. He could vividly imagine Hinata rising in indignation, hurling the swimsuit at his face and berating him furiously. As he anticipated, Hinata stood up. Feng An quickly closed his eyes. However, the scene he dreaded did not unfold. Blushing, Hinata said, "Thank you. This is the first time I've received such a swimsuit." Hearing her words, Feng An cautiously opened his eyes and was relieved to see that she was not angry. He timidly asked, "Why aren't you upset?" Hinata shook her head and replied with a gentle smile, "I will cherish anything given to me by Feng An." A wave of warmth threatened to spill from Feng An's eyes. Hinata, just as he was about to embrace her, she promptly stepped back, her face still flushed. "But I absolutely will not wear it." Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks resounded, accompanied by Hinata Hyuga's low voice. "Feng An, Hinata, do not act recklessly." "Father!" Hinata exclaimed, her charming face filled with surprise. "Why is father here? What should we do?" Feng An was even more flustered than she was, realizing that in the dead of night, they were alone in a room, and she was holding such an inappropriate swimsuit. It was imperative to hide this item. His mind raced until an idea struck him. Of course, outside. Hinata Hyuga suddenly recalled that he could simply activate his Byakugan. How foolish of me. He slapped himself in the face and activated his Byakugan. Upon peering into room 205, Hinata Hyuga's eyes widened. They were, in fact, meditating. The image that met his Byakugan was of Feng An and Hinata seated upright on the bed, appearing to be deep in meditation. Impossible. It cannot be. My Byakugan must be malfunctioning. The sight ignited a flicker of anger within him. My beautiful and adorable daughter is right there, and you are meditating? With a swift motion, Hinata Hyuga raised his palm, gathering chakra, and propelled it forcefully through the air. Utilizing a miniature version of the 8 trigrams palm, he expertly directed a 2mm chakra block to precisely strike and dislodge the wooden latch. Creak. The door to room 205 swung open. Hearing the commotion, Hinata's heart raced, and her brows slightly furrowed. Feng An quickly opened his eyes and looked at Hinata Hyuga with a feigned expression of confusion. "Uncle, why are you still awake?" Hinata understood that it was her cue to perform. She feigned a dazed expression, as if she had been meditating for a long time and felt a bit dizzy. "Father? What brings you here?" "What brings me here? You invite me in, do you?" Hinata Hyuga shot a fierce glare at Feng An. Feng An furrowed his brows, intensifying his expression of bewilderment and confusion. Hinata Hyuga's expression darkened. "What were you two doing just now? Did you not hear the knocking?" Unfazed, Feng An replied. "We were contemplating the upcoming 3rd exam and decided to take advantage of this quiet moment to meditate. We didn't realize we were so engrossed that we missed your knocking." Hinata quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, father." Hinata Hyuga scrutinized Hinata's face, which bore an unnatural expression. He easily discerned that this was Feng An's influence. Feeling the weight of her father's gaze, Hinata lowered her head slightly, stealing glances through her eyelashes. "It is getting late. You should rest." Hinata Hyuga refrained from further questioning, knowing that if he probed deeper, his heart could not bear it. Hinata nodded and turned to Feng An, saying, "Good night." "All right, good night." Hinata slowly walked past Hinata Hyuga and returned to room 206. Once she had left, Hinata Hyuga cast a deep glance at Feng An before departing. After he left, Feng An exhaled deeply and lay back on the bed. He glanced at the ceiling scroll beside him. Fortunately, he had purchased 3 scrolls earlier. Now, that striped bikini lay safely sealed within one of the scrolls. In that fleeting moment, his mind had raced, arriving at the most prudent solution. If shuriken and kunai could be sealed within the scrolls, clothing should be feasible as well. Before long, both Feng An and Hinata fell into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in room 204, Hinata Hyuga lay in bed, his eyes bloodshot, attentively listening to the sounds from the adjacent room. It appeared that sleep would elude him this night. Later, after enjoying several more days in the land of hot water, Feng An and the others prepared to return to Konoha, having only packed snacks for their journey. They had relied on military rations to stave off hunger during the latter part of their trip, which were notoriously unpalatable and hard. This time, they understood the importance of stockpiling supplies for the journey home. Dried fruits, simple meals, chips, and juice. Hinata, with a light blue butterfly hairpin nestled in her hair, busily packed while softly murmuring to herself. The trio navigated through various shops in the land of hot water. Hinata and Feng An took charge of selecting food to fill their backpacks, while Hinata Hyuga managed the payments. What a wonderful feeling it is to have money, Feng An mused internally. "Father." Hearing Hinata's call, Hinata Hyuga understood it was time for him to splurge a little. Splurge? What is a bit of gold when it comes to my daughter? Approaching the shopkeeper, he pointed at an item nearly as tall as himself. How much for this? The shopkeeper chuckled. 17,358 Rio. But I'll round it down for you. It will be 17,350 Rio. Hinata Hyuga felt a surge of disdain. Do I care about those 8 Rio? It is an affront. As he rummaged through his belongings for his wallet, he hesitated for a moment. When he had previously arrived, his wallet had been somewhat full. But how had it become so depleted in such a short span? Upon discovering that only a mere 1,002 remained within, his complexion instantly paled to that of parchment, leaving him frozen in place. Even if the proprietor were to add a zero, totaling 1,375, he would still fall short by 375 to make the payment. In Konoha, he might have been able to defer the cost, but in the land of water, who would dare extend credit to a stranger? Fortunately, at that moment, Keed noticed the evident embarrassment on Hinata Hyuga's face. Upon glimpsing the shriveled wallet in his hand, the realization struck him. Uncle, you've taken the wrong wallet. That belongs to me. Keed stepped forward, exchanging his wallet for Hinata Hyuga's. Hinata Hyuga appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. What a wonderful son-in-law. You truly understand, he said, casting a grateful glance at Keed before opening the wallet. His expression shifted from appreciation to sheer astonishment. So much money. He struggled to suppress his shock and proceeded to make the payment. Once they distanced themselves from the shop, Hinata Hyuga could no longer contain himself and tossed Keed's wallet back at him, indignantly demanding, "You little rascal. How come you have so much money? When traveling abroad, how could you not bring funds, especially if you're wandering with Hinata? Why didn't you say anything? You never asked. You always rushed to pay. I thought you relished the thrill of paying," Keed replied. Hinata Hyuga recalled how he had insisted on covering the cost for the hot springs and had even rented 3 rooms himself. Was I really the one being the fool? He lamented, feeling deflated, as if the air had been let out of a balloon, aging him by several years. Chapter 50. Don't leave. Observing the bewildered expression on Hinata Hyuga's face, Keed felt a pang of compassion and approached him. Uncle, from now on, we are family. What is yours is mine. So why distinguish between us? Hinata Hyuga, perceiving Keed's demeanor, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He had already informed his daughter that as long as Keed possessed a certain level of capability, he would not impede their relationship. Now, knowing that Keed could comprehend the 8 trigrams empty palm, he began to acknowledge his potential. Though he could not witness the first 2 rounds of the Chunin exams, he could attend the third. He did not expect Keed to be extraordinarily powerful. He only hoped he could protect Hinata, which would allow him to truly relax about their relationship, provided they did not become grandparents too soon. Let us hurry, uncle. Night is fast approaching, Keed urged, observing the days of Hinata Hyuga. With that, the latter shook off his stupor, adjusted his sleeves, and followed the 2. The trio hastened onward. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the land. Hinata felt a wave of hunger, and thus, the 3 paused to rest. Keed rummaged through his backpack, producing an array of snacks and drinks. Hinata Hyuga noticed that nearly all of what Keed had pulled out were mere snacks. He frowned and inquired, "Will these things fill us?" "Rest assured, uncle. There is plenty to go around," Keed replied, producing an abundant assortment of chips, spicy strips, and various other snacks. Hinata Hyuga stared in disbelief at the mountain of snacks. Incredulous. With 3,700 taels, you bought all this junk food. Keed and Hinata cared little for the classification of food, if it tasted good. That was all that mattered. Keed then offered Hinata Hyuga the remaining military rations. "Here, uncle, have this." Upon seeing the military rations, Hinata Hyuga recalled their hard, unpalatable texture. "I'd rather stick to junk food," he said, as Hinata offered him a pack of plain chips. "These are original flavor. They should suit your palate." Hinata Hyuga tore open the packaging, sampled a chip, and grimaced. "Indeed, junk food. It's all additives." Keed shot him a glance. "Then why are you still eating?" "I'm doing this for your benefit. As long as I consume enough and quickly, all the junk food will be in my stomach, sparing you from the effects." Hinata Hyuga gulped and reached for a bag of tomato-flavored chips. After tasting one, he frowned and remarked, "The tomato flavor has even more additives. You 2 are not allowed to eat those. They're too unhealthy." He quickly went through bag after bag, leaving no firm spot on his body untouched. Hinata nestled close to Keed and whispered, "Actually, father loves ketchup the most. Let us save the tomato-flavored ones for him." Keed nodded in agreement. Just as he was indulging in spicy strips, Keed suddenly sensed movement nearby. He stood up and spoke in a low tone. "Uncle, Hinata, it seems something is drawing near." Upon hearing this, both Hinata Hizashi and Hinata promptly set their snacks aside and rose. Both activated their Byakugan, their vision expanding rapidly outward. In an instant, they simultaneously locked onto multiple figures weaving through the woods. 7, 8, 9, 10. They counted at least 10 ninjas stealthily approaching from all directions. Hinata Hizashi's brow furrowed. Though he was curious as to how Keed had sensed their presence, it was clearly not the time to inquire. "Keed, Hinata, protect yourselves," he urged. He could not afford to be careless. The speed of their movements indicated that at least they were of Nin level. Among the three of them, two were Chunin. With only him as a Nin, should there be even one or two Nin among the adversaries, the situation could become dire. Hinata nodded, assuming the same gentle fist stance as Hinata Hizashi. Upon hearing Hinata Hizashi's command, Keed hastily stuffed the snacks back into his bag. Hinata Hizashi noticed this action and frowned. "Stop pretending." "Huh?" Keed paused, halting his actions. "You saw through me, huh? Did you realize I was concealing my strength?" Keed rubbed his nose, wondering when Uncle had figured it out. Hinata Hizashi assumed he was referring to why he hadn't turned around to see him hiding the snacks, and disdainfully replied, "The ability of the Byakugan." Keed was taken aback. "So the Byakugan has such capabilities?" Suddenly, a figure leaped to a distant tree branch, approximately 20 meters away. The ninja believed he was moving stealthily, but every action was within the Byakugan's range. This was the moment Hinata Hizashi had been waiting for. The effective kill distance of his 8 trigrams empty palm was 20 meters, so he was waiting for the opponent to step into his range. Hinata Hizashi locked onto the target with his Byakugan. 8 trigrams empty palm. He struck at the figure on the distant branch, unleashing a concentrated burst of chakra that shot forth like a palm-sized air bullet. Thud! The ninja, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by the invisible 8 trigrams empty palm, spewing a mouthful of blood before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. Taking the initiative and delivering a fatal blow served to intimidate the remaining ninjas. Truly deserving of his status as clan leader, Keed thought to himself. 9 remain. Hinata Hizashi continuously surveyed the positions of the remaining 9 with his all-encompassing Byakugan. He observed that upon witnessing their comrade's demise, the remaining ninjas slowed their advance, gathering together as if preparing to launch a coordinated attack. If they attacked together, even with the Byakugan, he would find it difficult to defend. With a grave expression, Hinata Hizashi called out to the surroundings, "I am a ninja from the hidden leaf of the Fire Country. I advise you not to throw away your lives for murder and plunder." Being in a foreign land, he deduced that this was the only reason they would target him. The remaining 9 huddled together, seemingly deliberating. Moments later, a voice emerged from the woods. "You two may leave, but the one with red hair must stay." Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi's brow furrowed even deeper. He had declared they were ninjas from Konoha, yet they still insisted on taking Keed. Feng An was taken aback, realizing that they were targeting him. Hinata Hayashi inquired in a somber tone, "Feng An, do you have any enemies?" Feng An furrowed his brow. "I am friendly, handsome, and polite. Who could possibly harbor such hatred towards me?" The names Tai and Taima surfaced in his mind. Those two, one old and one young, were indeed bothersome. Feng An muttered under his breath. Hinata Hayashi frowned slightly. "Are you saying we are bothersome?" Feng An fell silent. "Who mentioned you?" The voice of the previously speaking ninja echoed once more. "Have you made up your mind?" Just as Hinata Hayashi was about to speak, Feng An interjected, "I will stay behind." He then turned to the two and said, "You two should go ahead. I will join you shortly." He intended to remain behind, hoping to extract information from the enemy and confirm if indeed it was those two who sent them. Hinata shook her head repeatedly, her gaze resolute as she looked at Feng An. "No, we will go together." Seeing Feng An make such a choice without hesitation in a life-or-death situation ignited Hinata's determination. "No, you all must leave." Feng An scratched his head. "Did you misunderstand something?" An enraged shout resonated through the forest. "Damn it, are you leaving or not? If not, then none of you should." Chapter 51. "Uncle, I am actually quite strong." The 9 ninja figures sprang into action, hurling shuriken at the 3 from various corners. Hinata Hayashi, sensing the moment the attack commenced, released a significant amount of chakra from his body, swiftly performing a circular motion. 8 trigrams palm, return heaven. A semi-spherical chakra shield enveloped him, repelling the thrown shuriken effortlessly. As he halted his rotation, he immediately concentrated chakra in his palms, using his Byakugan to lock onto one of the assailants, delivering a swift palm strike from a distance. A high-density chakra projectile shot towards the foremost ninja. However, this time the enemy was on guard and swiftly evaded. Bang! The tree trunk that the ninja had previously crouched behind was directly penetrated by the 8 trigrams palm. The dodging ninja gazed at the pierced trunk, feeling a sense of dread. Brother, weren't we just supposed to kill a kid? Why is there a Konoha Jonin here? How would I know? The ninja who had spoken earlier narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists. In any case, if we don't kill him, not only will we lose our payment, but we might also die here. He understood this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many capable individuals to target a mere child. Yet, the price offered by the employer was too tempting to refuse. If he succeeded, he could live a peaceful life in a small village for the rest of his days. Tianguang, Hattori, you two will help me hold off that Konoha Jonin while the rest of you take care of those 2 kids. Once the red-haired kid is dead, we retreat. The leading ninja swiftly devised a strategy. Understood, boss. The 2 ninjas named responded instantly, moving to his side. As Feng An stepped forward, preparing to act, Hinata Hyuga blocked his path. His expression grave, he said, Feng An, you and Hinata must flee. This is not a battle for a genin to partake in. Father, while they still harbor some caution towards me, you must leave quickly. Lacking absolute certainty, Hinata Hyuga hesitated to act recklessly in a 1 versus many scenario. He had to ensure that every chakra extraction was effective, or he would risk exhausting himself. Uncle, I assure you, I am quite strong, Feng An stated earnestly. Hinata Hyuga's brow tightened. I know you are strong, but this is not the stage to showcase your abilities. This is a battle where life and death can be decided in an instant. Why don't you believe in me? Do I truly appear weak? Feng An replied, feeling a bit disheartened. At that moment, the enemy began to execute their roles. The 3 leading figures charged towards Hinata Hyuga, while the remaining 6 ninjas hurled shuriken at Feng An and Hinata. Hinata Hyuga's face grew serious. He faced a choice between confronting the 3 or protecting Feng An and Hinata. However, there was no time for contemplation. In an instant, he resumed his rotational stance. 8 trigrams palm, return heaven. As long as he could shield them, that was all that mattered. The 3 ninjas charging in exchanged sly glances. They had previously noted the flaw in Hinata Hyuga's technique. There would always be a significant opening the moment his rotation ceased. As the shuriken were deflected, the ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu in succession. One threw a kunai tied with an explosive tag, while the other 2 rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth dome. As a massive stone descended, another ninja struck the ground with both hands, causing cracks to spread across the surface. Hinata Hyuga's eyes detected the incoming attack, but his body had yet to stabilize. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. Before his rotation could fully cease, he gathered chakra in his palms, aiming at the flying kunai and rock, delivering 2 powerful strikes. Upon impact with the explosive tag, the kunai was sent flying, but it merely left a dent on the approaching boulder. Breathing heavily, Hinata Hyuga's face turned pale. I can't keep this up. I've truly been negligent in my training these past years. At that moment, the boulder and the fissures in the ground were mere meters away. There was no time left. Just as he was about to adopt the 8 trigrams 64 palm stance, ready to risk it all, a half-meter-thick earthen wall surged up before him. Bang! The flying rock and the fissures collided with the earthen wall, their impact akin to that of small pebbles, merely denting a portion of the wall. The 3 ninjas, who had previously worn expressions of triumph, suddenly changed their demeanor. They had not seen Hinata Hyuga forming seals, clearly indicating that he was not the one using the earth-style wall. The other 2 children? Even less likely. And they hadn't shown any signs of forming hand seals. Was there another hidden expert from Konoha? The leader gestured for Tianguang and Hattori to jump back. Tianguang, use your sensing abilities to detect if there are any others nearby. The ninja named Tianguang nodded. Hinata Hyuga remained in a daze. Within the range of his Byakugan, he noticed Feng An's chakra suddenly surge. Then he struck the ground, causing a half-meter-thick earthen wall to rise before him. How is this possible? He thought. He didn't even form seals, yet unleashed such a powerful ninjutsu without breaking a sweat? Hesitantly, he asked Feng An. You. Before he could finish, Feng An interjected. You guessed correctly. It was me. I told you I am quite strong, yet you still do not believe me. Observing Feng An's almost boastful demeanor, Hinata Hyuga felt a mix of astonishment and frustration. Meanwhile, Hinata, witnessing Feng An's formidable strength, felt both joy and a tinge of disappointment, realizing she had not been able to contribute. Her 8 trigrams empty palm had an effective range of only 10 meters, primarily focused on chakra point sealing, lacking the penetrating power of her father's techniques. Feng An turned to the two and instructed, "Uncle, take a breather. Hinata, pinpoint their positions." Hinata utilized her Byakugan to survey the area, identifying 3 ninjas in the northeast and 6 in the east. "Understood," Feng An nodded, leaping onto the earthen wall and inhaling deeply. As Tian Guang employed sensing ninjutsu to detect the hidden expert, he keenly noticed Feng An's rapid ascent to the top of the earthen wall. "Boss, Hattori, what is he doing?" The two glanced at Feng An, puzzled by his actions. Hattori weakly remarked, "Is he about to spit?" "Fire release, great fire annihilation." As they stood bewildered, a massive flame erupted skyward, bearing down on the 3 ninjas. "Damn it!" Setting the mountain ablaze. The expressions of the 3 leading ninjas shifted dramatically as they hurriedly formed hand seals. They had no time to ponder why the boy unleashed flames without forming hand seals. "Earth style, earth flow wall." Bang! The 3 ninjas struck the ground with great force, causing the earth to tremble and a half-meter thick earthen wall to rise. However, before the wall could fully materialize, the inferno unleashed by Keed had already engulfed them entirely. "Ah!" The 3 emitted anguished cries. Hinata Hyuga stared blankly at a flow of chakra gradually disappearing within the flames. "This," he murmured. Embracing a grandchild in advance did not seem entirely unacceptable. Hinata's cheeks flushed instantly. Chapter 52. What is that secret weapon? A mask? Before the 2 remaining ninjas in the fire could react, Keed wielded a kunai, transforming into a vengeful specter. With a swift motion, he dispatched a ninja named Habuto on the spot. The remaining lead ninja, displaying terror on his face, disregarded his burns and hastily knelt to plead for mercy. "I was wrong, my family has." With a flash, Keed's kunai sliced through his neck. "Apologies, but I have already heard the tale of a family with an elderly mother." Keed casually discarded the bloodied kunai, wiping his hands on his clothing. The ninja, filled with resentment, clutched his neck, struggling to speak. "My dear wife is waiting for me at home." "A wife?" Keed seized his shoulder fiercely, his expression one of regret. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so?" The remaining 6 ninjas exchanged glances, their minds unified by a singular thought: flee. With their leader dead, what was the point of continuing to fight? In unison, they hurled shurikens at Keed, employing a desperate technique. Regardless of whether they hit or missed, they believed that with such an abundance of shurikens, they had to make a hasty retreat. However, Keed did not flinch. He summoned chakra to his throat and inhaled deeply. "This boy has lost his mind, attacking us without remorse. We merely threw some shurikens. It's not as if we deserve such hatred." Yet, when the shurikens struck him, they produced a sound akin to striking granite, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Is this fellow a mere genin? Fire style, great fire annihilation. Do not question why he employs such varied techniques. It is simply the whim of the second most skilled ninjutsu instructor in the ninja realm. Unlike the vertical range of great fire annihilation, this technique spreads horizontally over a vast area. In an instant, the forest turned into a sea of flames, illuminating the night with a brilliant glow. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, leaving Keed and the others feeling a mix of hunger and nausea. He dashed into the inferno, liberating each of them one by one. Suddenly, Hinata's brow furrowed slightly. A surge of chakra entered her Byakugan's range, racing towards Keed. 500 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. She hurriedly shouted in Keed's direction, "Keed, someone is approaching you." Their speed is incredible. Just as her voice echoed, a figure brandishing a kunai charged towards Keed. "Die!" The assailant, gaunt and with bloodshot eyes, bellowed as he slashed towards Keed's neck. Keed reacted swiftly, seizing the man by the neck and slamming him to the ground. Bang! Blood gushed from the man's head. The frail figure frantically scratched at Keed's arm with the kunai, leaving only a few shallow marks. Keed's gaze sharpened as he uncertainly inquired, "Taimu?" Though he looked completely different from before, Keed recognized a semblance in the man's frenzied eyes, a reflection of the expression he had worn upon realizing his son would never lift his head again. "I will kill you. You ruined my son." Taimu screamed, pinned to the ground, blood flowing from his head without concern. "Keed, calm yet scornful, retorted, "You old fool. If you can't even raise your own son, it's clear you need to be taught a lesson yourself." Clenching his fist, he delivered a punch between Taimu's legs. He was puzzled when he realized he hadn't struck anything. "Old man, what happened to your son?" At the mention, Taimu seemed to recall a painful memory. Ceasing his struggles, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. "It's a long story, it was a..." He'd interrupted with a powerful punch to his face. "Is that so? You don't know that villains often perish due to excessive monologuing?" Bang. Another punch followed suit. "Forgive me, I got carried away. What were you saying?" He'd felt a twinge of guilt as he pinched Taimu's sunken nose. Taimu trembled all over, his nostrils flaring with rage. "Ha ha, as he laughed maniacally. He plunged the kunai into his own chest. Angered and humiliated, just as Keed was left bewildered, Taimu's body underwent a transformation, expanding grotesquely as white cells surged from the wound in his chest. Keed leaped back, retreating to a safe distance. "What on earth is this?" Taimu's form became increasingly unrecognizable, his body and limbs covered in white cells, appearing swollen and writhing as if drawing in his nutrients, a most repulsive sight. With a hint of color returning to his face, Hinata remarked solemnly, "Be cautious. That man's condition is deteriorating." Within the Byakugan's vision, Taimu's chakra had dwindled to the size of a ping-pong ball, yet his body continued to grow more robust, an eerie contradiction. Taimu suddenly opened his eyes, squeezed together by the white cells, and roared at the sky, wildly swinging his fists in the forest. "Where did you go? Show yourself." At this point, his height had reached 5 meters, his arms astonishingly thick, measuring nearly 50 centimeters in circumference. He furiously uprooted a tree, scanning his surroundings. Hinata, observing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. "Keed, we must retreat. He seems to have lost his sanity. You all go ahead. I have a secret weapon." Keed produced a scroll, casually glancing up. "Let us see how you fare against the Kusanagi sword." He quickly unfurled the scroll. Bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated. In his hand, he held a swimsuit made of minimal fabric with stripes. "Damn! Wrong scroll." He swiftly sealed it back. Behind him, Hinata's face flushed crimson. "Isn't that the one you gifted me?" Her Byakugan had seen Keed's summoned secret weapon clearly. Hinata's father, perplexed, remarked, "What was that secret weapon? A mask? A mask?" Upon hearing her father's description, Hinata nearly fainted from embarrassment. Keed fell silent, opting not to clarify his intentions. At that moment, the towering Taimu finally adjusted to his surroundings, realizing Keed and the others were directly in front of him. It turned out he was too tall, and the cells had distorted his vision, preventing him from seeing the situation below. "Die!" Taimu grasped the uprooted tree with both hands and swung it towards the ground. With the activation of the cells, Keed's reaction speed significantly increased. Though his physical strength was formidable, he had already discerned during the Death Forest incident that even powerful impacts could inflict considerable internal damage. As the tree was merely half a meter away, he leaped up, using his chakra's adhesive properties to cling to the trunk. He swiftly retrieved another scroll and opened it with a flourish. Bang! The Kusanagi sword appeared in an instant, and he infused it with his lightning chakra. This seamless operation was completed in the blink of an eye. Keed aimed for Taimu's head and thrust the sword forward with great force. Hinata, who had already jumped to safety with her father, watched this unfold, her face twitching in disbelief. Is this truly the secret weapon, a mere sword, 1 meter in length, merely thrusting into the air? Yet, in the next moment, calmness was no longer an option. Chapter 53, The Original Cells. With a mere thought from Feng An, the Kusanagi sword elongated out of thin air, swiftly piercing through Taiming's eyeball. The blade extended several meters behind his head. Roar! Taiming emitted a deafening scream of agony. The sound was overwhelming, forcing Feng An to cover his ears and distance himself. Taiming grasped the Kusanagi sword with both hands and yanked it out, a torrent of blood splattering onto the ground. He lunged toward Feng An, causing the ground to tremble beneath his stride. Is he unscathed after such a headshot? Feng An, alarmed, quickly leaped aside. With a thought, the Kusanagi sword soared back into his hand. The lightning attribute was ineffective. What about the yin-yang power? Feng An contemplated and acted. He infused the Kusanagi sword with the scant amount of yin-yang energy within him. Due to the insufficiency of this energy, the sword's luster paled significantly compared to before, rendering it nearly invisible in the night. Taiming, having missed his initial strike, pivoted and charged at Feng An once more. Feng An gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, raising it above his head. Lengthen. With a thought, the sword transformed into an imposing 40 meters, cleaving down toward the frenzied Tai Ming. The already razor-sharp Kusanagi sword, empowered by the destructive yin-yang energy, encountered no resistance from the surrounding trees, effortlessly bisecting the 5-meter-tall Tai Ming. Thud! The divided Tai Ming crashed to the ground, producing a resounding noise. However, the bizarre white cells, after writhing momentarily, completely consumed Tai Ming. What once possessed a faint humanoid outline was now reduced to 2 pools of white flesh, entwined in a grotesque manner, unrecognizable even to his mother. Hinata, witnessing this through her Byakugan, paled, an uncomfortable sensation rising in her throat, prompting her to hastily deactivate her Byakugan. Hisashi Hyuga also felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered such a strange sight. Feng An furrowed his brow. He speculated that either Orochimaru or the scientist from Konoha, who had an obsession with eyes, had used Tai Ming as a test subject. Fortunately, moments later, the mass of white cells appeared to have severed its nutrient source and began to shrink, gradually morphing into a sapling. With a thought, Feng An reduced the Kusanagi sword back to its original size in his hand. No wonder Orochimaru sought to collect all the Kusanagi swords. Feng An scrutinized the sword. Just as he intended to seal it back into the scroll, he noticed a palm-sized mass of white cells clinging to the opposite side of the blade, crawling onto his hand. What the? Startled, Feng An instinctively swatted at it. However, the white cells directly penetrated his skin, burrowing into his body. His expression shifted as he hurriedly sealed the Kusanagi sword, staring at his left hand. I won't be consumed by it too, will I? This must be the original cells, right? If memory serves, the original cells possess regenerative abilities. As he pondered anxiously, Hisashi and Hinata approached. Hisashi regarded Feng An with incredulity. No hand signs for ninjutsu, a weapon that can change length, and enduring shuriken strikes. Each revelation left him utterly astounded, unsure of where to begin his inquiries. Noticing Feng An's gaze fixed on his left hand, Hinata activated her Byakugan and gently grasped his small hand. After a thorough examination, she found no wounds on the surface and intact veins. Her worried expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing Hinata's concerned demeanor, Feng An decided against sharing the white cell incident with them, not wishing to incite unnecessary worry. Subsequently, he casually rummaged through the shuriken and kunai on the ninjas and stuffed them into his bag. Not collecting them would be a waste. After another half-hour of travel, the trio found a stream and washed their faces. Hisashi, who had been holding back his inquiries, finally approached. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Are you really 13? Feng An, momentarily taken aback while searching for juice in his backpack, replied, "Do I not look 13? Hisashi retorted, "Aside from your appearance, how else do you resemble a 13-year-old? From learning that you can unleash a 5-meter-wide fireball to witnessing your current combat prowess. How has only a little over a month passed to bring me to question reality?" Feng An scratched his head. "Don't ask. It's simply my extraordinary talent." Hisashi was unconvinced by this response, lamenting, "Thank goodness a talent like yours doesn't compete. Otherwise, where would that leave Neji, Sasuke, and others?" "I merely possess slightly higher comprehension." Feng An refrained from downplaying himself as a genius, having studied ninjutsu for almost 10 years since weaning. "To be honest, uncle, do you think your strength is already comparable to a Jonin?" Observing Hisashi's serious demeanor, Feng An nodded, more or less. Given Hisashi's willingness to sacrifice himself for him and Hinata, Feng An chose to trust him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have utilized ninjutsu without hand signs in his presence. The only thing he cared about in the village was Danzo's right eye and Shirsue's Kodoame Tsukumi. As long as he was willing, he could alter others' memories without detection, though ultimately, he never truly employed Kodoame Tsukumi before his demise. Danzo was the type to hold a trump card, yet remain stifled. The Sharingan truly harbored an array of perverse abilities. The mere thought of the Uchiha clan reminded Feng An of their grotesque ocular techniques. Should the opportunity arise, he would do anything to acquire a Sharingan. Hisashi remained silent for a moment before asking, "Why do these individuals wish to kill you?" Feng An shrugged, "I'm not certain." He suspected that the original cells within Tai Ming's body were related to Danzo, yet he had no direct connection to him, making it perplexing why he would target him. Taiyon, Tai Ming, Shunta Shimura, Danzo Shimura. He mused internally, connecting the 4 individuals he could think of with relevance. However, neither Shunta nor Danzo seemed like the type to act out of vengeance for timing. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. After pondering for a while, Feng An felt a throbbing in his head. Meanwhile, Hinata, like a little hamster, quietly devoured bag after bag of snacks. Though she was curious about Feng An's strength, her stomach seemed to take precedence over her inquiries. By the time Feng An noticed her, she had reduced the previously towering pile of snacks to just a few scattered bags. Aware of Feng An's gaze, Hinata hesitated for a moment before placing the chips she was about to eat back into the bag. She cast her eyes down, slightly embarrassed. I couldn't resist eating too much. How can I grow if I don't eat enough? Feng An ruffled her hair. Hinata. Feng An scratched his head. Feeling a bit shy? May I lean on you for a moment? Hinata shyly nodded, emitting a soft murmur. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Hisashi, munching on his food, made an odd coughing sound. Seeing he didn't voice any objections, Feng An pretended to be oblivious. Uncle, did something get caught in your throat? He leaned against Hinata's shoulder, feigning ignorance. Chapter 54. Learning the 8 Gates to Escape. After several days of travel, the trio finally returned to Konoha. The night in Konoha felt considerably colder. Unlike the land of water, where, at night, one could find girls in swimsuits leisurely wandering through shops after soaking in hot springs. Feng An and Hinata parted ways, heading toward their respective homes. With Hisashi present, there was no need for him to escort Hinata home. On the other side, the Konoha Security Department. The moment Feng An and his companions returned to the village, a messenger arrived to inform Shimura Hunta. A man, bowing respectfully, addressed him, Captain. That brat and the Hyuga father and daughter have returned. Instantly, Shimura Hunta's expression darkened as he sat in his office chair. Understood, you may leave. Yes. After the man departed, Shimura Hunta slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. How could a mere clan leader of the Hyuga, merely a jonin, succeed against the monstrous Taiming, who had already attained the peak of jonin prowess? Even an elite jonin like himself dared not boast of escaping unscathed from Taiming in his berserk state. And yet, how could the ordinary jonin Hyuga Hisashi expect to retreat unscathed while protecting 2 young ones? Creak. An elderly man with a cane pushed the door open and entered. Shimura Hunta quickly composed himself and stood up. Lord Dans. Shimura Dans cast a cursory glance at the scattered cups on the desk. It seems your intelligence has surpassed mine. I wouldn't dare, uncle. Shimura Hunta lowered his head slightly. Dans coolly stated, you need not keep an eye on that brat for the next few days. Upon hearing that his uncle bore him no ill will, Shimura Hunta felt a surge of relief, only to be met with confusion as he questioned, why not eliminate him? Dan's eyes widened slightly. It seems you are quite eager to kill him. No. I was merely following your instructions, Lord Dans. Is that so? Then what about the group that attempted to assassinate Feng An? Was that not arranged by you? Upon hearing this, Shimura Hunta's hair stood on end. How could his uncle know of this? He stammered. Well, that was Timing's doing, seeking vengeance for his son. Bang. Dans, displeased, slammed his cane onto the floor. Without your permission, could that group have entered the village so smoothly? Did they conveniently find an unoccupied alley to strike? Do you truly believe you could escape my notice after all these years of faction building? Uncle, I was wrong. I will obey your commands. Seeing him so feeble only fueled Dan's anger further. If your motive was to avenge Timing's son, I could understand. But to hold a grudge against a mere brat simply because he toyed with you once? If you do not amend your petty nature, someone will soon covet your position. Shimura Hunta trembled, his eyes bulging as he growled. And what about you, uncle? Why do you wish to kill that brat? If it were not for Lord Hokage extending a hand to him before he could finish, Dan seized his throat, his face contorted with rage as he scolded, Fool. If it weren't for your father's legacy, his desire to eliminate Feng An stemmed from the fact that Feng An belonged to the Uzumaki clan. And the fall of the land of whirlpools was intricately tied to Konoha, which had more than a mere indifference towards it. Other villages feared the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, and even Konoha, their ally, regarded them with trepidation. After Konoha took Uzumaki Kushina and acquired a tailed beast, the existence of the land of whirlpools became inconsequential. The indifference was merely a pretext fabricated by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should the descendants of the Uzumaki clan uncover the truth, it would ultimately become a liability, especially now that Hiruzen had invited him into the Umbu, igniting his murderous intent. However, what Dans did not know was that even if Feng An were to learn the reason behind the fall of the land of whirlpools, he would not be swayed by such matters. As Dans tightened his grip, Shimura Hunta struggled for breath, his face turning crimson. Dan's cast him aside. I have more pressing matters at hand. Keep your head down, or do not blame me for disregarding our kinship. Once Dan's departed, Shimura Hunter rose from the floor. A chilling fury etched across his face, fists clenched tightly. If you won't allow me to kill him, then I shall make it my mission. The following day, Feng An awoke leisurely, only rising when the sun warmed his backside. After freshening up and admiring his handsome visage in the mirror, he murmured to himself, "Should I go seek out my Guy?" Previously, he had promised Guy during the preliminaries that he would train with him in martial arts. Moreover, as the number of formidable opponents employing advanced ninjutsu and immunity techniques increased, and given the thresholds for sage arts, a return to physical training was inevitable. He decided to inform Yuhi Kurenai. After briefing Kurenai and the others, Feng An made his way to the training grounds of Team 3. He only needed to know the general direction, for from quite a distance, he could hear Mike Guy and Rock Lee counting loudly. 2091, 2092, 2093. Are you catching up, Lee? Yoshi, let us surpass our limits once more. With Guy's enthusiastic shouts, he performed handstand push-ups, increasing his speed exponentially. 3071, 3072. In the vicinity of the training ground, Feng An observed the two green figures, one tall and one short, working out vigorously, sending a shiver down his spine. Learning the 8 gates is a must, he thought to himself. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Who are you? Approaching were two girls, one with a bun hairstyle dressed in a light pink sleeveless coat, and the other, Hyuga Neji. Neji coolly interjected, Feng An. "Oh right, I remember." The girl, Tintin, exclaimed, punching her palm with her fist. "Neji, how do you remember so clearly? I thought you left before Feng An's preliminaries." Neji chose not to answer her question, as he could not very well reveal that he remembered every detail about his cousin's teammate. He fixed a cold gaze on Feng An and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Training," Feng An politely replied to his future brother-in-law. Neji's psyche was quite complex. He was deeply concerned for his cousin Hinata, yet at times, he felt an urge to best her in training. "Training? Guy-sensei only teaches martial arts. Are you here to stir up trouble?" Neji raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, Mike Guy leaped over, supporting himself on the ground. "Neji, he is my invitee. Let us ignite our youthful spirits together." He flashed his signature dazzling smile. "Oh." Rock Lee also sprang forward with his own trademark exuberant smile, striking a combat-ready pose. "Feng An, right? I noticed you during the preliminaries. Let us duel." Feng An sighed. "Is it possible to refuse? Why is it that wherever I go, there is a hot-blooded fool? No, here there are two." Chapter 55. A remarkable first encounter, huh? Why not? Lee rushed forward, placing his hands on Feng An's shoulders and vigorously shaking him. Feng An felt dizzy from the shaking and quickly broke free. The best way to deal with a hot-blooded fool was to remain cool. He turned to Mike Guy. "Sensei, teach me the 8 gates." Mike Guy scrutinized Feng An from head to toe before nodding. "Your physical strength should be sufficient to withstand the discomfort brought on by the second gate, the rest gate." "Only the second gate," Feng An murmured softly. He had thought that with his enhanced physique from cellular activation, reaching the first gate would pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Mike Guy explained, "Well, if you push yourself, it's possible, like Lee, who can open up to the 5th gate without considering the aftermath of being unable to move afterward. What if I disregard the pain? How many gates could I open? That is something you must experience for yourself, as everyone's perception of pain and willpower varies. Try using Chakra to impact the first gate at roughly the area just above your left eye." Feng An nodded, closing his eyes. He began to channel more Chakra into the first gate, preparing to unleash his potential. Unbeknownst to him, he had recently felt his perceptive abilities intensifying. When he closed his eyes, it seemed he could sense the direction of Chakra flowing through his meridians. He continued to channel Chakra into the open door acupuncture point. Yet the sensation of breaking through the barrier remained elusive. Why? With his eyes shut, Feng An furrowed his brows, drawing in more Chakra. After a minute had passed with no noticeable change, Mike Guy's expression grew increasingly grave. Was it that he could not perceive the Chakra point within? Beside him, Neji Hyuga crossed his arms, coolly remarking, "The 8 gates is not as simple as you imagine, you arrogant fool." "Oh come now, Neji. We have yet to master the 8 gates ourselves," his companion Tian interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "The gentle fist is soft, while the 8 gates is hard. Which is why I haven't learned it." I know, she replied, stifling a laugh at Neji's serious demeanor as he anxiously explained. After waiting a moment longer with still no change in Feng An, Might Guy suggested, "How about you learn some taijutsu techniques from me first?" As he raised his hand to rest on Feng An's shoulder, suddenly, a jolt coursed through Feng An's body. Might Guy paused momentarily, then lowered his hand with a smile. "Excellent. You've successfully opened the first gate." Yet, Feng An showed no signs of opening his eyes. Was he attempting to breach the second gate, the rest gate? Might Guy mused. "Teacher Guy? Is it dangerous for him to attempt the second gate so soon after just learning?" Li, who was counting his kicks on a wooden post, expressed concern about the situation. He still needed to duel with Feng An. If Feng An were to get injured, it would be problematic. Might Guy shook his head. Given his physical condition, the second gate should not pose an issue. "Really? That's wonderful," little Li exclaimed, accelerating his kicks against the wooden post. Feng An kept his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed. He had indeed channeled a significant amount of chakra, yet for some unknown reason, breaking through the second gate proved equally challenging. Why was this so? Resolutely, he decided to flood the second gate with an overwhelming surge of chakra. "Break!" he internally shouted. Boom. In an instant, the barrier of the rest gate shattered under the immense influx of chakra. As the barrier crumbled, it surged into the life gate. Boom. The third gate, the life gate, was opened. Simultaneously, the barrier of the injury gate showed signs of breaking as well. His aura transformed dramatically. His hair stood on end. Blue chakra surged forth uncontrollably, and tiny particles of gravel were crushed to dust. Witnessing this, everyone except Neji Hyuga, who remained indifferent, was taken aback. Tian gasped. "Is this truly the energy of the second gate, the rest gate?" "No, this is the aura of the third gate." A bead of sweat trickled down Li's cheek. Might Guy's brows furrowed into a single line. As Feng An's complexion flushed with a hint of red, Might Guy quickly placed his hand on Feng An's shoulder. "Do not push any further, Feng An." Just as Feng An was about to press on, he heard Might Guy's words and abruptly opened his eyes. It was then he noticed the changes in his body. His skin had taken on a slight reddish hue. At that moment, the fourth gate, the injury gate, was on the verge of breaking through. He clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. So this is the enhancement of the 8 gates? How formidable. At that moment, Might Guy, with a serious expression, asked, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Upon hearing this, Feng An casually moved his body and felt no discomfort. He shook his head. "No?" Might Guy rested a hand on his chin. "Is that so? For your first attempt at the fourth gate, that was impressive. Follow me. Let's test your strength." Soon, Might Guy led the way to a location strewn with boulders, and Feng An and the others followed. Little Li also ceased his kicks, curious about the extent of Feng An's strength. Might Guy pointed to a 5-meter-high rock leaning against a yellow mountain. "Feng An, strike it with all your might." Feng An nodded, approached the rock, clenched his fist, and without hesitation, delivered a powerful blow. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated. Crack! The 5-meter rock split apart at the point of impact, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. Boom! In an instant, the 5-meter rock shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Feng An quickly stepped back and looked at his left hand, murmuring, "Why does it feel like the destructive power is not as great as I imagined?" "Incredible!" Tian exclaimed, her mouth agape at the ease with which Feng An had shattered the rock. "With this level of strength, I could achieve the same under the 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Neji cast a cold, disdainful glance at Feng An, as if he owed him money. "Just wait, Teacher Guy. I will surpass Neji and soon catch up to him." Feng An's feat of shattering the boulder was something little Li could also achieve upon opening the fourth gate. Though the physical toll on him would be greater than on Feng An. Observing Feng An's strength, Might Guy stroked his chin. Given Feng An's agile state while in the fourth gate, he had already surpassed little Li in physical prowess. A genius in ninjutsu, and now a genius in taijutsu as well. Just then, a sudden crack interrupted his thoughts. Crack! Several more sharp cracking sounds echoed. The onlookers gaped in shock. They beheld numerous black fissures rapidly spreading across the mountain, followed by a cascade of falling debris. "The mountain is cracking." Might Guy slapped his forehead. "Oh no. That's the Hokage rock." Chapter 56. Can one strike shatter the Hokage rock? Hearing the series of cracking sounds, Feng An instinctively turned to look back, his expression shifting dramatically. Why is the mountain cracking? The falling debris above him appeared small against the vast mountain from a distance, but from his vantage point below, it loomed like massive boulders plummeting towards him. He quickly leaped back, narrowly evading the falling rocks. Boom. At the moment he dodged, countless boulders rained down on his previous position, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The mountain was riddled with cracks, with two particularly large fissures extending to the summit, causing the left side of the mountain to sag several meters compared to the right. What on earth is happening? As Feng An's heart raced, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a familiar face with thick brows and small eyes. Feng An, this is bad. That's the Hokage rock. Might Guy's face turned ashen, instinctively gripping Feng An's shoulder tightly enough to cause him discomfort. The other three stood in stunned silence. Are you certain you opened the fourth gate, the injury gate, and not the sixth gate, the view gate? Little Li's previously vibrant expression faded instantly. His ambition to surpass Neji and catch up to Feng An had vanished in an instant. I'll just focus on surpassing Neji, Little Li thought bitterly. Is he really one grade below me? Or is he actually older? Tian gaped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Only Neji Hyuga clenched his jaw, internally turbulent, yet suppressing his emotions, his expression darkening. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, indulging in his smoke, suddenly heard a thunderous noise. What was that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, and he tightened his grip. Crack! His pipe shattered in two. He quickly stood up and peered out of the rectangular glass of the Hokage's office, just in time to witness the visage of his face on the Hokage rock cracking from top to bottom. Could it be an enemy attack? From the Cloud Village or the Rock Village? As Sarutobi Hiruzen's low voice resonated, a masked man clad in a white robe entered the Hokage's office. Kneeling respectfully on one knee, Sarutobi instructed in a grave tone, investigate the source of the recent loud noise and the fissures in Hokage rock. Yes. Other Umbu members have already been dispatched. Just to be safe, you should go as well. Understood. The Umbu operative, codenamed Elephant, swiftly exited, vanishing in an instant. Once composed, Sarutobi retrieved a pipe and lit it. With the final match of the Chunin exams approaching, was someone deliberately orchestrating events to undermine the daimyo's trust in Konoha? Meanwhile, the thunderous noise from Hokage Rock drew the attention of the villagers who paused in alarm. Goodness! The third Hokage's head has cracked. An enemy attack. Run for your lives. What are you doing grabbing my fruit? Just run. The villagers scattered in a panic, recalling the last time they witnessed such chaos. On the other side, upon hearing Might Guy's words, Kazuma gulped nervously. He discerned the implication in Guy's statement, but still hesitated to ask, Teacher Guy, are you suggesting that I was responsible for the damage to Hokage Rock? Indeed, Guy replied without hesitation. I shattered Hokage Rock with a single punch. The thrill of realizing his strength was overshadowed by the burden of an insurmountable debt weighing on him. He grasped Guy's arms tightly, exclaiming, Teacher Guy, you encouraged me to do it. Guy's expression hardened as he retorted, I instructed you to strike the boulder, not Hokage Rock. Kazuma's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not akin to someone disavowing responsibility after the fact? Just then, several masked Umbu members appeared, leaping down from the summit of Hokage Rock, surrounding Guy and Kazuma. With a chilling tone, they demanded, What are you doing here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kazuma's face turned pale. Guy understood that these individuals were directly under the Hokage's command. The Umbu, the very organization he had once aspired to join but was ruthlessly denied. We were training here, he explained. Before the Umbu could inquire further, another Umbu member clad in white arrived. No need for questions, follow me. Guy nodded. He recognized that one must face the consequences of their actions. Shortly thereafter, the Umbu led Kazuma and the others to the Hokage's office. On the way, the Umbu had learned the details of the incident from Guy. Hokage-sama, they are the ones responsible for the tremors and the damage to Hokage Rock. I see. You may all leave now, Sarutobi replied, setting down his pipe and rising from his seat. The Umbu bowed before exiting the room, disappearing into the shadows. As Sarutobi narrowed his gaze upon the four, he suddenly noticed Kazuma among them. What brings you to Team 3? Kazuma politely replied. I am learning martial arts with Teacher Guy. Learning martial arts? What is this boy up to? Sarutobi turned to Guy. Guy, please recount the events succinctly. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Guy recounted the incident in detail, Sarutobi's expression shifted from calm to a frown, ultimately transforming into shock. Are you saying that after Kazuma opened the 8 gates, he managed to shatter Hokage Rock with a single strike? Guy affirmed solemnly, yes. With a snap, Sarutobi inadvertently broke his pipe, fixating his gaze on Kazuma as he intoned gravely. Do you understand the significance of Hokage Rock? It symbolizes the immense contributions made by generations of Hokage. Guy interjected loudly. I apologize, Hokage-sama. It was my fault. I will take full responsibility for the costs of repairing Hokage Rock. Guy, do not shield him. Each must bear the consequences of their own actions. Sarutobi lit another pipe, declaring, Kazuma will remain. The rest may return. Yes, Hokage-sama. Guy, though reluctant, complied, standing at the door with a thumbs up and a characteristic bright smile. Kazuma, you are now my disciple. With that, he exited alongside Lee and the others, leaving Sarutobi and Kazuma alone in the office. Sarutobi exhaled smoke, sternly asking, Did you indeed shatter Hokage Rock? You destroyed the legacy of our predecessors, the very symbol of our village. Aware of his misstep, Kazuma remained silent, accepting the scorn. Yet, after a few admonitions, Sarutobi's tone shifted. Join the Umbu, and we shall overlook the incident regarding Hokage Rock. Kazuma, bowing his head, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering a soft yes. Observing Kazuma's contemplative demeanor, Sarutobi's lips curled into a slight smile before he suppressed it. I see potential in your youth. It would be a shame to squander your talent on mere debts. Furthermore, joining the Umbu includes substantial benefits, including the highest housing fund among all positions, despite Konoha's high property prices. Kazuma wrestled internally with Sarutobi's enticing offer. He despised feeling constrained. He longed to be a carefree bird. However, the prospect of repairing Hokage Rock was financially unfeasible for him. It appeared that joining the Umbu was unavoidable. Sarutobi's brow furrowed further. What could this boy possibly be contemplating? Such favorable conditions, and yet he hesitated? Have you made your decision? Noticing Sarutobi's growing impatience, Kazuma resolved himself. He met Sarutobi's gaze firmly, stating, Hokage-sama, I have decided to join the Umbu, but I wish to serve solely under your command. I do not recognize the will of fire espoused by others. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at this declaration. Did this not align perfectly with his intentions? With a hint of probing, he responded, So you don't acknowledge Danzo's will of fire either? Kazuma lowered his gaze. I recognize it, but I will only pledge my loyalty to you, the third Hokage. Sarutobi's heart swelled with joy, echoing 3 good sentiments. Excellent. From now on, you shall follow only my directives. You may return for now. I will have Elephant inform you of any assignments. Kazuma scratched his head, inquiring, Who is Elephant? The masked man in white you encountered earlier. You will have ample opportunity to meet him. Sarutobi adjusted his Hokage hat. Now, you may leave. Attend the 3rd exam as scheduled. Understood. Kazuma nodded and exited the Hokage's office. Once outside, he returned to his usual demeanor, rubbing his cheeks. The words he had uttered earlier left him feeling uneasy. What was this will of fire? In less than a fortnight, Sarutobi would fall victim to the machinations of Orochimaru and Danzo, which was precisely why he had claimed he would only heed Sarutobi's orders. As Kazuma stepped out, he was greeted by the beaming smiles of his friends. Teacher Gaili, Kazuma smiled back. And us too. Tintin chimed in cheerfully from behind, her hair in a bun. Neji Hyuga coldly remarked, I was merely concerned you might be apprehended. Hinata would be heartbroken. Fomin felt a twinge of confusion. How could Hinata possibly know? Tion, with her finger pressed against her temple, remarked, She came looking for you with a small black box. Upon learning that you had shattered the Hokage Rock, she panicked and fled. Fomin nodded slightly. Might Guy approached and inquired, Did the Hokage say how much it would cost to repair the Hokage Rock? I shall cover the expenses. Hearing his words, Fomin chuckled and shook his head. The Hokage, considering it my first offense, has chosen to forgive me. Is that true? Indeed. Fomin affirmed with a smile. Kai-sensei, you should head off to train. I have some matters to attend to. Farewell. With that, Fomin turned and left. He needed to ascertain the cause of his suspicions, why Chakra was dissipating during the 8th gate's opening. Meanwhile, Tion tilted her head and asked, Kai-sensei, is he telling the truth? It must be a lie. He fears we cannot bear the exorbitant cost. Can't you see the worry hidden beneath his smile? He is merely putting on a brave face. Might Guy wiped away tears from his eyes. Let us set forth and undertake missions to earn the money. Little Lee, too, was teary-eyed. Kai-sensei. On the other side, Fomin had already returned home. He shed his garments and once more summoned the chakra within to activate the 1st gate of the 8 gates. As he meticulously infused chakra, he noted a distinct irregularity. It was akin to attempting to channel the chakra of an egg-sized quantity, yet only a quail egg's worth was entering. He concentrated intently on the flow of chakra. Suddenly, within his inner perception, he noticed that the chakra's pathway had bifurcated during the infusion. He promptly halted the chakra intake for the gate and redirected it towards the split path. To his astonishment, he discovered that the white cells he had encountered previously were siphoning his chakra. His brow furrowed. Previously, he had been 70 to 80% certain that these were cells of the first Hokage. Now, he was 99.9% certain. As he continued to channel chakra, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. Just as he had suspected, a circle of white skin adorned his left chest, subtly revealing the outline of a face. Feng An ceased his chakra infusion, staring at his chest with trepidation. Surely, it wouldn't he develop into something as exaggerated as Uchiha Madara? Thankfully, the manifestation was not yet pronounced. It was merely that his left chest was slightly elevated compared to the right. How peculiar! It's as if my chest is growing, he mused, growing increasingly troubled. He had already devised a plan. Should the visage of Hashirama appear, he would use yin-yang release to smooth it out. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Does this mean I have successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells? Feng An clasped his hands together in fervent hope. Boom. The world of trees descends. Yet, nothing transpired. As expected. Feng An rubbed his nose, relieved that he was at home and no one had witnessed his antics. Since his arrival in this world, he had not watched Naruto for over a decade, and the names of the wood release techniques had mostly faded from memory, let alone the movement of chakra within the body. Perhaps another time, it could be set aside for now. Feng An contemplated the numerous skills he needed to acquire. Due to its inefficiency, he would have set aside yin-yang release, as he had no opportunity to delve into medical ninjutsu. The yang release chakra had to be temporarily shelved, and the wood release he had recently acquired would also be placed on hold. The potential was boundless, and the future was promising. Feng An nodded to himself, seeking to reassure and deceive his own reluctance to deal with the complications. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Feng An, it's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Feng An was momentarily taken aback. Hinata? How did she come to know my address? Oh no, my home is still a mess. Just a moment. Feng An hurriedly donned his clothes and tidied up his home before breathlessly rushing to the door and opening it. Come in. Hinata nodded slightly, leaning against the wall as she removed her ninja sandals, revealing her delicate, fair feet. She politely murmured, sorry to intrude, as she stealthily stepped inside. Feng An watched her bare feet traverse the wooden floor, and a ripple of warmth surged through him. Was she stepping on the floor? Each step felt as though she were treading upon his heart. Since Feng An rarely had guests, he possessed only one table and a single chair. Thus, they had to sit together on his small bed. Sitting beside Feng An, Hinata sat upright, her small hands clasped together, her rosy cheeks betraying her bashfulness. This is my first time at Feng An's home. I'm so nervous. Observing Hinata's evident discomfort, Feng An retrieved a carton of milk from the fridge and offered it to her. May I ask how you found my home? Hinata carefully accepted the milk, blinking her beautiful eyes as she quietly replied, I have Byakugan, after all. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Of course, Hinata possessed Byakugan. Finding him was rather simple. Feng An awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Hinata took a hearty sip of milk, seemingly drawing strength from it. With newfound courage, she abruptly turned to gaze at Feng An with her large eyes. However, after a fleeting moment of eye contact, she appeared deflated, hastily lowering her gaze. Blushing, she spoke softly, I heard you destroyed the Hokage rock. I borrowed a bit of pocket money from my father. I hope it can help you. She then produced a small, plump pouch from her person and pressed it into Feng An's hand. Feng An held the gray pouch, feeling its weight. It was not merely his hand that felt heavy. His heart did as well. He grasped Hinata's small hand, opened her palm, and gently returned the pouch. The Hokage did not ask for any compensation. He forgave me. Really? Hinata blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Feng An smiled. Would I deceive you? Hinata, gazing at his flawless visage, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Well, I have nothing else to do, so I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Feng An suddenly recalled something. After a moment of rummaging, he produced a scroll and handed it to Hinata. Hinata blushed. Is this that? Feng An replied sheepishly. Yes, it was unexpected earlier. Now, it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. It serves no purpose here. Hinata mechanically nodded, silently stowing the scroll away. Then I shall head back. Hinata rose from the bed, her delicate feet lightly touching the wooden floor. Wait, what is it? Feng An scratched his face nervously. It's nothing. But please wait a moment longer. Hinata softly acknowledged, sitting back down on the bed, her small hands tightly clutching her clothing. The room was eerily quiet, and they could hear each other's heartbeats growing more rapid. A lone man and a woman sharing a space, both harboring feelings for one another. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his subordinates to provide an official explanation and reassurance to the villagers. Concurrently, he hastened to dispatch someone to the Land of Waves to request the stone mason to conduct repairs. After all, it would not be long before the daimyo and various dignitaries would arrive to observe the tournament. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the outdoor balcony of the Hokage Tower, quietly asking, "What has Danzo been up to lately?" A masked figure clad in black descended. In response to the Hokage, Danzo has been frequenting the Konoha military police force these past few days. The Konoha military police force? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze deepened. Understood. Keep a close watch on Danzo in the coming days. Simultaneously, ensure that others coordinate with the stone mason. There must be no issues before the arrival of the lords and dignitaries. You are dismissed. Yes. The masked man bowed respectfully before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze to the Hokage rock, a twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. Despite there being 4 Hokage faces, only his head cracked, and in a manner that extended from the forehead to the mouth. Truly an ominous portent. With his hands clasped behind his back, Sarutobi murmured to himself. Days later, in Kaiki City, 5 members of the Umbu surrounded a corpse with blood that had already congealed. The wind swept through as a purple-haired Umbu member, hidden behind a mask, allowed a single tear to fall. That night, within the Hokage's office, a meeting was convened. Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by his 2 advisors, Midogate In and T-Rin Koharu, sat at the forefront. Below, numerous Konoha ninjas sat cross-legged, including Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Marino Ibiki, and Mitarashi Anko. It was likely that some had already heard the news. Sarutobi removed his Hokage hat and continued. The Moonlight Gale was murdered near Kaiki City. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Moonlight Gale? How could that be? Anko's eyes turned icy. Was it Orochimaru's doing? Kakashi, leaning casually, replied, not necessarily. Gale was monitoring the Sound Ninja's spy, Yakushi Kabuto, yet there is certainly a connection to Orochimaru. Another ninja suggested. Should we halt the Nin exams and arrest Orochimaru? Sarutobi shook his head. That would be unwise. Orochimaru threatened Anko that the exams could not be suspended. He possesses the power to obliterate a small nation, and many countries are wary of him since he departed from Konoha. Could it be that the allied nations and Orochimaru are colluding against us? At Sarutobi's words, the room fell silent, the audacity of the speculation resonating in the air. One trembling ninja asked, but wouldn't that violate the alliance agreement? Kakashi shot him a glance. Alliance agreements are merely verbal contracts. The previous Ninja World War unfolded under similar circumstances. Sarutobi nodded in acknowledgement. You speak true, yet we lack sufficient evidence. Let us refrain from further conjecture. T-Rin Koharu interjected. The Umbu has dispatched agents to gather intelligence from various nations. Rash actions may ensnare us in the enemy's trap. Sarutobi continued, moreover, I have great faith in all of you. If it becomes absolutely necessary, we will have to unite Konoha's strength to fight. Rising, he donned his Hokage hat, adjusting his demeanor, and declared, I entrust this to you all. Yes, the assembled ninjas responded in unison. As Sarutobi and his 2 advisors departed, the others gradually left as well. Once in solitude, Sarutobi whispered, Z. Here, a man in a white cloak knelt behind him. Notify Akatsuki about this matter. Without turning back, Sarutobi continued walking. Understood. At home, he'd slowly opened his eyes. Recently, he had discovered that since acquiring the cells of Hashirama, he had instinctively mastered the Kagura Shingon. By merely closing his eyes, he could sense any anomalies within several kilometers while also concealing his chakra from enemy detection. Was the Uzumaki clan's secret technique automatically activated? He'd murmured, closing his eyes once more. As he activated his heart's eye, he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Z. He suddenly opened his eyes, hastily dressing. A figure in a white cloak leaned against the window. Moonlight Gale is in trouble. The Hokage instructed me to inform you. Chapter 59. Shopping, returning home. Visiting the father-in-law. Understood. Is there anything you need me to do? He'd responded from within the house. None, Z replied simply before vanishing into the night, leaving only a faint ripple in the air as proof of his presence. Moonlight Gale is dead, and yet I am merely informed without any tasks assigned? He'd pondered while showering. Since joining the Umbu, he had only met one member, Z, and that was only at Sarutobi's request when they briefly met, during which Keed was given the codename aka. Days had passed without any disturbances, and even Sarutobi had not assigned him any missions. The third official exam would take place in 2 days, and with the change in the matchups, along with Mai and Kazuhana's participation, he wondered if the plot would continue as before. After bathing, Keed lay in bed and fell into a peaceful slumber. The next day, at the drawing site for the third official Chunin exam, there were 10 genin present, including Keed. A dark-haired man, wearing his forehead protector backward and holding a thin black stick between his teeth, announced, "I am Noera Ginma, the chief examiner for the third round. Those whose names I call, please come forward to draw lots." Noera picked up the list handed to him. Uzumaki Naruto. Here. Naruto strode forward, reaching into the hole of the red box to draw lots. After placing his hand inside, he exaggeratedly squinted and made comical faces. Ginma shot him a disapproving glance. "Just draw and step down." "Hey." Naruto chuckled, withdrawing his hand from the red box with a crumpled piece of paper in his grasp. Many in attendance rolled their eyes at his antics, as he continued to play the fool for the amusement of others. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Keed's eyes. Had he not acted similarly in his past life? However, he had long since reformed. The gesture only attracted the wrath of Batman. "Next, T.S." After waiting for some time, no one stepped forward. Ginma called again, "T.S." from the Sound Village. The crowd looked around, unable to find T.S. Did that bandaged freak not show up? Overslept again, I presume? Only 2 red-haired individuals knew the reason for T.S.'s absence. He'd cast a sidelong glance at Gaara, who remained utterly unfazed, even though he had been the one to slay T.S. "Not coming, huh?" Ginma placed T.S.'s name at the end. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Yet again, silence prevailed as no one approached. "What is going on here?" Ginma shook his head slightly and was about to call the next name when a blonde-haired boy stepped forward. He looked up to see Uzumaki Naruto approaching. Having drawn his lot, "Naruto, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to draw for Sasuke. He's in the same class as me." Ginma frowned. "Substituting?" Naruto declared. "Sasuke would never back out. I believe he must have been held up by something." "Very well, show everyone your number, then draw for Sasuke." Ginma understood the importance of Sasuke, the talented newcomer from Konoha. If he forfeited, many notable figures would lose interest. Naruto opened the crumpled paper ball. "My number is 9. 9. He'd furrowed his brow. In the original plot, he should have drawn number 1. Naruto then drew another for Sasuke. Next, Hyuga Hinata. I Gaara. Keed. As Keed finished drawing, all 10 present and the 12 on the list had been called. Ginma held the last paper ball from the red box. "Everyone, please unfold the paper balls in your hands. Each bears a number." As the crowd complied, Ginma nodded. "Numbers 1 and 2 will face off, and so on. The first match of the official exam tomorrow will be Hyuga Hinata versus Keed." Both Hinata and Keed were taken aback by Ginma's announcement. The others present turned to gaze at the two, their lips curling into knowing smiles. During the preliminaries, it was evident to all that the bond between the two individuals was of great significance, especially now that they remained closely entwined. How amusing. What is this? Fate. Truly ineffable. This is rather entertaining, a scene akin to domestic strife. Haha, surely they wouldn't stage a performance in front of the dignitaries, would they? My anticipation for tomorrow's match has instantaneously surged. Beside them, Shiyue and Fenghua exchanged sympathetic glances, while the two directly involved appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Noera Jenkin cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. He then announced the remaining matchups. The second match would feature Gaara against Uchiha Sasuke. The third match would see Kanjuro face off against Yamanaka Shino. The fourth match would have Nara Shikamaru battling Temari. The fifth match would pit Naruto against Fenghua. And the sixth match would showcase Shiyue against Toph. Everyone, rest well today, and strive to showcase your utmost fighting spirit before the lords and esteemed figures of various nations tomorrow. After a lengthy exhortation, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Hey, Feng An, you will concede, won't you? Fenghua leaped in front of Feng An, her face alight with joy. Feng An shot her a glance. Perhaps you should first contemplate whether you can defeat the blonde. He then gently ruffled Hinata's hair, which bore the unmistakable marks of displeasure. Do not carry any psychological burdens. Have you forgotten? I have never been particularly interested in the Chunin exams. Hinata nodded in agreement, her heart a tumult of emotions. She longed to demonstrate her growth before her father, to earn his recognition. Yet, facing Feng An, she was acutely aware that victory was beyond her grasp, and thus, regardless of the outcome, her chance to prove herself to her father had slipped away once more. "Oh dear, I'm full now. I shall not disturb you any longer." Feng Hua linked arms with Shuiyue and departed. "Goodbye, Hinata." Hinata nodded. "Farewell, Feng Hua." "Goodbye, Sister Shuiyue. Let us take our leave as well," Feng An said, grasping Hinata's small hand. "Huh, where are we going?" Hinata queried, puzzled. "To buy groceries, return home, and see your father," Feng An replied with a smile. At his words, Hinata's face flushed, and her vision darkened. Had Feng An not been holding her hand, she might have fainted. As they traversed the market, they procured an assortment of vegetables and fish, followed by some fruits. "That should suffice," Feng An declared, his hands laden with 2 enormous bags of produce. "Buying so much, we may not finish it all," Hinata remarked, scratching her cheek. "No worries. For a formal visit, how could one arrive empty-handed?" Before long, Feng An and Hinata returned to the Hyuga residence, each carrying a hefty bag. Upon entering, they found the courtyard devoid of life. Hinata tilted her head curiously. At that moment, a woman peeked out from Hanabi's room. Her name was Hyuga Natsu. Adorned in dark clothing with a white apron over it, her short hair beautifully styled. She waved gently at Hinata and Feng An. "Hinata, what brings you here?" Natsu inquired softly. "Sister Natsu, what is it?" Hinata asked. "The clan elders have arrived. They are discussing matters in the meeting room. The clan head has instructed us to return indoors," Natsu replied. Suddenly, Hanabi's small head popped out, pouting angrily. "Ah, red-haired one." Before she could finish, Natsu covered her mouth. "Shoo, Hanabi. The clan head is in a meeting." Just as they prepared to place their items in the kitchen, a stern voice emanated from the meeting room. "Hinata, the heir of the main family, have you not yet made your decision?" Hinata trembled slightly upon hearing the voice of the clan elder. From the tone, Feng An's brow furrowed. He could glean that Hinata's father, Hisashi, had been procrastinating on selecting the heir, leading to dissatisfaction among the elders. Feng An exchanged glances with Hinata, urging her to place the vegetables in the kitchen first. Hinata nodded and quietly retreated. Feng An, meanwhile, edged closer, fully aware that this matter could determine whether Hinata would be confined like a caged bird. He was eager to discern Hisashi's thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle voice interjected, "Indeed, Hisashi. Your continued delay is perilous. The incident where Hinata was abducted by the Cloud Village ninja is still fresh in our minds. Had she truly been taken, the Byakugan would have been lost to the outside world, especially considering she is a woman." Feng An frowned, feeling a surge of discontent at this statement. A loud thud resonated from within the room, followed by Hisashi's furious reprimand. "Second elder." Simultaneously, the elder's voice rose again. "You are now the head of the clan. Your indecision regarding the heir is apparent to all members of the branch family. Surely you understand the implications of your inaction. If you cannot make a resolution, let the family assembly decide through a vote. Act accordingly." Feng An, eavesdropping, heard footsteps approaching and quickly concealed himself in the shadows. Creak. The door swung open, revealing 2 elderly men clad in kimonos. They strode out without a glance back, and Hisashi did not accompany them to the door. Bang. Once they had departed completely, a loud crash echoed within, followed by the sound of splintering wood. It was evident that the discussion had been far from amicable. Feng An sighed, realizing that he had chosen a most inopportune moment for his visit. Just as he was about to stealthily depart, Hisashi's voice called out, "Come in, Feng An." Caught in the act of crouching, Feng An awkwardly stood and entered. He quickly noticed the large hole in the sandalwood table, unmistakably the result of Hisashi's fist. "Hello, uncle," Feng An greeted simply. Sigh. Hisashi exhaled deeply. Since Hayashi's passing, he had lacked someone to confide in. His eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia before he shook his head. "Tell me, what brings you here?" "Oh, I came to join you for a meal." "Uh-huh. Joining me for a meal?" Hisashi chuckled lightly, seemingly uninterested in delving into previous matters. "Father, have the elders left?" Hinata entered, bearing a bowl of freshly washed fruit. Upon seeing her daughter's obedient demeanor, Hisashi felt a wave of sorrow. The pressure from the elders was mounting, and it was clear that the branch family had harbored grievances for far too long. He was uncertain how much longer he could delay. "They have already departed," Hisashi replied, sinking into a chair with another heavy sigh. After placing the fruit before her father, Hinata noticed the sizable hole in the table. She poked Feng An lightly. signaling him to follow her. They made their way to the kitchen, where Hinata glanced around to ensure no one was present, then anxiously looked at Feng An. Did my father just argue with the elders? Feng An nodded. It was quite the heated exchange. You noticed the hole in the table, did you not? Yes. Instantly. Hinata's brows knitted in concern. What should we do? Do not fret. Where their SA will, their SA way, Feng An reassured her with a smile. What way? What village? Let us cook. It's nearly mealtime. He opted to change the topic. Picking up an egg from the side, he cracked it into a bowl. Hinata nodded. Let me do it. All right, then I shall assist you. Feng An had lived alone for many years, and if he were to take charge of the cooking, he might inadvertently create some culinary disaster. Just help me rinse the rice and steam it, he instructed. At mealtime, the five of them sat on the floor around the dining table. The table was laden with shrimp rice, mashed radish, cherry tomatoes, omelets, and scrambled eggs, a delightful spread. I'm about to dig in, they exclaimed in unison, hands clasped together. Feng An hastily clasped his hands together and awkwardly remarked, I have begun. After so many years, he remained accustomed to flaunting his skills during meals. In the moments between tea and a hearty meal, Hinata and Feng An's interactions caught Hyuga Hisashi's gaze, which was laden with complexity. The pressure exerted by the elders today filled him with unease. Observing the joy on Hinata and Feng An's faces only deepened his frustration as he recalled the perverse clan rule forbidding intermarriage with outsiders. How much longer can I endure this? Hisashi's heart was heavy with bitterness, aware that the day of reckoning approached swiftly. Having mastered the Kaguya's Byakugan, Feng An's senses had sharpened considerably, even without consciously activating the eye. He readily detected the emotions playing across Hisashi's face, yet the latter's reluctance to disclose his thoughts left Feng An hesitant to inquire directly. Surely, he believes me to be too young. Feng An mused internally. He had made up his mind. Should the situation become irreconcilable, he would confront the Hyuga clan's flawed customs in his own manner. The following day, the third round of the Chunin exams commenced in a vast circular arena, where numerous villagers had gathered early. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, alongside the Kazekage of Sunagakure, occupied the prime viewing positions. Various lords and notable figures from different lands gradually took their seats. Upon witnessing the arrival of these dignitaries, Sarutobi turned to his companion, Narashikaku, and declared, "We may commence." Indeed, Shikaku nodded at Narashikamaru. The third round of the Chunin exams, jointly hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure, was officially underway. He gestured towards the matchups displayed nearby. In the first match, Hinata Hyuga will face Feng An. Please have the contestants enter the arena. Upon hearing this announcement, Hisashi was momentarily stunned. What kind of schedule is this? The other spectators seemed less perturbed, yet those who had witnessed the preliminary matches wore expressions of disbelief. Feng An and Hinata entered the arena. As the match began, they both swiftly threw their kunai. Clang! The weapons collided, and they quickly retreated, positioning themselves back-to-back within the circular arena, cautiously maintaining their distance while locking eyes. 1 minute passed. A lord watching from the stands could no longer contain his curiosity and queried, "Why are they not engaging?" The feudal lord of the Land of Fire stifled a laugh behind his fan. "Do not be impatient. They are waiting for the other to reveal a weakness. I suspect one of them will strike first under psychological pressure, at which point the other will seize upon the opening to counterattack." The lord's analysis was astute. The previous inquisitor bowed his head in acknowledgement. However, as 1 minute turned into 2, and then 5, a sense of something amiss began to permeate the air. Hey, why do their gazes seem so affectionate?" exclaimed one onlooker. "Don't you think so? I feel the same way. Just look at that girl's shy demeanor. It hardly conveys hostility." Goodness, they're exchanging glances. As discontent among the crowd grew louder, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, who had previously provided such insightful commentary, now found himself embarrassed. Covering half his face with his fan, too bashful to speak. Meanwhile, Hisashi and the other Konoha ninjas remained unfazed. They had anticipated this turn of events. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened significantly, his hands tightly gripping the armrests of his seat. "Damn it! How could I be troubled by such romantic entanglements? Where's your will of fire?" He inwardly chastised himself. Perceiving the mounting dissatisfaction from the crowd, Feng An decided it was time to act. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hinata, who understood immediately. 8 trigrams air palm. Hinata unleashed a powerful strike from a distance. Feng An feigned panic, hastily forming hand seals. But before he could complete the sequence, he was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall and collapsing to the ground. What incredible strength! From such a distance, she was able to sever my chakra pathways. I concede. He lay motionless on the ground, while Hinata timidly retracted her neck, hoping her actions would go unnoticed. Surely, no one will realize that her strike had been mere air, with no chakra solidified. Narashikaku, witnessing this spectacle, was initially taken aback but soon declared, ahem. Congratulations to Hinata Hyuga for her victory. Seeing Feng An lose in such a manner nearly caused Sarutobi to spew blood in disbelief. Is your will of fire extinguished so easily? If it weren't for the crowd, I would have kicked you myself. As a master of ninjutsu, how could he not see that Feng An had merely jumped back into the wall and then feigned collapse? With his Byakugan activated, Hisashi remained speechless, fully aware that his daughter had only activated her Byakugan and had not used any chakra. This was blatant match-fixing under the watchful gaze of the public. Hinata had been led astray by that boy, he lamented internally. The stands fell silent before erupting into an uproar. Was I just watching a farce? Refund. Huh. Did you pay? Even I could have done that. What just happened? Why is he suddenly lying there, unable to move? As the audience's agitation escalated, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to rise. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the victor just declared is a genius of the Hyuga clan. She employed a secret technique that specifically targets the body's chakra pathways, a sure kill maneuver. While it may appear unremarkable, that strike contained a concentrated mass of potent chakra, delivering a swift blow to the contestant. The statement made by the fallen contestant regarding his severed chakra pathways attests to the potency of this genius's attack. Having said this, he hastily adjusted his Hokage hat and sat down. Orochimaru, concealed beneath a disguise, cast a sly glance at Sarutobi, a faint smile hidden beneath his white veil. Most of the audience consisted of ordinary villagers who were oblivious to the intricacies of ninjutsu. They merely sought entertainment. As long as something sounded profound, they would fill in the gaps with their imaginations, especially given that few could discern whether Hinata had genuinely used her technique or not. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. Truly, the Hokage is a master of ninjutsu. It seems that girl is quite formidable. I heard she's from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga? I know them, a prestigious family from Konoha. That red-haired fellow, Feng An, I've never heard of him. It's no wonder he fell so easily. Indeed, she is a prodigious girl from the Hyuga clan. Others from foreign lands, familiar with Konoha, began to express uncertainty. Wasn't that prodigy previously a boy? Am I mistaken? Doubt began to creep into their memories. Sarutobi Hiruzen then signaled to expedite the next match. Narashikaku responded promptly, gesturing to Narashikamaru. Acknowledging the signal and disregarding the surrounding clamor, Narashikaku called out, "The second match is between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Please have the contestants enter the arena." With a gust of wind and sand swirling around him, Gaara, bearing a colossal gourd, appeared in the center of the arena, his demeanor icy. The majority of the spectators were astonished even by the basic body replacement technique, let alone the instantaneous technique, eliciting gasps of wonder. Wow, is that ninjutsu? Instant teleportation. Fool, that's the body replacement technique. Have you never seen a pig run? Goodness, I want to learn that. You wanted to attend ninja school, but you chose to sleep instead. Now you wish to learn? It's too late. Alas, mother, I have no desire to inherit your 100 acres of land and your modest apartment. I yearn to become a ninja. The daimyo of the Land of Wind, upon hearing the gasps of those around him, cast a approving glance towards the distant Kazekage. In the distance, Sarutobi Sasuke, upon hearing the list, allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. The second round for Uchiha Sasuke appeared promising. However, after a prolonged wait, Nara Shikamaru's voice rang out once more, yet Sasuke's presence was still absent. Where could Sasuke be? Sakura, with her pink hair, gripped the railing, her mind swirling with questions. As the minutes passed, the initially intrigued audience began to lose interest. One irate individual exclaimed, "This competition is a farce." The audience from Konoha felt a collective frustration, silently agreeing with the outburst. The expression on the daimyo of the Land of Fire darkened, casting a resentful glance at Sarutobi Sasuke in the distance. As the host nation, the Land of Fire should not be plagued with such issues in consecutive matches. While the other daimyos remained tactful, not voicing their discontent, the daimyo felt increasingly uncomfortable amidst their presence. At that moment, a shadow crossed Sarutobi Sasuke's face. Are these young ones attempting to force me to apologize before the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Must I, an elderly man, endure this humiliation? Unable to contain his agitation any longer, he turned to his attendant, suppressing his fury, and commanded, "Declare that Gaara from Sunagakure is the winner. Let us proceed to the next match." Wait. The Kazekage, disguised as Orochimaru, swiftly interjected. If Sasuke and Gaara did not engage, the strategic plans devised by the Sunagakure forces would falter. Sarutobi Sasuke, with a grim expression, turned to inquire, "What is the meaning of this, Kazekage?" Chapter 62. The eve of the plan. Orochimaru, maintaining his composure, replied, "The daimyos from various nations, including our ninjas from Sunagakure, have come to witness the battle of the Uchiha. A hasty conclusion may lead to dissatisfaction among the daimyos." After considering this, Sarutobi Sasuke's gaze cleared slightly. If he were to declare Uchiha Sasuke's defeat outright, it might incite discontent among the daimyos regarding this tournament. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Postpone the match. Let us proceed to the next one." Understood. Upon hearing Sarutobi Sasuke's decision, Orochimaru, as Kazekage, concealed a smirk beneath his veil. With a puff of smoke, he appeared before Nara Shikamaru, whispering, then vanished again in another cloud of smoke. Nara Shikamaru announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the absence of a participant, this match will be postponed until later." A cacophony erupted once more. What is happening? If it cannot proceed, then let it be cancelled. With no other recourse, Nara Shikamaru called out, "Next match, Kankuro versus Yamanaka Ino. Please enter the arena." Kankuro, visibly displeased, did not wish to reveal his secret just yet. "I forfeit." As Kankuro uttered those words, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The daimyo of the Land of Fire attempted to hide his face behind his fan. Even the most timid of daimyos felt resentment towards Konoha, anticipating greater difficulties with future commissions and financial allocations. Sarutobi Sasuke's expression darkened further. With Orochimaru's whereabouts still unknown and the tournament fraught with incidents, he felt the reputation he had built over the years was crumbling. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. Nara Shikamaru was equally troubled. After hastily declaring Yamanaka Ino the victor, he immediately urged for the next participants to enter. "Temari, Nara Shikamaru, please enter." As Temari heard the clamor around her, her irritation grew. She used her 3-star fan to summon a gust of wind, then leaped onto the arena. "Is it my turn now?" With her entrance, the eyes of Nara Shikamaru and others glimmered with a hint of anticipation. Perhaps she could quell the dissatisfaction of the various lords and villagers. "Hurry down, I'm talking to you, Nara Shikamaru." Noting the delay of the other participant, Nara Shikamaru felt a sense of foreboding and quickly urged him. Having finished their performance, Kaze and Hinata had already returned to the audience. Kaze, observing Shikamaru's expression, realized he likely did not wish to enter the arena at that moment. He glanced at Sarutobi Sasuke, who bore a mixture of despair and expectation. In the original storyline, the first battle at least had some intrigue. Although subsequent events left the audience dissatisfied, Sarutobi Sasuke had managed to maintain some composure. Now, however, in his deep-set gaze, there remained only a helpless longing for someone to engage in battle, as long as no one forfeited. Just as Nara Shikamaru contemplated forfeiting himself, a blonde figure leaped in, shouting encouragement and forcefully pushing Shikamaru down. With a thud, Shikamaru landed on the arena floor, frustration written across his face. "Idiot Naruto, I wanted to forfeit." Naruto, calling out from above, cheered, "Go, Shikamaru." Yet Shikamaru lay motionless on the ground. Kaze could not help but chuckle. When it came to avoiding trouble and slacking off, Shikamaru far surpassed him. Before long, the audience's dwindling patience evaporated, and they hurled a barrage of refuse at him. Water bottles, banana peels, soda cans, and crumpled paper all rained down upon his face. "Hurry up and end this. Stand up and compete, you fool. How long are you going to lie there?" Sarutobi Sasuke's emotions swung like a pendulum, shifting from a glimmer of hope to a deep valley of despair. "Nara Shikamaru, you truly are your father's son." Shikamaru, battered by the debris, felt resigned, contemplating whether to admit defeat outright. "Hey, you're not really going to forfeit, are you?" Temari, brandishing her 3-star fan, taunted him. Shikamaru lifted his gaze, frowning. "Why must my opponent be a woman again? This is such a bother. If you want to make the first move, then I shall." Growing increasingly irritated at Shikamaru's demeanor, she swung her fan. "Wind Jutsu, Kamaitashi." The three-star fan unleashed a mighty gust, concealing two deadly shurikens within its tempest. However, once the dust settled, Shikamaru had already concealed himself within the nearby foliage. Ah, what a hassle! Shikamaru gazed up at the clouds, feeling utterly unmotivated to engage Temari in battle. Well, regardless, at least we've finally begun. Sarutobi Sasuke sighed deeply. The ensuing battle became a protracted tug-of-war. Kaze observed the scene briefly before losing interest. With an intellect soaring to 200, even without Naruto's insights, Shikamaru could devise 199 other strategies to secure victory. He closed his eyes, activating his Kaguya's eyes, attuning himself to the anomalies surrounding him. As his perception expanded, he sensed fleeting shadows lurking at the periphery. Unfortunately, without knowledge of their chakra, he could only detect their presence without identifying who they were. They were likely ninjas from Sunagakure and the Sound Village, evading the scrutiny of the Umbu. The purpose of this match for him had been fulfilled long ago. During the return journey from the Land of Water, the sole reason for his presence at the scene now was singular. Before long, as the match between Sasuke and Gaara commenced, the hidden Akatsuki member Kabuto would select an opportune moment to employ the technique of Nirvana, hypnotizing all present. Most crucial among them were the persistent shinobi from the Cloud Village, who still harbored intentions of abducting Hinata amidst the chaos. 8 years prior, the envoy from the Cloud Village had led to the demise of Hyuga Hayashi, and now they dared to covet the Byakugan once more. It is clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen's prior concessions to the Cloud Village rendered him a mere fool. Since the adversaries sought to exploit the turmoil, he too could seize the moment to eliminate those two Cloud Ninjas. With Shikamaru successfully binding Temari with his shadow possession technique, and her conceding defeat, the next match would serve the purpose for which the lords had gathered. Temari emerged victorious. Nara Shikaku continued. Next, let Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke take the stage. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves, and the figures of Uchiha Sasuke and Kakashi materialized simultaneously in the arena. Both utilized their transformation technique to perfection. It appeared that Sasuke had arrived just in time. As Gaara's figure appeared in the center of the arena, the audience turned their scrutinizing gazes towards him. Particularly, the daimyo of the Land of Fire finally removed the fan that had obscured his face. Had Uchiha Sasuke arrived even a moment later, without the intervention of Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have been unceremoniously dismissed on the spot. Though Hiruzen's spirits were at a nadir, upon witnessing Sasuke's arrival, he exhibited no exuberance. Silently, he retrieved his pipe and took a puff, his expression akin to ascension. Only this fine tobacco reminds me that I am still alive, he mused. Nara Shikaka bit down on the black stick in his mouth. If both contestants are prepared, let the match begin. At his command, Kakashi vanished from the arena, reappearing among Might Guy and Sakura in the stands. In the arena, Sasuke had yet to strike when he noticed Gaara suddenly displaying a frenzied demeanor. Gaara covered his eyes with one hand, mumbling, "Don't be so angry, mother." At that moment, sand erupted from the gourd on his back, seemingly possessing a will of its own, floating in the air. Sasuke, wary of this spectacle, braced himself. With a thunderous crash, a massive volume of sand fell to the ground, restoring Gaara's manic expression to one of cold detachment. Humph! Sasuke was the first to launch a shuriken, charging forward. His strikes were thwarted by Gaara's sand. As Gaara maintained an impassive visage, Sasuke smirked slightly, suddenly unleashing a speed comparable to that of Rock Lee during the preliminary rounds, effortlessly matching Gaara's sand's velocity. This reminded Gaara of Lee's distinctive bowl cut, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Observing this, Kankuro glanced at Lee in the distance. Lee, fixated on Sasuke's movements, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. After years of diligent effort, to see someone surpass him in merely a month stirred resentment within him. Does hard work truly yield results? Kankuro shook his head. Only Lee could truly assess the value of his efforts. With a resounding thud, Gaara was sent flying by a kick from Sasuke, but quickly rose to glare coldly at him. Forming hand seals, he encased himself within a spherical barrier of sand. Ignoring the danger, Sasuke charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Gaara's sand sphere. Yet, rather than breaching Gaara's defense, he found himself pierced by the spikes protruding from the sphere, blood streaming forth. With a quick leap backward, Sasuke created distance between them. Is this the true essence of absolute defense? Gaara, encased in his sand sphere, formed the tiger seal. Closing his eyes, channeling Chakra, A third eye made of sand slowly emerged from the outer layer of the sphere. The spectators, including the sand village's Matatabi, wore expressions of ire. That despicable Gaara. How can we signal when he is using that jutsu? What is our plan now? Should I flee? Kankuro gritted his teeth. Beside him, Temari frowned. What exactly is Gaara up to? However, their discourse was overheard by the nearby oil woman, Shino. Plans? Shino peered through her sunglasses at Kankuro and Temari. In the center of the arena, Sasuke had already adhered Chakra to the spherical wall. He swiftly formed hand seals. With a crackle, Chakra visibly surged from his left hand. Sakura and Naruto gasped. What is that jutsu? Why can we see the chakra so clearly? Might Guy furrowed his brows. That is Chidori, a technique unique to the copy ninja Kakashi. When executed, it resembles 1,000 birds chirping, hence its name. It is also known as Raikiri, a title bestowed by Kakashi after he severed lightning with it. Guy turned to Kakashi. You taught him such a perilous technique? Kakashi remained indifferent, yet failed to notice Naruto's rising frustration. Has Sasuke surpassed me once again? Damn it. Naruto clenched his fists, his emotions fluctuating. But he soon remembered the summoning technique he had mastered under Jiraiya's tutelage, offering him a measure of solace. As the chakra in Sasuke's left hand fully coalesced, the sound of thunder echoed, resembling a cacophony of 1,000 birds. Chidori. Uchiha Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the sand sphere before him, launching himself downward with remarkable speed. The Chidori, crackling with brilliant lightning, carved through the wall, creating a deep chasm as he closed the distance rapidly. Upon contact with the sand sphere, the Chidori's chakra pierced through the enhanced density and hardness of Gaara's defense. With a decisive thrust, it penetrated the sphere. With a sickening squelch, a sound of flesh being pierced echoed from within the sand sphere. Humph, absolute defense. Sasuke smirked, a cold glint in his eye. What is happening? Gaara's voice rang out, filled with panic and madness. Mother, what is happening? Blood? My blood. Aya. His anguished screams reverberated through the stands, shocking the audience. Closer to the action, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, as he attempted to retract his arm, he realized it was ensnared within the sand sphere. Utterly immobilized. Damn it, he hissed, unleashing a burst of blue lightning chakra once more, the Chidori forming again. Aya. As the Chidori's chakra surged violently, Gaara's screams intertwined with the bird-like chirping. Sasuke pulled back fiercely, successfully freeing his left arm. However, in his hasty retreat, he discovered that what had grasped his arm was not sand, but a grotesque, swollen brown arm. In an instant, the arm recoiled into the sphere. What was that? Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead. Despite his disbelief, the vivid image of the incident was indelibly etched in his mind. It could not possibly be mere sand. Chapter 64. The Four Purple Flames Formation. The audience was remarkably silent, a stark contrast to previous battles. As they witnessed Gaara release the arm of the crane, cold sweat trickled down Maki's forehead as he cautiously observed the shifting surroundings, ready to capture any signals that might arise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was grave as he scrutinized Gaara's sand sphere. He harbored a hypothesis, yet dared not affirm it. Fomin's eyes narrowed as he grasped Hinata's small hand, aware that Yakushi Kabuto was on the verge of employing Jinjutsu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and other ninjas sensed something amiss from the earlier scene, Yakushi Kabuto, disguised as an Umbu, quietly activated the Rebirth Sanctuary technique. A vast area illusion unfolded before the attentive crowd, revealing feathers gently floating down. The villagers on stage, including some unaware ninjas caught in the Jinjutsu, began to sway and ultimately collapsed into their seats, succumbing to slumber. Upon seeing the feathers, Fomin immediately recognized that Yakushi Kabuto had commenced his actions. Disrupting the flow of chakra within his body, he dispelled the Jinjutsu. He then, through their clasped hands, aided Hinata in breaking free from the illusion. Rubbing her eyes, Hinata muttered, "That was strange. Did you see any feathers, Fomin?" "That was Jinjutsu. Trouble is brewing. We must find Uncle," he replied, and without further hesitation, they sprang into action. At that moment, two sand ninja guards, masquerading as the Kazekage, triggered smoke bombs. A loud bang echoed as dense smoke billowed forth. Meanwhile, before Sarutobi Hiruzen's guards could react, one of the sand ninja guards hurled a shuriken, piercing a guard's chest. "Run, Hokage-sama." Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, Orochimaru suddenly sprang into action, brandishing a kunai at Hiruzen's neck as he leaped to the rooftop above. Simultaneously, The sand ninja lurking outside the leaf village received the signal and promptly mobilized. In the clearing of the dense forest, an enormous summoning array, previously set up, came to life. 6 sand ninjas sat at the corners of the array, extracting pre-prepared scrolls and channeling chakra into the formation. With the summoning technique, a colossal 3-headed serpent emerged, demolishing the thick walls of Konoha with its sheer mass. As the plan unfolded, Konoha faced turmoil both internally and externally. The members of the Umbu had begun their operations, except for Feng An. On the rooftop, a figure in a white robe, alongside several black-clad Umbu members, strategized. Wood team, head above, fire team, below, commence action. With organized commands, for black-clad men of the fire team leaped down to protect the feudal lords and villagers, while 3 remaining from the wood team followed the white-robed figure to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, as they surged forward, 4 sound ninjas emerged: Tsukikage, Doyu, Gaetomaru, and Sakan. They positioned themselves at the 4 corners of the rooftop, encircling Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, casting a barrier ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. Instantly, a purple barrier enveloped the area. Upon witnessing the barrier, the white-robed figure commanded, Raijin, protect Hokage-sama. Yes, one of the black-clad Umbu rushed in, only to be engulfed in flames, screaming as he tumbled from the rooftop to the ground below. The remaining 2 black-clad members exchanged anxious glances with the white-robed figure. Fortunately, I wasn't called. The figure's expression behind the mask was grave. This barrier can only be dispelled from within. We must wait until Hokage-sama defeats one of them before we can assist. How Navi, Gaetomaru chuckled. Doyu, let us form our inner barrier. Instantly, the 4 ninjas within the 4 purple flames formation established a smaller purple array around themselves. How infuriating! The white-robed figure and the remaining Umbu could only watch helplessly from the outside. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the root, Shimura Danzo was surrounded by dozens of root members, listening to the commotion above. Damn Danzo, forcing us to remain here. Among them, a couple of masked Umbu members clenched their fists, whispering to themselves. Within the Umbu, there existed a faction known as Root, and among them were also Umbu members. They were monitoring Danzo's movements, inserted by Sarutobi Hiruzen after dismantling the radical elements of Root. Danzo had not completely disbanded but covertly nurtured his own faction. Preferring to remain an observer, Danzo knew that whether Hiruzen fell or Orochimaru failed, he could reap the benefits. His role in this collaboration was merely to weaken Konoha's forces. Hiruzen, I warned you that you would come to regret this. Shimura Danzo's small eyes glinted with a sinister light. On Feng An's side, he had reunited with Hyuga Hizashi. Uncle, I'm leaving Hinata in your care. I have some matters to attend to. All right, it's chaotic now. I'll escort Hinata back to the residence. Stay safe. Hyuga Hizashi remained vigilant, activating his Byakugan, anticipating any sudden attacks from the sand or sound ninjas. Feng An reassured Hinata, don't worry. With you here, I won't put myself in danger. Suddenly, shurikens and kunai flew from behind a distant pillar. In an instant, Feng An appeared beside the sound ninja hidden there. What? Crack. He swiftly snapped the ninja's neck. Uncle, you all leave first. He then shut his eyes, activating his Kagura hard eye. Understood. Hizashi nodded, leading Hinata away. With his Byakugan activated, nothing within a kilometer could escape his sight, ensuring they would not encounter the troublesome sand and sound ninjas. As they raced toward the residence, he reassured, rest easy. He is strong, even stronger than my father. Yes, I know, Hinata whispered, her face etched with worry for Feng An's safety. With his eyes closed and Kagura heart eye activated, Feng An sensed that Hizashi and Hinata had already exited the arena. That was quick, uncle. After identifying the specific chakra signature, Feng An could accurately perceive the positions and movements of others. He sensed Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru nearby. As Feng An focused on the location of Aburame Shino, he realized he was absent from the scene. Where could Shino have gone? Feng An opened his eyes, his brow furrowing in thought. After a moment, it dawned on him. I remember. He must have gone after Sasuke. Confirming that Shino was temporarily safe, Feng An noted that FK and Setsuko were awake and clearly hiding. So he proceeded toward the unconscious Inuzuka Kiba. Chapter 65. The reflective bald head. Upon reaching a stairway, Feng An spotted the unconscious Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru. Wake up. He approached and called out to Kiba. Kiba bolted upright, instinctively entering a combat stance. Feng An, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Relaxing upon recognizing Feng An, Kiba inquired, "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" Noticing the sounds of battle echoing around them, he questioned, "What is happening? Why is there fighting?" It was too chaotic to explain in detail. In essence, the sand and sound ninjas were attacking Konoha. Feng An provided Kiba with a brief explanation. "How did it all start?" Kiba asked, perplexed. "Follow me. Let's first rendezvous with Fenghua and Shuiwa." Feng An chose not to address his confusion again. Explanations could wait until after the events had unfolded. Observing Inuzuka Kiba still in a state of bewilderment, Feng An reluctantly seized the back of his hood, pulling him along as they leapt away. The other individuals around them were strangers, and he had no intention of intervening for their sake. Before long, Feng An arrived at the location where he sensed Fenghua and Shuiwa had lingered, yet their figures were nowhere to be found. He promptly closed his eyes once more, activating his Kagura hard eye, extending his perception outward. At that moment, Kiba tapped Feng An on the shoulder, saying, "I can smell them, over here." He waved his hand and dashed toward a nearby grove. Seeing this, Feng An hurriedly followed suit. With Kiba's extraordinary sense of smell, there was no need for further investigation. After all, the Kagura hard eye, a technique of the Whirlpool clan, required him to close his eyes to activate, while useful for reconnaissance. It was not particularly convenient for combat, unlike the Byakugan. Woof woof. Akamaru poked his head out from Kiba's embrace. "You're awake too, Akamaru," Kiba said, ruffling the dog's head. Moments later, Feng An spotted Fenghua and Shuiwa escorting several women and children. No wonder he had sensed them remaining in place. They were aiding others. He himself would never engage in such thankless labor, yet he would not criticize their actions, for it was unnecessary. "Kiba, Feng An, you both made it out." Fenghua was the first to notice them, smiling as she inquired. "Yes," Kiba nodded, standing at the forefront. Woof woof. Akamaru poked his head out again, barking twice, seemingly expressing his displeasure at not being greeted. "It's been a while since I petted you, Akamaru," Fenghua chuckled, giving the dog a gentle pat. Akamaru let out a pleased howl, clearly enjoying the attention. Feng An casually glanced at the women and children present. There were 4 in total, making 8 individuals including himself and Kiba. "Where are you all headed now?" "Back home," he asked. "Yes," Shuiwa replied, nodding. She then introduced them briefly. "This is our grandmother. And this is Aunt Kejong from next door, along with her daughter." Upon hearing the introduction, Feng An observed the grandmother, noting that her appearance did not seem significantly older than that of the adjacent woman. Her hair was not entirely gray, and her vitality appeared quite good. The woman beside her seemed to be in a state of shock, tightly holding her daughter, who looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. "Hello, grandmother." Both Feng An and Kiba greeted the elder warmly. "Hello there," the grandmother responded with a beaming smile. At home, Shuiwa and Fenghua often mentioned how fortunate they were to have met Feng An, as it helped them pass the earlier tests. "You must be Feng An, right?" The grandmother gratefully grasped Kiba's hand. Grandmother, I'm not Feng An." "He is," Kiba said, somewhat flustered as he scratched his neck. "Oh dear, my apologies." These 2 granddaughters always speak so highly of Feng An. "I saw your robust build and assumed you were him," the grandmother said, somewhat embarrassed. "Do I look that frail?" Feng An replied with a hint of exasperation as he rubbed his abdominal muscles. Had he not deemed it impolite to lift his shirt, he would have shown her what a fit physique truly looked like. After expressing her apologies, the grandmother turned to Feng An and nodded. "I'm sorry, dear. I'm getting old, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. It's quite embarrassing to mistake you for someone else." "It's quite all right, grandmother," Feng An smiled reassuringly. Suddenly, several shuriken whizzed towards Feng An and the others. In the instant he heard the sound of them slicing through the air, Feng An charged toward the incoming projectiles. With a clang, the shuriken collided with him and were deflected away. With his current cellular activation ability, it was nearly impossible for a thrown shuriken to even leave a mark on him. Without a flicker of his eyes, he caught the rebounding shuriken and appeared beside the startled sand ninja. As the sand ninja's expression shifted to one of shock, Feng An swiftly slashed the shuriken across his throat. He then turned to Shuiwa, stating, "Shuiwa, this area will soon be affected too. You all need to leave quickly. And instead of heading home, make your way directly to the shelter. If I recall correctly, it should be near the Hokage Rock, where other leaf ninjas are protecting the villagers." Shuiwa nodded. "Okay, and what about you? Aren't you coming with us?" "I have matters to attend to." "Kiba, you should return with them." "I will leave first," Feng An said, turning to depart, satisfied that their safety was assured. As long as they did not interfere in the main battlefield, the remaining sand and sound ninjas, though appearing to hold an advantage momentarily, would be easily repelled once Leaf's evacuation was complete and their full strength was engaged. The Leaf village still boasted the Inuzuka, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, and Hyuga clans. In terms of strength, even united, the sand and sound ninjas could not surpass the foundational might of the Leaf. However, the critical battlefield determining the success of the sand and sound ninjas' offensive lay with Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. If a Kaguya were to intervene against the lower-ranked ninjas, it would be a crushing defeat. This was why Orochimaru dared to launch such a large-scale assault on the Leaf. The decisive combat forces of the village hinged on two elements, the Kaguya and the tailed beasts. Where, then, might those two Cloud Village ninjas be now? Feng An narrowed his eyes, making his way toward the spectator seats. In his memory, one of the Cloud ninjas resembled a monkey while the other was bald. It was precisely their distinctive appearances that left a lasting impression on him, far surpassing his recollection of Hinata's abduction. In a corner of the spectator area, distanced from the heart of the battlefield, Feng An's gaze was drawn to a reflective bald head peeking out from behind a cluster of unconscious villagers. "Ah, I found you already." Chapter 66. Do you wish to declare war on the Cloud Village? Upon recognizing the distinctive bald head and the Cloud Ninja forehead protector, Feng An approached them directly. Hearing his footsteps, the two immediately turned to face him. Upon realizing he was just a child, they visibly relaxed. Where did this little brat come from? Scram! One of the bald-headed ninjas barked menacingly. They were both of a level resembling Chunin and felt quite secure hiding here, feigning unconsciousness. Ignoring their taunts, Feng An continued to advance toward them, his chakra steadily breaking through the barriers of his chakra points. Open, rest, life, the 8 gates technique activated, the third gate. The life gate, opening instantaneously. "Hey, kid, are you looking to get yourself killed? Didn't I tell you to scram?" The bald Cloud Ninja threatened, drawing a shuriken. Given that the Cloud Village had signed a ceasefire agreement with the Leaf, there was no need for them to breach it without cause. They assumed that scaring the child would suffice to make him leave, but when he continued to approach, the ninja had no choice but to draw his weapon, intending to eliminate the boy if he drew any closer. Who knew if this brat might suddenly attack them? However, with the life gate unlocked, Feng An didn't even glance at him. He simply clenched his fist. Is this brat deaf or something? Before the bald ninja could finish his sentence, Feng An's fist struck his face with tremendous force, sending both him and the silent monkey-faced ninja hurtling through the air. Bang! They crashed against the wall of the spectator area, producing a thunderous sound. They couldn't even let out a sound before their skulls shattered, their faces collapsing inward. Behind him, the monkey-faced Cloud Ninja let out a muffled groan, spraying a copious amount of blood as he struggled to push away the bald figure before him. His nose was streaming with blood from the impact of the bald head. "What do you intend to do? We are from the hidden Cloud Village. We are allies. We signed a truce years ago. Are you from the Leaf Village planning to wage war against us?" The Cloud Ninja gasped for breath, knowing that a single punch could obliterate his companion, and he didn't believe he could overpower the boy in front of him. "Are you attempting to intimidate me with the prospect of war between our villages?" Feng An smiled lightly. "I am not trying to frighten you. I speak the truth. You surely do not wish for your village to suffer the ravages of war because of you, do you?" Upon hearing Feng An's reply, the Cloud Ninja sighed in relief. If he could just keep him calm for the time being, perhaps he could stall until Omoi noticed. Just as he allowed himself to feel hopeful, Feng An, with a kunai in hand, pierced through his chest. "You," the Cloud Ninja uttered in disbelief. Feeling the injustice of being targeted by such a terrifying child without having done anything, Feng An, noticing the look of confusion in the Cloud Ninja's eyes, coldly pushed his body aside. Jingtai, a dark-skinned Cloud Ninja, holding a lollipop, shouted angrily, hurling several shuriken at Feng An. He swiftly followed, drawing a long sword from his back. Feng An observed coolly, choosing not to evade the shuriken. He produced a scroll and summoned the Kusanagi sword. As the Cloud Ninja's sword descended towards him, Feng An used the blade of the Kusanagi to block the downward strike. He recognized the man before him as Omoi, who was taken aback. His powerful strike had been effortlessly countered by the boy. Despite pouring all his strength into the attack, the opponent's sword remained unmoved. "Do you not wish to inquire why I killed them before attempting to take my life?" Feng An spoke indifferently. Omoi leaped back to create distance, casually spitting out his lollipop. "Why? Because they attempted to kidnap me, Thus I eliminated them. Quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Omoi frowned slightly, surveying Feng An, a member of the Uzumaki clan with red hair. But why would they want to kidnap a mere child? What significance does an Uzumaki hold? Sealing techniques? While he pondered, Feng An turned to leave. He had no intention of disrupting the original narrative. As someone who could foresee future events, adhering to the established storyline would ensure his safety. Wait, why did they want to abduct you? Feng An replied nonchalantly. How would I know? You should ask them. I am the victim. You are the victim? The ones who are dead were not the perpetrators? Omoi's expression became incredulous. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted. Don't listen to his nonsense. I witnessed everything. Those two said nothing before he killed them. Feng An and Omoi turned their gazes to the speaker. Upon seeing him, Feng An frowned. Shinobu Juntai? The last time I saw him was at the Chunin exam registration. For reasons unknown, he had shown me great deference then, aside from his surname. I remembered nothing noteworthy about him. So he is a man of justice? Shinobu Juntai's account was largely accurate. To others, it appeared that he had murdered the two cloud ninjas without a word. However, Feng An sensed an undercurrent of animosity from Juntai, which puzzled him. They had only met twice. Why the intense hatred? Omoi turned to Juntai and asked, Who are you? I am the current captain of the Konoha Guard. Shinobu Juntai. I assure you on my honor that I am not lying. Juntai replied earnestly. Omoi turned coldly to Feng An. You little brat. Your own villagers have exposed you. What else do you have to say? Nothing worth saying. I stated that they attempted to kidnap me. If you choose not to believe it, so be it. Feng An responded coolly. Arrogant. Omoi remained calm, but Juntai angrily shouted, Let us subdue him together. I will then hand him over to the hidden cloud village for punishment. Feng An regarded Juntai, increasingly perplexed. What happened last time? The captain of the Konoha Guard is actually aiding the hidden cloud village. How intriguing. Omoi's lips curled slightly. Your captain has spoken. Surrender obediently to face justice. Juntai sneered. Feng An, comply. This is for the sake of maintaining the friendly agreement between Konoha and the hidden cloud. For the village? Why do you not go and rescue the Hokage? I truly do not comprehend your reasoning. Feng An shook his head. Unable to grasp the situation, he finally asked. What is this hatred you harbor? This is our second meeting, is it not? Because you deserve to die? Juntai retorted angrily, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. A massive torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging towards Feng An observed the feeble stream and shook his head. This is only slightly better than the water mouth technique. Without forming hand seals, Feng An directed his chakra internally, mimicking the patterns of ninjutsu, and then expelled a barrage of water bullets resembling a high-pressure water gun from his mouth. Water release, water severing wave. The water column unleashed by Juntai was instantly obliterated by Feng An's technique, surging towards his chest. Juntai's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly sidestepped. However, the attack still grazed his shoulder, tearing open a wound and staining his sleeve crimson. Damn it! How can a mere child wield the water-severing wave? Juntai's expression hardened as he hurriedly formed hand seals again, utilizing the water he had just unleashed to perform his most powerful jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The scattered water on the stage coalesced into a colossal water dragon, its blue form roaring as it lunged towards Feng An. Juntai's murderous intent was palpable. Omoi, standing beside him, felt a sense of confusion. Our cloud ninja were killed, yet you act as though it is the Leaf Village's ninjas who have perished? Compared to Juntai, he felt surprisingly less enraged, as if it reflected poorly on his humanity. However, before the dragon could swallow its target, a figure clad in white appeared before Feng An. Earth release, earth flow wall. The white-clad figure crouched low, slamming their hands onto the ground. The earth trembled, and a tall, thick earthen wall rose swiftly, blocking Juntai's water dragon technique. As the water dragon collided with the wall, it dissipated into a gentle spray. Juntai's triumphant expression froze instantly as the masked figure stepped out from behind the earth wall. Upon seeing the mask, Juntai's pupils constricted. Umbu. Even as the captain of the Konoha Guard, he held no authority against the Umbu, a secret assassination unit directly under the Hokage's command. The Konoha Guard was merely a small department managing security. The figure in white was none other than the only man Feng An recognized, Xiong. What has transpired? Xiong did not turn, addressing the cloud ninja before him with a calm demeanor. Yet the subtle pressure emanating from him made Omoi's expression shift uncomfortably. Every village had its own umbu, and Omo-e was well aware of the umbu's purpose in Konoha. Just as Omo-e was about to finish speaking, the eager Shimizu Shunta hastily interjected, "Senior, that little brat behind you has already slain 2 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. We are currently beset by internal strife and external threats, and he dares to incite another war. I suspect his intentions are nefarious. Earlier, we had collaborated with this ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village to apprehend him." Upon hearing this, Omo-e's inquiry made Shimizu Shunta break into a cold sweat, fearing he was being interrogated. After all, with the mask obscuring his eyes, no one could discern where he was looking. In a rush, he placed all the blame squarely on Kiden. Upon hearing this, Kiden's lips curled into a slight smirk. Truly, a member of the Shimizu clan would not disappoint. Kiden scoffed internally at Shunta's eagerness to cast blame, as it confirmed his knowledge of Taima's actions. After Shimizu Shunta's accusations, Omo-e casually asked why. Kiden was aware that the question was directed towards him, but Shunta, oblivious, assumed it was aimed at him and quickly bowed his head to respond. "Senior, that little brat is actually a spy from another village, colluding with those sand and sound ninjas to provoke a war between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Even if Lord Hokage wins, we will still suffer the ravages of war." Shimizu Shunta continued passionately, "Senior, we should hand him over to the Hidden Cloud Village for their judgment. 8 years ago, Lord Third did just that, which fostered the friendship between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud." Underneath the mask, Omo-e's expression darkened. Even disregarding Kiden's identity as a member of the umbu, the mere discussion of the Third Hokage's actions was enough to warrant multiple death sentences, especially considering the disgraceful nature of that incident. To bring it up as an example was akin to slapping Konoha's face in front of a Hidden Cloud ninja. Once Shunta finished speaking, Kiden coldly retorted, "Have you finished your nonsense? How audacious to utter such crude words in front of a senior." Shimizu Shunta abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Senior, I'll kill him for you." Elated at the opportunity to eliminate the brat, he believed he could exact revenge and gain favor with the umbu elder, a twofold victory. He quickly formed hand seals, and the still wet surroundings began to coalesce once more. With the 4th gate, the Wounded Gate, now open, the moment he burst through it, Kiden appeared above Shimizu Shunta with astonishing speed, pressing his foot down onto Shunta's head. Thud! Before Shunta could even complete his hand seals, he was smashed face first into the hard ground, dust billowing around them, and cracks resembling a spider's web forming beneath him. So swift was Kiden's action that Omo-e, standing nearby, only felt a gust of wind as it happened. Omo-e glanced at Kiden, swallowing hard as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Was this truly a Konoha Chunin? At this moment, he felt utterly bereft of any desire to pursue accountability. Kiden slowly closed his eyes, activating his divine eye, and addressed the pinned Shimizu Shunta, "I have restrained my strength. Do not feign death. I wish to inquire about Taima's 2 assassination attempts. Are they connected to you?" Shunta's face, buried in the ground, bled profusely. Why did he dare act so brazenly before an umbu elder? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? "I am an elite Chunin, yet I find myself beneath the foot of a mere child?" Shimizu Shunta could scarcely believe what was unfolding. "Did you hear me?" Kiden asked, raising an eyebrow. As Shimizu Shunta's mind raced in the face of life and death, he realized that this was only their second encounter, and Taima likely kept him out of it for the sake of his son. If he vehemently denied any connection, he still had a chance of survival. His eyes brightened as he quickly cried out, "That was Taima seeking revenge for his son. It has nothing to do with me." I truly could not dissuade him. However, his sob story was utterly contemptible in Kiden's divine eye. Kiden, still with eyes closed, retrieved a kunai and plunged it into Shunta's left hand, embedding it into the ground. "Ah, my hand." Pain shot through Shunta's body as his face contorted in agony. He understood that only by denying any connection could he hope to survive. Admitting guilt would surely lead to his demise. Trembling, he exclaimed, "I swear I am telling the truth. I am not deceiving you. Senior, save me. I am the nephew of Danzo-sama." In the distance, Omo-e's brows furrowed slightly beneath his mask, yet he remained silent, gazing into the horizon where the 4 purple flames formation marked the battleground of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru. "I shall grant you one more chance. Is Shimura Danzo involved in this matter?" Kiden's icy words echoed in Shunta's ears. Chapter 68. Uncle, save me. Meanwhile, a member of the Konoha police force stood in the distance, his face a mask of terror as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. "Captain, this is bad. I must seek Danzo-sama. Only he can." The officer swiftly leaped away, vanishing from sight. Upon hearing Kidan's question, Shimizu Shunta felt a chill wash over him, his pupils quaking as if an earthquake had struck. Why was he asking me this? Could it be that he already knows about my uncle's involvement? No. He lacks evidence. Otherwise, he would not be inquiring. I cannot admit anything. If I deny it completely, he has no proof and will not kill me. I do not know. You do not know? Kidan chuckled softly. Within the perception of his divine eye, he discerned Shunta's lies, indicating that he indeed possessed knowledge of the matter. It was likely inextricably linked to Shimura Danzo, a realization that solidified in Kidan's mind. I truly do not know. Danzo-sama and I are merely related as uncle and nephew. He serves as an advisor to the Hokage, while I am but a lowly captain of the police force. Shimizu Shunta continued to adamantly deny any connection. How convenient. Kidan thought silently as he withdrew another kunai. You have no idea. I can see through your lies. Upon hearing this, Shunta's breath quickened. How could he have seen through me? Kidan, uninterested in providing explanations, raised the kunai and aimed it at Shunta's head, preparing to strike. Wait. Omoi's figure materialized before them, grasping the kunai that Kidan had thrust downward. Yet, against the open fourth gate of the wounded gate, Omoi's single arm proved insufficient to halt Kidan's momentum. Omoi's expression shifted to one of alarm as he summoned all his strength to intervene, urgently stating, "He is Danzo-sama's nephew. If you kill him and Danzo-sama seeks retribution, it will be difficult for Lord Hokage to protect you." Omoi could permit Kidan to teach Shunta a lesson, but he would not allow Shunta to be killed. He understood the significance Sarutobi Hiruzen placed on Kidan. Meanwhile, the police force member arrived at the underground route base, having previously accompanied Shimizu Shunta to deliver Taima. Before he could delve too deep, he was confronted by a masked route member wielding a kunai, poised at his throat. "I am a subordinate of Shimizu Shunta. Captain Shunta is in danger." "Shunta?" The route member's icy voice responded. "Wait here." With that, he vanished into the shadows, heading deeper within. Before long, Shimura Danzo stood before the police officer. Upon seeing Danzo, the officer anxiously exclaimed, "Danzo-sama, Captain Shunta is about to be killed." Danzo, whose demeanor had been calm, immediately fixed his gaze upon the officer, his small eyes narrowing. Was it a sand ninja or a sound ninja? Take me to see. Danzo held a vested interest in this last remaining scion of the clan. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to occupy the position of police captain. The member of the security team stammered, "No, it's a red-haired brat from Konoha." Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo immediately realized something. "Tenzu, keep an eye on the movements above. Once the time is right, strike and eliminate the sand and sound ninjas, while simultaneously winning the favor of the daimyo and the villagers." Understood. After speaking, Danzo seized the security team member and hastened towards the ground. Shimura Hunta, lying on the ground, found his left hand embedded in the earth, and even with the current opening, he could not easily escape. "It's not me. You must believe me, senpai." The intervention from the figure felt like a lifeline to him. He'd glanced coldly at Shimura Hunta, then turned to the figure, saying, "Uncle? And what of it? Did he consider this day when he tried to kill me?" After 2 assassination attempts, each involving Hinata, that alone is enough reason for his death. If that is the case, he is indeed deserving of death, but do you have proof? Furthermore, with the village in turmoil, it would be prudent to deliberate on this matter later. The figure continued to obstruct and advise. "I am the proof." The exchange between the two reached Shimura Hunta's ears, and amidst his desperate thoughts of survival, he suddenly comprehended something. Their tones suggested they were equals. Could it be that this brat is a member of the Umbu? With this realization, Hunta's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Only a genius among geniuses could enter the Umbu at such a young age. Just then, a low voice rang out. "Tenzu, why are you here confronting my clansmen instead of rescuing Lord Hokage?" Hearing his uncle's familiar voice, Shimura Hunta rekindled his desire for survival. "Uncle, save me." Tenzu lowered his head and replied, "Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage is trapped in the 4 purple flames formation. We cannot approach. Then why harm my clansmen?" Danzo advanced slowly. The nearby Omoi was sweating profusely. The situation was growing dire. As he surveyed the others, he prepared to escape while they were at a standoff. He'd merely cast a fleeting glance at him, then appeared beside him in an instant. With the enhancement from the 4th gate's injury and cell activation, His speed surpassed even that of the body flicker technique. He delivered a punch that knocked Omoi unconscious with a single blow. The speed was astonishing. By the time Danzo and Tenzu realized what had happened, Omoi was already lying on the ground. So fast. In an instant, Shimura Hunta and Tenzu recalled the fastest man. The yellow flash. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Hunta pulled the kunai embedded in the ground and stood up. Previously, he had refrained from moving for fear of being killed by the enraged Kid, but now with his uncle Danzo present, what did he have to fear? Even the Umbu could not cause much of a stir in the presence of the Hokage's advisor. Standing upright, he cast a fierce glance at Kid and then at Tenzu, disdainfully turning away to face Danzo with a mournful expression. Uncle, if you had arrived just a moment later, you would never see me again. He then shot a menacing look at Tenzu. He is colluding with that brat, failing to eliminate our enemies in the face of great danger, and even attacking the captain of my security team. He even attempted to kill me. Hearing this, Danzo's brow twitched slightly. He recognized that his nephew was attempting to place blame, and he was doing so quite effectively. Thus, even if Orochimaru failed, he could still use this to impeach Sarutobi Hiruzen. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Danzo's lips. Suppressing his delight, he glared at Tenzu. Is this true? Are you intending to kill the last hope of the Shimura clan? Chapter 69. By doing this, you leave yourself no retreat. Without waiting for Tenzu's response, Kid spoke first. It is not he who seeks to kill. I am here to stop him. I am the one who intends to eliminate your nephew. A chill ran down Shimura Hunta's spine, and he quickly hid behind Danzo. Danzo's expression darkened to an unfathomable extent. From the moment Kid finished speaking, Tenzu had ceased to respond, leading Danzo to deduce that Kid had likely been summoned into the Umbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once one joined the Umbu, they should refrain from inflicting harm on fellow villagers. Otherwise, their identity could be revoked, and they would be treated as a rogue ninja. Kid ignored him and quietly retrieved a scroll. Seeing Kid's silence, Shimura Hunta felt a surge of joy within him. I cannot overpower you, but my uncle, as the Hokage's advisor, can surely do so. Just wait. As long as you remain in the village, I will have many opportunities to end your life. Just as Shimura Hunta reveled in his perceived victory, his uncle bellowed, What do you intend to do? Kid remained indifferent, directing a long sword straight toward Shimura Hunta. Thwack! Danzo swiftly sidestepped, merely sustaining a cut on his arm from the long sword. Meanwhile, Shimura Hunta, already slowed by his injuries and caught off guard, could not comprehend Kid's audacity to strike him. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he looked down in confusion. A sword? Have I been stabbed? In front of my uncle? His face contorted in disbelief. Uffed. As Kid withdrew the Kusanagi sword, blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. I haven't even. As all his chakra dissipated, Shimura Hunta drew his last breath. Hunta! Danzo glared at the motionless body of his nephew. His face filled with rage. His nephew, the last hope of the Shimura clan, had perished, leaving Danzo utterly alone. Tenzu, observing from the side, could not hide his astonishment. He never expected Kid to be so audacious as to kill Danzo's nephew right before his eyes. Tenzu, by doing this, you leave yourself with no escape. Kid smiled slightly. It matters not. I trust you wouldn't assist this old fool in capturing me, would you? Tenzu remained silent. He was directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. If Hiruzen ordered him to eliminate Kid, he would undoubtedly comply, but for now, he would not. In an instant, Tenzu vanished from sight. Kid then closed his eyes and activated his Kaguya's eye. He addressed Danzo. Is the matter concerning Taima connected to you? He understood that Danzo might seek to take advantage of the chaos, and if Danzo had not provoked him or placed Hinata in danger, he would not have insisted on who should become Hokage. It could be either Sarutobi or Shimura. However, since Danzo had harbored murderous intent against him, he would not let him off the hook. Just as Danzo sought to exploit the turmoil, Kid too would act in the chaos. Danzo's face turned ashen as he darkly replied, You kill my nephew and still dare to question me? Ridiculous. Thud. Danzo slammed his cane down violently, the tip exploding into a flower-like shape. Simultaneously, two figures from the Root organization appeared behind him. Old fool, quite the master of concealment, Kid said, his eyes wide open. Danzo, his face grim, ordered, Tenzu, Akatsuki, deal with him. One of the Root members unsheathed his long blade and charged at Kid. Even with a mask on, Kid instantly recognized him as Yamanaka Kaze, while the man quietly removing his gloves behind him was likely Aburame Torian. Without hesitation, Keed evaded while swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. If ensnared by Yamanaka's mind-turn technique, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape alone. In the air, 5 clones of Keed appeared instantly. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Simultaneously, Danzo unleashed his wind release attack. The gusts expelled from his mouth were as swift as bullets, not only fast, but also immensely destructive. With no chance for evasion, the air currents slammed into Keed, causing 2 of his shadow clones to dissipate into smoke. Meanwhile, the oil woman, Sia, charged towards Feng An. Her entire body enveloped by nano-sized venomous insects, her skin turning a deep shade of purple. The 3 remaining members of Feng An simultaneously employed their ninjutsu, casting the technique of darkness. In an instant, a 10-meter radius was shrouded in darkness, robbing the trio of their sight. The other 2 members unleashed 2 types of fire release techniques, Great Fire Destruction and Great Fire Extinguishment. A vast expanse of flames surged towards the 3 individuals obscured by the technique of darkness. At the forefront, Yamanaka's perceptive abilities were exceptional, despite losing his sight. His senses quickly adapted. As Feng An's fiery assault approached, he swiftly seized Sia, who was also deprived of her vision, and leapt away. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, upon realizing the nature of the technique, was jolted with surprise. He hurriedly removed the bandages from his right arm and formed the seals for the boar, rat, and horse. Activating his Anaji, the flames consumed Danzo in an instant, yet he reappeared moments later, clutching Tsuya and leaping away. However, upon touching Tsuya's body, F was suddenly gripped by a chill, his nerves paralyzed, rendering him immobile. Wind. Tsuya immediately pressed down on the area where she had touched him, initiating the retrieval of the venomous insects. Observing this, Feng An found the situation increasingly troublesome. Izanagi could alter adverse circumstances, rewriting reality to one's advantage. Once activated, it rendered the user virtually invincible for a duration. In his recollection, Danzo, not being of the Uchiha clan, had only one Sharingan eye that could last a minute, and he possessed 10. The other 2 members, Yamanaka F and Tsuya, were equally formidable. Would it take him 10 minutes to subdue them? Feng An mused. He then witnessed the trio once again employing fire release, targeting the 3 adversaries. He dared not relent. One was the body flicker technique, and the other was the Kotoamatsukami, both capable of catching him off guard. Fortunately, he possessed a vast reserve of chakra, otherwise, facing the trio led by Danzo would leave even a shadow-level ninja at a loss for effective countermeasures. Damn it! Spotting the fleeing duo, Danzo's gaze turned icy. Without evasion, he flung a kunai towards Feng An, undeterred by the searing flames of Great Fire Extinguishment. The kunai whistled through the air, but Feng An casually swatted it aside, sending it flying far away. In the moment Danzo was engulfed by the flames, he reappeared on another side, hands forming seals. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply, unleashing a high-pressure gust from the 2 shuriken in his hands. The shuriken spun rapidly, creating a fierce wind blade around him, which he hurled at Feng An from an unexpected angle. Wind release, shuriken. The wind blades generated by the shuriken significantly augmented their velocity and potency. Before Feng An's clone could be struck, it was shredded by the wind blades. As the attack neared his real body, Feng An adeptly wielded the Kusanagi sword to block the assault. With a forceful motion, he sent the rapidly spinning wind shuriken soaring away. Upon colliding with the wall, it carved a long gash. Grateful that he hadn't recklessly used his body to withstand the attack, Feng An glanced at the wall's fissure, his heart racing. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo's wind techniques were relentless, proving far more troublesome than any adversary Feng An had previously encountered. A whip of air, sharp as a serpent, erupted from Danzo's mouth, slicing through surrounding stones. The arc-shaped wind whip lashed at Feng An directly. Wind release, great breakthrough. Feng An met the oncoming gale with an even fiercer wind, dispersing Danzo's vacuum wave. As their techniques clashed and neutralized each other, Feng An's gaze fixed upon the crimson Sharingan on Danzo's arm. He noticed that only one of Danzo's Sharingan eyes remained closed. This indicated that barely a minute had elapsed. The 2-minute mark had yet to be reached. How had Sasuke managed to defeat this old man? While executing his ninjutsu, Feng An hurled shuriken. Earth release, earth flow river. Instantaneously, a torrent of black sludge erupted beneath Danzo's feet, causing him to stumble into its depths, whereupon shuriken pierced his face. However, He quickly re-emerged outside the range of the black sludge, utterly unscathed. Having truly engaged with Feng An, Danzo understood why the likes of Taimon had faltered. It was not due to Hyuga Hizashi, but rather the red-haired youth before him. Danzo then raised his arm, glancing at his Sharingan, noting the second eye beginning to close. He promptly formed seals once more: boar, rat, horse. He prepared the third Sharingan Izanagi. Once he completed the formation, Feng An's shuriken hurtled towards him, piercing his body and causing instant death, yet he reappeared on the opposite side. Feng An's focus sharpened as Danzo's form materialized. He thrust the Kusanagi sword from dozens of meters away. His perceptive abilities gradually locked onto Danzo's chakra. The moment Danzo rewrote his fate, Feng An would sense his position. This realization sparked a brilliant strategy in Feng An's mind. By preemptively placing his ninjutsu at Danzo's landing point, he could leave him no room for reaction. His thoughts raced back to the battle between Sasuke and Danzo on the bridge. The role of Karen was not merely to heal. Her perceptive abilities had allowed Sasuke to pressure Danzo's Izanagi. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Feng An once again employed his perceptive skills to pinpoint Danzo's revival point. Utilizing restrictive earth ninjutsu, followed by a barrage of shuriken and kunai. With no means of evasion, Danzo was struck. Not good. If this continues, I may perish before I can set up another Izanagi. Recovering from his latest demise, Danzo glanced at the third half-closed Sharingan on his arm. Looking up, he found countless kunai hurtling towards him. Feng An, while employing Earth Release, Earth Flow River to restrict Danzo's movements, continued to launch shuriken and kunai, executing a near-seamless assault to eliminate Shimura Danzo. Fortunately, after being ambushed in the land of hot water, Feng An had scavenged weapons from his assailants. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. This minute felt interminable. Feng An, with his pink-hued skin activated after opening the healing gate, appeared somewhat pale under the strain of intense concentration. Danzo, who had died countless times, sensed something amiss. How could this brad's chakra seem inexhaustible? Using the 8th gate while indiscriminately casting ninjutsu, panic surged within him, especially as he noted his arm's third eye nearing complete closure. He began forming seals. But before he could complete even the boar seal, his form dissipated, reviving once more, with no time to spare. Damn it! If only I had. His thoughts remained unfinished as he was slain yet again. This time, Shimura Danzo was genuinely alarmed. His dream of becoming Hokage remained unrealized. And he had yet to witness Sarutobi Hiruzen's fall. Regret began to creep in. He lamented his lack of ruthlessness, allowing himself to be ensnared by a worthless clansman. It was akin to how he had lost the Hokage position to Sarutobi Hiruzen due to a moment of hesitation. Why am I always so close yet so far? Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Feng An's expansive Earth Release, Earth Flow River was prepared in advance beneath Danzo's revival point. Damn it, there's no chance left. As Shimura Danzo's heart hardened, his right shoulder erupted, revealing a towering ancient tree before him. The tree not only crushed the earth and river, but also intercepted the shuriken hurled by Feng An, taking refuge behind the tree. Danzo formed hand signs once more: rat, boar, and goat, once again establishing the 4th Sharingan ability, Izanagi. Just as he completed the setup, the Kusanagi blade pierced through his body along with the tree. He reappeared on the other side, having successfully activated Izanagi once again, but Feng An's brow furrowed slightly. For others, exhaustion from chakra depletion would have meant their demise long ago. Yet Feng An felt a torrent of chakra surging within him even after unleashing countless ninjutsu. Moreover, the cells of Hashirama within him perpetually accelerated his chakra recovery. The only concern was his heightened perception. The intense focus was beginning to wear on his mind. Utilizing Earth Style, Earth Flow River, Feng An swiftly sensed Danzo's resurrection point and executed the technique, launching kunai. A vast expanse of black muck reappeared at Danzo's revival location. This time, however, Shimura Danzo did not remain passive. Seizing the opportunity when Feng An had disrupted his rhythm with the Kusanagi, he unleashed wind style. Propelled by the air currents expelled from his mouth, he evaded the kunai's trajectory. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply, expelling a massive, swirling blast of compressed air towards Feng An. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations within, Feng An's brow twitched as chakra surged into the 5th gate, the door of death. The 5th gate swung open. His skin transformed from pale red to a vibrant crimson, his hair defying gravity as chakra erupted uncontrollably. The ensuing clash between his released chakra and the approaching vacuum great sphere generated a cataclysmic force. The shockwave slammed into Feng An, propelling him several meters back, shattering the wall behind him into a spiderweb of cracks. A horrific gash marred his body, seeping blood, yet it began to heal gradually. It seemed the pressure from the fifth gate was quite substantial. Regaining his footing, Feng An winced, unlike the previous 4 gates. The activation of the Door of Death caused his cellular activation via lightning chakra to exhibit unstable fluctuations. It became evident that under the enhancement of cellular activation, the physical toll of the 8 gates was limited to the 6th or 7th gate's threshold. Meanwhile, Danzo, affected by the explosive shockwaves, resurrected in a different location. Upon noticing Feng An's wound, his gaze sharpened, and he soon discovered the white cells beneath Feng An's torn clothing were healing his injury. A perfect integration? Danzo exclaimed, astonished. After dedicating half his life to understanding the perfect fusion of the first Hokage's cells, he was now witnessing a living example before him. Chapter 71. Towards the Peacock. Daytime Tiger. How did you accomplish this? His eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at Feng An's form. Feeling the intensity of Danzo's greedy stare, Feng An shivered. Danzo had never sought a partner, and the thought made Feng An uneasy. Stop staring at me, he barked. Hearing Feng An's voice, Danzo's excitement calmed somewhat. He nearly forgot that this was a life-or-death situation, not merely an experiment in his lab. Your body, I must claim it, he declared, his eyes glinting with insatiable desire. Damn it, perverted old man. Feng An swiftly initiated a jutsu. Water style, water severing wave. A barrage of high-pressure water jets shot from his mouth towards Danzo. As Danzo dodged, he began forming hand signs. Fearing the revival point would be compromised, he activated his Anaji but dared not absorb any damage, only utilizing it in unavoidable circumstances. Once again unleashing wind style, vacuum great sphere, Danzo's complexion paled. Was he nearing his limit? After forcibly utilizing the first Hokage's cells to conjure the colossal tree, he had lost a significant portion of his chakra. Now, he felt utterly drained. Feng An, still reeling from the impact of the previous vacuum great sphere, was unwilling to take another hit. 8 gates, 6th gate, the gate of joy, open. As the circular high-pressure air approached, Feng An erupted with astonishing force. Under the immense strain of the Door of Death, his body ached, and the instability of cellular activation intensified. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Feng An unleashed a flurry of punches towards the encroaching air current. The speed of his fists created sonic booms, and several fiery shockwaves struck Danzo's vacuum great sphere. Upon contact, the high-pressure air was obliterated by Feng An's fiery shockwaves, which surged relentlessly towards Danzo's vital points. As the fiery waves bore down, Danzo staggered backward, his body marred by burn marks. Towards the Peacock, he thought, realizing that this advanced taijutsu could only be unlocked with the 6th gate. The revelation startled him. However, before he could contemplate further, the incoming shockwave struck his head, rendering him unconscious. Upon reviving, Danzo had no time to think. Feng An appeared at his feet, delivering a punch that pierced through his body. Compared to before, Feng An's speed and power, amplified by the 6th gate, decisively severed Danzo's chances of survival. Within mere seconds, Feng An had slain Danzo over 10 times. Only a few seconds left, he estimated, accelerating his assaults to prevent Danzo from forming even a single hand sign. Damn it, I cannot die here. I refuse to perish. Danzo's frantic thoughts raced as success was within reach. Bang! A punch pierced through his body, halting his thoughts. Danzo revived once more, only to have Feng An shatter his skull with another blow. 5-4. Feng An counted, increasing his speed. I cannot fail again. If I do, it will take at least another minute. While his body under the 5th gate could endure longer, he sensed that under the 6th gate strain, he would not last much longer. Once his body exceeded its limits, not only would the effects of the 8 gates vanish, but he might also experience a slowdown akin to Li. 3-2. In just 2 seconds, Feng An killed Danzo 3 more times. Danzo trembled. I will die? If I don't find a way out, I truly will perish. In the final second, just as Danzo's Izanagi activated, he tore away the bandage from his right eye. The Crimson Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into shuriken-like black patterns. Not good. Feng An's fist, aimed at Danzo, opened wide as he lunged for Danzo's right eye. In an instant, he struck, removing Danzo's eye and leaving behind a hollow socket bleeding dark red. Feng An's other fist then thundered towards Danzo's head. Just as it neared, his fist suddenly halted. What is happening? Feng An gasped, realizing he was unable to move. I told you, your body shall belong to me. Danzo gasped, a smile creeping onto his lips despite his labored breathing. Curse of self-binding seal. Feng An noticed the black markings spreading across his body, instantly grasping that this was Danzo's binding ninjutsu. How dare you criticize my Sharingan? Your expression just now suggested that you are familiar with this eye. Have you encountered the Manjiki Sharingan before? Shimura Danzo inquired, simultaneously drawing a kunai and viciously slashing it towards Keed. With a sharp sound, the blade tore through flesh, leaving a gruesome wound. Keed furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. Back then, Sasuke had forcibly escaped using Susanoo. What should I do now? The thoughts raced through Keed's mind as he recalled all the ninjutsu he had mastered over the years. There was only one solution: to unleash the seventh gate of the 8 gates. There was no other way. Resolute, Keed channeled all his chakra into the chakra point of the 7th gate. Meanwhile, Danzo observed Keed's rapidly healing wound with astonishment. I may not know how you achieved this, but I shall uncover the secret, Danzo proclaimed, grabbing Keed to take him to the root laboratory. At that moment, Keed's body radiated heat, as if a tremendous power was about to burst forth. You are attempting to break through the 7th gate. You seek death, Danzo shouted, plunging the kunai towards Keed. He could not allow such a valuable specimen to escape his grasp. Boom. Suddenly, blue steam erupted from Keed's body. The chakra within him multiplied exponentially, exploding outward. The debris beneath his feet was instantly pulverized, and Danzo's kunai shattered before it could reach him. Keed's vision blurred, and despite the excruciating pain, he swung a powerful punch forward. His strike created ripples in the air, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, forming an air cannon that surged forward like a white tiger in a fierce dive. This technique was none other than the advanced taijutsu of the 7th gate, the Day Tiger. Oh no, Danzo realized too late as he prepared to form hand seals. After he had subdued Keed, he had let down his guard, believing victory was assured, and had not set up Izanagi. Now it was too late. The first hand seal was incomplete when the air cannon shattered his ribs, sending him crashing backward. He broke several columns in the stands before being buried under the collapsing rubble, falling silent. As the 7th gate's power dissipated, Keed's aura diminished significantly, and he collapsed. Every cell in his body screamed for his attention, the pain compounded by the ringing in his ears, making even someone with double the mental fortitude like Keed feel faint. The resounding explosion drew the attention of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen on the battlefield, while the sand, sound, and leaf ninjas caught in the fray were filled with trepidation. Could the enemy possess an even greater trump card? All 3 factions were shaken, instinctively guessing that this surge of power originated from their opponent. Chapter 72. Uchiha Shirsue's right eye as Keed momentarily rejoiced at not losing consciousness completely. He noticed the black patterns on the buried Danzo's body becoming increasingly distinct, followed by black liquid surging forth. The 4-symbol seal. This time, he was truly dead. The Hashirama cells in Keed's chest quickly repaired the cellular ruptures caused by the forced opening of the 7th gate. The pain was unmistakable. Even so, Keed had to endure the agony and retreat. Although they were at a distance, he was unaware of the full extent of the 4-symbol seal's range. Not long after Keed began to retreat, Danzo's body erupted with more ink, followed by a transparent black sphere. In an instant, it reduced the heavy stones covering him to dust. After a brief pause, the black sphere expanded again, covering an area several times larger than before. Anything caught within its grasp vanished instantaneously, sealed within the realm of the afterlife. In mere seconds, everything within a 10-meter radius of Danzo disintegrated, including his corpse, which was also sealed away. Fortunately, the range was not extensive, explaining how Sasuke had managed to evade it with a swift leap. Keed, pale and shaken, gazed at the smooth, arched surface before him, pondering with trepidation. What was that? The other ninjas, initially drawn to the earlier commotion, now felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the transparent black sphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the battlefield, also noticed the disturbance from afar. Danzo has been killed? He exclaimed in disbelief. Furrowing his brow, he was unaware of what had transpired but recognized that the 4-symbol seal was a technique Danzo had long prepared, one that would automatically trigger upon his true death. At that moment, a Kusanagi sword came flying towards him. Hiruzen, his transformed Monkey King staff, warned him. Reacting instantly, Hiruzen evaded the attack. But the blade still grazed his cheek. Orochimaru licked his lips, darkly amused. As expected of my teacher, even in danger, you remain concerned for the village. Indeed, he is your disciple, Orochimaru. Do not underestimate him, the Monkey King staff cautioned. You are right, my friend, Hiruzen replied, wiping the blood from his face. His gaze hardened as he looked at Orochimaru. My earlier indecision allowed you to escape, but this time, I will not forgive your transgressions. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Are you finally taking me seriously, teacher? Meanwhile, Keed, having regained some strength, realized that the figure of Omo, who should have been lying nearby, had vanished. Had he fled amidst the chaos? Keed murmured quietly. Just then, a familiar face from the Root organization appeared before him. How are you still alive? What happened to Lord Danzo? The pale-faced oil woman inquired coldly, her hands still tinged with purple as she assumed a combat stance. Keed glanced at her, his expression indifferent. You are standing in the very spot where that old fool Danzo lay. What do you mean? Oil woman demanded, confused. That old fool is dead. You killed Lord Danzo? Impossible. How could a mere genin like you slay him in such a short time? Oil woman's brow furrowed beneath her sunglasses. You are correct. I did not kill him. He took his own life, Keed stated before turning to leave. Striving to maintain his balance and walk without appearing unsteady, lest she notice his condition. Stop right there. Oil woman leaped in front of Keed, blocking his path. Her expression darkened. How did you kill Lord Danzo? Keed frowned slightly at her words. At first, I claimed I was the one who killed him, and you did not believe me. Now I say I did not, and you still doubt. How peculiar. To conceal any signs of weakness, Keed replied calmly. It is quite simple. I am stronger than him. He continued. Now that Danzo is dead, why do you still serve him and obstruct my path? At his words, Oil woman's purple hands trembled slightly. Are you contemplating whether you can easily use your poison insects against me? Noticing her trembling hands, Keed feigned indifference, with his aura unyielding. Coupled with the psychological pressure from the previous dark techniques and fire jutsu, along with Danzo's uncertain fate, he hoped to maintain the upper hand. He believed that Yun Toraijin would not act recklessly. As he anticipated, upon hearing Feng An's words, Yun Toraijin's slightly raised hands ceased to tremble and slowly fell. His calm demeanor, combined with the mysterious disappearance of Danzo, led him to wonder if Toraijin had indeed been the one to eliminate Danzo. Yun Toraijin's heart trembled with uncertainty. Without lingering, Feng An swiftly departed, leaving Toraijin in a moment of internal struggle, during which he gradually donned a pair of black gloves. The death of Shimura Danzo signified the imminent decline of the Root organization, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen had long abandoned the radical faction of Root. Toraijin needed Danzo to carry out some unsavory methods, thus turning a blind eye. Now that the leader was absent, the only paths before Root were assimilation into the Umbu or extinction. Perhaps it's time to visit my father, Yun Toraijin muttered to himself before vanishing from sight. To the Root, many villagers were merely strangers. Meanwhile, having distanced himself from the main battlefield, Feng An adeptly navigated around the ongoing conflicts, returning to his home. Luckily, his residence was not located in the city center, allowing for a tranquil atmosphere, which was even more pronounced now. Reclining on his bed, Feng An raised his right hand, where his fingers pinched the vibrant crimson Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Shursui. What a waste of the remaining Sharingan on Danzo's arm. Feng An mused, contemplating whether to implant it directly. He placed his hand over his right eye and chuckled lightly after a moment's thought. Perhaps not. The idea is rather terrifying. Besides, if I were to do so, I'd be akin to a second Danzo, forever wrapped in bandages. Any reasonable person would realize what my right eye concealed. Otherwise, why would I cover it? It was better to store it away for now. After most of his cellular injuries had healed, Feng An changed into a black cloak and donned a distinctive Umbu mask. It would be disrespectful to neglect the opportunity to glance at the forbidden techniques in the archives. Chapter 73, Forbidden Techniques, Flying Thunder God Technique at the Hokage Building. A figure clad in a black robe and mask swiftly infiltrated the premises, none other than Feng An. As expected, there was no one around. Feng An whispered to himself, proceeding to explore the interior of the Hokage Building. Before long, he found the archives nestled in a dimly lit corner. Upon entering, he was greeted by a room reminiscent of a library, filled with an array of scrolls meticulously organized. Feng An casually perused the ninjutsu scrolls on the shelves, noting that they were categorized by type, which greatly facilitated his search. As he continued to browse, he discovered his intended target on a shelf in a corner, scrolls detailing the various forbidden techniques from the founding of Konoha to the present. There were only 2 scrolls on this particular shelf. The first scroll he randomly selected was the multiple shadow clone technique. Is this not the very book that Naruto pilfered? I never expected to find it here, he pondered. As he continued to read, he encountered another technique recorded within, the Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu that summoned the deceased using a living host, granting the summoned the ability to regenerate infinitely. Further along, he found the third technique, the explosive tag multiplication technique, which utilized a single explosive tag to create an infinite cycle of explosions, a technique of immense power. When Senju Tobarama developed these 2 techniques, he likely intended them to function in tandem. Infinite regeneration coupled with devastating pinpoint explosions created a veritable human bomb. Feng An murmured to himself as he examined the annotations. Turning the pages, he found only one more technique remaining. His eyes lit up upon seeing the name, the Flying Thunder God technique. What a marvelous invention. A traveler's dream. Next time he journeyed to the land of hot water, he could simply throw it down, akin to flying. The Flying Thunder God technique allowed instantaneous movement from one point to another, in stark contrast to the ordinary body flicker technique, which relied on extreme speed for movement, an astonishing difference. After finishing the forbidden book, his curiosity was piqued by another scroll nearby. A scroll worthy of being placed alongside the forbidden book must be extraordinary. He eagerly began to examine it. As soon as he opened it, he was greeted by the 2 characters for wood release, causing a surge of joy. Techniques such as the wood release. For pillar house technique, wood release. Pillar house technique, wood release. For pillar prison technique, wood release. Great forest technique, wood release. Silent killing binding technique, wood release. Wooden shield technique, wood release. Message wood, and wood release. Cuttings technique were all present. All wood release techniques? Feng An raised an eyebrow. Setting aside the question of whether he could master those listed later, the earlier techniques were indispensable. Mastering them would allow him to become a real estate tycoon, potentially lowering housing prices in Konoha. He glanced down at the vanished face of Hashirama on his chest. Ever since he began repairing the damaged cells within him, the Hashirama cells had disappeared, yet he could still sense their presence within him. Seizing the opportunity to experiment, he attempted the wood release for pillar prison technique. Following the hand seals on the scroll, he guided the chakra within him along the prescribed path. After several attempts, a small, half-meter-tall, square structure resembling a miniature prison materialized before him. Once mastered, can I control the size of the 4-pillar prison based on the user's intent and chakra? Feng An mused as he read the annotations below the technique. Having successfully utilized wood release, it seemed that the Hashirama cells within him had transformed from dominant to recessive traits. This realization brought him joy. The prospect of Hashirama's face manifesting on his chest had been somewhat unsettling, especially during showers, but its disappearance improved his mood significantly. He wondered how the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru was faring. I should take a look at the medical ninjutsu as well. Feng An stretched before moving towards another shelf. Compared to the forbidden book, the remaining scrolls were rather small, typically containing 1 or 2 techniques, or sometimes just a single one. After considerable time spent browsing, he finally located a scroll detailing medical ninjutsu. Opening it, he found 3 large characters inscribed, healing palm technique. This medical ninjutsu employed chakra from the palm to heal bodily injuries. Feng An pondered briefly before placing the scroll into his pouch. Although his Hashirama cells and Uzumaki lineage possessed a formidable regenerative ability that surpassed the healing palm technique, the latter's advantage lay in its ability to heal others, whereas his unique abilities only allowed for self-healing. After a cursory glance at the other ninjutsu, which were mostly standard and lower-tier techniques, Feng An thought to himself that the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru must be nearing its conclusion. He then took the forbidden book along with the scroll containing wood release techniques. As he reached the door, he paused to grab a few more scrolls, stuffing them into his pouch until he could fit no more, then left with satisfaction. However, just as he exited the archives, he sensed the presence of others within the Hokage building, approaching his direction. Is there still anyone here? Feng An quickly used the transformation technique to become a tiny pebble. simultaneously activating his Kaguya's eye to conceal his chakra signature. The sound of footsteps became increasingly distinct, a soft patter echoing through the air. As the owner of the footsteps approached, Feng An immediately recognized her. Tsunade Kamachi? What was she doing here? Not only was she a high-ranking advisor in Konoha, but she was also a disciple of Senju Tobarama. In the midst of such a grand battle, why was she not aiding the village, instead appearing here? This perplexed Feng An. Before Tsunade Kamachi could retrieve her key, she noticed a slight crack in the door. With a gentle push, the door creaked open effortlessly. Unlocked. Her eyebrows raised slightly as she stepped inside. Upon seeing Tsunade enter, Feng An swiftly reverted to his original form, disappearing into the shadows outside the Hokage building. As Tsunade ventured deeper into the room, she encountered scrolls scattered haphazardly across the shelves. Had there been a theft? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurried to the innermost shelf, only to find it utterly bare. The forbidden scrolls and the sealing books were conspicuously absent. Had she arrived too late? Just then, an elderly man with graying hair entered the scene, also a high-ranking advisor of Konoha, Mito Minyan. In the midst of the village's turmoil, who would dare to steal forbidden techniques? Was it the spy Kabuto? Or perhaps an order from Orochimaru? Chapter 74. I am also a ninja. Feng An dashed away from the Hokage building, heading home. It wasn't long before he returned. Eagerly, he pulled out the sealing book and flipped to the final chapter on the Flying Thunder God technique. So this is how it works. It is exquisite. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. Indeed, interest is the finest teacher. Back in ninja school, why did he often doze off? Because the advanced ninjutsu was simply too dull. If only Naruto could present a technique on seduction, he would undoubtedly be wide awake, eager to learn. After some practice and contemplation, Feng An mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Unable to contain his excitement, he marked his home with the Flying Thunder God seal. He then stepped outside, utilizing his sensory abilities to detect the seal's presence, triggering the technique. In an instant, he found himself inside his house. Although he still needed to sense the seal's location to activate it, this was impressive even in his unrefined state. Once he mastered the technique and significantly reduced the time required to sense the seal, combined with the extensive range of Kagura's heart, it would be akin to a teleportation skill. Now, I too have become an extraordinary being. A grin crept across Feng An's face, impossible to suppress. He took a moment to breathe deeply, calming his excitement. He then retrieved an unused sealing scroll, transferring the scrolls into it for easier transport. Originally planning to take a nap, Feng An decided against it. He quickly tidied himself up, donned his usual attire, and wandered through the village. With no one around, marking the seals was quite convenient. Ichiraku Ramen marked. A kimchi barbecue marked. The commercial street marked. The bathhouse also marked. He marked every place he frequented with the Flying Thunder God seal, delighting in the knowledge that these seals would not vanish. Ha ha, brothers, I have found you. A sand ninja shouted excitedly from several meters away, pointing at Feng An. Following his call, a group of at least a dozen sand ninjas appeared. How amusing. He had thought he might remain idle until the plan concluded. After searching the village for so long, he finally spotted someone, albeit a mere child. In their spree of burning, pillaging, and plundering, they had completed the first task and intended to use him for the second. The sand ninjas chattered incessantly without restraint. Feng An paid them no mind, marking another Flying Thunder God seal before heading towards the next street. Just then, the towering sand ninjas blocked his path. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Tell me, where have the others gone? And where is your mother? Bring her out. Idiot. Feng An looked up at the speaking ninja, responding in kind. Although the man could not comprehend the words, he understood the insult and inferred it was not a compliment. You little brat. Enraged, the man raised his hand to strike the child, intending to give him a hefty slap. Smack. Crack. The sharp sound of the slap resonated, followed by a dull thud. The sand ninjas widened their eyes, breath suspended, for it was not the man who struck the child, but rather, the child who had slapped the man across the face. The man's hand remained suspended in midair as his head spun at least 720 degrees. Silence enveloped the group of sand ninjas, their breaths frozen. They had not even seen when the child had delivered that slap. All they heard was a sharp sound, followed by the sight of the man's head spinning. Let go of that child. A sudden female voice commanded, accompanied by several shuriken that pierced the bodies of the stunned sand ninjas. Run. One sand ninja, upon witnessing his fallen comrade, broke free from his inexplicable fear. With his shout, The remaining sand ninjas regained some clarity and hurriedly scattered in all directions. "Am I really that terrifying?" murmured the purple-haired, masked woman who had spoken earlier. The fleeing sand ninjas did not get far before they were swiftly overtaken by a faster figure. In a flash, dozens of sand ninjas fell, unable to escape even 50 meters. "Are you all right?" The purple-haired woman landed in front of Feng An, supporting herself on her knees as she spoke gently. Feng An glanced at her, and even with the mask, he could surmise her identity. Tsukuyami Yuin, the only purple-haired member of the Umbu he could think of. Though he too was part of the Umbu, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu were aware of his identity. The others who knew, such as Shimura Danzo, were long gone. Feng An shook his head slightly. "Thank you, I am fine." Just as he turned to leave, Yuin stepped in front of him. "Are you looking for your mother? The village is very dangerous right now. Let me take you to the shelter." Feng An silently produced his Leaf Village headband. "Actually, I am also a ninja." Seeing the headband, Yuin paused briefly, taken aback. It was rare to see someone so young understanding the importance of contributing to the village during its time of crisis. She felt a gentle admiration swell within her. Soon, a smile graced her lips as she said, "I see. You are also a Konoha ninja. But it is truly dangerous right now." Feng An remained silent. "All right, come with me." Noticing his silence, Yuin scooped him up without further ado and leapt away from the rooftop. Startled by the sudden lift, Feng An was momentarily taken aback. "Actually, I am quite fast too." "Is he shy?" A soft chuckle escaped Yuin's lips beneath her mask. "I understand, your speed is impressive." Upon hearing Feng An's words, Yuin found herself growing fond of the child. The previous children she had escorted were incessantly crying, making her head ache. Feng An fell silent again. Why do these people judge others by their appearance? Just because I don't look fierce, they instinctively assume I am weak? Is it simply because I am a bit fairer, a bit more handsome, a bit cuter? His original plan to mark his way to the Hyuga estate was abruptly altered by Yuin's intervention. As Feng An sighed softly in the embrace of Yuzuki Yuin, he mused to himself. Indeed, those who possess striking beauty often tread the path of misunderstanding. Chapter 75. The Dance of the Crescent Moon. After a while, Yuzuki Yuin carried Feng An to a large refuge established near the Hokage Rock, a place that appeared unassuming to the casual observer. Feng An, held in her arms, inquired, "Could you let me down now?" "Of course." Yuzuki Yuin gently set him down at the cave entrance, playfully ruffled his hair, and said with a smile, "Now you can go inside. I shall take my leave." With those words, she swiftly vanished, leaping away. Feng An cast a glance at the departing Yuzuki Yuin, then affixed a flying thunder god mark at the cave entrance. He wondered if he could sense the mark from such a distance. Closing his eyes, he activated his Kagura's hard eye, perceiving all anomalies within a kilometer. Yet, it was still insufficient. He was at least 5 kilometers away from his previous position. He expanded the range of his Kagura's hard eye further. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Within the blink of an eye, it extended to a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond this point, expanding it further was not only impossible, but also rendered meaningless. At the outskirts of this 10-kilometer range, the information he gathered became exceedingly vague. Even with additional chakra, he could only perceive a haze. A diameter of 10 kilometers was indeed vast, sufficient to encompass the entirety of Konoha Village's main district. Has Sarutobi Hizen already begun a tug-of-war with Orochimaru? Feng An murmured to himself, still with his eyes closed. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed Naruto, Sakura, and Pakken pursuing Uchiha Sasuke on the outskirts of Konoha Village. Interestingly, he could not perceive Yamanaka Ino, likely because she had already caught up with Sasuke and was engaged in battle with Kanjiro. He also sensed Hinata's current activities. She was at the Hyuga compound, spending time with Hinata Hanabi. Seeing that everyone seemed to be in good spirits alleviated Feng An's worries. He then focused on the Flying Thunder God mark. Flying Thunder God technique. Instantly, Feng An found himself back in his home. He silently assessed the chakra he had just expended, estimating it to be about 3% of his total. In a short span, I could utilize this long-range Flying Thunder God technique at least 30 times. If used for short-distance teleportation during battle, wouldn't that amount to over 100 times with ease? Feng An felt a surge of excitement. This estimation did not even account for the chakra recovery speed afforded by the cells of Hashirama. If considered, the actual usage of the Flying Thunder God technique during combat could easily reach the thousands. Such terrifying potential. After refreshing himself with a splash of water, he retrieved a kunai and inscribed it with the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. The traveling artifact was complete. He closed his eyes once more, activating his Kagura's hard eye. He sensed a familiar chakra. Kaminari no Kaze? Underground? He distinctly caught the chakra of Kaminari no Kaze emanating from somewhere beneath the earth. Could it be an underground base of the root organization? However, when he attempted to sense the chakra again, it had vanished. It seemed to have been obscured by some ninjutsu. As he pondered, just as he locked onto the flying thunder god mark, he detected another familiar chakra appearing in the same place where Kaminari no Kaze's presence had faded. Uchiha Yuin? In an instant, her chakra signature also disappeared. Was she tracking Kaminari no Kaze? Feng An's brow furrowed slightly. This turn of events seemed to diverge from the original narrative. However, upon Feng An's entry into the main storyline, perhaps a butterfly effect had already taken place. Should I go take a look? Feng An hesitated. Uchiha Yuin's solitary infiltration of the root organization's base would undoubtedly be perilous, yet their acquaintance was merely superficial. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga compound, Hinata and Hanabi were seated, hugging their knees. Hanabi tilted her round face and glanced at her sister, who wore an expression of concern. Sister, are you worried about that red-haired boy? Hinata, resting her face against her knees, nodded slightly. Yes, his name is Feng An. Hanabi pouted. I know. You've mentioned it countless times. Why don't you call him by his name? I have managed to omit the term bad guy, which shows I have been quite friendly. Initially, my sister's affection was solely for me, but with his arrival, he has taken away a significant portion, leaving me with just a little. Hinata softly chastised. What do you mean, taken away? What are you thinking with that little head of yours? The book says that when a strange boy appears beside my sister, it signifies danger. The younger sister will lose a substantial portion of love. What book are you reading? Hanabi placed her finger on her lips and replied. The shy sister and the adorable younger sister, the top 10 secrets between me and my sister, something like that. Anyway, that's what the book says. Hinata remained silent for a moment before slowly declaring, when summer sister returns, I will have her confiscate all your books. No way. You can't. Otherwise, I'll tell father to take away your must-read romance. Before Hanabi could finish her sentence, blushing Hinata interrupted her. How do you know about that? Hanabi giggled. The book said to pay attention to all of my sister's interests. Underground, at the secret base of the root organization, Kaminari no Kaze led the way, with Uchiha Yuin following closely behind. Upon witnessing Kaminari no Kaze stealthily enter a heavy iron door, Uchiha Yuin quietly slipped in after him. However, as soon as she entered, Kaminari no Kaze leaped down from the ceiling, pressing a kunai against her lower back. His keen senses had already detected the tail that had been following him. Don't move. Why are you following me? Uchiha Yuin's attempt to draw her blade was a moment too slow, and she let her arm drop. I was merely curious. As a member of the Umbu, why are you not aiding the village but instead coming down here? Don't pretend. As a direct subordinate of the Hokage's Umbu, how could you not know that I am a member of Danzo's root? Kaminari no Kaze bluntly exposed her lie. Continuing, he added, Tell me your purpose for following me here, or you will die. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Yuin realized that unless she provided a satisfactory answer, her life would be at stake. The Hokage has reminded us to be wary of the Umbu frequently seen around Danzo, particularly the root that should have been disbanded. Since I happened to encounter it, I naturally had to investigate. Is it really that simple? Yes. Kaminari no Kaze furrowed his brow. He had already learned from Ino Yamanaka that Shimura Danzo had been killed. Now, he was uncertain how to deal with the woman before him. Ordinarily, Danzo would not ask so many questions, but would simply eliminate her. As he hesitated, Uchiha Yuin seized the opportunity, suddenly drawing a kunai and slashing backward. Clang. Their kunai clashed, producing a sharp sound. In the next moment, Uchiha Yuin unsheathed her katana. Crescent moon dance. Instantly, 3 identical figures wielding katana attacked Kaminari no Kaze from 3 different directions simultaneously. Oh no! Kaminari no Kaze realized he was too late to draw his katana in response. The opponent's speed was too swift. Just at that critical moment, 3 brown, square wooden pillars burst forth from the gap in the heavy iron door, racing past Kaminari no Kaze and targeting the 3 images of Uchiha Yuin. Bang! Bang! 2 of the shadow clones were instantly pierced, and the wooden pillars continued their trajectory, wrapping around and securely immobilizing Uchiha Yuin in midair. With her body ensnared by the wooden pillars, Uchiha Yuin's expression shifted dramatically. Would release ninjutsu. Chapter 76. Are you alright? Wind. In the mountains, Yamakaze Wind shook his head and said, "It's nothing." He then pushed open the heavy iron door, revealing a group of masked ninjas. Without exception, they were all members of the Root, trained by Shimura Danzo. The one who had just used wood release was a long-haired masked man known as Tenzo. Upon entering, without uttering a word, he directed his wood release technique at Yuzuki Uyami. Instantly, several thick wooden pillars emerged from the ground, encasing her within. Let us wait for Lord Danzo to return and make a decision. Subsequently, Tenzo and Yamakaze Wind, along with the other Root members, gathered outside the iron door. "Wind, where's Lord Danzo?" Yamakaze hesitated before responding. "It seems Lord Danzo has been killed." "What?" The atmosphere thickened with murderous intent among the Root members present. Tenzo's expression behind the mask was equally troubled. "Wind, what happened? Did you not go to assist Lord Danzo's nephew?" Yamakaze nodded yes. "We initially thought we were merely facing a minor opponent, one we could handle without intervention, as usual. However, in the end, Lord Danzo fell to the hands of a red-haired boy." Yamakaze stammered, and behind Tenzo, a Root member urged, "Give us the details." "All right." After several minutes, Yamakaze recounted the events and how they confirmed Danzo's demise. The group fell silent for a moment. One of the Root members weakly inquired, "What about Lord Danzo's body?" Tenzo spoke slowly, "The four symbols sealing technique. His body is likely sealed away in the underworld." The four symbols sealing technique. It was a seal inscribed on Danzo's body that would activate upon his death. Tenzo's voice was tinged with exhaustion. "So, Lord Danzo is truly gone." Once again, silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, one voice shattered the stillness. "What shall we do now?" Upon hearing this question, the members' gazes fell, filled with despair. Since childhood, they had been trained in the Root to become emotionless killing machines. Yet how could one truly be devoid of feeling? Their lack of emotion was only in relation to strangers, displaying ruthlessness. Now, without the steadfast presence of Shimura Danzo, they were lost, uncertain of their purpose and value. "We must kill that brat." "I agree. You all go. I'm heading home." With Danzo dead, what is the point of this? Each held their own thoughts. From a once united group of dozens, only 7 remained after several had dispersed. "Tenzo, what should we do about that Umbu?" "Eliminate them." If Lord Danzo were here, he would have done so without hesitation. In the absence of their leader, they instinctively sought to align with someone stronger. Among them, Tenzo, who wielded the wood release technique, naturally assumed the role of commander. After a moment's contemplation, Tenzo shook his head. "No, Lord Danzo acted without restraint, but we cannot afford such luxury now. In the future, we will either be eliminated or assimilated by the Umbu. If others discover we killed an Umbu member, our only path will be annihilation." Seeing the others lost in thought, Yamakaze stepped beside Tenzo and spoke, "I support Tenzo's decision." Just then, Yamakaze's brow furrowed. He sensed someone approaching from below. "Everyone, someone is coming. Is there another presence?" The remaining 7 swiftly drew their kunai, hiding in the shadows, readying themselves for an ambush. Where did everyone go?" The newcomer landed on the iron pathway. Scratching his head, "It's him." Hidden in the shadows, Yamakaze immediately recognized the distinctive red hair of Kid-in. The others turned to Yamakaze, asking, "Is he the one who killed Lord Danzo?" Yamakaze nodded. "Yes, that's him." "How did he get here?" Just as Yamakaze pondered this, one of the lurking figures lunged forward. Not good. Realizing too late, Yamakaze was unable to intervene. The burly man leaped out, kunai in hand, plunging it toward Kid. "What the? A mere brat?" Just as he sighed in relief, a loud bang echoed. The stabbed Kid transformed into smoke. "Shadow clone. Where's the real one?" The burly man's eyes widened, frantically scanning the surroundings. Bam! Just as he searched for Kid, the latter descended from above, forcefully pinning him to the ground, creating a thunderous impact against the iron. The underground base of the Root was eerily quiet, and this sudden noise reverberated through the confines, echoing in everyone's ears. "Leopard!" With a furious shout, the remaining 2 lurking figures sprang into action, attacking Kid. The 4 hidden on this side already knew he was Lord Danzo's killer, but the 3 on the other side were unaware. "Stop! He is the one who killed Lord Danzo!" Yamakaze shouted, trying to halt them. Upon hearing that Kid was the murderer, the 2 Root members lost their composure. One drew a short sword from his back, while the other wielded a katana, both charging at Kid. Wood release, wood pillar wall. As they advanced, thick trees erupted from beneath their feet, ensnaring their bodies and forcibly pulling them back. "Wood release, Yamato?" Keed recognized the user of the technique. The two root members, saved by Tenzo, were now furious. Tenzo, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to avenge Lord Danzo? Can you defeat him? Just to die in vain? Another root member chimed in. Calm down. Tenzo released the wood pillar wall, his gaze fixed on Keed, who stood atop the burly man. The root member named Leopard, pinned to the ground, shouted in fury and swiftly drew his kunai. Keed crushed his arm with a kick, here. Before he could cry out in pain, Keed moved to stand behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Crack! The man's ribs shattered, sending him crashing toward Tenzo and the others. Seeing this, Tenzo leaped up, catching him to prevent further injury from colliding with the iron door. Within the iron door, Yuzuki Uyami, tightly bound by the wooden pillars, could hear the commotion outside. Who was out there? Have the other Umbu discovered this place? Uyami furrowed her brows. Her hands and feet were ensnared by the wood, rendering her immobile, forced to listen to the chaos outside without the ability to intervene. Outside, Keed faced off against the 7 root members. Release that purple-haired Umbu. As he spoke, Yamakaze suddenly threw an object at Keed from the side. Keed sensed it immediately and sidestepped. What is this? Keed focused his gaze, his consciousness being drawn in. Mind Transfer Puppet Technique. Chapter 77. No, it just vanished? Keed's head felt heavy, and after a moment of disorientation, he realized his consciousness had entered a scarecrow. Meanwhile, his physical form was now under Yamakaze's control. Tenzo supported the unconscious Yamakaze. A nearby root member asked, did it succeed? Yes. Yamakaze, controlling Keed, nodded in affirmation. Keed cast a sideways glance at the scarecrow, chuckling lightly. Even with your strength, you never imagined my technique could invade your consciousness, did you? Inside the scarecrow, Keed's awareness remained tranquil, merely observing him. Excellent. We can now take revenge for Lord Danzo. Wind, quickly kill him. Several members of the root organization displayed expressions of delight. However, Feng An shook his head, declaring no. I will not do that. What is happening? Has Feng failed? The nearby root members turned to gaze at Shan Zhongfeng, who was quietly resting on Tianzang's shoulder. Realizing that it was Shan Zhongfeng who had spoken moments ago. How infuriating. What are you thinking? Lord Danzo has been killed. Throughout this, Tianzang remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Shan Zhongfeng. What does it matter if we kill him? Lord Danzo is already dead, and was he truly good to us? What do you mean by that? Now that Lord Danzo has just died, are you already denying him? Feng An shook his head. I am not denying Lord Danzo. I am grateful to him for allowing me to understand my worth within the root. However, the ideology he instilled in us is flawed. If we truly adhered to Lord Danzo's philosophy, we could never form emotional bonds, and the notion of revenge would never arise. One of the root members questioned, so, we just let it go? Killing him will only stir more trouble. Does Lord Danzo's death mean we should cease to exist? Furthermore, regarding integration with the Umbu, Tianzang was right. Our path is indeed integration, and those unwilling must seek alternative means of survival. Upon hearing this, the expressions beneath the masks of the members varied. They instinctively tightened their fists. You are Feng An, are you not? Shan Zhongfeng manipulated Feng An's body to face the scarecrow. A talent like you should not perish so easily, yet you are exceedingly dangerous. A root member gritted his teeth and asked, is this the right course of action? The morality of their tasks hinged solely on Lord Danzo's whims. Now that the decision rested with them, they found themselves at a loss. Tianzang, who had remained silent, felt his resolve beginning to waver. Without her words, I wouldn't even have the name Tianzang now, he mused. Thinking of a girl named Shuejian, a smile gracing his lips. Just as Shan Zhongfeng guided Feng An's body towards the ground, a figure descended. You want to kill me? Upon recognizing the descending figure, Shan Zhongfeng's pupils constricted. Am I possessing a shadow clone? Bang! Feng An vanished, and Shan Zhongfeng's consciousness returned to his own body. Excluding the tall man who had fallen into unconsciousness, the remaining 6 root members assumed a defensive stance once more. After taking 2 deep breaths, Shan Zhongfeng spoke. How could I not sense your presence before? Why inform you? Feng An had merely concealed his chakra presence using the Kagura heart eye. Moreover, Feng An was still not his true self. With the technique of multiple shadow clones, he only needed to utilize a shadow clone, while he himself activated the Kagura heart eye above, ensuring 100% safety. He would not expose himself to danger without a solid guarantee. The previously silent Tianzang asked, are you here to eradicate the roots? I am not like those in your root. If you release that purple-haired Umbu, I will leave, Feng An replied. Feng An was acutely aware that Oushiyin was currently trapped within the iron gate, firmly bound by wood release. Very well. From the outset, he had no intention of harming Oushiyin. Now that their goals aligned, Tianzong deftly formed hand seals. Inside the iron gate, the wooden barriers sealing Oushiyin disintegrated, and the wood that had ensnared her arms and legs released her to the ground before dissipating. What is going on? Has that root member been defeated? Oushiyin, wielding a katana, cautiously peered through the gap of the iron gate. That child. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she abruptly pushed the iron gate open. Is it really you? Unable to restrain herself, Oushiyin inquired. How did you end up here? To rescue you. Rescue me? How can a mere child save me? Feng An shot her a glance filled with exasperation, replying, I told you, I am a ninja. Let me go, Tianzong interjected. Oushiyin held her gleaming katana in front of her, wary of Tianzong. You're just going to let me leave? I will report everything to the Hokage. She had caught sight of several 2 to 3 meter high cultivation vessels in the corner of the iron gate, evidence that Lord Danzo had not abandoned his inhumane experiments. We are merely preserving our lives. If you do not depart soon, that child you just pointed to may unleash a massacre. Are you referring to him? Oushiyin pointed at Feng An, doubting her own ears. Tianzong nodded. Although Oushiyin remained skeptical, she recognized that her freedom was granted, and she would not be foolish enough to delve deeper into the matter. She began to retreat toward Feng An while keeping an eye on the 7 members. Once she reached Feng An's side, and seeing that no one made a move against her, she sheathed her katana. Then, decisively, she scooped Feng An up and hurried toward the ground. Are you addicted to carrying me? I seriously suspect that she is taking advantage of my handsome and cute appearance. Just as they reached the ground, a loud bang echoed. The Feng An in her arms exploded. Just as she stood there in confusion, Feng An dispelled the Kagura hard eye and emerged. It was merely a shadow clone. Shadow clone. Oushiyin could hardly fathom that the Feng An from before was a shadow clone. I was saved by the child I rescued. Her mind was a muddle. Who are you, really? Consider it a question about my name. I am Feng An. I've never heard of you, Oushiyin murmured softly. And weren't you in the shelter? How did you end up here? How did you convince them? At your young age, you already know how to use the shadow clone technique. Would you like to join the Umbu? A barrage of questions ensued. Feng An pressed his temple. I can somewhat understand Shikamaru now. You saved me once. Now I am repaying you. Stop asking me questions. Go about your business. I must take my leave. Wait. Not waiting for her to finish, Feng An used the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from the spot, leaving Oushiyin in utter bewilderment. Wait, he just disappeared? Space-time ninjutsu. Chapter 78. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Death in the underground base of the root. A member inquired, what shall we do? Tianzong paused for a moment before responding. In accordance with Lord Danzo's final wishes, we will go save the village and our loved ones. Then we shall return home. A few root members sighed in response. Oh, where's home? I have never seen my parents. For over a decade, I have forgotten my original name. Your code name is Chun. Why not just call you Chin? It sounds good, unlike my code name which is Bing. Haha, then you shall be known as Bingzi. Get lost. No man has a Z at the end of his name. Why don't you call yourself Chinzi? The leopard, lying on the ground and clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise and interjected. That sounds like 2 adorable girls. Are you all right, leopard? Haha, leopard. It had been a long time since they had shared laughter like this. Their missions were always filled with blood and death. And the last time they felt such joy was many years ago during the training sessions Lord Danzo had organized for them. Listening to the joyous chatter, Shan Zhongfeng lowered his head and remained silent. The others present had no families, but he did. He understood that Tianzang's last words were meant for him, and his expression grew troubled as he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Feng An activated the Kagura hard eye, sensing the changes within the village. At the edge of Konoha village, the 3-headed serpent summoned by Sunagakure had been crushed by Jiraiya's giant toad. Inside the village, following the evacuation of the villagers, Shin Uchiha, Narasha Kaku, Akimichi Choza, Inazuka Tsum, Hyuga Hizashi, and Aburame Shibi unleashed their fury upon the sand and sound ninja. The tug-of-war between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru at the main battlefield was reaching its climax. Is this the limit? Then take away all your ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, Seal. Behind him, the Shinigami summoned by the Shiki F gene swung its blade down upon the severed portion of the soul. As the Shinigami consumed the soul, Orochimaru's spirit was left fragmented. his arms falling limply to his sides. "You old fool! My hands! My hands!" Orochimaru's visage contorted in rage as he bellowed at the dying Sarutobi Hiruzen. A faint smile graced Hiruzen's lips as he replied, "Though it is regrettable that you cannot accompany me, I shall await you in that world, my disciple." With a thud, the life-threatening Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed onto his back. Beside him, the enraged Sarutobi Sasuke shouted, "Yar!" A plume of white smoke erupted, and Sarutobi Sasuke vanished, signifying that Hiruzen's oil lamp had indeed extinguished. "My hands! My ninjutsu!" Orochimaru gasped, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the fallen Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage!" The Umbu members surrounding the four purple flames formation could scarcely believe their eyes. The Hokage had fallen? Damn Orochimaru! That was your teacher! Several Umbu members cursed in indignation. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and, after a moment of silence, muttered, "Let us depart. The plan is over." Yes, the four sound ninjas, including DY and Jirbi, dispelled the formation. In an instant, DY and Kisaragi assisted Orochimaru as they leapt into the sky to escape. Trying to flee, the Umbu members also surged into the air in pursuit. Ninjutsu, spider binding technique. At that moment, Jirbi unexpectedly unleashed a massive web from his mouth, ensnaring the pursuing Umbu. Following closely behind Orochimaru, they slipped away. Damn, these threads are too sticky. Meanwhile, Effen, who had been using the Kagura's hard eye to sense the situation, murmured as he felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra gradually extinguishing. Has he already perished? In the forest outside Konohagakure, as Naruto woke Gaara with a rocket headbutt, the one-tailed Shikaku fell into a deep slumber. This marked the failure of the plan to destroy Konoha. Within the circular arena of the third exam, upon witnessing Orochimaru's escape and the counterattack from the Konoha ninjas, Maki and Kabuto decided to leave, tossing smoke bombs as they fled from Kakashi and Might Guy. Ultimately, this battle concluded with the defeat of the Sand Village. Following the ceasefire, Konoha began its reconstruction efforts. Two Konoha advisors approached Jiraiya, who was gathering materials. "Mito Gaiden, are you still engaged in such trivial pursuits?" "Well, this can be considered research for my writing." Jiraiya replied calmly as he stowed his telescope. "What brings you two to me? I presume you understand why we are here without needing us to elaborate. The negotiations with the Sand Village must have concluded, correct?" Mito Gaiden nodded. The Sand Ninja publicly declared that everything stemmed from Orochimaru, and they have surrendered unconditionally to Konoha in order to rebuild and restore their strength. As of now, the village's power is exceedingly weak, and we must prepare for the possibility of greater crises. We cannot predict when other neighboring countries might launch another attack. Jiraiya raked his hair back, took out his telescope, and turned to face the bathhouse. "There is no need to inform me of such matters. I must continue my research." Tru Kamachi stepped forward, saying, "What we need most now is a leader who can stabilize the populace and unite their hearts." The fifth Hokage. "During yesterday's emergency meeting with the Daime of the Land of Fire, we ultimately decided to choose you." Jiraiya declined. "I am not suited for that role. Tsunade would be a more fitting choice. She is capable, but no one knows her whereabouts. I will be responsible for locating Tsunade." Mito Gaiden pondered for a moment before speaking. "Very well. As part of the search party for Tsunade, we will dispatch 3 Umbu to assist you." Jiraiya turned to Mito Gaiden and the other advisor, calmly stating, "Do not worry. I will not run away, and there is no need to monitor me." With that, Jiraiya vanished. In the shadows, 2 Umbu members questioned, "Should we follow him?" "No need. He has made his intentions clear. Moreover, he is one of the legendary Sannin. Can you ensure that he does not notice you?" In the large conference room of the Hyuga clan, the elder and the second elder faced the assembly. Most of the Hyuga clan members were present, with the main house on the left and the branch house on the right. The Hyuga clan members sat upright, their upper bodies straight as they knelt. Among them were Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Neji. After surveying the crowd, the elder spoke with authority. "Today's family meeting has 2 main topics. First, we need to discuss the manpower required for the village's reconstruction efforts." The gathered members exchanged glances, none willing to speak up. Meanwhile, Effen reveled in the spacious and bright apartment he had rebuilt. He had devoted time to mastering the wood release, for pillars technique and the wood release, connecting pillars technique, applying them to transform his small dwelling into a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 stories, complete with a skylight that allowed him to gaze at the stars while sleeping. His only regret lay in the unavailability of ceramic materials, leaving the overall aesthetic somewhat rustic. Yet in the midst of Konoha, it stood out distinctly, especially as most homes in the main district were in ruins and yet to be reconstructed, while his place on the outskirts had become a two-story apartment. The air felt fresher. Was this the feeling of living in a grand house? After admiring his achievement, Effin leaped onto his bed with his eyes closed. Creak. The soft bed he had imagined was absent, replaced by a hard wooden frame that made him uncomfortable. Rolling over produced a series of creaks. Previously, he and T-minded. But now, paired with his 200-square-meter apartment, it felt incongruous. He resolved to acquire a large, soft bed soon. Just as Effin prepared to rest, he overheard a cacophony of chatter outside. Hey, Tianhui, you're here too? Haha. After leaving the shelter, I found my home's walls were gone. So I thought I'd come out for some fresh air. But what is going on with this house? I don't remember there being such a large apartment here before. Indeed, I don't recall anyone living here either. Just look at how new it is. It must have been built in the last couple of days. It's so grand. Perhaps a noble has come to settle here? Hearing the din from outside, Effin lifted his head in annoyance. Why is it so noisy? After Feng An pushed open the door and stepped outside, he discovered a group of women engaged in animated discussion about the sudden appearance of his grand house. Casually glancing around, he was surprised to spot a familiar face among them. He waved at the woman named Tianhui, greeting her. Hello, Aunt Tian. Is that you, Feng An? Tianhui exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment as she looked at the red-haired youth emerging from the apartment. Wow, do you know the owner of this house? Please, introduce us. Hearing the playful teasing from the other women, Tianhui chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just a month or two ago, she had been discussing with other neighbors how this red-haired boy wasted his youth on frivolities. And now, here he was, residing in a spacious 200-square-meter house. Tianhui shook her head dismissively. I've only met him a few times. Hey, Aunt Tian, that's not fair. You know a noble and want to introduce us? One of the women turned to Feng An with a smile, saying, Child, we'll be neighbors from now on. Let's get to know each other better. Another woman chimed in. Is your elder at home? Call them out to chat. Upon hearing this, Tianhui's expression shifted dramatically. You're exhausting me. She was aware that Feng An was without parents, a fact unknown to the others. Feng An, sensing their lack of malice, smiled and replied, I don't have any elders at home. Seeing his calm demeanor, Tianhui sighed in relief and whispered to the woman beside her. That child is quite unfortunate. His parents are no longer with us. The woman quickly covered her mouth in apology, looking at Feng An with regret. Oh, I'm so sorry, child. I didn't know your parents had passed away. Waving his hand dismissively, Feng An smiled. It's all right, Aunt. Suddenly, the women exchanged glances, realizing a troubling thought. With no parents, how could such a large house belong to this young boy? Surely, it must belong to a relative, right? One of the women timidly inquired. Is this house really yours? Feng An scratched his head. Yes. Gasp. The women widened their eyes, collectively inhaling sharply. This 200-square-meter house was worth at least 20 million taels, and with a second floor, its value could easily exceed 30 million taels. All the wealth among these women combined barely amounted to 500,000 taels. 30 million taels, a figure too extravagant to fathom. Aunt Tianhui was left speechless. But just a month or two ago, you had nothing. Were you secretly working hard? The women fell into silence. Aunties, why are you all so quiet? What should we say? That your house is grand and we admire it? The women nearly ground their teeth in frustration. A fire ignited within them, motivating them to encourage their own children. Child, I just remembered I have things to attend to at home. I must be off, but let us keep in touch. I must go too. My son will be out of school soon. As they departed, they all urged Feng An to stay connected. Watching them hurry away, Feng An couldn't help but smirk and shake his head slightly. It seemed he had become someone else's child. He could easily predict how they would compare their lives to his upon returning home. The grand apartment he had painstakingly built would be reserved for little Hinata's first visit. Locking the door, Feng An activated his Kaguya SI. As his perception expanded to the Hyuga estate, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive on the scene. Flying Thunder God is truly convenient, he mused, knocking on the door of the Hyuga residence. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Hinata Hanabi rushed to open the door. Sister is back? However, upon seeing the red-haired boy, her little face froze for a moment. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. Feng An knocked again. Where's your sister? My sister isn't home. Chapter 80. The Caged Bird. Humph, little brat. Feng An, disinterested in her antics, Opened his Kaguya-s eye to survey the estate. She really isn't home? Expanding his perception slightly, he sensed Hinata Hinata, Neji, and others gathered in an old house. A frown creased his brow, an ominous feeling washed over him. Hanabi, where did your sister and father go? I want to tell you. Oh, your father must have taken your sister out to play without you. Keep an eye on the house. Creak. The door to the Hyuga estate swung open as Hanabi reappeared, pouting adorably. You think I'm foolish? I want to fall for that. Oh, you know about provocation? Of course. My father bought me many books, and I read them every day, Hanabi said proudly, her lips curling into a smile. At that moment, Hinata Natsu approached gracefully, offering Feng An a polite smile. The clan head and Hinata are currently in a family meeting, so they are not home. Is that so? Thank you. A family meeting. Feng An recalled the last time he heard the elder of the Hyuga clan speak about deciding on the heir during such gatherings. His brow furrowed. With Hanabi at home, and Hisashi and Hinata away. This is not good. Could Hisashi be planning to confine Hinata within the cage, leaving Hanabi behind? Foolish old man. Feng An inwardly cursed as he activated Kaguya's eye, sensing Hinata's location while hurrying there. Red-haired boy, Hanabi's little face displayed unease. Normally, she wouldn't want to attend family meetings, yet her father would always take her along. This time, unexpectedly, he had taken her sister instead. Seeing the worried expression on Feng An's face heightened her anxiety. If she had felt 5 parts anxious before, now it surged to 10. Hinata Natsu noticed Hanabi lost in thought at the door and prepared to comfort her. Let us go back, Lady Hanabi. Just as Natsu was about to embrace her, Hanabi suddenly dashed outside. Sister, I want to find my sister. Lady Hanabi, the clan had instructed you not to run around. Natsu hastily lifted her maid's outfit, chasing after her. Within the Hyuga clan's conference room, all heads were bowed low. The elders spoke of contributing to the village's reconstruction, a noble pretense masking their exploitation of free labor, yielding no benefits for themselves. The elder's voice rang out sharply, Humph. Is there no one willing to contribute to the village's reconstruction? Hisashi, you are to select 4 clansmen from the branch family. I've inquired, and this is the standard across other families. We do not seek to surpass them, only to match them. Yes, elder. A young man in his 20s from the main family responded. Hearing the elder's words, Neji's eyes hardened. The branch family was always the one to bear the burdens. Even in death, they were expected to shield the main family. Fists clenched in anger, Neji lowered his head, concealing his discontent from the elder. The elder stroked his not-so-long beard. Well, since no one has objections, let it be so. Next, we will have the clan head announce the second matter. With that, all eyes turned toward Hisashi. His expression was grim, but he managed to regain his composure as he began to speak. Elder, second elder, esteemed members, regarding the issue of the heir to the main family, I have no intentions of making a decision at this time, as both of my daughters are exceptionally talented. A careless choice could impact the future of the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing the words of Hyuga Hayashi, the elder's expression darkened, turning a shade of iron gray. The clan leader's remark contradicted the elder's earlier assertion that an heir would be announced today. Clearly, the leader and elder were at odds. The choice of heir for the Hyuga clan must be approached with great caution, lest we witness the tragic fate of a prodigy like Hyuga Neji. Are you a fool? The clan leader is evidently delaying the selection of an heir, as he does not wish for either of his daughters to become part of the branch family. Historically, when 2 heirs were born, the elder brother was designated as the heir while the younger brother was cast into the branch family. This has always been our tradition, and I loathe my birthright because of it. Yet he seeks to alter this system. What are we to become? Mere sacrifices for his reform? Your analysis is astute. Initially, I dismissed such rumors, but now, hearing the leader's ambiguous words, it seems all too true. Sigh. The whispers from the branch family stirred Neji's ire. Compared to others, he harbored a deeper resentment for the traditions of the Hyuga clan and the branch family. With a firm voice, Neji declared, did not the leader abandon the notion of Hinata as heir when he chose to enroll her in the ninja academy as a child? Forgive me, Hinata, but I must speak thus. Neji dared not meet Hinata's gaze, aware that his words could brand her with the same stigma he bore. Yet he had to act as a catalyst to ignite the discontent between the main and branch families. For only then was there a faint hope of dismantling this wretched system. Upon hearing Neji's words, the assembly fell silent, recalling the decision made by Hyuga Hayashi. A disgruntled branch family member seized the opportunity amidst the rising clamor, lowering his voice to say, "You have already relinquished the claim. To now speak of excellence seems rather excessive, does it not?" His voice, though not loud, pierced through the noise, ensuring that every member of the Hyuga clan in the room could hear him. The main family members remained silent, fully aware of the existing grievances within the branch family. This was merely a trigger. They felt it pointless to voice their opinions, particularly since the branch family included their own younger siblings. The elder intentionally refrained from silencing him, wanting to use this discontent to apply pressure on Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi's countenance grew dark as he listened to the voices of his kin. Ever since the death of his predecessor, he had contemplated abolishing this system, yet even as clan leader, he found himself powerless. Once a bird is caged, only death can liberate it. If the system were abolished, what would become of the branch family before him? Could he no longer protect his own daughter? Anger welled within Hayashi. Sensing the moment was ripe, the elder commanded, "Silence." Chapter 81. I know my daughter best. Your remarks are not without merit, yet. The elder's tone softened momentarily before shifting to one of authority. I believe that clan leader Hayashi genuinely considers the future of the Hyuga clan, which is why he is being so cautious. Upon hearing the elder's words, the branch family members wore grim expressions. It was then that the second elder spoke up. Since the clan leader claims both daughters are exceptionally talented, why not have them spar? The elder concurred, a sound suggestion. We shall heed the second elder's advice. The branch family members pondered for a moment before giving slight nods of agreement. I apologize, second elder. But only the elder daughter is present today. The younger daughter is unwell and resting at home, so let us choose another day. Hayashi had anticipated such a scenario. Thus he had brought Hinata to present herself while he usually showcased Hanabi. Although some members of the Hyuga clan suspected the veracity of Hayashi's words, they dared not voice their doubts. Only the elder maintained a stoic demeanor, then let Hinata demonstrate her abilities. Neji, you shall participate. I have heard you two have sparred before. The elder had already learned that Hinata had yet to master the gentle fist's 8 trigrams, 64 palms. How could such a person be deemed exceptional? If Hinata were to falter in the clan meeting, Hayashi would have no excuses left. Thinking this, the elder turned his face away, as one side of his mouth threatened to rise in a smile, while the other remained firmly pressed down. Humph, stubborn old fool. Just wait until Hinata executes the empty palm, and you shall not be smiling. Hayashi turned to the anxious Hinata, saying, since the elder has suggested it, Hinata, please demonstrate your training results. Hinata raised her gaze to meet her father's expectant eyes, feeling a stir within her. It had been long since she had seen such anticipation directed at her. All right, father, I will give it my all. Neji, I am at your service. He replied to the elder, then turned to Hinata, clenching his fists. After my unexpected defeat last time, I shall not falter again. Very well. Then let us proceed to the usual training grounds for the sparring session. Neji, be careful not to injure Hinata. Neji nodded respectfully, understood. Hinata's heart raced upon hearing the elder's words. Although she had previously triumphed over Neji in the preliminaries, her confidence wavered, especially since she had never bested him in their previous sparring sessions. Now she was to display her abilities before the clan. Stubborn old fool. Are you attempting to undermine my daughter's confidence before the match has even begun? Hayashi took Hinata's small hand in his. Do not be nervous. You have defeated Neji before. As long as you believe in yourself, you can accomplish this. Yes. Hinata nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. I must win. I cannot bring shame upon my father. Nor can I disappoint his expectations. Soon, all members of the Hyuga clan gathered at their largest private training ground. Like the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans, the Hyuga clan possessed their own training facilities, typically overseen by elite members of the family, with conditions and knowledge rivaling that of a ninja academy. Once assembled, Hinata and Neji stood at the center of the training field. Let us keep the sparring light. Begin. The elder specifically gestured to Neji, fully aware of the resentment he harbored regarding his father Hisashi's death, and that he bore a certain hostility towards the main family. With the elder's command, both Hinata and Neji activated their Byakugan, the intricate patterns manifesting around their eyes. Neji charged forward, having known since the preliminaries that Hinata had mastered the empty palm. He needed to close the distance rapidly. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji positioned himself as the center point, as if a Taiji diagram had emerged beneath his feet. Each step was deliberate, yet difficult to counter. In an instant, He closed in on Hinata and unleashed 16 rapid strikes. Hiss! The main family members gasped in astonishment. They had heard of the prodigious talent that was Neji Hyuga, but to witness him wield the 8 trigrams 64 palms was beyond comprehension. Such genius. It is known that Hinata has never bested Neji, and she has yet to master the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Meanwhile, among the branch family, some beamed with pride at Neji's display of skill, while others wore expressions of dissatisfaction. One particularly admiring branch family member exclaimed in frustration, "What does it matter how gifted Neji is? As a member of the branch family, not only is our Byakugan suppressed, but we are also relegated to being mere scapegoats." Humph! A muffled grunt echoed. The member who had just spoken suddenly writhed on the ground, the curse mark flaring painfully on his forehead as he cried out in agony. "Ah, I was wrong, Elder." Upon hearing his anguished cries, the others from the branch family turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. "Forget it," he acted thoughtlessly, the second elder consoled gently. Subsequently, the elder seized his control over the caged bird. In a stern tone, he declared, "Humph. The Hyuga clan has always adhered to this system. I do not wish to hear any similar grievances from anyone. Had I been in the branch family back then, I would have willingly braved fire and water for the main house." His words silenced the gathered clansmen, who harbored their resentments towards Hyuga Neji deep within their hearts. The events outside had also impacted Hinata and Neji. Hinata felt somewhat distracted, while Neji's anger intensified upon hearing the pained cries of a clan member. His speed and strength escalated. 32 palms. 64 palms. Neji's strikes fell like a torrential downpour. Hinata's Byakugan could perceive them, yet her own speed struggled to keep up. After enduring Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palms, several of her chakra points had already been sealed. Neji was indeed formidable. Engaging him in close combat was unwise. Hyuga Hinata's breath became erratic. "Have you grown stronger, too?" Neji, with a cold expression, charged forward again. If one attempt failed, he would try twice. "Neji, teach her a lesson." The branch family members watched with eager eyes, as if every palm striking Hinata was a blow to the main house. "Hinata, concede," the elder remarked indifferently, hands clasped behind his back. Under his Byakugan scrutiny, Hinata was clearly at a disadvantage. To endure another of Neji's attacks would surely result in a crushing defeat. It would be better to yield gracefully. "Thank you for your concern, Elder. I know my daughter best," Hyuga Hizashi replied calmly. The elder's expression soured, his brow furrowing. Just as Neji lunged forward, Hinata's mind was tranquil as water, her stance shifting in an instant. Chapter 82. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams empty palm. What is this? The elder had intended to halt the match, but his eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Hinata. Just as Neji advanced a step, an ominous feeling washed over him. Was it possible that she had also mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms? The elder's disbelief was palpable. Yet Hinata's precise stance revealed her intent to use the 8 trigrams 64 palms. She could perform it as well. The crowd mirrored his astonishment. Hizashi was equally shocked. He was aware that his daughter could execute the 8 trigrams empty palm, but the 64 palms was news to him. In his understanding, Hinata could only manage 16 palms before faltering. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Like the previous techniques, but this time executed by Hinata herself. 8 palms. 16 palms. Hinata unleashed a flurry of strikes, her speed rivaling Neji's. "Damn it, I didn't expect you to progress as well." Neji begrudged, yet bound by the 8 trigrams 64 palms. He could only defend against her onslaught. Any attempt to counter would leave him vulnerable, risking the sealing of crucial chakra points. If the chakra points at his heart and dantian were sealed, he would be unable to mobilize chakra for a time. Previously, he had suppressed Hinata by targeting her vital points, forcing her to abandon certain defenses against quicker assaults. 32 palms. 48 palms. Had her speed slowed? In that moment, Neji realized that Hinata had not fully mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms. There was an opportunity to counterattack. Indeed, she had not yet perfected it. Hizashi watched with growing concern from the sidelines, while the elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. "I thought it impossible for all to be prodigies. I myself mastered such a difficult technique only at 18. If Neji could decisively overwhelm Hinata, the resentment of the branch family would inevitably be directed towards Hizashi. That was his intent in having them fight. Within the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram, Hinata's breathing quickened, yet her gaze remained resolute. As a member of the main house, you were born with all resources. What right do you have to wield such a gaze? Hinata's eyes pierced Neji's already fragile heart, igniting his fury. 61 palms. 62 palms. Just as Hinata prepared her final 2 strikes, Neji's expression hardened, seizing the opening left by her 63rd palm to retaliate. He gathered chakra into his left hand, aiming for Hinata's abdomen, specifically the dantian area. If he could seal the chakra point there, victory would be his. With a resounding thud, he struck Hinata successfully. 63 palms. 64 palms. Simultaneously, Hinata's remaining 2 palms struck Neji's chest. Both emitted muffled groans, staggering back several meters before managing to steady themselves. Neji clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Did you deliberately leave an opening? Otherwise, I would find it difficult to injure you, Hinata." Hinata wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and replied, "I truly managed to execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms." The elder's eyes widened in shock. "In my day, I was considered one of the top geniuses. But today's prodigies seem almost monstrous. Clearly, they have not squandered their training time together." Witnessing Hinata successfully perform the 8 trigrams 64 palms filled Hisashi with pride. He knew that just 2 months ago, his daughter could only manage 16 palms. Achieving 64 was no small feat. What was happening now? Those capable of activating their Byakugan did so, fixated on the 2 in the arena. Both were in a dire state, their chakra, refined from their cells, evidently waning. Even so, I shall not concede. Neji gritted his teeth, forcing the remnants of his chakra to circulate within him. What is Neji planning? The crowd watched in confusion as chakra surged within him. Hinata's beautiful eyes narrowed. Is that the 8 gates? That afternoon, while they reviewed the fundamentals of ninja conduct and the ninja trial manual, Kaguya had mentioned the 8 gates to her. She had attempted to open them, but her body had been unable to breach even the first gate. I cannot allow Neji to succeed. Hinata immediately summoned the little chakra she had left to coalesce in her palm. Using her Byakugan, she focused intently, targeting Neji's chakra pathways to strike from a distance. 8 trigrams, empty palm. With a surge, a high-density chakra projectile shot from Hinata's hand, aimed at the opening point on Neji's left eye. However, Neji had anticipated that Hinata would not simply stand by while he attempted to open the gates. From the onset, he had been watching her chakra flow intently with his Byakugan, and as her chakra coalesced in her palm, he swiftly evaded in the precise direction. As her 8 trigrams empty palm approached his brow, Neji bent his legs, adopting a half-crouched posture to dodge Hinata's attack. Bang! The 8 trigrams empty palm struck the trees behind him, sending a cascade of vibrant green leaves tumbling down. What was that? The spectators gasped at the technique Hinata had just deployed. 8 trigrams empty palm. The elder's face turned a shade of iron, his body trembling. With his Byakugan, he clearly recognized it as the 8 trigrams empty palm, particularly the tree trunk that bore the imprint of her palm, concealing the edge and guarding the obscure. The elder cast a grim glance towards Hisashi. While the earlier 8 trigrams 64 palms had startled him, this 8 trigrams empty palm was a technique he had never dared to imagine. He had mastered the 8 trigrams empty palm only upon becoming an elite J-nin, which attested to the technique's difficulty, especially in terms of the practitioner's meticulous control over chakra. Beginners lacking in control often find their chakra dispersing before it can even travel half a meter, leading to a complete waste of energy. Not to mention the impossibility of striking from a distance. Under the gaze of the elder, Hinata Hyuga merely responded with a polite smile. He was well aware that his daughter had mastered the 8 trigrams empty palm technique, relishing the sight of the elder's discomfort. However, he understood the need for decorum. One must not mock too openly. In the center of the training ground, after Neji Hyuga had evaded, Hinata unleashed several more strikes using the 8 trigrams empty palm. Regrettably, her subsequent strikes lacked both force and speed, making it increasingly difficult to hit Neji. The 8 gates technique, the first gate, opened. Neji finally broke through the barrier with the scant chakra he had left, unleashing a torrent of energy that unsealed previously blocked chakra points. As chakra surged towards him, Neji perceived it as almost sluggish. With a mere tilt of his head, he evaded the oncoming energy. Success was his. At this moment, through her Byakugan, Hinata could see that Neji's chakra was no longer depleted, while her own was nearly exhausted. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, and she realized she could only utilize the gentle fist technique one more time. What should she do? Chapter 83. I see you, the clan leader. Do not wish to remain in power. Witnessing the sudden surge of chakra within Neji, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. They were unaware of the technique he employed to break through his sealed chakra points. If only we could master such a technique. Their eyes sparkled with fervor. Some, like Hinata Hyuga and the Elder, recognized it as the 8 gates technique. Each gate unlocked grants immense power, and when all 8 are opened, one can temporarily surpass even the strength of a Kaguya. Yet such raw power does not align with the gentle nature of the Hyuga's gentle fist. To their surprise, Neji had mastered even the 8 gates technique. Hinata let out a faint sigh. The Elder, preparing to call off the match, heard Neji declare, "Yield, Lady Hinata." A confident smile played upon his lips. "I will not concede. Come at me, brother Neji." Hinata assumed the stance of the gentle fist. The Elder turned to Hinata and inquired, "What did you just say?" Hinata paused for a moment before replying, "Nothing." Since Hinata was unwilling to concede, he could not bring himself to halt the match. Yet, concern furrowed his brow. It was impossible not to worry, given that everyone could see Hinata's dwindling chakra reserves. Neji, too, recognized the severity of the situation. He frowned. "Your chakra is nearly depleted. You stand no chance. Continuing could be dangerous. Exhaustion of a ninja's chakra can lead to fainting or even death." Hinata's Byakugan had faded, but her gaze remained fixed on Neji. Seeing her determination, Neji ceased his attempts to dissuade her. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Hinata and struck with a powerful fist. Without the Byakugan's advantage, it was exceedingly difficult for Hinata to perceive Neji's movements with the naked eye. She had no choice but to abandon the Byakugan. Maintaining it would drain her chakra further, rendering her unable to fight before Neji could strike. A cacophony of clashes echoed through the training ground. Why isn't Neji using the 8 trigrams 64 palms? Does he not care? Lady Hinata has barely any chakra left. Is he trying to harm her? The branch family members began to regard Hinata with newfound respect. She had indeed demonstrated exceptional skill, mastering both the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the 8 trigrams empty palm at such a young age, proving her capability to lead the Hyuga clan. Suddenly, Neji executed a low sweep, destabilizing Hinata, followed by a swift punch. Realizing Neji was about to attack, Hinata instinctively protected her face. "You are mistaken." Neji had not leaped into the air. Instead, he struck from below, landing a palm on Hinata's back. With a muffled gasp, Hinata collapsed to the ground, the pain in her internal organs rendering her unable to rise. Neji's chakra-infused palm penetrated her defenses, causing internal damage. "You lose." Before Neji could finish speaking, Hinata coughed up blood and, with great effort, unleashed a palm strike. The 8 trigrams empty palm, a concentrated mass of chakra shot toward Neji's heart. It was the culmination of all of Hinata's chakra. The speed was astonishing, and the distance between them was minimal. Neji's pupils constricted. He quickly spun, generating a blue chakra barrier around himself. The moment the empty palm made contact, it dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, the chakra surge from Neji's defense propelled Hinata, now unconscious, into the air. Hinata, Hinata, momentarily forgetting his shock at Neji's mastery of the 8 trigrams, realized the danger as his daughter plummeted from the sky. Just as he prepared to rush forward, another figure dashed ahead and caught Hinata, cradling her gently. "Feng An, what are you doing here?" Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment. The one who caught Hinata was none other than Feng An, who had hurried to the scene. Hinata. His face was etched with worry as he sensed the nearly depleted chakra within her. Feng An quickly laid her down and employed healing techniques to mend her internal injuries. "Uncle, what happened?" He suppressed his anger and asked in a steadier tone. Hinata hesitated, unsure of how to explain, given that this was the Hyuga clan's family assembly. "Sister," a small voice piped up behind him. "Hana, you came too?" Hinata stuttered. "Lady Hana." Before he could react further, Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, rushed in, panting. "Clan head, elder, second elder. Hanabi, why are you?" Hinata's heart raced, nearly choking on his words. Hanabi, head downcast, remained silent. "Sister, what happened to you?" Hanabi stared at her unconscious sister, tears welling in her eyes. The remaining spectators exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, the elder inquired quietly, "Hinata, who is he?" "He is." Hinata struggled internally, uncertain how to introduce Feng An. Feng An, focused on healing Hinata, interjected, "I am Feng An, and I am Hinata's boyfriend. He spoke without raising his voice, yet each word resonated clearly in the minds of all present. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. I must have misheard. Did he just say he is Hinata's boyfriend? I can confirm you heard correctly. I heard it too. But our Hyuga clan forbids intermarriage with outsiders. What a scandal. I wonder if the clan leader knows about this. This young man possesses remarkable courage. Oh, I wish for sweet love too. Hanabi, you are already 30. Finding someone is a challenge in itself. Upon hearing Feng An's declaration, the elder erupted in fury. Silence. Silence. Everyone. Be quiet. He then turned to Hayashi, scolding, Hayashi, do you truly wish to alter the course of our clan's long-standing existence? Upon hearing the elder's furious reprimand, Hyuga Hizashi emerged from his daze. He had not anticipated that Kid would so brazenly disclose his relationship with Hinata. It seemed that the matter could no longer be postponed. Gazing directly into the elder's wrathful eyes, Hizashi spoke. There is something I have held back for many years, ever since my brother, Hizashi, passed away. I have long desired to declare the abolishment of these distorted customs. At his words, the elder's face flushed with rage, his chest heaving violently. Well, I see you. The clan leader no longer wished to retain your position. Stubborn old fool. I shall take charge. Chapter 84. Determining the heir of the main family. Did I just hear that correctly? You did not mishear. I heard it too. The clan leader has uttered a curse. Am I witnessing a historic moment? Let the chaos ensue. The members of the Hyuga clan fell silent, their eyes fixed on the one who had spoken. The young boy, feeling the tension, shouted, Do not fight. Do not fight. You, Hizashi. The elder, trembling with rage, pointed a shaking finger at Hyuga Hizashi. The second elder quickly stepped forward to restrain the elder, saying, Do not lose your temper. We are all family here. Let us discuss this calmly. Hizashi declared seriously. Second elder, my words are not mere anger, but heartfelt sentiments. Whether I remain clan leader or not is inconsequential. Very well, you wish to step down? Hizashi, from this moment forth, you shall be the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. What? The standing Hizashi was momentarily taken aback. Has the elder truly lost his mind? It seems so. Otherwise, how could he make such a hasty decision regarding the clan leader, and not a single soul has a say in this? Were we not gathered to select the future heir of the main family? How has it devolved into a selection of the clan leader? The second elder hastily interjected, Elder, this is unacceptable. The Hyuga clan has never had a precedent for dismissing a clan leader. If he does not wish to remain, can I not bind him to his chair? The elder scoffed. Hizashi turned and walked to Kid's side, beckoning, Let us depart. Kid shook his head. We cannot leave just yet. Hinata's injuries are severe. We must wait until I can stop her internal bleeding before we can move. Hizashi furrowed his brow, utilizing his Byakugan to observe. As he noticed Hinata's pulse slowing, his fists instinctively clenched tighter. It is my fault. I should have intervened. Wah, sister. Hyuga Hanabi wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and glared at Hyuga Neji. Neji, why did you hurt my sister? Neji stood in the center, his heart a tumult of emotions. He despised the main family while worrying for the injured Hinata. With his Byakugan activated, Hanabi's eyes swelled with veins as she charged at Neji. Neji gritted his teeth, refusing to evade. What? The clan leader's youngest daughter can activate Byakugan at such a tender age? Unbelievable. The Hyuga clan members were taken aback by Hanabi's sudden activation of Byakugan. Come back, Hanabi. Hizashi called out sternly. Upon hearing this, Hanabi halted in front of Neji, rubbing her reddened eyes, unwilling to advance further. Neji did not act with malice. The majority of the responsibility for Hinata's injury lies with me. Just then, Hinata coughed, spitting blood. Mother, sister. Hizashi and Hanabi exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with concern. Summer, quickly fetch a medical ninja. Yes, master. There is no need to seek a medical ninja. Simply reserve a room at the hospital. Kid's expression, previously tense, softened slightly as beads of sweat rolled down his face. Mastering medical ninjutsu demands a ninja's precise control over chakra, a challenge for most, yet surmountable. However, for Kid, who possessed such immense chakra, the psychological strain was considerable, especially when treating someone of great importance to him. Understood. Summer responded before dashing outside. The heart rate has stabilized. Hizashi, using his Byakugan, noted that Hinata's heartbeat and pulse were gradually returning to normal, allowing his anxieties to dissipate. The elder and the other clan members, witnessing Hinata's recovering breath, also exhaled in relief. Had anything happened to Hinata, no one could predict Hisashi's reaction. Once the internal bleeding was halted, Kid carefully cradled Hinata and, alongside Hisashi and Hanabi, began to exit the training grounds. Wait. The elder, with a grim expression, insisted, "You must announce the heir of the main family before you leave. Are you being excessive?" Hisashi glared furiously at the elder. Seeing Hisashi's furious demeanor, the elite clan members instinctively drew closer to the elder. They did not believe that the elder currently possessed the capability to contend with the clan leader, should Hisashi truly unleash his wrath. The elder's frail body would likely succumb with a mere gesture. The elder shouted angrily, "Do you intend to lay your hands on me?" "Silence, you old fool." Kid interjected with a furrowed brow, his annoyance escalating. Being within the Hyuga clan, and with his father-in-law being the clan leader, he was reluctant to intervene excessively. Yet the incessant bickering was pushing him to his limits. Turning to Hisashi, he said, "Uncle, just declare Hanabi as the heir of the main family." Hisashi firmly replied, "No, Kid, you do not comprehend the implications." "I understand." Kid's gaze turned steely, a caged bird. "Once Hanabi becomes the heir, Hinata will be relegated to the branch family." "Marked as a caged bird. Then why?" Kid's voice was cold as he continued, "I simply wish to see who dares to mark Hinata with the caged bird seal." The elder, unfazed, laughed. "Huh, how brazen. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Hyuga clan? He is no mere man. He is the red-haired scoundrel and my brother-in-law." Hanabi retorted fiercely at the elder. Seeing Kid's anxious demeanor for his sister, coupled with his open declaration of their romantic relationship, stirred something within Hanabi. "I am pleased you call me brother-in-law, but your earlier remark about me being no thing is quite unappealing." Hanabi pouted, "Do not go overboard. It is only because of your concern for my sister that I begrudgingly allow you a sliver of her affection." The elder, with a clenched fist, pounded his chest vehemently. "Very well. Hisashi, you have taught your daughter well." Disregarding the elder's words, Hisashi turned his gaze to Kid. Kid displayed a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, uncle. I am not concerned for myself. Simply declare Hanabi as the heir. Who is worried about you?" "I am worried about my eldest daughter." Trusting in Kid's abilities, Hisashi recognized that his plans to delay had already fallen through. Why not take a chance? If all else failed, he could always resort to extreme measures later. Surveying the clan members present, Hisashi proclaimed, "I hereby announce Hanabi as the heir of the main family." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Does the clan leader truly believe that child has reckless words? Has the clan leader aged? The elder bellowed, "Excellent. From this day forth, Hanabi shall be the heir of the main family, while Hinata becomes a member of the branch family. Someone, detain Hinata and mark her." Chapter 85. Do not accuse me of bullying you. Upon hearing the elder's command, the crowd hesitated, failing to act. Have you all forgotten the clan's regulations? After reprimanding them, the elder prepared to enact the caged bird seal. The branch family members, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to obstruct Hisashi and the others. "My apologies, esteemed clan leader. But according to Hyuga clan regulations, Hinata does indeed require the caged bird seal." Kid, after handing Hinata to Hisashi, wasted no time in employing the shadow clone technique. "Let us go, uncle and little sister-in-law." With that, Kid's clone scooped up Hanabi and leaped skyward, departing. Hisashi immediately understood Kid's intent. "Be careful," he said before following Kid's clone into the air. At this moment, although Hinata's injuries have stabilized, she requires rest, and her depleted chakra puts her in a precarious condition. The elder's voice boomed, "Stop them." Several members from the branch family rushed after the two. Among them were those discontent with the elder's coercion, as well as others who wished for Hinata to remain, marking her with the same caged bird seal as them. For some branch family members, misfortune befalling them was merely a personal affliction. Only when it affected everyone would their hearts find equilibrium. If the caged bird seal could be lifted, the branch members would certainly change their stance and support its abolition. Unfortunately, since the Hyuga clan's inception, no one had ever witnessed a living individual freed from the caged bird seal. Accept your fate, clan leader. Unless the seal is broken, this system will never be dismantled. A swift branch member shouted towards Hyuga Hayashi. Just as this member was about to catch up, a figure suddenly kicked him in the face. He couldn't even discern the assailant's shape before feeling as if struck by a cannonball, his nasal bone collapsing and shattering. Thud! He crashed to the ground with a resounding thump, unable to utter a sound before losing consciousness. The remaining, slower clan members slowed their pace upon witnessing this. Although they hadn't seen the incident, those who had activated their Byakugan behind them clearly observed it. It was indeed Kidian's shadow clone that had returned to deliver that swift strike. So the shadow clone is this formidable. No wonder he was so audacious. It seems he came prepared. Until then, everyone assumed he was merely a hired actor for the clan leader. They never expected him to possess genuine strength. As the Hyuga clan's pursuers halted in their tracks, Kidian approached the fallen clan member and utilized the palm healing technique. Due to Hinata's relationship with her father, he would not act irreversibly unless absolutely necessary. After all, this matter could not be resolved as Shimura Danzo would. Seeing that no one dared to approach, the elders seethed with rage. Each one boasts of being the strongest in Konoha, yet they were all rendered weak-kneed by a mere child. Suddenly, a dissonant whisper echoed. If you're not weak, then you go. Who? Instantly, the elders scanned the crowd with hawk-like eyes. Dare to speak, yet refused to admit it. However, he could not pinpoint who among the crowd had uttered that remark. Observing the elder's furious demeanor, Kidian couldn't help but chuckle. Old man, so easily rattled. Aren't you afraid of a heart attack? You. The elder stammered. What about me? You old fool. How dare you bully the Hyuga clan? I will report you to the higher-ups in Konoha. Kidian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. How utterly laughable. Aren't you the elder of the strongest clan? And yet you still wish to complain? He scoffed at the elder's words. The two old geezers who could have helped him were already gone. The remaining two higher-ups in Konoha were presently overwhelmed and far too busy to concern themselves with a relic from the past. You shameless. The elder, at a loss for words, found himself utterly incapable of matching Kidian's insults. With no power to retaliate, Kidian stretched lazily. Is there anything else to say? If not, I'll be on my way. The crowd exchanged glances, remaining silent. They realized that the red-haired boy was not targeting them, but rather directing his verbal assault at the elder. Consequently, the elder's fury escalated to the point of near apoplexy, yet the onlookers remained largely unfazed. The second elder, also present, wisely refrained from interjecting. After all, the insults were not directed at him, and since he couldn't win a fight, why invite trouble? Worthless fool. Huff, huff. After the elder finished his tirade, he took several deep breaths. You young brat, do you know how many times I've endured the chaos of warfare? Byakugan. The elder immediately assumed the signature stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. The second elder, sensing the impending danger, quickly cautioned. Elder, you mustn't. He dared not watch the elder engage in battle. Although he had once been an elite jonin at his peak, in this state, he feared he would be shattered by a single blow from his opponent. If the elder were to fall, what kind of life would the otherwise inconsequential second elder have left? Hearing the second elder's warning only fueled the elder's determination. Old fool, do not stop me. Let him see what a true strongman looks like. The second elder, pulling him back, inwardly cursed. Are you not aware of your own condition? Must you die today to prove your point? Kidian watched their performance quietly from the side. The Hyuga clansmen's tension eased, resembling a group of spectators. Nearly one of them with a sunflower seed in hand. Gentlemen, do you intend to quarrel until nightfall? Kidian yawned, exhaustion evident. The elder shouted in frustration. Damn it. Stop pulling me. If you keep this up, I'll hit you too. Hearing his childish outburst, the second elder decided to release his grip. Some people are beyond reason. If you wish to die, then go ahead. The elder, suddenly free from restraint, paused for a moment. Did you really let go? Kidian spoke earnestly. Considering your frail state, I won't take advantage of you. I'll simply use the ninjutsu I just learned. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained a stern facade. How proficient could a just-learned ninjutsu be? Moreover, at his age, even if he were strong, he could only manage basic-level techniques at best. If he could just engage in a single exchange, and then feign a senior's approval of the junior's skills, he would regain his dignity while simultaneously dulling Kidian's edge. With this thought, the elder's lips nearly curled into a smile. He then declared seriously, Humph. I won't be accused of bullying you. You may strike first. Chapter 86. Shall we carry the elder inside? Very well, since you insist. Kidian nodded slightly. He retrieved a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal and casually tossed it toward the elder. Humph, is that all? You underestimate me. The elder replied confidently. Even without activating his Byakugan, he could easily evade the kunai's flight path. As he sidestepped, the kunai whizzed past his left cheek, and in that instant, Kidian made his move. He vanished and appeared to the elder's left side. The elder's Byakugan caught sight of Kidian just as he launched his attack. His expression shifted instantly. Within the field of his Byakugan, Kidian had suddenly materialized at his left side. He couldn't trace the movement's trajectory, leaving him utterly bewildered. Before he could react, Kidian struck with a powerful punch. Bang! Crack! The sound of Kidian's fist impacting the elder's skull echoed, followed immediately by the sickening sound of bone shattering. The elder's body was propelled sideways, crashing through the wall until a gaping hole was left in its wake. Kidian stowed the kunai away. Everyone heard that. He requested I strike first. The scene left the onlookers agape. Even with their Byakugan activated, they instinctively rubbed their eyes, attempting to see more clearly. Had the elder perished? Whether he lived or died was uncertain, but given the level of destruction, it seemed unlikely he would survive. Wouldn't that mean he was dead? The crowd contemplated various outcomes, but never anticipated that the elder would fail to withstand a single blow. After all, he had once been an elite jonin. Subsequently, the onlookers gazed at the seemingly refined Kidian with expressions of dread, their minds awash with confusion. What ninjutsu had Kidian just employed? The ability to elude even the Byakugan's gaze, rendering it incapable of tracing movement, was truly astonishing. Previously, while Feng An's clones moved at an astonishing speed, the Byakugan could still perceive their trajectories, albeit with difficulty. This phenomenon surpassed their understanding. Some members of the Hyuga clan had speculated about the ninjutsu Feng An employed, yet none dared to voice their conjectures. The second elder was particularly astute. After a rapid mental calculation, he concluded that Feng An wielded space-time ninjutsu, the signature technique of the fourth Hokage. There could be no mistake. Only the Flying Thunder God technique could achieve such a feat, eluding even the Byakugan, for there was simply no trajectory to trace. The second elder swallowed hard, his complexion turning ashen. Feng An raised his gaze towards the second elder and inquired. The elder has sadly departed today. What do you suggest we do now? At the sound of his voice, the other clan members turned their attention to the second elder, nearly forgetting the existence of two elders in their family. The second elder's pallor deepened, and he instinctively took a step back. How could you say he passed away peacefully when it was you who struck him down? He chastised inwardly, maintaining a stoic facade. Since the elder had indeed departed, they ought to conduct a proper farewell. As he uttered this, the second elder's face twitched slightly, unwilling to glance towards the distant figure of the elder, who lay with a crooked head and wide eyes. Well, as the son-in-law of the clan leader, I must extend my condolences for this momentous occasion, Feng An declared, conjuring a coffin from wood release that perfectly matched the elder's stature. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in unison. They had collectively inhaled sharply, contributing to the exacerbation of global warming. Crafting a coffin from wood release, the second elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face twitching uncontrollably. Oh, this splendid gift. I am certain the elder will express his gratitude from the beyond. He managed to chuckle nervously. The other Hyuga clan members regarded the second elder with a mix of disdain and approval. If given the choice, the second elder wished to be a man of unwavering integrity, but the former lay motionless nearby, prompting him to defer to his inner inclinations. Opting for a more pragmatic approach, Feng An cast a casual glance at the second elder. Few of their generation possessed the ability to be both adaptable and resolute. I shall take this coffin with me. Farewell, dear friends and family. With that, Feng An closed his eyes and vanished in an instant. After his departure, the remaining members of the clan remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how a family meeting had culminated in the elder's demise. Silence. The profound stillness lingered for an indeterminate time until one voice broke the quietude. A timid Hyuga clan member asked, "Shall we carry the elder inside?" Meanwhile, Feng An had arrived at the Konoha hospital, marking the entrance with the Flying Thunder God seal. When he had initially marked the spot, he had not anticipated a visit to the hospital, thus neglecting to inscribe a seal there. As he entered the lobby, he was met with a bustling crowd of ninjas. Despite the swift response of the medical ninjas, the significant Konoha hospital had suffered considerable damage. Feng An closed his eyes and activated his Kaguya Byakugan, sensing familiar chakra as he ascended the stairs in search of someone. Along the way, he discovered that many of the patient rooms were missing doors. Eventually, he located Hinata and the others in room 205, which also lacked a door. Red-haired sister, upon seeing Feng An, Hinata Hanabi's mouth twisted in an awkward attempt to greet him. This effort caused her to tremble slightly. Feng An approached her, rolling his eyes. Is it truly that embarrassing? You were quite articulate before. Well, that was then, and this is now. There's only one sister. How can I share her with you? Hanabi playfully stuck her tongue out at Feng, and noticing that Hanabi's mood was not as dire as before, Feng and felt reassured. It seemed that Hinata was not in grave danger. He then moved closer, gazing at Hinata, who lay on the bed with her bangs splayed across her face, peacefully asleep. A charming version of Sleeping Beauty, Feng An mused to himself, inching closer. Ahem, ahem. The elder Hyuga Hisashi coughed deliberately from the side. Feng An immediately straightened up. Adopting a serious demeanor, I noticed something on Hinata's face. Who asked you? Hisashi shot him a glare. You managed to escape so quickly? Did they not give you trouble? No. Feng An shook his head. Hisashi furrowed his brow. And the elder? Did he not stop you? He attempted to, but then he relented. Hisashi nodded. Given Feng An's displayed strength, it was reasonable for the elder to be deterred. Sighing, Hisashi remarked, well, your days ahead may not be easy. That old stubborn man will undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate you and confine Hinata like a caged bird. No worries. He should already be lying in his coffin. Feng An replied. What? Hisashi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Realizing the implication, he grasped Feng An's shoulder. You mean to say the coffin is for whom? That old stubborn man, the elder. Hisashi lowered his voice. You killed the elder? It was not me. He ended his own life, Feng An clarified. Hisashi sighed. Since the old man has passed, I shall handle the subsequent matters as the clan leader. He had anticipated countless disputes with the elder concerning the Hyuga clan's customs. Yet he had never imagined they would only have one argument before losing the chance for more. Feng An nodded. After surveying the entire hospital room, he spoke. Uncle, I wish to take Hinata home to recuperate. Hisashi paused. What? You? Feng An scratched his head. It's not what you think. My home is quite spacious, and it is located in a secluded, tranquil area, perfect for recovery. Do you believe the hospital environment is suitable? Hisashi glanced around room 205, noting the absence of doors and windows, as well as the surrounding noise. The only consolation was that the bed itself was in decent condition. Realizing that the hospital's environment was inferior to his own residence, Hisashi relented. Very well, but you better not be deceiving me about your home's superior conditions. Sitting beside Hinata and holding her hand, Hanabi tilted her head and asked, what does that mean? It means what it means. Why does a child need to worry about such things? Oh, Hanabi turned her head back, still somewhat intimidated by her father, who often wore a stern expression during training. I shall go arrange for her discharge, Feng An announced, rising and heading towards the front desk. After conversing with the staff, he confirmed that the patient in room 205 had stabilized and successfully signed the discharge papers. Shortly thereafter, Feng An returned to room 205. Upon his arrival, Hisashi stood to lift Hinata. Uncle, no need for such trouble. Feng An marked the room with the Flying Thunder God seal before placing a hand on Hisashi's shoulder. Closing his eyes, he activated his Kaguya Byakugan. From a distance, he could only perceive the seal's presence through his enhanced vision. Hisashi watched Feng An in confusion, uncertain of his actions. Flying Thunder God technique. Sensing the seal at his home, Feng An activated the technique, instantly appearing in his 200 square meter apartment. Hey, where are Hanabi and my father? Hanabi's mouth hung agape as she looked at the spot where they had just been standing. Hisashi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the scene before him shifted. He surveyed the vast, empty hall, bewildered, glancing around repeatedly. Feng An cautiously inquired, Uncle, are you all right? No, I am fine. What have you done? I just utilized the Flying Thunder God technique for a brief teleportation. The Flying Thunder God technique. Goodness. When did you learn this? It is a forbidden jutsu. Hinata Hisashi exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing that Hinata Hisashi could still shout, Feng An felt a wave of relief. This was his first time using the Flying Thunder God technique to transport someone. Although there were precedents, he had used his father-in-law as a test subject. Whoosh. After closing his eyes, Feng An instantly vanished from his location. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in room 205. How did you suddenly? Before Hinata Hanabi could finish her sentence, Feng An swiftly embraced her. Whoosh. He transported her to his own room. Just moments after that, Feng An reappeared beside Hinata. Observing Hinata peacefully asleep, he scratched his head and placed his hand on the bed. Whoosh. He teleported the entire bed back home. Hinata Hisashi, witnessing Feng An's composure, chose not to ask further questions, having already witnessed Feng An's remarkable chakra reserves. However, upon seeing him bring back the bed, He could not help but inquire, "How did you manage to bring the bed back too?" "What do you mean by bring back?" "I merely borrowed it. I will return it to the hospital once I am done." Feng An thought about how his home only had a wooden plank bed and had not yet chosen a soft mattress. He certainly could not let Hinata sleep on a hard wooden bed. Thus, he borrowed the hospital bed. Hinata Hyuga was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Ever since encountering this insufferable brat, his authority had seemingly vanished without a trace. He truly was his nemesis. Subsequently, Feng An, along with Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi, explored every nook and cranny of the apartment. "Uncle, does this place meet your expectations?" "Indeed, it exceeds my expectations. Where on earth did you acquire this 200 square meter mansion? Surely you did not use the Flying Thunder God to steal it?" Feng An shot him a glance. If the Flying Thunder God were that impressive, I would have simply moved the Hinata estate next door. Hinata Hyuga spent several hours with Hinata before darkness enveloped the sky. He stood up. "Hanabi, it's time to go home." Hanabi quietly said, "I wish to stay here with my sister." "Very well, then you can play with your red-haired brother." After pondering for a moment, Hinata Hyuga consented. He had many trivial matters awaiting his attention once he returned and lacked time to train Hanabi. It would be better for her to rest for a few days. "Yay, goodbye, father." Once Hinata Hyuga departed, Hinata Hanabi sidled up to Feng and red-haired scoundrel. "Could you possibly bring Summer Sister over too?" Feng An raised an eyebrow. "Is that not a bit inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? Summer Sister's cooking is delicious. And I've been hungry all day." Hinata Hanabi complained while rubbing her little belly. Upon hearing Hanabi mention being hungry, Feng An recalled that he too had not eaten all day. He promptly closed his eyes, then opened them to find himself in the Hinata estate. After a brief moment of sensing, he located Hinata Natsu in the kitchen, just as she was washing vegetables. "Feng An, has the master and Lady Hanabi not returned yet? Your sister sent me to fetch you." "Huh." With that, Feng An hurriedly packed pots, bowls, and food, placing a hand on Hinata Natsu's shoulder. Closing his eyes again, he opened them, and whoosh, they appeared in Feng An's home. As soon as they landed, a childish voice rang out. "Awesome. The red-haired scoundrel is quite impressive." Hinata Hanabi joyfully dashed into the still-dazed Hinata Natsu's arms, pitifully saying, "Summer Sister, I'm so hungry." Meanwhile, back at the Hinata estate, Hinata Hyuga searched around, but could not find Hinata Natsu. "Where is she?" Hearing his stomach rumble, he headed toward the kitchen. After years of not cooking, he wondered if his culinary skills remained intact. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was taken aback at the sight of the disheveled state it was in. "Where are the pots?" Chapter 88. Sister seems to be on the verge of starvation. The news of the conflict between Konoha and Suna, as well as the death of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had reached all nations and villages. In the Land of Lightning, within the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, looked at the bowing figure of Omoi and asked, "You claim that during the upheaval in Konoha ninjas killed our Kumogakure ninjas?" Omoi replied, "Yes. I witnessed the red-haired brat kill Keita. However, the brat claimed that Keita and the others intended to kidnap him, leading to his counterattack." "All right, I understand. You may leave." The fourth Raikage interrupted before Omoi could finish. "Yes, Raikage-sama." Omoi nodded, refraining from speaking further. After he departed, a dark-skinned woman with white hair spoke up. "Raikage-sama, were Keita and the others targeted because of the Byakugan?" The fourth Raikage waved his hand dismissively. "That is of no importance. Just like before, we will hold Konoha accountable for the deaths of our Kumogakure ninjas. Maki, go summon Samui and the others. You will all head to Konoha. I believe we will reap significant rewards from the now severely weakened Konoha." "Understood, Raikage-sama." Maki nodded and departed. "Damn Konoha. How dare they send me a useless corpse 8 years ago? This time, I shall see how you break free from this predicament," the fourth Raikage thought bitterly. In the Land of Earth, Inoki was engaging in exercises to relieve his back pain. Has Sarutobi perished? Should we apply pressure on Konoha and gain some benefits? Meanwhile, the last of the 5 great nations, the Land of Water, and its village, Kirigakure, remained indifferent to the turmoil in Konoha, still shrouded in the haze of the blood mist policy. In the Land of Rain, within Amigakure, the architectural style was markedly distinct from other villages, featuring dark-toned metallic structures and numerous drainage pipes, compounded by perpetual rainfall, lending Amigakure an air of mystery. Perched atop the long tongue of a statue, a man with orange hair adorned in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds sat with one leg suspended in midair, slightly raising his gaze to feel the falling rain. Nagato, the war between Konoha and Suna has concluded. A blue-haired woman, similarly attired, landed behind him. The orange-haired man paused briefly before saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Conan." Back in Konoha, the village remained without leadership, as the two advisors only hoped Jiraiya would swiftly locate Tsunade. I never anticipated Danzo would perish in this turmoil. Mito Gate Inari sighed. That fellow, even if we both agreed, could not ascend to Hokage. He had no hope during the voting segment of the elite Jounin. Tsunade's assistant, Nara Shikamaru, remarked. I had not expected him to become Hokage. However, with his temperament, how could he die for the village? Let the Umbu investigate? Indeed. It is unfortunate that Konoha must rely on us two old geezers. If only the fourth were still here, just as the two lamented, a ninja arrived to report. Honorable advisors, a Kumogakure ninja requests an audience with the Hokage. A Kumogakure ninja seeks an audience with the Hokage? Mito Gate Inari furrowed his brow. Do they not know that Sarutobi has perished? Nara Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. How could they be unaware? Their arrival now is likely to take advantage of our misfortune and gain benefits. Let us go and hear out the intentions of Kumogakure before making any plans. That night, Hinata Hanabi, resting her chin on her hands while gazing at Hinata, noticed her sister's brows twitch slightly. Instantly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Sister is waking up." Swish. Feng An, who had been training on the second floor, abruptly opened his eyes, joy illuminating his face. And he dashed down without a second thought to the fatigue from training. Lying on the hospital bed, Hinata gradually opened her eyes, revealing her pure, innocent gaze. Feng An, hearing Hinata's weak whisper, tears welled up in Hinata Hanabi's eyes. Wow, how unfair. I was the one taking care of my sister. Yet she calls me a bad egg. I apologize, Hanabi, I didn't TC you just now. Hinata, being petite, had to tiptoe just to see over the edge of the hospital bed, so at first, all she could see was Feng An. Feng An gently flicked Hanabi's forehead and smiled at Hinata, saying, There's no need to apologize to this little brat. She was sleeping like a pig all day. Clearly, I was the one taking care of her. How are you feeling now? Just as Hinata began to respond, a loud gurgling sound interrupted her, a clear indication of her hunger. Her previously pale face flushed red as she hurriedly covered her face with the blanket. Since her unconsciousness, Hinata had been asleep for 2 full days and 1 night, inevitably feeling famished. How could I forget that Hinata's stomach is like a bottomless pit? Feng An lightly slapped her forehead, realizing she had overlooked Hinata's reputation as a big eater. Hang in there, Hinata. I'll head to the kitchen and start cooking right away. Feng An instantly teleported to the kitchen, employing the shadow clone technique to wash vegetables and prepare the meal simultaneously. I, Hinata Hyuga. Can't think of anything I can do. Anxiously scratching her face, she pouted. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I'll go get some bread for my sister. Hinata, who had been hiding her face, noticed that her clothing had changed. Now, she wore a thin, solid-colored long-sleeve shirt and slightly loose shorts. Could this be Feng An's clothing? The little face hidden beneath the covers grew even redder as she hesitated to peek out. Sister, I brought some bread. I'll tear it for you. Hanabi struggled to open the package, using all her strength to tear off a small piece. How can you swallow something this hard? She grumbled, staring at the tough bread in her hands. Hearing Hanabi's voice, Hinata slowly peeked out, realizing Feng An was not beside her, and timidly asked, Hanabi, did you help change my clothes? No. Hanabi quickly shook her head. Hinata's face flushed even deeper, her heart racing like a startled deer. So that means. Her cheeks grew hotter, and she began to feel faint. In the next moment, she fainted from embarrassment. Sister. Seeing this, Hanabi quickly shouted, Feng An, hurry. Sister seems like she's going to starve. What? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Feng An immediately summoned an inferno, swiftly stir-frying bell peppers and shredded pork. Why is this stubborn pig so tough? Get cooked already. Moments later, a delicious aroma filled the grand mansion. Sniff, sniff. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, Hinata awoke instantly, her eyes sparkling with desire for food. Yay, sister has come back to life. Not long after, under Hinata's infinite appetite, all the dishes were devoured without a trace, yet there were no signs of her belly being full. Strange, very strange, Feng An mused, gazing at Hinata's abdomen in bewilderment. Is there more? Hinata looked down, her eyes glimmering with hope as she gazed at Feng An. There's some more. Let me fetch it for you. Feng An turned towards the kitchen and soon returned with a small plate bearing a giant cinnamon roll, adorned with red bean paste that looked incredibly sweet. Upon seeing it, Hinata's lips curled into a smile. Feng An cautiously brought the cinnamon roll to Hinata's mouth. "It's sweet. I hope you like it." Hinata opened her mouth and took a bite, the red bean paste melting in her mouth, blending perfectly with the cinnamon roll's rich flavor, tantalizing her taste buds. "I usually enjoy sweet flavors," she responded, savoring the deliciousness as she nodded vigorously, her cheeks puffed as she chewed. Gurgle. As the sweetness of the red bean paste wafted through the air, Hanabi, seeing her sister take a big bite and noticing the crumbs scattered on the plate, swallowed hard. Clearly tempted, her mouth slightly parted, producing a soft sound of saliva, yet she chose to hold back and remain silent. Noticing Hanabi's yearning gaze, Hinata offered her half-eaten cinnamon roll to Hanabi, who could only show her head over the edge of the bed. Hanabi extended her small hand, then retracted it. Shaking her head, "You eat, sister. I've had dinner." Hanabi understood that her sister hadn't eaten for 2 days and 1 night and must be very hungry, while she was merely craving a taste. "Okay," Hinata softly replied, then shyly extended the cinnamon roll towards Feng An. Seeing Hinata's face blush and Hanabi gazing up at her, Feng An awkwardly averted his eyes and took the cinnamon roll from Hinata's hand. Observing the bite marks Hinata had left, Feng An felt his heart racing inexplicably. "Damn it. Have I also fallen into temptation?" He punched himself in the chest and stuffed the cinnamon roll into his mouth. "Huh, wait, you're really eating it?" Hanabi pouted in discontent, looking up at him. "I held back and didn't eat. How can you, being so much older, be so thoughtless?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but lick her lips. Feng An, with his mouth full, couldn't respond and hurried to the kitchen for some milk to wash it down. Gulp, gulp. After downing it, he returned with a small plate featuring 2 cream rolls. He held the milk carton in one hand while offering the plate to Hinata. Remembering that Hinata enjoyed sweets, he cautiously introduced the cream rolls after the successful cinnamon roll. He feared that if she didn't like them, he'd be forced to eat the other 3, worried about wasting food. Hinata carefully accepted one and shared it with Hanabi. Upon seeing there were 2, Hanabi hesitated but ultimately accepted one, smiling as she enjoyed the cream roll. "You were just lecturing me, yet you're no different." Feng An glanced at her. Taking a seat nearby, he quietly sipped his milk while Hinata and Hanabi enjoyed their cream rolls. Moments later, the sound of sucking could be heard. It was Hanabi sucking on her fingers, covered in cream. Noticing Feng An's disdainful gaze, she huffed and turned her head, continuing to suck. Having satisfied her hunger, Hinata pulled back the covers, revealing her delicate, pale feet touching the floor, then carefully tiptoed to gather the 2 small plates. Seeing her actions, Feng An understood her intentions. With a smile, he asked, "Do you have the strength to wash?" Hinata looked at him with her clear, bright eyes and replied, "I do." She then tiptoed towards the kitchen. After Feng An finished his milk, he followed her into the kitchen, and together they washed the dishes with remarkable efficiency. Feng An. Hearing Hinata call his name, he turned to look at her. "Why has your house suddenly become so large? And the style is quite different from other houses in the village." "Oh, I designed it myself." Hinata admired. "Wow, that's amazing. You're impressive in every aspect." Little Hinata has really improved. Now you can compliment someone without getting nervous. Feng An chuckled softly. "I don't know why, but it seems I'm not as nervous when I'm with you," Hinata quietly confessed, lifting her beautiful eyes to meet Feng An's gaze. Feeling the weight of her stare, Feng An turned to meet her eyes, and they shared a moment of silent connection. This time, Hinata did not shy away from the gaze. Her heart raced slightly, her cheeks flushed, and beads of fragrant sweat formed on her palms as her breath quickened. In truth, she was still exceedingly nervous, though much less so than before. Feng An cautiously closed the kitchen door. The 2 faces drew closer, close enough to feel each other's breath. At that moment, Feng An suddenly sensed a chill breeze sweep past him from behind, prompting him to turn around abruptly. After glancing around and finding no sign of the man in sunglasses, he let out a sigh of relief. His sudden movement eased Hinata's tense body, alleviating some of her anxiety. Feng An then meticulously checked the kitchen curtains and door locks to ensure they would not be interrupted. He took Hinata's small hand again, gradually bringing them closer together. As their noses brushed against one another, the flush on Hinata's face spread to her neck. At that moment, her heart felt as though it had lodged in her throat, and her gaze began to wander. Thump, thump. In the confined space, her rapid heartbeat was distinctly audible. Oh, how nerve-wracking, she silently murmured to herself. Having just promised not to be anxious, Feng An could feel her tension from the fragrant sweat that seeped from her small hand. In truth, he was equally anxious but could not afford to show it. If both were nervous, how could they proceed? He licked his dry lips and, in a somewhat hoarse voice, said, "I'm here." Hinata softly responded. The two tilted their heads slightly, their mouths parting as the distance between them diminished millimeter by millimeter. As they drew together, a plume of white smoke seemed to erupt from Hinata's head, her body temperature soaring. Feeling her warmth, Feng An glanced at her and saw her eyes quivering slightly, glistening with a thin veil of tears. Her delicate appearance sent a shiver through his heart. This was against the rules. The two remained intimately close, allowing time to drift by. At that moment, in the living room, a mischievous little girl with wide eyes stared blankly at the couple in the kitchen. Chapter 90. I want to sleep with sister. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the kitchen hand in hand. Hinata's face was extraordinarily rosy as she lowered her head, while Feng An's mouth was stretched into an uncontrollable grin, beyond mere description, as if he were suppressing a great delight. They then noticed Hinata Hanabi curled up on a chair, rubbing her eyes with her small hands. As they approached, Hinata leaned down and gently asked, "Hanabi, are you sleepy?" Hanabi did not respond, but continued to tremble slightly as she rubbed her eyes. The faint sounds of her sobbing echoed clearly in the quiet, spacious house. Hinata focused her gaze and noticed the redness around Hanabi's eyes, with a few crystalline tears rolling down her small hands. Is Hanabi crying? Hinata's heart tightened, and she squatted in front of her, gently wiping away the tears on her face and asking softly, "What happened? Did you bump into something?" Hearing her sister's inquiry, Hanabi's sobs intensified, and more tears welled in her red-rimmed eyes. She shook her head while whimpering, "No, it's not that." "Then tell me, why are you crying, Hanabi?" Hinata asked in as light-hearted a tone as she could muster. Feng An, witnessing Hanabi's tears, felt somewhat at a loss, scratching his face and then his head, unsure of how to handle the situation. "I'll go heat up some milk for you," he said before leaving to retrieve 2 packets of hard-packed milk from the refrigerator, placing them in the kettle to warm up while giving the sisters some space. "Because, Hanabi's sobs continued, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance upon seeing her sister and Feng An so close in the kitchen, now unsure how to express her feelings. She was at a loss for words to articulate her discomfort and unhappiness. "It's all right, sister won't ask anymore," Hinata said, embracing Hanabi and allowing her to lean on her shoulder. The two sisters nestled together for an unknown length of time until Hinata's plain long sleeves were soaked through, and Hanabi's emotions gradually stabilized, her sobbing subsiding. The kettle began to whistle, signaling the water was ready. Feng An quickly lifted the kettle's lid, using chopsticks to retrieve the milk packets one by one. After wiping the condensation off with a towel, he handed them to Hinata and Hanabi. "Here," he said, offering one to each. Hinata nodded in acceptance, while Hanabi pouted, casting a teary-eyed glance at Feng An before turning away. Feng An scratched his head, puzzled by the sudden shift in the little girl's demeanor. Sitting on the bed, Hinata seemed to sense something. She reached out to take the other packet of milk and winked at Feng An, saying, "You should go rest." "Oh, all right." Feng An appeared to understand her gesture, though it was unclear if he truly did, and obediently returned upstairs to rest. Once he left, only Hinata and Hanabi remained in the living room. Hinata placed the milk into Hanabi's small hands. This time, Hanabi accepted it, feeling the warmth of the milk in her grasp, which reminded her of her earlier attitude toward Feng An, causing her to lower her head in guilt. After unscrewing the lid of the milk bottle, Hinata took a sip. Hanabi followed suit, slowly twisting open her own, taking a small sip. Ouch! The moment the milk hit her tongue, she felt a scalding sensation. The sting forced her to close one eye tightly, quickly opening her mouth to stick out her little tongue, and as it met the air, the burning sensation gradually faded. Seeing Hanabi's sudden reaction, Hinata was initially startled, but then smiled softly when she realized Hanabi was all right. "Humph, sister is laughing at me," Hanabi said, her voice still nasal from crying. Hinata replied with a gentle smile. "Feng An has already left. Can you tell me why you cried earlier?" Hanabi nodded, explaining. "I was curious why you and the red-haired guy were taking so long inside, so." She paused, lowering her gaze. "I opened my eyes to see what you were doing." "Ah." Hinata quickly covered her mouth with both hands, a hint of shyness coloring her fair cheeks. "Then, I felt a heaviness in my heart. I wanted to stop it, but the tears came out on their own." I read in a book that when you and other boys get close, you won't come back. Hinata wiped the tears from the corners of Hanabi's eyes, reassuring her. That won't happen. Then I want to sleep with you. All right. Hinata and Hanabi snuggled under the not-so-large covers, their petite sizes ensuring they would not fall off the bed. Hee. Hanabi flashed a toothy grin at Hinata before closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Did I misunderstand the meaning of Hinata's wink? Feng An, lying in bed on the second floor after his shower, murmured to the ceiling. The next day, as the aroma of food wafted through the air, Hinata slowly opened her sleepy eyes. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, noticing someone cooking in the kitchen. Is that Feng An? He woke up so early. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. Furrowing her brows, she glanced a few times and realized it was not Feng An's figure at all. It was unmistakably the silhouette of Hinata Natsu. Sister Natsu? Hinata murmured instinctively. Hearing Hinata's soft voice, Hanabi, sprawled out beside her with one leg draped over Hinata, also stirred awake. She yawned widely. Is it time to eat? Hinata inquired. Hanabi, why is Sister Natsu here? Oh right. I forgot to tell you last night since it got so late. Sister Natsu has been here helping since you fainted. Oh, Hinata's eyes dimmed slightly. So? The clothes I am wearing were changed for me by Sister Natsu? Yes, but why does it sound like you are a bit down? Hanabi tilted her head, gazing at her sister. No, Hinata murmured as she lifted the covers and got out of bed, making her way to the bathroom for a quick wash to rejuvenate her drowsy state. Natsu, who was preparing breakfast, noticed Hinata's figure and smiled slightly. Lady Hinata, you're awake. I'm sorry for the trouble. Natsu politely nodded. Not at all. Caring for Lady Hanabi and you is my duty. Shortly thereafter, Keed, who was sporting dark circles under her eyes, joined them at the dining table. Keed suddenly felt something was amiss. Oh, old Deng isn't here. I'll go fetch him. Keed stood up, closed her eyes, and upon opening them, she found herself at the Hyuga residence. Uncle, Hinata has woken up. With a whoosh, Hyuga Hayashi flew out from the inner room. Good. Quickly take me to her. Chapter 91. Holding Hinata, it's all about the nibbles. With a swift motion, Keed placed her hand on Hayashi's shoulder, and the two appeared before Hinata and the others. Hinata stared in shock at Keed and her father. Seeing Hinata's astonished expression, Keed prepared to explain the situation. Just then, a sound of sniffing came from the side. Hayashi furrowed his brow tightly, fearing he might reveal an unsightly demeanor. However, when he spoke, his voice trembled. Daughter, are you all right? Noticing this, Keed decided it would be best to wait a while before explaining everything to Hinata. After all, there was plenty of time. Soon after the Chunin exam, Sasuke would defect, and that timeline was largely irrelevant to Keed. They could take it easy for now. Keed casually sat down at the table, choosing not to disturb old Deng and Hayashi. Hey, why didn't you call out that it's time to eat? Hanabi looked at Keed, who had picked up her chopsticks. I did. I shouted, it is time to eat. Keed clasped her hands together and proclaimed, then began to enjoy her meal. Hanabi pouted slightly, then also clasped her hands, cheerfully whispering, I'm ready to eat now. I'm ready to eat, Natsu said softly. After Keed had her fill, Hayashi and his daughter finally joined the table for a meal. I'll return the bed, Keed said, wiping her mouth as she walked towards the sickbed where Hinata had been resting for the past couple of days, as she had been sleeping in the living room, not knowing when she would awaken. Kagura Shingon, Flying Thunder God Technique. Whoosh. Keed transported the bed to room 205. As she landed, a piercing scream echoed. A nurse, clutching a clipboard, had been startled by Keed and the sudden appearance of the bed, closing her eyes tightly and screaming. Keed fiddled with her ear, surmising from the nurse's attire that she was indeed a hospital staff member. The bed is yours, Keed said, and with that, she vanished into thin air. The nurse, upon reopening her eyes, saw that Keed, who had just been standing there, had disappeared, leaving behind the pilfered bed. That person must be the bed thief. The nurse muttered in a daze. Keed reappeared at home, and before she could do anything, Hinata had finished her meal and sprinted over to her. She sat closely beside Keed and whispered, I heard from my father that you helped treat my injuries. What kind of ninjutsu did you use to disappear and reappear just now? Seeing Hinata blink curiously, Keed ruffled her hair and began to recount the events that transpired while she was unconscious. As Hinata listened, her mouth slightly agape and her brows occasionally furrowing with concern for Keed, she felt a pang of sympathy. Keed had embellished the tale, claiming that to escort Hinata to safety, she was surrounded by the Hyuga clan and barely managed to fend them off while sustaining severe injuries. At a critical moment, The elder had unleashed a standard 8 trigrams 64 palms on her. In a moment of desperation, she had cried out, "You shall not harm Hinata-chan," and summoned boundless strength to deliver a fatal blow to the elder. Keed's narrative made Hinata grasp Keed's hand tightly, worry etched on her face. "Do you still hurt?" "Not at all. As soon as I saw you awake, my injuries mysteriously healed. Of course, it doesn't hurt. Did you even get injured?" Hayashi, who was eating nearby, darkened visibly, unable to contain his inner thoughts. He had previously inquired about these matters with Keed, and the nonchalant tone of her response was still fresh in his mind. He could easily discern that Keed was exaggerating. "That little rascal has completely enchanted my daughter. Oh, my innocent and lovely daughter." With this thought, Hayashi angrily shoveled food into his mouth. Hearing Keed's response, Hinata nodded. "If you do feel pain again, I have plenty of ointment ready to help you." "Well, I wouldn't mind if it hurt a little," she shyly murmured, recalling that Keed had used a similar tactic in the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam. Keed chuckled awkwardly. "I've been found out. I'm done eating." Suddenly, Hayashi stood up and shouted. Hanabi and Natsu were startled, looking up at him, noticing their gazes. Hayashi cleared his throat. "Ahem, I'm truly done eating." Keed grinned at Hayashi's outburst, unable to suppress her amusement, for she knew old Deng was signaling her. Simultaneously, Keed recalled the events from the previous night in the kitchen with Hinata. Old Deng's tolerance for psychological stress is rather low, she mused, contemplating whether to help him strengthen his mental fortitude by openly embracing Hinata right in front of him. However, she thought better of it, with old Deng's delicate heart. He might just faint on the spot. Keed chuckled inwardly. Then, tightening her grip on Hinata's small hand, she said, "Recently, I've hit a bottleneck in my training. Shall we discuss how to break through it upstairs?" "Ah, is that the training that hurts a lot?" "Yes, but it should no longer be painful now." "All right, I understand." Hinata nodded, and the two began to ascend the stairs. Hayashi, eavesdropping, flapped his ears, absorbing every word of their conversation. Painful bottleneck? Hayashi pondered, and his expression turned to one of sheer horror. He immediately rolled his eyes, envisioning the kind smile of his great-grandmother. He hastily pinched himself to snap out of it. After regaining his composure, Hayashi took deep breaths. Then, he darkened his face and stepped in front of Keed and Hinata. "You two must reconsider your path. Understand your misdirection. Turning back is the only way. Do not cling to your delusions. Regret will come too late." Hinata was utterly confused. Keed chuckled. "Uncle, you truly are cultured. We are genuinely heading for training. Just ask Hinata." "Yes." Hinata blinked her big eyes at her father. Hayashi froze, unsure of what to say. He feared being too blunt or overthinking, but couldn't shake off the feeling that the red-haired boy had ulterior motives. Seeing that old Deng had said nothing, Keed pulled Hinata upstairs. As they entered the room, Hayashi's face fell as he shouted once more, "You must reconsider your path. Do not let regret come too late." With a soft click, the door closed. "What exactly is the purpose of your training? You will know in due time." After a session of training, Keed embraced Hinata. Hinata let out a soft sigh, her cheeks slightly flushed, not resisting and allowing Keed to hold her. At that moment, Keed felt a tangible growth within herself. In the past, he held Hinata tightly, their palms barely overlapping, but now their entwined arms nearly reached the elbows. Just then, a knocking sound echoed from the window. It was a masked man. Feng An, casting a sidelong glance, recognized him as Elephant and feigned ignorance, continuing to embrace Hinata. Knock, 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 knock. It seems someone is knocking at the window. Hinata appeared from Feng An's embrace. Reluctantly, Feng An released her and approached the window to pull it open. "What do you want?" Elephant, clinging to the wall with Chakra, replied. "Chi, those two advisors are investigating the cause of Shimura Danzo's death." "Oh, why tell me?" Chapter 92, The Resurrected Pikachu. "Chi, the Hokage cared about you during his lifetime." "Oh, my name is Feng An, not Chi." After a moment of silence, Elephant spoke again. "I do not know how you regard the Hokage, but I will not disclose anything about you and Danzo to those two advisors." Thanks," Feng An replied. Subsequently, Elephant's form dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Feng An closed the window and returned to sit beside Hinata on the bed. "Was that person from the Umbu? Is something happening?" Hinata whispered. Their conversation by the window, though not intentionally discreet, was barely audible, allowing Hinata to catch only fragments. "It's nothing." Hinata lowered her head, appearing somewhat dejected, her small hands fidgeting in her lap. After a few seconds, Her fingers stilled, and she clasped her hands together. I know I'm weak, and while I may have some knowledge, I can't help you, but I still want to know. Hinata expressed her thoughts to Feng An. He murmured softly, I'm afraid you'll worry. I understand. Hearing Hinata's response, Feng An was taken aback, then smiled as he ruffled her hair. He asked me some questions about Danzo. It's nothing significant. He continued, I plan to buy something shortly. Will you accompany me? Okay. Hinata nodded in agreement. After a brief rest, Feng An utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, bringing Hinata to the commercial district. Compared to the past, the once bustling street now felt desolate, with foot traffic reduced by more than half and several shops closed. Hairpins for sale. Masks too. We have everything. Come take a look. The familiar vendor's call conjured an image of a shifty-eyed merchant in Feng An's mind. Hey, handsome boy and lovely girl. The shopkeeper, with keen eyes, immediately recognized Feng An and Hinata, greeting them from his stall. Indeed, it's you. Feng An smiled, the shopkeeper's face aligning perfectly with his mental image. You two are my lucky stars. After the lovely girl bought a headband last time, a crowd rushed to buy. And, now that you see us again, do you intend to swindle us? Feng An chuckled lightly. How could that be? My shop is honest. Besides, didn't you buy a light blue butterfly hairpin for me afterward? I've since acquired many similar trinkets. They would surely suit your little girlfriend. At the shopkeeper's words, Hinata's cheeks flushed, and a gentle smile graced her lips. All right, based on that, I shall buy. Although Feng An recognized the persuasive tactics employed by the merchant, he appreciated the cleverness. Even knowing it was a trap, one would still be tempted to leap into it willingly. Just a moment. The shopkeeper grinned and hurried to rummage through a large box behind his stall. Meanwhile, Hinata retrieved a small pouch from her clothing and placed it into Feng An's hand. Feng An assessed the weight, estimating it to be worth around 20,000 ryo. I have money. He began to return the pouch, but Hinata shook her head, saying, No, this is my allowance from my father, which he told me to keep. But I don't have anything I want. So can you spend my money? Taken aback, Feng An replied, Wait, you want me to spend your money? If this were my previous life, I would think you were a scam artist. But this was Hinata Hyuga. He gazed into her clear eyes, finding no trace of deception in her sincere expression. Swallowing hard, he asked softly, So I can use it? Yes, Hinata smiled. They say that living off someone else's bounty is a painful experience, yet Feng An felt surprisingly delighted. Soon, the shopkeeper emerged with a collection of items before Feng An and Hinata. Take a look. I specifically acquired these goods with the help of a neighbor's little girl. Feng An glanced over the assortment, spotting a red octopus hairpin, a butterfly hairpin, star stickers, moon stickers, and even the glittery powder he had been forced to wear during a New Year's event in elementary school, the name of which had escaped him. He couldn't help but question, No way, how young is the little girl you brought along? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then replied, 6 years old? No wonder they weren't selling. Who would buy such things for a 6-year-old when wealthy individuals wouldn't be giving their young children such items? Feng An sighed. Hinata, do you see anything you like? Hinata nodded seriously, examining the various trinkets on display. After a moment of contemplation, she scratched her head and looked at Feng An. Can I have them all? Sure, let us check out. Without hesitation, he agreed, knowing it wasn't his money. All right, that will be a total of 10 ryo. 10 ryo? The profit you two brought me last time far exceeded the value of these trinkets. I've been wanting to thank you, but Haven Tea had the chance. The shopkeeper grinned. Feng An nodded and handed over 10 ryo. Thank you, and I wish you prosperous business. He realized he should not have hastily judged someone by their appearance. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he acknowledged that he had subconsciously labeled the merchant as a fraud due to his shifty demeanor. Today had changed that perception. No worries. Besides those, I have some unique items. The shopkeeper gleefully produced a collection of large plush toys from beneath the stall. These are goods I traveled through many countries to acquire. Look at this yellow plush called Pikachu, and this blue one, I think it's called a staring cat, and this green one, a garlic tortoise. Hearing the shopkeeper's introduction, Feng An felt as if struck by lightning. He quickly interrupted, pointing at the yellow plush. How much for this Pikachu? Not expensive. Originally priced at 19,998 ryo, but since you are my esteemed guest, I must give you a discount. Now, it's only 19,990 ryo. How much? Feng An glanced at the small trinkets in Hinata's bag, then looked back at the half-meter-tall Pikachu. He raised his gaze to meet the shopkeeper's eyes. Do you see anything in my eyes? The shopkeeper squinted. Your eyeballs? Chapter 93. testing the quality of tatami by sleeping. Feng An grasped Hinata's hand and departed. Hey, esteemed guest. We can negotiate the price. I can give you another discount. 1,000 Rio. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Feng An's expression darkened. 1,000 Rio? A straightforward halving is unthinkable. I can't even imagine the cost of these plush toys. 500 Rio. Deal. The previously anxious shopkeeper's face instantly lit up with joy. In a hurried manner, he stuffed the Pikachu soldier into a vacuum bag and swiftly compressed it, fearing that the other party might escape. Witnessing his boss's elation over a transaction of 5,000 taels, he could hardly fathom the joy that would ensue if the purchase reached a staggering 19,990 taels. Here you go, noble one. Feng An shot him a fierce glare, retorting, You, noble one, are indeed quite costly. Subsequently, he and Hinata ventured deeper into the commercial street. The two meandered about, indulging in aimless wandering for a full 2 hours. While savoring their three-colored dumplings, Hinata suddenly recalled something. She inquired, Feng An, weren't you here to buy something? Almost forgetting. At Hinata's words, Feng An remembered that his purpose for this trip was to procure some bedding. The wooden bed at home was far too rigid, and he intended to replace it with something softer, along with arranging a tatami mat for Hinata. Embarrassed, Feng An replied, I need to venture further in. No worries. I don't mind walking a few more times. Before long, Feng An's home was adorned with an array of bedding. As for the tatami mat, he placed it directly in his spacious bedroom. After they finished tidying up, they noticed that the 3 inhabitants of the house were nowhere to be found. Gone without a word. Perhaps it's for the better. Now, no one will disturb me and Hinata, he chuckled, sitting in the living room. Hinata noticed the expression on Feng An's face and shivered slightly. Your smile is quite terrifying. Oh, do I smile? Hinata nodded. How about now? Feng An pressed his fingertips against the corners of his mouth, pushing them down. Hinata hesitated, then smiled softly, muttering, You look rather silly like this. With that, Feng An relaxed his fingers, allowing his face to fall, resembling a bitter melon. Seeing his forlorn expression, Hinata found it hard to meet his gaze. After a brief pause, Hinata gently poked the corners of Feng An's mouth upwards with her index fingers. She felt the softness at the corners of his mouth and couldn't resist giving it a few more playful pokes. Isn't it fun? Hinata earnestly nodded, very fun. Feng An playfully bit her finger. Yikes! Startled by his actions, Hinata quickly withdrew her finger. Her cute, startled expression rendered Feng An unable to contain himself, and he swept her into his arms, lying down on the tatami mat. Hey, that's not allowed. What is not allowed? Hinata blushed. We aren't adults yet. Feng An chuckled. Do we need to be adults to test the quality of the tatami? Hinata realized he was teasing her. With a flushed face, she murmured, My father is very strict. Just a stubborn daughter of a devoted father. What? Nothing. I meant let us start testing the tatami. How do we test it? Of course, by sleeping on it. What other way is there? Hinata's face reddened as she nodded. Then, Feng An fell silent, and when Hinata lifted her gaze, she found that he had truly fallen asleep. He really is sleeping. Feng An, having barely slept the previous night due to Hinata's blinking, was exhausted and succumbed as soon as he hit the bed. Hinata shifted positions and leaned closer, observing his sleeping face. She usually refrained from looking at him while he was awake, but now that he was asleep, her shyness dissipated. Feng An, are you asleep? She whispered close to his ear. After waiting for half a minute and receiving no response, a crescent smile formed on her lips. She leaned in even closer, her face just a few centimeters from his. Strands of hair brushed against his forehead. In his slumber, Feng An instinctively scratched himself. Hinata was startled, her heart racing, and she quickly rolled over, lying stiffly. Upon realizing that Feng An had not awakened, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she nestled against him, resting her head on his face, and closed her eyes to drift off to sleep together. At the Hyuga residence, in the room designated for receiving guests, 2 elderly gentlemen were conversing with Hyuga Hizashi. The 2 elders were the advisors of Konoha, Mito Gate Inn, and T-Rune Kamachi. I hear that the elder has passed away? Hyuga Hizashi's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, fortunately. He had previously learned that the second elder had publicly declared the elder's death as a natural consequence of old age. T-Rune Kamachi sighed, alas. The elder's departure was so sudden. At a time when the village is vulnerable, such an event is most unfortunate. Hyuga Hizashi remained silent, aware that their visit was not merely for condolences. After a brief pause, T-Rune Kamachi continued, Recently, ninjas from the Cloud Village have approached us. claiming that during the chaos of war, Konoha ninjas took the opportunity to kill their elite ninjas. Hyuga Hizashi's brow tightened as he stated plainly, "If there is something to say, please do so directly." T-Rune Kamachi and Mito Gate exchanged glances and nodded. They claim it was a member of the Hyuga clan who killed them. Upon hearing this, the tension in Hyuga Hizashi's brow eased slightly. At least he now understood the purpose of their visit. "Do you have any evidence?" he inquired. Mito Gate responded, "There are witnesses." "Witnesses?" Hyuga Hizashi chuckled lightly. 8 years ago, after signing a peace treaty with the Cloud Village, their envoy attempted to abduct Hinata, only to be killed by me with a single strike. In the end, it was I who faced the repercussions. The likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the current advisors exerted pressure on him using the village's turmoil. When Hyuga Hizashi resolved to face death for the village, Hyuga Neji emerged from behind the elder. The elder stated, "The purpose of the branch family exists for times like this." Even if Hizashi was unwilling to sacrifice himself, the elder argued that it was the duty of the clan and the fate of the Hyuga family. Before Hizashi could ponder this, Neji struck, knocking him to the ground with a powerful blow. Ultimately, he left behind a poignant message. "Brother, you must tell Neji that I did not die for the clan, but as a brother sacrificing for his sibling." Throughout the ordeal, Sarutobi Hiruzen had remained silent, yet the Hokage hat and robe he wore were the heaviest burdens of pressure. Returning to the present, Hyuga Hizashi looked at the two advisors and retorted, "If witnesses hold any weight, then why was it that the victim ended up apologizing to the aggressor?" Mito Gate, unfazed, replied, "Because our refusal to yield might very well incite a second war." "May I ask, does your unwillingness to yield pertain to 8 years ago, or to the present?" Hyuga Hizashi's expression darkened, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. Mito Gate adjusted his glasses, meeting Hizashi's gaze directly, both. Chapter 94. The decision of Konoha's high command. Hyuga Hizashi suppressed his anger. "Very well. What do you two wish for the Hyuga clan to compensate?" He clearly understood that the arrival of these two was akin to that of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bearing unreasonable demands from the Cloud Village. Thus, he did not even contemplate whether the claims of the Hyuga clan killing Cloud ninjas were accurate. The presence of these two signified their intent to sacrifice certain interests for the sake of the village. Mito Gate stated, "It is not about what we want the Hyuga clan to do, but rather what the Cloud Village demands. They require the surrender of a member of the main family, preferably your beloved daughter." Bang! Hyuga Hizashi could no longer contain his fury. His Byakugan activated as he struck the nearby wooden table, shattering it to pieces. Then, he seized Mito Gate by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Mito Gate, suspended in the air, maintained an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Does the Hyuga clan also intend to rebel against the village?" Hinata Hyuga merely lifted him up, but took no further action. When he chose to shatter the wooden table with a strike, it was already a moment where reason triumphed over anger. "Both of you, please leave." Hinata Hyuga released the collar of Mito Monin's attire and tightly shut his eyes. Upon seeing him loosen his grip, T.G. Koharu beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current situation in Konoha, she believed that both internal and external conflicts must be avoided. "As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, please reconsider. I trust you will arrive at the same decision as your brother." Mito Monin smoothed the wrinkles of his collar and turned to depart with T.G. Koharu. After distancing themselves from the Hyuga estate, T.G. Koharu inquired, "Do you think Hinata Hyuga will compromise?" "He will not, but what choice does he have? Our entire Konoha is left with no options. Can he, as merely a clan leader, have any?" Mito Monin replied in a calm manner while walking ahead. Observing his silhouette, T.G. Koharu momentarily glimpsed the figures of Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. Alas, when will Jiraiya return? Minutes later, two figures entered the guest room where Hinata Hyuga was. One was the second elder, and the other was Hyuga Neji. During Hinata's 2-day unconsciousness, Hinata Hyuga had properly managed the subsequent affairs of the Hyuga clan and handed over the scroll to Neji that documented the events from 8 years ago. Upon seeing the final words left by his father and observing Hinata Hyuga prostrated on the ground, lamenting his failure to protect his brother, Neji fell into silence. As the two approached and noticed the wooden splinters on the floor, they could roughly deduce that the conversation had been quite unpleasant, for not long ago he had witnessed Hyuga smashing the wooden table. The second elder was the first to speak. "Esteemed clan leader, the arrangements for the elder's burial have been completed." Hinata Hyuga nodded with his eyes still closed. After the elder's passing, The second elder consciously chose to align himself with Hinata Hyuga. To the second elder, who could foresee his own lifespan, the future of the Hyuga clan no longer belonged to him. All he desired was to enjoy his twilight years. Regarding the abolition of the caged bird system, some within the main family were dissatisfied but did not dare to show it openly, while most of the branch family held a skeptical attitude. Once Hinata Hyuga's emotions stabilized, he opened his eyes and inquired, "What are they questioning me about?" "They believe that what the clan leader says is merely an excuse to prevent marking your beloved daughter with the caged bird seal." Hinata Hyuga nodded, "I understand. In any case, make it clear to the members of the main family that no one is allowed to control the caged bird seal in the future. You may leave now. Neji, stay behind." "Yes, clan leader," the second elder respectfully retreated. If one were to judge solely by his current demeanor, it would be hard to imagine that he was the same person who had come to exert pressure alongside the elder. "Neji, what are your views on abolishing the clan's division system?" Hyuga Neji met his gaze. "I trust the scroll left by my father, but I still do not believe that the clan leader can bring about reform." He then added, "If I were to show hostility towards Lady Hinata, can the clan leader guarantee that he would not use the caged bird to kill me?" Faced with this incisive question, Hinata Hyuga paused for a moment before replying. "I cannot." Even he, who claimed to abolish the caged bird system, found it impossible, let alone other clan members. As long as the caged bird seal exists, the clan division system will never truly disappear. In addition to this matter, there is something else. "Please, clan leader. The advisors from Konoha just visited, and their purpose is consistent with that of 8 years ago." Hyuga Neji frowned. After seeing the scroll left by his father, he began to doubt Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called will of fire. It seemed that the third Hokage represented not just himself but the decisions of the entire Konoha upper echelon. Neji's heart burned with resentment. He had always felt that his father's death at the hands of Hinata Hyuga was shrouded in mystery. But if it was a decision made by the entire Konoha leadership, then all the illogical aspects could be connected. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Mido Monin conversed with the advisors, Mabuya and others had not yet departed. At this moment, Mabuya, Samui, and Omoi were dining in a small restaurant in Konoha. "Mabuya-sama, is it really appropriate for us to commit perjury?" Omoi, sitting across, could not help but speak up. Mabuya took a sip of tea in response. "Most wars between villages are like this. If the conflict were to occur in our Cloud Village, Konoha would undoubtedly employ the same means." Omoi still felt unwilling. "But what about the real culprit? Are we to let him roam free? What do you gain by killing him? Only by placing pressure on the entire village can you obtain what you desire." Mabuya appeared very calm in the face of Omoi's confusion and questioning. "Let's eat. The 5-day deadline is not long." Beside them, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, voluptuous Samui rubbed her aching shoulders. "Once you become a Jonin, you can seek revenge yourself, can't you? Given that guy's strength, even as a Jonin, it wouldn't be enough." Omoi recalled the moment he was knocked out by Kiiden's punch, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Didn't you say he was a mere boy? Does he possess Jonin-level strength?" Omoi nodded seriously. "I survived only because he was engaged in a civil conflict with the village at the time, giving me the chance to escape amidst the chaos." "Is that so? A talented youth, huh? I'm curious, do you still remember his appearance?" "In my opinion, you should avoid comparing. That guy is exceptionally strong. Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious. Mabuya, can we meet that guy?" Mabuya swallowed a mouthful of noodles and said, "Do not forget the mission entrusted by Lord Rakage. Hurry and eat." Chapter 95. The quality of this tatama mat is indeed remarkable. Feng An, who had been soundly asleep at home until nightfall, felt as if he were being pressed down by a ghost, his chest feeling exceedingly heavy. "Why do I feel a bit breathless?" Groggily waking up, Feng An opened his bleary eyes and saw Hinata lying atop him, holding him tightly as if in a beautiful dream. Her small mouth occasionally nibbled at Feng An, leaving the collar of his neck soaked with her saliva. "What the hell, little Hinata? What are you doing?" Feng An felt a surge of agitation within. The tingling sensation at his neck was becoming overwhelming. Initially thinking he was experiencing a nightmare, he realized instead it was his wife on top of him. Feng An hurriedly closed his eyes, his entire body stiffening, fearing to move. 1. To avoid waking Hinata. 2. To prevent his little Feng An from betraying him. As he shut his eyes, cutting off his vision, he found his other senses heightened. The tingling sensation from Hinata's occasional sucking at his neck became vividly clear. He felt as if he had been electrocuted, his body trembling involuntarily. "I'm sorry, esteemed father-in-law. I may not be able to fulfill the promise I made to you. I'm sorry, Hinata, but this isn't my fault. Little Feng An has taken over. Feng An suddenly opened his eyes wide and flipped over, pinning Hinata beneath him. His movement abruptly interrupted Hinata's beautiful dream. In her dream, she was indulging in various sweets, drooling all over. But suddenly, a powerful force pulled her, causing the red bean cake, cinnamon roll, and cream stick she had been enjoying to vanish from her grasp. As she attempted to catch them, she realized she was falling away, waking up in an instant. Before she could think too much, she saw Feng An's face close to hers. Her fair complexion flushed instantly, her brain still in a standby state as she stammered out a few sounds akin to murmurs. After a few seconds, Feng An ceased his actions. Hinata's small mouth slightly parted, breathing through her nose and mouth simultaneously during those few seconds. She had been so tense that she forgot to breathe. Yet, feeling Hinata's warm breath and witnessing her flushed face, brimming with tears, Feng An's reason was once again eroded. I'm sorry, please forgive me this time, Hinata. Before Hinata could finish her words, Feng An pressed his lips against hers, invading her small mouth. Her soft and feeble protests only heightened Feng An's senses. After he initiated the kiss, Hinata ceased to resist, instead savoring the warmth shared between them. When they finally pulled apart, strands of saliva connected their lips, revealing a significant growth in their experience compared to their previous encounter in the kitchen. May I continue? Feng An asked softly. Hinata's face flushed to the point of resembling a ripe fruit as she let out a quiet whimper. Feng An gently slipped his hand beneath Hinata's long-sleeved shirt, tracing down her smooth, soft abdomen. But due to some unknown force, he could only explore upwards. Hinata felt the sensation on her chest, sending electric shivers throughout her body. She wrapped her arms around Feng An, her small mouth clinging to his shoulder. A thin veil of mist, glistening with moisture, clouded her beautiful, bright eyes. In the secluded bedroom, after exchanging affection, they finally relaxed in satisfaction. Ultimately, Feng An's rationality triumphed over desire, as their ages were indeed still young. If only Hinata could grow up quickly, he thought. Hinata softly murmured, "No, that would only hasten the time we spend together." Feng An gazed at Hinata, her skin glistening with fragrant sweat, unable to resist stealing another kiss. "Shall we test the quality of the tatami mats once more?" Hinata blushed, biting her lip, and after a moment of internal struggle, she slowly nodded. The next day, Feng An and Hinata arrived at the Hyuga residence. Hinata Hisashi furrowed his brow and said, "You know to come back? Have you learned to stay out all night?" Hinata lowered her head, her small hands clutching her clothing. Feng An ruffled her hair, observing the slight redness in Hisashi's eyes, a smirk forming on his lips. This old man must be secretly shedding tears. Noticing Hisashi's silence, Feng An spoke up, "I brought Hinata back to get some clothes. My clothes don't fit well." He then took Hinata by the hand and headed towards her room. Hisashi felt a sense of urgency. "You little rascal, you're not planning to cohabit, are you?" "Father, you really are sharp. Nothing escapes your notice," Feng An replied. "You weren't trying to hide it, were you, Hinata?" "I am your father," Hinata softly said. "Father." Hearing his daughter call him, Hisashi's heart swelled with joy. It is said that daughters are a father's little cotton-padded jackets, and indeed, it proved true. "I'm sorry, father. I will visit you often," Hinata said, nodding her head before rushing into her room. "No." Hisashi suddenly pinched his philtrum to prevent himself from fainting. Once he composed himself, Feng An and Hinata emerged only to be blocked by a spirited little figure. "I want to go with sister too," Hanabi shouted. Upon hearing this, Hisashi, who had been slumped against the corridor, sprang into action, swiftly reaching the two and embracing Hanabi. "You can't go. You still have to train." "I can train at the bad guy's house too," Hanabi retorted, causing Hisashi's face to turn a shade of green. "It's just a 200 square meter mansion. Once things stabilize, I'll build a 300 square meter one." Feng An chuckled, "You can't leave. If you do, your father will truly become an empty nester." At that moment, Hinata approached Hanabi and handed her a small bag. "What is this?" Hanabi inquired, opening the bag to find the small decorative items Hinata had purchased from a vendor. "Thank you, sister," she exclaimed, adorning her hair with a red octopus hairpin, enhancing her youthful charm. "Next time I come back, I'll bring you cinnamon rolls." "Okay. I want to eat what sister makes, not what he makes," Hanabi pouted at Feng An. "Indeed," Feng An replied, making a face at the little one. Just as Feng An and Hinata prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, a familiar voice called from outside. "Lord Clan Leader." How coincidental that you arrived just now. Hisashi's brow tightened a notch. Chapter 96. The Killer of the Cloud Ninja? The visitor was Neji Hyuga. As he entered, he was captivated by the sight of the bags in Hinata and Feng An's hands. What is this? Brother-in-law, long time no see, Neji nodded. In the past, he would have frowned upon seeing Feng An, but after witnessing his prowess in defeating the elder, he had come to accept him. With his strength, he could easily protect Hinata. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Feng An sensed the tension and deduced from Neji's greeting that he and Hisashi had matters to discuss. But there were things they might not wish for him to overhear. Well then, Hinata and I will take our leave. Farewell, brother-in-law, father-in-law, and little sister. Feng An waved before vanishing. Hisashi said nothing in response this time. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable, Neji murmured. Hisashi patted Hanabi's head. Hanabi, you should head back inside. Okay, Hanabi obediently nodded and scurried into the house. Once they were alone in the yard, Neji spoke up. Are we truly going to proceed with this? We have no other choice. The fate of the Uchiha clan serves as a cautionary tale. The measures we Hyuga have enacted to preserve the Byakugan for Konoha might lead to us being treated like the Uchiha, Hisashi replied, his tone resolute. Let us go, Neji. Let us test just how formidable the Cloud Village ninjas truly are. Hisashi rose, smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing. Neji nodded, understood. Just as the two were about to leave, Feng An and Hinata re-entered. Hisashi was taken aback. Why are you still here? I sensed you had something to discuss. Matters concerning my father are naturally my concern as well. What has transpired? Feng An had used the Flying Thunder God technique twice. First to send the bags home, and then to teleport back to the Hyuga residence. Hisashi sighed as he glanced at Hinata, since it has come to this. I shall not keep it hidden any longer. The Cloud Village is putting pressure on Konoha, demanding reparations for the deaths of their two elite Jonin. The Cloud Village? They aren't accusing me, are they? Feng An pondered internally. He then asked, why would they target the Hyuga clan? Are they coveting the Byakugan? Indeed. And they specifically demand one of my beloved daughters. Hisashi clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Their greed knows no bounds. Feng An's displeasure surfaced. This situation mirrored events from 8 years prior. Only this time the Cloud Village was laying their intentions bare. What were your intentions just now? From your conversation, it seemed you were planning to confront those 3 Cloud Ninjas directly? Neji glanced at Hisashi. Upon receiving a nod from Hisashi, Neji continued. The original plan was for me to use transformation jutsu to disguise myself as Lady Hinata to approach them and seize the opportunity to eliminate those 3. Feng An rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before responding. I believe that plan is feasible, but we need to adjust the personnel involved. How should we adjust? It should be just my father-in-law and me. You two wait at home. On the opposite side, there were 3 individuals, and it was certain that the 2 advisors would be present. It would be best for us to go together. Hearing Neji Hyuga's words, Feng An inquired with curiosity. Have you already discovered the true cause of your father, Hisashi's, death? Neji Hyuga nodded, saying, allow me to go. I also wish to contribute to the Hyuga clan. Indeed. Feng An, one more person adds to our strength, Hinata echoed. Before Hinata could finish her sentence, Feng An understood her intent. She playfully ruffled her own hair, stating, no, I absolutely cannot allow you to go. Afterward, Feng An performed a transformation technique, perfectly mimicking Hinata's appearance, even down to the precise measurements. Hinata felt as if she were gazing into a mirror. Come, father-in-law, let us go and confront those Cloud Shinobi. Feng An placed a hand on Hisashi Hyuga's shoulder, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique, only to realize she did not know their location. Where are those individuals? Hisashi replied. Let us first go to the Hokage's office to find those 2 advisors. Feng An nodded and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Appearing at the outskirts of the Hokage's office, the 2 then hurried onward, reaching the Hokage conference room in less than a minute. As expected, the 2 advisors were found there. Upon seeing the 2 enter, Kamachi Zank spoke, Hisashi clan head? And Hinata? Hisashi stepped forward, his expression grave, honorable advisors. My daughter and I have deliberated throughout the night. For the sake of the will of fire, we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the village. Just like my brother did back then. Mito Gate Fire sat on a green sofa, narrowing his eyes. He had anticipated such an outcome, yet was surprised that they had come seeking him. However, this was advantageous, as it spared them from confronting the remaining members of the Hyuga clan. Facing such a prominent clan, even if they could not compare to the Uchiha clan of yore, if united, they would not dare to presume they could emerge unscathed. It is commendable to make such a righteous choice in the face of great moral dilemmas. The entire village of Konoha will certainly remember your daughter, Hinata Hyuga's, name. Feng An, embodying Hinata, felt a sense of disdain within. His rhetoric lacked even a fraction of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eloquence, replete with flattery. Furthermore, should they truly remember? What of Hisashi, who knew he had sacrificed himself due to the village's concessions? No one remembered. Only those close to him would bear witness. Clan head Hisashi, please wait. I will send someone to notify those cloud shinobi, Kamachi Zank said, walking toward the conference room door. Just a short distance away. A shadowy figure from the Umbu appeared before her. Go inform those cloud shinobi to come here promptly. Understood. After the Umbu member responded, he departed. Kamachi then returned to the conference room. Hisashi inquired, shall we meet here? Yes. Is there something you wish to discuss? Hisashi shook his head. Nothing. Initially, both parties had assumed they would meet at the village entrance, but instead, it was in the Hokage's conference room. This left Hisashi somewhat uncertain. For engaging in battle here meant that the hidden Umbu would surely intervene. He then glanced at Feng An, who, feeling his gaze, subtly nodded in response. If they had resolved to fight, then they must proceed. Chapter 97. Prioritize control of the great weapon. Hisashi and Feng An sat opposite the two advisors, awaiting the arrival of their counterparts. Soon, the sounds of footsteps echoed closer in the corridor. Knock, knock. 3 cloud shinobi entered. Feng An looked up, her gaze landing on Samui, whose golden locks radiated like the sun, nearly blinding her. Were it not for her face, one might mistake her for Tsunade. The two were nearly indistinguishable. Feng An quickly averted her gaze, for her current appearance resembled Hinata's. Staring at Samui's impressive figure seemed unbecoming of Hinata's character. Concerned that the two advisors might perceive any impropriety in her demeanor, Feng An kept her head lowered, her small hands gripping her clothing, silent. After returning her gaze, she happened to catch sight of Hisashi. She noticed the veins around his temples bulging, a sign of his growing agitation. This old man is about to pop a blood vessel, Feng An internally scoffed. However, Hisashi's furrowed brow and tense demeanor seemed to relieve the two advisors. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly. This was the righteous fury Hisashi should exhibit. It appeared he had channeled all his dissatisfaction toward the shinobi of the Cloud Village. As Mito and the others contemplated this, the foremost Cloud shinobi, Mabui, stepped before Feng An and commanded, "Lift your head and let me see your face." Her audacious demeanor left the advisors somewhat displeased. After all, this was the home turf of Konoha. How dare a mere Cloud shinobi act so arrogantly? Mito coughed lightly. "Hinata, let her have a look." Mabui glanced at Mito, a smirk playing at her lips. Feng An shared Mabui's sentiments internally. It was absurd to assert dominance through words when one was standing atop someone else. Yet, she maintained a calm facade, adopting Hinata's obedient demeanor as she gently nodded. Then, she twirled her fingers in front of her, bit her lip, raised her eyes slightly, blinked slowly, and gradually swept her bangs aside, getting carried away with the act. "You little rascal." Hisashi's expression twitched at the sight. As Hinata's father, he knew these gestures were typical of her, but when performed by Feng An, they appeared utterly unnatural, lacking Hinata's endearing charm. Upon seeing that the little girl had no mark on her forehead, Mabui nodded. Prior to their arrival, the fourth Raikage had specifically warned them about the key differences between the main and branch families. Since Konoha has sincerely apologized, I believe that in the future, our two nations will continue to coexist peacefully as before. Mito nodded, smiling indeed. Though he was seething with anger inside, he could only remain frustrated, as the representatives before him were from the Cloud Village, not individuals. After all, they were merely 2J Nin and 1CH Nin. "Samui, please carry that little girl. We must return to report to Lord Raikage." "Yes." Samui complied, massaging her sore shoulder with her left hand. Anyone bearing the weight of such ample assets would inevitably feel the strain. Feng An had initially planned to take action and subdue the three, but upon noticing the impending approach of Samui, she decided to wait until they became more relaxed before launching a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Hisashi's Byakugan was already activated, and his chakra began to surge. Simultaneously, two uninvited guests were wandering through the village. It appears that Konoha has sustained considerable damage. Is Mr. Itachi concerned? Let us go. In the Hokage conference room, as Samui's imposing presence drew near, Feng An swiftly activated her jutsu. Would release, 4 pillars prison technique. With a resounding crash, several sturdy trees erupted from the ground, sweeping towards Samui and her companions. From behind, Moi shouted, "Be careful, Samui!" The speed was so swift. Combined with Samui's obscured vision due to her impressive figure, she never anticipated that the seemingly docile little girl would suddenly strike. Even with Moi's warning, she could not react in time. In an instant, she found herself trapped within a square prison of wood, while the extending branches firmly ensnared her body, rendering her immobile. At that moment, Moi had also closed in on Feng An. He held a lollipop in his mouth and wielded a long sword as he swiftly charged towards Feng An. Bang! Before his blade could even approach, an invisible force struck him, causing his body to veer sideways and stumble back several meters. It was only after crashing against the wall that Omo steadied himself, his face contorted in pain as he gazed at Hinata Hyuga. The unseen attack had emanated from Hyuga's palm, a technique known as the 8 trigrams air palm. In their fixation on Feng An, they had completely forgotten about Hyuga's presence. Was that would release? How could it be? Why would a member of the Hyuga clan employ would release? Mito Minyan and T-Rune Koharu widened their eyes in disbelief, fully aware of the significance of wood release. It was something that had once been sought after by the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Shimura Danzo, only for the experiments to be halted after a series of tragic events. At that moment, Mabu-e, while forming hand seals, quietly uttered, "Are you from Konoha seeking war with the Cloud Village?" It was then that Mito Minyan transitioned from shock to fury. "Hyuga, what do you intend to do?" he demanded, rising abruptly. Hyuga's expression hardened, his demeanor shifting as he bellowed, "Naturally, it is war." He had long desired this. The thorn from 8 years ago had never been removed from his heart, having fused with his very being over the years. "You have truly lost your mind. You disregard your own daughter's safety," Mito Minyan exclaimed as he swiftly formed hand seals. Simultaneously, Feng An clasped his hands together with fervor. Would release, would clone. His body began to resemble a gnarled tree, splitting to reveal an identical clone. Compared to the shadow clone technique, the wood clone possessed greater resilience. Unlike the ephemeral shadow clones that vanished upon being struck, how could he, who cast his ninjutsu after me, be faster? At that moment, Mito Minyan barely completed the final seal. Hidden weapons technique. Bang! A scroll resembling a sealing scroll materialized out of thin air, releasing an uncountable array of shuriken, kunai, senbon, and tranquilizer needles. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. Hyuga instantly leaped before Mito Minyan, rotating at high speed. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Simultaneously, both of Feng An's clones executed the wood release ninjutsu again, attempting to ensnare the remaining 2. Mabu-e's ninjutsu was finally reaching completion. Heavenly transport technique. At the instant Mabu-e completed the technique, Feng An felt a weight in his head, and the scene began to whirl rapidly. In an instant, Feng An vanished from his original position,